I have always believed that I could roam freely in this magical world, construct a shocking worldview, and even immerse myself in it and enjoy the fruits of my own creation. However, fate seemed to play a huge joke on me. In a sudden time travel, I traveled to the world I built. What's even more outrageous is that I became the official master of the mysterious Lee Palace. At first, I couldn't believe it was true. Traveling through time, becoming an official? Isn't this a common setting in novels? But it all happened to me. I originally thought that I could use my worldview and the magical rules I designed and live freely like a bystander. But this world did not let me get what I wanted. Instead, it forced me to embark on a road full of unknowns. The appearance of the angel changed everything. It told me that if I wanted to awaken the memory of the Creator God, I had to complete a task to collect the most perfect crystal host in this world. Yes, you heard me right, crystal host. This mission sounds like part of some mysterious ritual. I didn't even know how I became the master of the Lee Palace, but was forced to follow the arrangements of the angel. In order to awaken the ancient memory of the gods, I had no choice but to embark on this adventure. My first partner was a talented dragon lady. I was deeply shocked by her noble bloodline and powerful magical talent. The power of the dragon clan was beyond imagination, but she was completely defenseless against me and even helped me, becoming my most important support. In the days that followed, various challenges came one after another. The invasion of the demon army, the rebirth of the restored anima doll, the pursuit of the 1,000-year-old fox fairy, the rescue of the demi-human civet cat, the assistance of the holy sword knight. The bonus of talent made me gradually stronger, and I could even compete with those beings who were praised as monsters. Chapter 1. I originally thought I was dreaming, and even thought it was just a lucid dream. It was the kind of dream where, due to some external stimulation, my mind became extremely excited, almost like I was awake, experiencing all the details in the dream. However, when I felt such a real touch, smelled the girl's body fragrance, and heard her soft voice whispering in my ear, I realized that things seemed to be serious. I couldn't help but stare at the translucent lace headband on her head. My eyes slid along the top of the headband to her silky black hair, and then looked at her clothes from under the headband. My heart beat slightly faster. She was wearing a black and white maid dress that was very aesthetic and very different from the cheap uniforms I'd seen before. This kind of clothing, with its medieval charm, seems to have been carefully modified, eliminating excessive conservatism, yet cleverly stopping at debauchery, which makes me feel an indescribable attraction. The dress she wore, the armbands, leg bands, headband, puff sleeves, every detail revealed sophistication and elegance. At this moment, she was kneeling on the cold ground, gently lifted a corner of her skirt, and gently placed my head between her milky white legs. The dim candlelight illuminated her beautiful face, as if the most beautiful scenery in the world was right before my eyes. I was confused for a moment, and I quickly sorted out my thoughts before I asked carefully, "Excuse me, where am I? Who are you? And what did you mean by master just now?" My throat was a little dry, and I wasn't feeling well. After all, this situation caught me off guard. Hearing my series of questions, the woman smiled gently, with a hint of pampering in her eyes, and she slowly replied, "Master is so lovely. This is the Lee Palace, where you will live in the future. My name is Olifiel, and I used to be an angel, but now I am just your maid." She said softly, her smile still warm, but her words completely stunned me. Palace? Olivier? Angel? Exclusive maid? All this information made me feel dizzy. Although I really like the setting of maids, when a beautiful image as ideal as my ideal appears in front of me, I really have to calm down and slowly adapt. I try to process her words, my mind racing, try to make sense of the situation. But soon, I felt a slight pain in the temples on both sides, as if some memory in my head was trying to wake up. Oliver noticed my discomfort and gently helped me up, his voice still calm. "Don't be too nervous. It's normal to feel confused when you first arrive." She supported me gently, her tone full of comfort. "Not long ago, I summoned your soul through the prayer magic. In order to bring you back to life, I had to pay a huge price, which also caused my energy to be almost exhausted, and I was about to fall into a deep sleep." She sighed softly. "In fact, I have been waiting for you, waiting for the day when I can meet you. For this day, I have tried my best to keep myself clean until today." Wait. I frowned, and some uneasy thoughts flashed through my mind again. "What do you mean by rebirth? Wish? Contract? I couldn't help but ask again. Did I die before? Am I alive or dead now? Oliver was slightly stunned and did not seem to answer me immediately. She turned around and took out a strange piece of spiritual paper from behind, slowly unfolded it in front of me, and shook it for me to see. I frowned, feeling confused. The spiritual paper in front of me only had lines of white ink, and the background was a depressing black, which looked a little unusual. Although I still can't understand the words above, based on my experience in my previous life, I can still roughly understand the current situation. I clearly realized that this was not a dream, and I might have traveled to a completely different world. Moreover, Olivier said that he was once an angel, which means that I am probably in a plane of gods and demons. Besides gods, there may also be elves, subhumans, demons, goblins, etc. around me. However, I also have doubts in my heart. Since she spent such a huge price to summon me here, it is obvious that she has something to ask of me. So, what is her real purpose? I knew I had to stay alert. Every traveler should have basic vigilance, but Olivier didn't seem to give me much time to think. Just when I was still hesitating whether to sign the contract, she suddenly lowered her voice and came closer to me. Master, please bear with it for a moment. Benevolent, I was just about to react when I heard her voice again. Hiss. Pain came instantly as my left thumb was bitten by her sharp lips and teeth. Blood quickly gushed out and dripped onto the contract paper. At this moment, I felt an indescribable connection between her and me, as if something deep in my soul was imprinted. Like an irresistible force, this connection made me feel that my soul was closely connected to hers. Olafil, what did you do to me? I cover my fingers, enduring the severe pain, my heart filled with anxiety. The contract has been signed, and I have no idea what will happen in the future. But no matter what, I must stay calm and get more information to prepare for the challenges that may come at any time. At this moment, Olafil's voice sounded again. Her tone was even more cheerful. Master is so good. You finished it so quickly. Her smile was still gentle, but I could sense a hint of morbidity. However, I didn't notice anything unusual in her flawless expression. She continued, It's okay, Master. Since the ritual is complete, you must be tired, right? Then take a rest. I will answer your questions tomorrow. She gently took my arm and helped me up. Now, let me help you go back to your room and rest. The contact with her brought me a wonderful feeling. Her body fragrance and soft body temperature made my heart beat faster unconsciously. Although there are still too many mysteries and questions in my heart, I can't suppress a certain desire in my heart at this moment. My eyes involuntarily fell on her beautiful face, and I secretly told myself, if I could be with her, perhaps all my confusion would disappear. Chapter 2. Olafil, are you really an angel? When I woke up from my coma again, it seemed as if a whole night had passed. The question was hovering in my mind like a ghost, and my thoughts were instantly invaded by some force, and I fell into a coma. When I woke up again, the scene in front of me had changed. I am now in a spacious and enclosed bedroom. The space here is several dozen square meters in size, and there's only a tiny gap in the door of the room, and a depressing darkness can be seen from the outside. I looked around. Burgundy curtains covered the entire row of floor-to-ceiling windows. A thick red carpet was spread on the old floor. The dim candle wall lamps emitted a faint light. Overall, the decor of this place reminds me of the master bedroom in the Witch Mansion. I was lying in a comfortable double bed, still feeling a little unwell, when Oliver walked silently through the mahogany double doors. Master, you woke up really early. Her sweet voice remained unchanged. I looked at her, and she was still the beautiful woman who shocked me. Today, after she washed and combed her hair, her long, star-shaped silver hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, and her wet hair exuded a sweet fragrance. Her black and white maid's dress was of exquisite texture and as white as snow, with the thin black silk socks extending upwards under the skirt, giving people an irresistible attraction. Those slender garters lightly adorned her beautiful legs, making it almost impossible for me to take my eyes off them. Her tight legs, without a trace of fat, coupled with her slender waist, are simply heart-pounding. I swallowed and came up with a word to describe her devil. Ahem. I cleared my throat gently, trying to stay calm, putting on an expression that said I don't care at all, and pretending to greet calmly. Good morning, Olivia. Good morning, Master. Did you sleep well last night? She gently lifted the hem of her skirt and walked towards me gracefully. Well, it's okay. The bed is very comfortable. I nodded, but kept muttering in my heart. It seems I need to supplement more nutrition in the future. Is that so? She raised the corner of her mouth slightly, as if with a playful smile. I was thinking that if you were not awake, I would wake you up in a special way. Unfortunately, is it too late for me to go back to sleep now? I smiled helplessly, feeling regretful for the missed opportunity. You're so cute. She laughed softly and walked to the edge of the bed and sat down. Her breath hit me in the face with a faint fragrance. I moved my body hard to avoid being distracted by being too close. According to the agreement between us, she will answer all my questions today, and I have begun to doubt whether I have signed a contract with the wrong person. That's right, the so-called wrong object is the seemingly flawless, beautiful woman in front of him, Olafil. The details that flashed through my mind began to piece together an uneasy feeling. Her angel identity seemed to be completely inconsistent with the angels I knew. Angels, according to my previous understanding, should be holy and pure beings. But not only can she cast a summoning circle that looks quite evil and wields power like a necromancer, but she also seems to know how to sign a blood contract. Most importantly, her aura vaguely reminded me of a succubus, which made me feel a little overwhelmed. I took a deep breath, feeling shocked and expectant at the same time. I couldn't help but ask, Olafil, first of all, I want to know, what do the demons on this continent generally look like? Devil. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she understood my doubts. With a playful smile, she asked, why? My little master, are you doubting my identity? That's not what I meant. I stuttered, feeling awkward. She smiled and came closer to me. Look carefully, I don't have a tail or horns. How about you come and check my body? Her words were like an electric current that instantly penetrated my nerves. I could feel her slender fingers gently sliding across the back of my hand, and the feeling of stirring my heartstrings made my heart beat faster. Even though I knew she was dangerous, my body seemed to be completely out of control, and I subconsciously leaned towards her plump chest. So good, so good. Her joyful laughter was like a warm spring breeze, gently holding me in her arms. Her movements were gentle, and her eyes were affectionate, as if she was looking at a piece of fragile glass. Master, don't be anxious. I will tell you everything you want to know later. She stroked my hair gently, and her doting eyes made me feel unprecedented peace of mind. In her arms, I almost forgot my initial doubts. Her voice sounded again, with a relaxed tone. As you can see, I was once a seraph in the divine world, in charge of desire. Desire? I frowned, my mind full of doubts. She continued calmly. But for some reason, I was slandered by the Lord God of the holy heaven, had my wings plucked out, and was banished to the demonic abyss. My heart trembled slightly. Seraph, the second most powerful being in the god realm, was actually framed because of a conspiracy. The balance of this world seemed to be really unstable. Oliver seemed to sense my confusion and continued. After losing my godhood, I lingered on in the demon world, struggling to survive. Over the years, I tried my best and finally recovered some of my energy, but I was also contaminated with evil power. Her voice became soft and helpless. I became unclean and no longer had the favor of God. I was wanted by the top royal family in the demon world and was also hunted by the powerful angels sent by the gods. In the end, I had no way to retreat and could only escape to the human world. After listening to her, I began to understand her past a little, but I still had a lot of doubts in my heart. She continued, I summoned this palace, used up the last bit of energy to carve a soul formation, and summoned you from the distant star. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life in exchange for your protection. Are you serious? I couldn't help but ask. Chapter 3. I took a deep breath. My mind was in a mess. Oliver's words made my mind go blank. If what she said was true, then everything in front of me, even the sky and this palace, actually came from my brain. This means that if I can recall any settings and details about this place, everything will be in my hands. All forces, the fate of all living beings, and even all future changes will be controlled by me, becoming the promoter of history, the prophet of everything. This seems to be a possibility I have never thought of. Olafil, how can I recover my memories of my past life? I grabbed her hand eagerly, my voice a little hurried. She smiled gently and stroked my cheek with her other slender jade hand, saying calmly, Master, why should you be anxious? If you want to recover your memories of your past life, you only need to break the laws of this world. Laws? I frowned in confusion. What laws? She nodded gently. When your rank on this continent reaches my level, those memories will flow into your mind like spring water. Uh, wouldn't that take tens of thousands of years? After hearing this, I frowned and felt heavy in my heart. She seemed to have anticipated my reaction, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. According to common sense, it is true. Even if 99% of humans spend their entire lives, they cannot reach even 1/10,000th of my strength. My heart felt even heavier, and I sighed deeply. Do I have to go through endless years to recover those memories? Don't show such a painful expression, Master, she smiled softly. After all, you have to train to the top level in the human world and ascend to godhood before you can enter the god realm and fight from scratch. If you can ascend to the 9th level or above in the god realm and survive to the end, then you will have a chance to reach my level. Really, I rubbed my temples. Although she said it easily, it seemed to be true. After all, as a senior worldview architect, I should know that the characters, levels, and numerical systems of this world should be carefully designed and full of logic. Right now, it seems that the only option to achieve success in one fell swoop is... I looked at her in front of me. Master, why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? She chuckled, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. It's only been a day since we met, and you can't help but want to eat me? I was stunned for a moment. My face turned red, and I quickly waved my hands to deny. No, it's not like that. I didn't mean that. She raised the corners of her mouth, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Oh, how interesting. I want to see how long the master's modesty can last in front of me. My head hurt, facing such a charming angel. It was really hard to control the instinctive reaction deep in my heart. Her every move and every word can easily arouse my inner impulse. But I know that her teasing is just teasing. She's not a real angel, at least not in the way I thought. Although there is a master-servant relationship between the two, she always gives me a contradictory feeling of you can admire her from a distance, but not touch her. If I sincerely do something to her, I am afraid my life will vanish like a disappearing bubble. So I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. Well, let's get down to business. Olivier, if it were you, there would be a way for me to get promoted faster, right? Although I don't fully understand what promotion means, as a gaming practitioner in my previous life, I'm always sensitive to such terms. I could almost immediately deduce that this should be the process called ascension or transformation on this continent. You are really cunning, my little master. A smile appeared on Oliver's lips. Yes, if I were by your side, this process could save most of the time. But she paused, as if waiting for my reaction. I was startled, knowing that the implication of her words was about to come out. In fact, I know very well that without her help, my progress would be very slow, almost like groping from the beginning of a mortal world, and I might never even be able to reach a higher level. But with her help, I will be able to go further, even improve quickly and master powerful powers. Okay, tell me, what do you want from me? I decided to ask directly. Since I had already signed the contract, I might as well listen to her conditions calmly. She chuckled. Master is so smart. She is worthy of being my favorite. There was a burning light in her eyes. Don't worry, don't worry. I will teach you all the skills and make you the most powerful person in the world. You can earn wealth with your strength and eventually be above all powers. Power? This makes me somewhat interested, but more confused. Wealth and power are not the most important to me. Inner peace and a comfortable life are what I really desire. Just as I was lost in thought, she seemed to sense my inner thoughts and said quietly, Master, I know what you want. What? My heart tightened. She stood up, lowered her head to examine her clothes, then raised her head slightly and looked at me directly. Master, I understand everything. After all, this body of mine comes from your imagination, doesn't it? I was stunned and my face turned red. She seemed to know what I was thinking. She smiled slightly and continued. If you can grow up as quickly as possible under my protection, take with you everything I've taught you, step into this continent, and bring back the source energy I need before the day of disaster. She suddenly leaned close to my ear and whispered, Then in exchange, after I have restored a minimum amount of energy, I will satisfy all of your fantasies from your past life. Are you willing to help me? Chapter 4. Time seemed to pass by unnoticed. After reaching an agreement with Oliver, I finally faced my identity, the creator. Standing in this strange yet familiar world, I gradually realized that I am not an ordinary member here, but the designer of this continent. The Palace of the Golden Flower, and even Olivier herself, were all my creations. At this moment, I followed her, walking in this seemingly endless corridor. Olivier said that as the master of the Lee Palace, it was necessary to familiarize himself with the environment of the palace before going out. And I really want to know whether this palace was created by me alone or there are other hidden factors involved. However, I was not as calm as I had expected. In the transaction just now, Olivier revealed some key information to me, which made me feel heavy in my heart. She told me that this continent called Wayne is not safe. Every race here, whether human, demon, subhuman, or dwarf, faces the same threat: disaster. Disaster is not an ordinary disaster, but some kind of evil species that comes from other dimensions with powerful, unknown energy. These species are called disaster beasts. They are ugly and look like terrifying monsters. Disaster beasts have almost no consciousness and only rely on instinct to carry out endless killing. They are tireless and powerful, and almost no one can resist them. What's more terrifying is that they can also spread plagues, corrupt the land, wither the grass and trees, and turn the streams gray. The entire ecological environment gradually collapses under their erosion. Oliver told me that the disaster beasts were so terrifying that even the united races could hardly fight them. Only the strong ones who had the qualification to be promoted could fight them. In other words, almost no one can fight against the disaster beast now, which makes me feel quite worried. She also told me that the first disaster in history happened more than 590 years ago. A disaster beast named Sandos descended and instantly destroyed the most powerful Terriana magic kingdom at that time. Although the Queen of Magic, Frost Crystal, had requested assistance from neighboring countries, she was ultimately unable to stop the rampage of the beast. The beast even activated its second form, mutating into a deadly poison that instantly turned anyone who came into contact with it into dry bones. However, the beast was eventually defeated. At that moment, a holy hero with 6 wings on his back and a dazzling spear descended from the sky and killed Sandos on the spot with his magic. But even so, the celebration after defeating the disaster beast was not as expected, but instead a deep fear. Before leaving, Xingjie left an important prophecy. The appearance of the disaster beast means that the Wayne continent is close to collapse. If countries continue to fight for their own interests, more alien species will occupy this land and destroy it in the future. 600 years later, the disaster will come again. This prophecy makes me feel uneasy. I was extremely shocked by this information. I am not only the creator, but also a witness and participant of this disaster. Instead of comforting me, Olafil's words made me more anxious. The next disaster might happen in 3 years. She also told me that my mission was to improve my own strength and bring this source energy back to the palace within 3 years. What is source energy? And why is it so important? These questions kept lingering in my mind, but I knew that the most important thing right now was to focus on my mission, increase my strength, and prepare for the coming disaster. Just as I was immersed in these thoughts, Olafil's voice rang out. "Master, go through this corridor and you will see the revolving hall in front of you." Her voice was calm and lazy, and her footsteps echoed in the silent corridor. I followed her, silently thinking about everything she said. She obviously knew better than me what difficulty she would face next, and all I could do was to adapt to this new body as quickly as possible. I walked into the revolving hall of the palace, and the scene in front of me made my thoughts stop instantly. The design of the entire hall is so beautiful that it almost takes your breath away. The spiral staircase leads to an unknown locked room above. At the top floor of the hall, the translucent dome emits a soft light, and the starlight shines through the dome onto the ground, giving the palace a mysterious atmosphere. It was evening at this time, and the faint starlight shone through the cracks in the dome, making the entire space look like a dream. I couldn't help but look up and watch all this. The main colors of the hall are deep dark gold and fresh flower green, which looks solemn and beautiful. Unknown plants are planted in the flower beds at the 4 corners, and tall trees extend upward, full of vitality. The most eye-catching thing is the statue standing in the front left of the hall. It was a goddess statue, 3 stories high, exquisitely carved, and seemed to have life. She has long, smooth hair and a perfect body with idealized proportions. She has a noble and mysterious temperament, as if she was descended from heaven. She folded her arms, naked, staring diagonally downward, with 6 pairs of huge wings spread out on her back, as if ready to fly into the sky at any time. However, when I looked closer, my heart was shocked. I saw that they were not angel wings, but the black wings of a crow. My mind was instantly stirred. Why did this statue have such a disturbing design? It didn't match any image of the gods in my memory, but instead had an evil aura. I muttered, frowning as I tried to understand. At this moment, Olivia was standing behind me. Her voice was still calm, with a hint of tenderness that was barely noticeable. Master, this palace is called the Lee Palace because you have always been obsessed with a certain god in your heart. Her tone was light, but her words made me even more confused. I couldn't help but look back at her, my eyes full of questions. God? Obsession. Oliver did not answer immediately, but smiled faintly and continued. God does not refer to the gods from heaven. On this continent, any existence that transcends natural cognition can be worshipped as a god. My eyes widened, shocked by her words. What do you mean? Evil gods, ancient gods, and demon gods can also be worshipped as gods. Yes, she nodded, yes. Different races have different definitions of God. So here, any powerful being can be worshipped as a god. I was stunned, and my heart was filled with doubts. If these beings could be worshipped as gods, then how could the order of this world be maintained? If some evil beings are worshipped as gods, will it bring disaster to all living things? These questions give me a headache, but I know that everything in front of me seems to be within the rules of the world I set. My eyes unconsciously fell on the statue again. Its perfect face gave me an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if it had emerged from some deep memory. At that moment, I suddenly had a feeling that perhaps there really was some kind of connection between the statue and Olivier, but I was not sure whether this feeling was just a temporary illusion. It's really strange. Why do I have such a deep impression of such an evil image? I wondered in my heart. As a world builder, I should be more aware of the world I created. So why do I feel so unfamiliar with these details? Just as my thoughts were in a mess, Olivier walked up to me, stretched out his slender fingers, and gently lifted my chin and said softly, Master, perhaps the beauty in your fantasy does not necessarily have to be perfect. Chapter 5. Morning of the third day. When I woke up again, I was still lying on the big bed in the temporary restroom. If nothing unexpected happened, today would be the day I would leave. A sense of urgency permeated her heart. Olivier's energy has run out. Last night, she showed me around the palace and handed me a few things, and then she showed obvious fatigue. On that impeccable and beautiful face, a few traces of paleness were visible to the naked eye. At that time, I was very worried and immediately asked her how long her health could last. Her answer is unsettling. After sending my master away, I will immediately go into hibernation to save energy and weight. Until the end of next winter, I will wake up on time and open the palace gate to welcome you back. If the master makes any progress, you can contact me through this ring. I will occasionally wake up and reply to your message. Her voice was weak, but she still reminded him, as for the weapons and spell books that you were most concerned about, I also put some in there. You can try them slowly according to your growth and strength. She added softly, Finally, the name of the ring is She. It is a token of love between you and me. Remember it. At that moment, I couldn't help but feel a complex emotion in my heart. Her words, although gentle, were full of hidden meanings. I took a deep breath, regained my composure, and looked at myself in the mirror. Standing in front of the mirror, I stared at the handsome figure, and a trace of seriousness gradually emerged between my brows. From today on, I will temporarily leave here. In order to heal Oliver's body, retrieve key memories, and be fully prepared before the disaster comes, I have to work hard. I whispered to myself in the mirror, this time next year, I will come back here in a brand new state and give her a surprise. I can't let the me in my previous life laugh at me. He silently recited these words in his mind and gradually stood up straight. His right hand unconsciously turned to the ring on his ring finger and stared at it intently. The extremely exquisite silver-black ring had a dark and deep black diamond in the center, and next to the diamond were delicately carved raven wings, as if they were real life. I stared at the ring and couldn't help thinking, this ring looks a lot like the goddess statue from yesterday. With a try-it-out mentality, I spread out my other hand, looked closely at the ring, and concentrated my mind while silently reciting, Veen's epic. Whoosh! The ring flashed slightly, and then a thick ancient book appeared out of thin air in my hand, and with a click, it fell steadily into my hand. I was stunned. I didn't expect this moment to be so shocking. Looking at this supernatural phenomenon, I felt a sense of novelty and shock. All of this was actually caused by me. This is a feeling I have never experienced before. I held the book in one hand and gently opened the ancient cover with the other hand, feeling the old smell coming towards me. The cover of the book reads The Epic of Ven, which records most of the 5,000 years of history of the Ven continent. Although this book is not precious, it is extremely important for my current situation. It will help me quickly understand many common sense of the world. Oliver had mentioned it before, so I knew it was summoned from the ring. As for the other contents I didn't know, I would need to wait until I could control my mental power in the future to learn more about them. I couldn't help but try to say, Sword of Corins. The ring didn't respond. Sword of Crystal. Still no response. Sword of Crystal. Still no movement. Oh, that's right. The Sword of Chris. Click. After I read the name correctly, the ring finally burst into a silver light, and in an instant, a several-foot-long one-handed sword with a sheath appeared in the palm of my hand. I stared at the sword, feeling somewhat surprised. The blade was narrow and beautiful, especially the white skull mark engraved at the junction of the hilt and the blade, which seemed to carry a bit of evil spirit. I gasped. That was the entry-level weapon that Olivier prepared for me. She once told me that this sword was called the Sword of Chris and repeatedly reminded me, it is best not to pull it out unless it is necessary, but if you encounter a situation where there is a risk of loss of life, you can take it out and use it. Although I don't fully understand the principle behind this, I still care about it. The gift the angel gave me must be something special. I thought to myself, but if I walk down the street with a sword like this, will I be mistaken for a magic swordsman or something? Or after you get out, go to the blacksmith shop and order an ordinary weapon for self-defense. Thinking of this, I decided to give it some careful consideration, although I still didn't quite understand the true use of this sword. I whispered to myself, collect, and the rapier immediately disappeared from my sight. Very good. I gradually became familiar with the use of the ring. I have confirmed its storage function, but I am not sure how to use the communication function. Perhaps, when I can control my mental power, I will be able to figure it out. Then, I followed Olivier's instructions and took out the other items in the ring one by one to check. I have God's investigation. Suddenly, a parchment scroll appeared in my hand. The text on the scroll that was originally unreadable was now completely recognizable after the power transmitted by Olivier's touch on my forehead. These characters belong to the ancient angelic language and not to the language of the Wayne continent, probably because angels are not one of the creatures in this world. These skills are very important to me, especially the Eye of God, which is not a skill from the mainland, but originated from the God's domain. Through this skill, I can spy on the enemy's basic information, magic value, and even inner demons and desires. I secretly rejoiced in my heart that this skill would help me avoid powerful enemies in the future. Although I didn't know if other worlds had similar abilities, at least the skills provided by Olivier were of top quality. Wait, everything I thought in my mind before was under her control? I suddenly realized. I was wondering why she seemed like she could read minds. It turns out there are no secrets in front of her. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, I didn't think of anything I shouldn't have in front of her, otherwise my image would be completely ruined and my favorability would drop to 0. Well, it seems I have to be more careful next time, I said to myself and put away the scroll. Finally, I silently said to the ring, Introduction to Source Energy. Bang! The next moment, an encyclopedia-like book that was thicker than the Epic of Ven appeared in my hand. It was so heavy that I almost couldn't hold it and almost hit my foot. Is this the type of source energy that Oliver needs? It's so thick. I frowned, feeling a little confused. I put on the table and opened the cover, Maid's Guide. Chapter 6, Humanoid Creatures. The cult's goddess Aisha has practiced sacred magic since childhood. She is a virgin, pure and flawless. Before the age of 18, she can be taken back as a holy source of energy. I stopped flipping through the pages and stared blankly at the maid illustrated book in my hand, feeling confused. In disbelief, I shook my head suddenly and quickly turned the book to the next chapter. Monster Exam. Succubus Cecilia, daughter of the 1,000 illusionary demons, is a rising star in the demon world today. She often disguises herself as a human woman and looks for the most young prey to extract their essence. It has 2 horns on its head, a tail like an arrow, a perfect body, and a stunning appearance. There are few creatures in the world that can compare to it. If you're lucky enough to see it, you must not miss it. Note, the quality of Cecilia's illusionary energy is unparalleled, equivalent to the sum of multiple source energy providers added together. Dream Demon Lilith, the heir of the extremely rare bloodline of the demon race, often travels through human dreams and absorbs the souls of her targets through her enormous mental power. There's only one such person in the world. It has a petite body, likes to collect things, and is afraid of sunlight. It can transform into the most desired female image in the target's dream at any time. Together with the succubus, it is called the Desire Demon, which is the best of the best. Note, the soul energy in Lilith's body is unique. If she can be brought back to the palace as a source of energy, it may save a lot of time. I frowned. My mind was in a state of confusion. My head was flooded with this information, and I couldn't sort it out. Then, I turned to the next section. Ancient tribes, Dragon Girl Lisa Nidhogg, dark dragon descended, orphan of the dragon people, with pure blood. Her curse technique has reached the pinnacle and can be collected as a curse attribute source of energy. However, this tribe has long been extinct, and the dragons live in their nests all year round, making them extremely difficult to find. I would like to use this illustration as a reference, and if you are lucky enough to see one, you must not miss it. The nine-tailed fox Li Xiang Qianya is an ancient fairy beast with a profound Taoism. Hundreds of years ago, he appeared in Chunhua Grand Shrine, but now he has disappeared without a trace. The flame energy in her body has reached its peak. I'll use this picture as a reference. If you encounter her by chance, you must try to capture her. I stared at every page of the book blankly, and my mind seemed to be stagnant for a long time. This is wrong, very wrong. I muttered to myself. Originally, I thought the so-called source energy could be exotic flowers and plants, elemental energy, rare treasures, or even the souls of monsters, the eyeballs of giants, the inner elixir of demons, etc. I could even accept those. However, what exactly does Maid's Guide mean? Origin of Energy Princess? What new term is this? A certain guess suddenly flashed through my mind. What Oliver needed was probably the energy in the bodies of the most perfect, beautiful, and top-notch girls in the world, which were recorded in the picture book. I simply couldn't imagine what it would be like to bring the Saint, Cat Girl, Succubus, Fox Demon, and Dragon Girl back to the palace. What's even more surprising is that the illustrated book seems to also include strange creatures such as dark elves, sirens, snow girls, and vampire princesses. How is this possible? I murmured to myself in amazement, with an indigestible confusion arising in my heart. I decided to calm down and think deeply about this problem. Why does she need the energy from these girls? I couldn't help but ask myself, if she is just drawing source energy, isn't there any in men? After thinking about it carefully, I found a key point. If it is simply to absorb, it is not necessary to choose these cute girls. There must be some restrictions. My thoughts began to wander, and suddenly I remembered that Olivier had mentioned that the area she governed was Desire. I suddenly understood something. Desire? Maids? In an instant, I suddenly realized she wants me to bring these girls back. Maybe she wants them to be my maids. I closed the illustrated guide and analyzed calmly. If all this is true, then I must sign a master-servant contract with these girls in order to absorb their source energy. The core of this whole process is obviously me. I began to sort out my thoughts. Suppose I bring them back and make them my maids, then Olivier will be able to be healed by the source energy, but obviously there are other complicated operations involved. The answers seemed to be within sight as the mind gradually became clear. If everything is true, then it means that without me, she can't simply get energy from them. In other words, she needs some kind of relationship between me and these girls. The more I thought about it, the clearer it became. As an angel of desire, Olivier obviously needs desire, and there is nothing wrong with that. I gradually gained confidence in my heart. Then, after I signed the contract with them, I may not only face the acquisition of source energy, but even more complicated things. Just as I was lost in thought, the silver-black ring glowed slightly, and a sweet voice came from it. You are worthy of being the master. You almost guessed it right. Exclamation point. I was slightly stunned, then realized the weakness in her tone, so I hurriedly asked, Oliver, are you okay? How's your health? Her cheerful voice came. Master, are you concerned about me? If so, then in the moment just now, I have been healed a lot by your love. I shook my head helplessly. Don't joke around now. I have a lot of questions for you. Oliver seemed to understand my feelings. Master, don't worry. Although I can't see you off in person today, I can still guide you out of the palace. After all, The Li Palace is a city floating thousands of feet in the sky. Tiancheng, I was stunned for a moment. Then how do I get down later? Just jump. She chuckled. If you really jump down, all my previous efforts will be in vain. I was speechless and could only nod. I understand. Well, this is my good master. There was a hint of satisfaction in her voice. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Olifiel began to answer more of my questions. Master, I have prepared a scroll of slow-falling technique for you in advance. You can take it out through the ring and use it on yourself. Slow fall technique? I was a little confused. I obviously had some impression of it, but it was not completely clear. Yes, it is very easy to use. Just stick the scroll on your body. Because it is an enchanted scroll, it will not consume your mental energy. I see, I understand. I nodded. Well, I won't be able to respond to you for a long time during the rest of the journey, but don't worry. When you encounter any problems, just leave a message like I am doing now, and I will reply as soon as I wake up. Her tone was gentle, as if she knew that I would face considerable challenges. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. I was startled and responded immediately. Oliver's voice was full of certainty. I know, master. After a moment, I looked at the sky outside the window and finally asked the question that concerned me the most. So, about the maid encyclopedia, you're not asking me to kidnap them, are you? I waited for Oliver's denial, but there was a long silence. I felt uneasy and had a vague premonition in my heart. Sure enough, after a few breaths, she said with a hint of helplessness, I am so sorry, my master. Perhaps this is the only most direct and efficient method. But I'm a serious person. I tried to refute in shock. Oh, she said lightly. I gritted my teeth and tried to explain, even if I'm not that serious, I wouldn't provoke those demons, saints, dragon people, etc. I just die violently. Master, sometimes, how can dreams come true without taking risks? Her voice was like the whisper of a devil. I smiled bitterly, but there's a reward. She chuckled. At that moment, a picture emerged in my mind, a dark room. In front of the bed in the middle of the room, a certain attractive outline came into view. Chapter 7 He descends from heaven. Finish your bath in a bathtub filled with flower petals. She changed into the brand new noble knight's uniform that she had prepared in advance on the hanger beside the bed. He smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes and tightened the laces on his brown leather boots. And Xiao stood in front of the mirror, ready to go. Although I don't know whether my current goal is good or evil, and I'm not sure whether Olivier is good or bad, but I firmly believe that I am following my subconscious heart. I made sure I healed her body. I believe in my original intention, and I will not let her down. Just like setting a benchmark, after saying this to himself seriously, and Xiao nodded. Well, let's go then. As the flames in the fireplace danced silently, he took a step forward and pushed the door open to go out. Magic Kingdom of Taliana. Banqiao Town, main road entrance. In front of the bustling gate, 3 soldiers in armor surrounded a young girl, pointing their weapons at her petite but extraordinary body. Please show us your pass. Otherwise, we can't let you pass through town. Also, please explain the horns and tail on your head. The leading sergeant had a solemn expression on his face. He held the spear in both hands and shouted coldly at the girl. At this moment, the 2 men beside him were also very nervous. Because they have been on duty in villages and towns for many years, they have seen at least hundreds or thousands of subhumans. It is normal to occasionally encounter those with horns and tails, but it is extremely rare to see such a huge pressure on people as the one in front of them. The girl was seen wearing a robe and a hood, with her entire face covered in shadow. Under the long robe, she seemed to be wearing a short dress with red sleeves and a white base, which was of simple workmanship and did not look like ordinary items. She has a pair of small orange wings behind her back, a pair of curved horns of the same color on her head, and a long orange tail that looks like a tentacle at her buttocks. The bottom of the long tail was a sharp triangle that seemed to be able to pierce a person's heart. At this moment, the voluptuous tail was naturally wrapped around her straight left leg under her skirt, which was wearing white over-the-knee socks. The soldiers had never seen such an evil and mysterious image before. Faced with the obstruction, the girl asked back, Why? I just want to cross the town to the imperial capital. How dare you rude people stop me? There was an innate arrogance in her voice, and her thin wings fluttered gently as she spoke. As they opened and closed, the force field around her seemed to change. Little girl, I advise you not to be ungrateful. You should also know that the war has been going on in recent years, and the situation is serious. The disaster prophecy is approaching. The higher-ups asked us to strengthen our precautions, so of course we can only do as we are told. No one can get any special treatment. The sergeant explained grimly, then waved his hand, gradually losing his patience. Okay, if you don't have a pass, just go back the way you came. We don't have time to waste on you. When did humans become so cowardly? The girl snorted lightly to show her disdain. You. Hearing her contemptuous tone, the sergeant felt a little uncomfortable. Since the reconstruction of the Magic Kingdom of Taliana, the imperial capital's management of various areas under its jurisdiction has been upgraded to several levels. He was ordered to garrison here and lead the town militia to check for suspicious foreigners. He rarely encountered these subhumans with unknown identities and who were superior. Even the noble elves, the adorable civet cats, and even the hot-tempered dwarf warriors who occasionally passed by here, after experiencing the disaster, have generally become amiable and not so arrogant. Seeing this, he ordered his subordinates with some dissatisfaction. Guang, use the instrument to detect her level. Yes, sir. The young soldier beside him put his weapon on the ground with one hand, then took out a lens-like object from his arms, put on his eyes, and stared at the girl. This item is called Gain Lens, and is the latest product created by a genius inventor in the Beta's commercial kingdom, located in the center of the Wayne continent. Its function is to roughly determine the opponent's danger level through the sensing mechanism installed on the instrument. Although it cannot be as accurate as the 99 system commonly used on the mainland, stratification such as a B, C, can still be done. If we take the standard mage profession as an example, the level of a junior magic apprentice is usually around 10 to 20, which corresponds to the level of E. An intermediate magician has magic power of about level 20 to 40, and a level is around D. By analogy, a magician of level 40 to 60 will be judged as C. In the lens, a great magician of level 80 can basically reach B. A sage of level 90 will be displayed as A. When a spiritual pressure exceeds the test range, that is, there's a danger of reaching level 99 or above, a warning will be issued with S. As for passersby who have little spiritual pressure and are below level 10, they will be displayed as N, which means no threat. After this invention was officially launched, the Magic Kingdom of Taliana immediately contacted King Betas and purchased a large amount of this product in order to enhance the country's defense level. Although there's still a lot of room for improvement on the technical level, at this stage, being able to be used to avoid risks before a battle is already an extremely rare and significant advancement for the heads of state of various countries. However, a girl who had not left the mountain for hundreds of years certainly would not understand this common sense. At this moment, she was being stared at by the soldiers with strange instruments. She felt extremely offended, and her pretty face, as delicate as a doll, hidden under the hood, immediately became gloomy. You irritate me. She clenched her left hand, and a purple evil light gathered in her palm. Report to the commander. Her danger level is... The soldier named Guang squinted his eyes and looked at her, with a look of fear gradually appearing on his face. The sergeant next to him also vaguely sensed that something was wrong, because the air around the girl had begun to show signs of distortion and was emitting a strange dark purple light. For a time, the situation was tense. But at this moment, whether it was them or the girl who was about to teach these blind soldiers the lesson, everyone heard a scream coming from a distance at the same time, and the source of the sound seems to be in the sky. Question mark. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Thousands of meters in the sky, a man with human features appeared without warning and fell vertically to the ground at the speed of free fall. In the sky was the scream that came from his mouth. Oh my God, sir, someone seems to be dying over there. What should we do? Seeing the man rushing towards the interior of Banqiao town, another soldier quickly reminded his captain. Let's go back to the town first. The sergeant turned and ran. What about her? Well, forget about her for now. The panic caused by someone dying in the town would be far more serious than this uninvited guest. Let's go. Yes. Before he finished speaking, several people quickly ran towards the center of the town, completely ignoring the girl behind them. The air was quiet for a few breaths, until the footsteps disappeared. Lisa took off her hood and turned her pale face to the end of her sight. She touched her dragon horn and pursed her lips and muttered, "Humans are really strange." Chapter 8, Eyes of God. Bang! Oh! Accompanied by a loud bang, smoke and dust billowed, and screams were heard in the small town of Banqiao. Oh my God! What happened? Did a meteor fall? I don't know. The sound seems to come from the square. Let's go check it out. At this moment, amidst the watching of many frightened people, a young man wearing silver gray light armor slowly stretched out his arm from the huge pit. He first tried to move, and then found that he was not missing any limbs, and even the functions of his hands and feet were completely normal. So he crawled out of the pit little by little, as if nothing had happened. Cough, cough, cough. Countless shocked eyes focused on him. He squinted his eyes and coughed a few times, then patted the dust attached to the exquisite thin armor and looked around at the surrounding scene. In front of me is a small but exquisite town. At a glance, there are about 100 households living here. He was in the very center of the village square. You can see that there is a commercial road here, leading straight to the top of the mountain in the distance. There are countless small stalls and vendors on both sides of the street, full of the atmosphere of fireworks. The clothes of the villagers around are also varied. Some wear cloaks and hold magic wands. Some carry cloth bags and veils. Some wear heavy armor and lead yellow cattle. And some have muscular bodies and bare upper bodies. It's a feast for the eyes at first glance. However, after discovering that most of the people here were ordinary humans, the boy finally breathed a sigh of relief. He murmured in fear, "Luckily, I didn't land on my head. I never thought the armor she prepared for me would have such magical power." The young man was in Shao. Due to some accidents when leaving Li Palace, he lost the effect of the slow fall technique midway and directly performed a wrong act of high-altitude bungee jumping. At first, he did what Oliver said obediently, stuck the slow fall scroll on his body, then pushed open the door of the palace and walked down from the sky step by step, as if he was walking upstairs very safely. But the novelty wore off after a few hours. After all, it was tens of thousands of meters high, and if he wanted to walk all the way, it would take at least a whole day. So, in order to land faster, he came up with a very dangerous idea midway. That is, take off the scroll first, then advance a certain distance in the form of free fall, and finally put it back on when you are about to land. This can minimize the time spent in the falling process. The idea is good, and at first glance, there's nothing unreasonable about it. But the problem was that the moment he pulled off the scroll, he felt as if time had stopped for half a second. Then, the strong wind brought by the rapid fall rushed over and blew the scroll in his hand away directly. The rest is relatively simple. If it weren't for the heroic armor given to him by Oliver, which has a super strong automatic protection function, he would probably have turned into a pool of meat paste by now. Alas, this is a big lesson. I guess I need to be more cautious next time. He thought to himself. In a trance, dozens of curious people in the center of the square surrounded him closer, and discussions continued to be heard from the crowd. Wow, this person fell from such a high altitude and was unharmed. Could he be an A-level expert? A-level? That kind of existence can almost fly, right? How could it be possible to come to our town? Besides, it doesn't matter whether he is strong or not. The main thing is that this guy is so handsome. I can't help but think. Hey, Nanami, wipe your saliva. Look carefully, that's the attire of a knight. We can't afford it, but he doesn't have a knight's badge on him. Well, what do you know? Knights of some countries don't need to wear badges. Look at that armor, look at that sword. It's impossible to buy it without tens of thousands of gold dragon coins. Let's not even think about it. Well, that's a pity. Facing the crowd's gaze, and Shao smiled awkwardly but politely, then looked back at the horizon. The magnificent ancient castle fantasy city at the end of the sight has long disappeared. At this moment, with my feet on solid ground, everything that has happened in the past few days seems like an illusion. Li Palace. Is it really a transparent castle floating in the sky? Recalling Olivier's beautiful face and looking at the strange world before him, and Zhao's eyes fixed, and a sense of determination arose in his heart. Next, we need to put in all our energy to face it. He whispered in his mind. Not long after, 3 men dressed as soldiers came running quickly from the direction of the city gate. "Little brother, are you okay? Are you injured? Do you need help?" The leading sergeant pushed through the crowd and came to him, asking seriously. "Well, I'm fine. I just disturbed everyone. I'm really sorry." And Shao scratched his head embarrassedly. In the eyes of these ordinary people, it was really scary that a person suddenly fell from the sky and stood up unharmed like a zombie. However, the villagers on the Wayne continent are well informed, and they are adjacent to the royal capital of Taliana, where magic is most advanced, so they will not worry too much about it. Moreover, the officer saw that he was so polite, which was in stark contrast to the unknown girl just now. Naturally, most of his suspicion was gone, and he said politely, "That's all right. Little brother, I see that the armor you are wearing is truly extraordinary. May I ask which country you are from? Do you have a pass to our magic kingdom of Taliana? A pass. When Xiao heard this, he immediately touched the Xie ring on his hand, but the ring did not respond. It seems that there is no more. He spoke truthfully. I came from far away and am not familiar with everything here, so I don't know how to apply for these documents. Oh, and I don't belong to any country yet. Huh? A stateless person? The sergeant was shocked when he heard this. Then what are you doing? You could treat me as a stranger for now. And Xiao said calmly. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, the sergeant became a little confused. He wondered why there were so many strange guys passing through the town today. He waved his hand, with a hint of caution between his eyebrows, and said, "Okay, little brother. In any case, you can't go out without a certificate. In this way, we will go through the process and test you. If there is no problem, we will immediately arrange for someone to take you to handle it." "Okay, thank you very much." And Xiao nodded to express his gratitude. Although I don't know what detection actually means, it's much more efficient to have someone lead the way than to grope around like a headless fly. Soon, the sergeant dismissed most of the spectators nearby, and then asked the soldier to take out the gain lens and observe Xiao carefully. "Little brother, please stand still. We will use instruments to assess your danger level. We need your cooperation." "Okay." And Xiao nodded and thought to himself, "It seems that this may also be some kind of detection and identification tool, but I don't know if it will be as useful as my divine eye. By the way, there's so many people here. How about I just pick a random target and give it a try?" He made a decision in his mind, and while being scanned by the instrument, he also followed the basic operations recorded on the scroll of the Eye of God and used his mental power, which had not yet been fully developed, to scan the crowd in front of him. Eye of God open. Wood, human male, identity, Sergeant Major 1, level 23, occupation, battle master, talent, spear specialization. Danger level D. Aguang, human male, identity, Banqiao town soldier, level 16, occupation, spearman, talent, vision +1. Danger level, E+. Gray, human male, identity, temporary militia, level 12, occupation, archer, talent, 9 out of 100 hits. Danger level, E-. Wow. And Xiao was greatly enlightened. Although many functions have not been opened yet, this skill already makes him feel extremely amazing. Such a novel feeling made him feel unsatisfied, and he glanced at a few people farther away in the crowd, wanting to see and collect more types of information. Nanami, human female, level 8, identity, tailor shop owner, occupation, villager, talent, needlework proficiency. Danger level, N. Yokoe, shapeshifter, female, level 49, identity, receptionist of the Belanger Association, occupation, assassin, talents, affinity +100, mimic body, exclusive, copy A, stealth B, speed C, dodge C, danger level, B+. Tip: the evaluation function has not been unlocked yet, but please stay away. Once again, please stay away. What happened? Is there something wrong with the Eye of God? And Xiao looked in horror at a pretty young lady who was smiling in a shop on the other side of the street, and frowned slightly. She was a reserved woman in a light green uniform dress, with regular features and a pretty face. She had shoulder-length flaxen hair, light pink lipstick, delicate makeup, and blush like a peach. Feeling in Zhao's gaze, she looked over with some surprise. After discovering that he was such a nice, handsome boy, she gave him a gentle smile in return. A certain comfortable feeling of being the big sister next door came over in Xiao quietly, causing her heart to beat faster. Such a beautiful sister shouldn't be a demon. Could it be that my current identification skills are not proficient enough? After all, he had just learned this skill not long ago, and his initial proficiency needed to be improved, so Xiao was thinking about it. At this moment, the soldier A. Guang's voice suddenly came, breaking his wild thoughts. "Captain, this little brother's danger level is no threat at all." Sergeant Wood was slightly stunned, and his eyes looked again at Zhao's exquisite armor and sword, and he was very surprised. Logically speaking, a noble knight dressed like him should be at least C level, and even if he is as powerful as B level, it would be normal. But why did the gain lens come up with such a result? Is he a rookie? Wood was a little confused, but seeing that Xiao did not refute and was just looking at a beautiful figure not far away, he laughed dryly and said with emotion, "Okay, It seems like everyone has their own secrets. As his eyes rolled, perhaps he had already regarded Xiao in his heart as a noble playboy with nothing but wealth and huge treasures. Regardless of your personality, you still have to go through the process. Since the test shows no threat, you can of course go ahead and get the certificate. Then he gestured to Xiao. Little brother, go over there first. In your case, Miss Mira from the Belongers Association will help you solve it well. He pointed at the woman Xiao was staring at and gave an expression that said, I can only help you this far. And Xiao nodded subconsciously, and then seemed to realize that something was wrong, and suddenly came back to his senses from his trance. Wait, Miss Mira. Chapter 9. Meeting her for the first time. Welcome to the Belongers Association. I'm a receptionist, Mira, and I'm happy to serve you. A pleasant voice came from nearby, and Xiao looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, feeling very confused. According to the results of the God's Eye, the pleasing big sister at the bar was named Yokoei and was preliminarily determined to be a shapeshifter of the demon clan. And Xiao was unwilling to believe such an outrageous identity. After all, her temperament is so comfortable, her facial expressions are perfect, and both her eyes and behavior can be said to be quite decent. How could she be a demon? On this continent, although the demons are not as terrifying as the disaster beasts, most of them are also bloodthirsty and like killing. Some demons feed on other creatures and even devour their companions. No matter how you look at them, they don't seem to be good people. Yet, Sergeant would actually address her as Miss Mira with certainty. Judging from the reactions of the two soldiers beside him, it didn't seem like he had said anything wrong. That's strange, because even if it is not accurate, the eye of God will not deviate to the point of misrecognizing the name. Could it be that something happened to the real Miss Mira? With some guesses in mind, and Xiao gradually became alert. At this moment, he was standing in a store similar to the Adventurers Guild, preparing to apply for a pass to the Magic Kingdom of Taliana. The decoration here is very familiar to him. Several sets of square tables and wooden chairs were neatly placed inside the main door, similar to the style of a tavern, relatively simple. In the most conspicuous position in the center, there is a huge wooden board covered with densely packed parchment. It is not difficult to see that the tasks marked on the paper are all tasks that have been published or are waiting to be received. Adventure teams gathered here in groups of 3 or 4. They were of different races and were in a hurry. In addition to those who gathered in front of the wooden board to study the mission, there were also some adventurers who had just finished their journey and were sitting at the wine table to share information with their teammates. Of course, there were also a few lone wolves like in Xiao who had no other teammates around them. The authentic adventurous atmosphere greatly awakened certain genes engraved in his bones. And Xiao withdrew his gaze and walked to the front desk. Little brother, do you need any help? Seeing that he was silent for a long time, Miss Mira smiled and joked. If you're simply attracted by my beauty, you can invite me privately after work hours. I'm here to get a pass. And Xiao coughed lightly and looked away from her face somewhat embarrassedly. Wow, you're a newcomer? I was wondering why I've never seen such a handsome human before. Mira smiled sweetly, turned around, took out a registration paper from behind, and handed it to Xiao. Well, just complete the information above, and leave the rest to my sister. Good. And Xiao took the form awkwardly and glanced at it. He only needed to fill in a row of basic identity information on the form. Name, gender, and age were easy enough, but nationality and occupation stumped him. According to what Chief Sergeant would said before, adventurers who have not yet joined any camp can be marked as stateless, but their occupation must be filled in. For example, an unarmed farmer cannot say that he is a city defense soldier, and a man dressed in knight's attire certainly cannot say that he is an ordinary villager. If he lies on these points, the consequences will be serious. As if she could see his distress, the receptionist asked, "What's the matter? Is there anything unclear?" Well, actually, I can't really determine what my profession is. And Xiao told the truth. As a time traveler who started from scratch, he had not had time to learn this kind of common sense, and Oliver did not have the extra time to discuss this matter with him in detail. Obviously, she wouldn't say a word about the part that required him to figure it out on his own. After all, if you don't even have the ability to obtain intelligence, there's no point in thinking about other more ambitious goals. I see. Upon hearing this, the receptionist did not show any contempt or sarcasm. Instead, she nodded seriously, then took out a poster from behind her and unfolded it on the table. Brother, you could take a look at this first. She pointed to the various little people drawn on the poster and patiently explained to him. This includes the most common professions in the magic kingdom of Taliana, such as swordsmen, magicians, heroes, etc. Of course, if you still have no idea after reading this, you can also think about your future development intentions and fill it in accordingly. Oh, so if I want to become something, I can register for that career, right? And Xiao suddenly realized. That's right, you have a good understanding ability. She praised generously. The doubts in his heart were quickly resolved. Such a comfortable experience made Xiao feel troubled again. Is she really a demon? Just as he was stunned, a discordant voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, the guy in front, can you please stop dawdling? If you don't understand something, go to the side and study it first. Don't waste other people's time. Hearing the sound, Xiao quickly turned around to look. I saw a girl queuing behind me, and she was expressing her dissatisfaction. The girl was wearing a black robe and had 2 horns on her head. Her face was hidden in the shadow under the hood. Behind her were cute wings and a long, fleshy tail. He had never seen such an image before and was about to take a few more glances, but suddenly realized that it was impolite, so he retracted his gaze and dodged to the side. Ah, sorry, you go first, he responded. Oh, seeing that he really just stood aside like that, the girl was a little surprised. In her concept, humans are inferior creatures with twisted desires in their eyes, and few of them are well-educated and polite. She didn't expect that the boy in front of her who she liked was so easy to talk to. Could it be that you are frightened by my noble body? Lisa stole a glance at him, speculating secretly in her heart. Before she could think about it, the receptionist at the counter diverted her attention in time. Okay, may I ask what this lady would like to handle? Same as him. Lisa snorted and proudly squeezed next to Xiao. Xiao could vaguely feel his left elbow gently brushing against the girl's smooth skin. His expression froze, and he silently moved his body to the right again. Are all girls in the other world so open-minded? With such doubts in his mind, he couldn't help but glance at the extremely eye-catching fleshy wings and the soft and long tail that looked like someone wanted to pinch it. I really want to use the eye of God to take a peek, he muttered quietly, but reason told him that it was inappropriate to do so. At such a close distance, it is certain that you will be discovered at the first moment. What's more, using identification spells on the opposite sex is most likely impolite. Xiao resisted the urge and said nothing. He just focused his eyes on the poster in front of him, completely immersed in the choice of career. As time passes, new information is gradually recorded by the brain. According to the chart, there are about hundreds of professions on the Wayne continent, but they can be roughly divided into 3 categories: melee, ranged, and special. As the name suggests, the melee class includes conventional professions such as warrior, swordsman, boxer, and knight. Hunter, mage gunner, wizard, priest, and so on belong to the range type. As for the special types, they usually refer to rare professions, such as the paladin, who can only be granted the title by the religious order, the guards, who can only be appointed by the royal family, the ninja, who can only be trained by mysterious organizations, or the group from a distant country, the summoner. Looking at the career tree, Xiao also found that based on these foundations, all professions have their own exclusive transfer branches, such as berserker, greatsword master, bounty hunter, iron knight, sage, etc. What they have in common is that they all rely on some kind of source energy to provide energy for their respective moves, among which magic power, physical strength, and energy account for the vast majority. The lesser-known skills such as anger, concentration, and soul power are almost all included in the special professions. As for the third-level professions that are higher up, there is no mention of them in the poster at all. For some reason, Xiao vaguely felt that the career chart in front of him was definitely a drop in the ocean on the Wayne continent. After all, it was just humans' exploration of career branches, and there was no mention of career branches such as elves, demi-humans, and demons at all. He didn't believe that there weren't powerful beings like druid, high priest, ranger, and necromancer in this world. After all, he was the one who designed this worldview. As time passed, Xiao became more and more surprised. At the same time, he had new concepts about some of the terms in the made illustrated book. It seems that what Oliver needs are almost all extremely rare and top-quality items. Where can I find them? He sighed helplessly. Looking around, the adventurers in the tavern are generally the most ordinary warriors, thieves, mercenaries, and so on, and there are even apprentice magicians and apprentice swordsmen of inferior ranks. Aside from Miss Mira, there isn't even one person above level 30. As for the paladin, cat demon, nine-tailed fox, and the like, forget it. It is unlikely that they will appear in such a backward village. It is worth mentioning that in order to avoid being discovered, and Xiao did not identify the girl next to him. At this moment, she was holding a feather pen, writing something on the registration form. For some reason, she seemed to have a distinct hostility towards the receptionist. Soon, the girl stopped and handed the spirit paper back. Miss Mira took the paper with a smile on her face and scanned her handwriting with her eyes. Then, she stopped at the raised column and narrowed her eyes slightly. "You are a dragon man?" She looked surprised and looked at the girl again with a little surprise. "Why? Doesn't it look like it?" The girl took off her hood and raised her little face, revealing an extremely delicate and lovely face. The delicate face, the milky white and rosy skin, the orange-red shoulder-length hair, the newly sprouted horns, almost instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the venue. "Oh my God, she is the dragon girl? This is definitely the dragon girl, right?" A half-drunk adventurer almost shouted. It seems to be true. It has been so many years since the dragon people appeared on the continent. But if she shows off like this, will she be targeted by those guys? Well, why do you care so much? Look at her fearless look. There must be some powerful force behind her. That makes sense. But to be honest, the dragon girl's true form is so adorable. Indeed. As expected, the girl's actions made her the focus of everyone's attention. Of course, Miss Mira and Xiao were no exception. The former's eye twitched. Then he pretended to be calm and continued to process her passage. The latter opened his eyes wide, finding it hard to believe what he saw. "Hey, you guy, why are you still staring at me?" Noticing his unblinking gaze, Lisa was pleased, but on the surface, she pretended to be dissatisfied with his expression. "Look at me again, and I'll beat you up, okay? I'm so sorry. This is my first time meeting a real dragon, so..." And Xiao was horrified. He never expected that the dragon girl, one of the extremely rare species recorded in the Maid Illustrated book, would appear before his eyes. He just didn't know if she met the extremely demanding requirements of the only designated source of energy. After all, the probability of running into an SSR when going out is extremely high. I only heard the girl emphasize. "Of course, it's understandable that you are amazed by my noble figure, but I have to correct you. I am a dragon man, not a dragon. The dragon race has ceased to exist thousands of years ago. Do you understand?" And Xiao was stunned when he heard this. He shook his head blankly at first, then nodded thoughtfully. "I was thinking, could it be that on the Wayne continent, dragon men and dragons are not the same species? And the real dragons have already been destroyed?" Taking another look at the girl, he could indeed see that apart from having wings, a tail, and horns, she had no other features compared to normal humans. So, she is similar to the demi-humans? Seeing the depressed look on the girl's face, and Xiao guessed that there might be some huge connection between the two races. The mysterious identity and lovely figure finally succeeded in arousing his curiosity again and made him want to use the eye of God to explore it. "No, I can't bear it anymore." And Xiao muttered in his heart, I'll just take a look. Really, just one look." He raised his head and met her gaze. But at this moment, the girl opposite seemed to have a telepathic connection, blinking her beautiful eyes and asking, "What? Haven't you figured out what career you should choose? Well, then I will be merciful and use our dragon clan's most advanced identification technique to help you see what you are suitable for." Before he could react, a fluorescent light flashed in the girl's deep blue pupils. "Hey, wait." The next breath. And Xiao. Identity. Palace Master of the Palace. Level 1. Occupation. God. Strength. 3. Agility. 6. Durability. 8. Luck. 99. Magic. 831. Talents. Unity of nature and man. Exclusive. Multiplication of growth is. Affinity of all attributes. Amplification of comprehension. Attraction of the opposite sex. SSS. Identification. S. Creation. S. Mastery of forbidden techniques. SS. Regeneration. A. Chaos. SSS. Lisa. Chapter 10. Riza grasps the future. What a ghost. What a ghost. The girl's eyes widened like bells as she repeatedly confirmed the information obtained from the identification. At this moment, she suppressed the raging waves in her heart, and in front of the surprised and amused gazes of the people around her, she grabbed in Zhao's wrist and forcibly pulled him out of the store. Hey, what are you doing? I still need to apply for a pass. Let me go." Faced with her inexplicable behavior, and Xiao wanted to break free in confusion. But how could he, with only level 1 cultivation, withstand the force of the unfathomable dragon girl? Seeing himself being dragged into a deep alley where no one else was, and looking at the darkening environment and her increasingly solemn expression, he knew something was wrong. No way. Could it be that she really saw through my talent? But those soldiers used instruments and found nothing unusual. He gradually felt uneasy. Tell me, who are you? The girl released his wrist and stepped closer. He retreated step by step until his back was pressed against the wall and he had nowhere to go. At this point, he knew that she would not give up until she heard the answer. He had no choice but to avoid her gaze and replied stiffly, I'm just an ordinary human. Why would Miss Dragon Girl be interested in someone like me? Oh, ordinary human? You really are such a joker. The girl's pure, proud, smooth, and delicate face was almost touching his face. I only heard her ask condescendingly, You're not from this world, are you? Hearing this, and Xiao was shocked. He shook his head repeatedly to deny it. No, don't talk nonsense. I don't know what you were talking about. I have something else to do. I'll leave now. He tried to avoid the topic and wanted to leave. However, the girl raised her little hand and slapped the wall beside his ear, hugging him tightly to her chest. You still want to play dumb? Do you know how miserable your fate will be if someone with ulterior motives sees these attributes of yours? Aren't you a caring person? Smelling the virgin body fragrance emanating from her, and Xiao muttered softly, Don't be so playful with me. I tell you, you are lucky to be discovered by me. After all, I have no interest in human body research and anatomy. He felt a little nervous. Before coming out, he had no idea that his talent might be too extraordinary. Because with the current effectiveness of the Eye of God, he is not yet able to perform self-examination, that is, to assess himself in order to monitor his personal growth in real time. So based on the girl's reaction, he was almost certain that his identity had been completely exposed. But he didn't know which part was exposed. Even if you say so, I don't know exactly what the attributes you're talking about are. He looked embarrassed. Huh? The girl was puzzled. None of your people care about you? As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Lisa suddenly realized that this boy might not have any tribe members. After all, he was a god. So after thinking about it, he decided to let him go and took out a blank piece of spiritual paper and a magic pen from his cloak. Under his puzzled gaze, the girl pressed the paper against the wall and, relying on her memory, wrote down the information she had just detected from his body, stroke by stroke. The tea time passed in a flash. Well, feel for yourself how outrageous this is. She threw the spirit paper into Zhao's hand. The handwriting on the paper is graceful and round, and looks very beautiful at first glance. And Xiao read this passage attentively. He felt somewhat surprised, and his brows gradually furrowed. God, Palace Master, unity of heaven and man, growth is multiplied. Creation, regeneration, chaos. In his opinion, LV1 should be the lowest level, no different from a villager. And strength 3, agility 6, etc. are not surprising. The only things that look unusual, apart from his identity and occupation, are the unknown entries in his talents, and his relatively high luck and magic values. Excuse me, Miss Dragon Girl, are my talents and attributes unusual in the Wayne continent? After reading to the end, he raised his head and asked seriously. Huh? Hearing this, Lisa almost laughed out of anger, but seeing that he didn't look like he was joking at all, she still put on a serious face and explained for him. And Xiao, first of all, I want to make it clear to you that there is no such profession as God on the Wayne continent. No. And Xiao nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. Then, she raised a white index finger, her chest rising and falling slightly as she spoke. Secondly, as a beginner at level 1, most of the human race's occupations are civilians. Civilians. They have almost no talent, and even if they do, they start at E or F and should grow slowly with the increase of experience. But you are all the highest A level and the perverted S level, and SS, SSS, and so on. I have never seen them before. I see. More than that, can you explain to me what harmony between man and nature, enlightenment enhancement, and affinity for all elements are? Also, what does opposites attract SSS? Why did my heart beat faster when I first saw you? Is it because of your bad talent that you're playing tricks on me? I haven't done anything good for you. And Xiao was shocked and waved his hands to deny it. Perhaps there is something wrong with your identification skills. Miss Long knew. Huh? Deviation? I get angry when you mention that. The girl interrupted him and snorted. The talent passed down from our dragon race ancestors, Dragon Eyes, is an A-level pupil technique that is hard to find in the world. But why is your appraisal level actually S-level? Do you have some hidden ability? I don't even know. And wow, what is creation? What is chaos? And regeneration and the like. This princess has been practicing hard for so many years, and I have never heard of these talents. When she mentioned these terms, she inadvertently revealed an extremely passionate look. And Xiao could clearly see that her cheeks were flushed due to excessive excitement, and the pair of orange-red wings behind her flapped involuntarily. And at the same time, her breathing became rapid. Forbidden technique? Hiss, forbidden technique. Ms. Long, please calm down. Listening to her strange mumbling, he vaguely caught something that she longed for deep in her heart. Ahem. Realizing her own gaffe, the girl took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the impulse in her body, and put on a stern face again. Then she looked at him with a fixed expression and asked word by word. So, you don't want your identity to be revealed, right? Faced with the sudden threat, and Xiao was at a loss. What do you want? What? Heh. The girl licked her plump lips, stretched out her little hand, and said droolingly, Teach me. And Xiao suspected that he had heard it wrong. I say, teach me the technique. She wrinkled her face and emphasized each word clearly. Your super rare spells. Teach me all of them. A moment's silence. It was not until she was already jumping up and down with anticipation that he spoke again to confirm. Ms. Long knew. Did you misunderstand something? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? And Xiao just found it a little funny. Look at me, I am so weak. Do I look like someone who knows those top-level spells? I'm just a level 1 rookie. Hey, what's wrong with you, newbie? I think you really don't know anything. Yes, I really don't understand. He spread his hands and admitted it straightforwardly. The girl was helpless, but she had no other choice, so she patiently explained a few more words. Okay, you have to know that all those skills are not innate, talent is. Your talent is amazing. In addition to actively learning, you'll most likely comprehend many spells by yourself during the upgrade process. You are obviously a genius among geniuses. So, I caught you in advance, which is equivalent to catching the future. As long as you can continue to learn and upgrade, you will definitely master the super rare spells I need. Do you understand now? She raised her little face, puffed out her pink cheeks, and the soft, plump tail under her skirt swayed gently, as if she couldn't wait to take him for herself. I think I understand. But can I refuse? And Xiao asked tentatively. Even if what she said was true, he still had a mission to complete. It was really inappropriate to be caught as soon as he left the house. Judging from the appearance of this girl, she doesn't seem to be a very evil person. If we can communicate well with her, maybe she can get away. Of course not. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being rude. How do you mean rude? I'll eat you up. The girl made a vicious face at him, but her cute look almost made him laugh. Really? Do dragon people eat humans? Of course. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm actually very fierce. The girl's eyes flickered, tried to appear intimidating, but her innocent appearance made it hard to be convincing no matter how she threatened or intimidated. Seeing his strange expression, she pouted and looked a little unhappy. Damn it, this guy is so stupid and hard to deal with. How about I try another tactic? She thought about it and felt that continuing to scare him was not a solution. If she really hurt him, wouldn't the only way for her to learn top-level magic be destroyed by her? Besides, he is a god. Even if he is not a god now, he may become that kind of existence in the future. Therefore, if we can hold on to this strong thigh in the first place, then wouldn't it be just a matter of time before we can revive the dragon race and resolve the cursed magic that is most troubling in our hearts? Well, if the hard way doesn't work, let's try the soft way. Suddenly, she put on a smiling face and coaxed in a childish voice. Oh, okay, don't be so cold. As long as you can teach me magic, I promise to give you enough benefits. Is that okay? Enough benefits? And Zhao's heart moved. Yes, the girl puffed up her chest and pointed to the small cloth bag next to her skirt, temptingly. We the dragon people also have many treasures. Hey, where are you looking? After a moment, and Xiao, who was pressed to the ground due to his impolite gaze, looked helplessly at the girl sitting astride him and explained seriously. Ms. Long, that was just a subconscious action. It was not my intention. Subconsciously? Humph. Grandpa once said that the brains of human men are full of yellow garbage. and it turned out to be true. It seems that even gods are no exception. I can't refute this for now, but, and Xiao pointed to his waist and asked in a low voice, "Can you get off me first? If someone sees this." She looked down at the seat where she was sitting in confusion, and then, as if she finally figured something out, the expression on her face gradually changed from confusion to a rapidly rising pink. The delicate and flexible body bounced off him, looking at her soft and tender appearance, and Xiao couldn't explain the feeling in his heart. I always feel that although this Miss Dragon is threatening me, she seems to be a complete naive person. Not only does she show her demands on her face, but she also cannot do the extreme things that only real villains would do. Perhaps traveling with her is not the worst choice. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to first clarify the reality. Well, to express my apologies, I can talk about magic as mentioned earlier. But the problem is that I don't have any way to learn it right now, and I know nothing about this world. He smoothly changed the awkward topic. Oh, when the girl heard this, she felt there was hope. He immediately pulled him up and gave him some advice. "That's easy to solve. Why don't you come with me to Freya Academy to study magic? All the basic knowledge you need is there. I see that you are young and have such extraordinary talent, so you can go with me. The dean will definitely take you in." Freya Academy. That's right. She took out a card that looked like an invitation from her skirt without hesitation and gestured to him. "Well, my destination is the magical city on the distant mountain, the royal capital of Taliana. If you come with me, I can protect you on the way. How about it? Doesn't it sound great?" After hearing this, and Xiao dusted off the dust on his body and looked in the direction of her finger. At the end of the site far away from Banxiao town, there's an extremely prosperous city perched on the highest peak of the endless mountains. If you squint and look carefully, you can roughly see that most of the buildings there are domes, and many spires are towering into the clouds, giving it the feel of a magical city. Especially outside the city, a visible air wall surrounds the edge area at all times like the atmosphere. And Xiao could guess that this should be a high-level defense similar to a barrier. In any case, it was still quite shocking to see this kind of scenery in a different world. "Hey, isn't it pretty? I heard there are a lot of pretty students there." The girl seemed to have figured out his preferences and continued to tempt him. Freya Academy does not discriminate by race or prejudice. As long as you have talent and ability, you can apply to study there. That's why the dean invited me to study there as a special student. I think with your qualifications, you can definitely do it. Well, that being said, if you want to study at the academy, you'll need tuition. And Xiao shook his head. "I didn't bring any money for this trip." Question mark. The girl was shocked. Her bright eyes blinked, and she first re-examined his silver gray armor, then glanced at the obviously expensive Shi diamond ring on his hand, and finally suddenly became alert. "Hey, you're not trying to blackmail me, are you?" And Xiao held his forehead helplessly. "No, I'm telling the truth." Indeed, in the package that Oliver prepared for him, there were only equipment, illustrated books, and scrolls. Not to mention the common currency on this continent. He didn't even bring him any food. This gave Xiao a headache. Speaking of food, he hasn't had a proper meal since he woke up in Li Palace. According to Olivier, gods do not need to eat. But even if I won't starve to death, satisfying your appetite is also a top priority in improving your sense of happiness, just like satisfying your sexual desire, which is the top priority. It is extremely important. How can you just not eat? So this time when he came out, he had already planned to enjoy the delicacies from the other world. Otherwise, due to the long-term lack of nutrition in his body, it would be difficult for him to think seriously about other things. Thinking of this, his stomach couldn't help but growl a few times. Well, it seems you didn't lie to me. Seeing his miserable appearance, the girl couldn't help but purse her lips and felt a little worried. The students in Freya Academy are all nobles with distinguished status. Normally, the tuition is extremely expensive. My tuition was waived by the dean because of the special recruitment, but you'll need to pay a lot of gold dragon coins. Unfortunately, I don't have any money. She half-knelt on the ground, her tiny wings drooping, mumbling to herself and thinking, right? So, I'd better think of other ways. The academy is too far away from me. And Xiao continued to explain the situation, but the girl did not give up. "No, since you don't have money, I'll help you make money." "Oh, right. Don't you want to apply for a pass? That's a good opportunity to take on some missions along the way. As for the missions that you can't do, can't finish, or will kill you, let this princess solve them for you personally." "Huh?" and Xiao was shocked. But the girl thought about it and felt it made more sense. She even patted her soft chest generously and reaffirmed. Fortunately, there is still about a month before school starts. During this time, I will be merciful and make money for you. However, in exchange, when you comprehend super rare magic, you must share it with me, okay? Hearing this outrageous deal, and Xiao rubbed his temples and thought, isn't this just giving it away for free? As a noble dragon girl, you're working for me for free and making money? For the illusory magic? Looking at her serious expression, it doesn't seem like she's joking at all. So, there's such a good thing in Wayne Continent. And Xiao repeatedly looked at the girl's beautiful and flawless face and thought to himself, I seem to like this place more and more. A cute guide, a powerful bodyguard, free labor, a silly tool man. Yeah, sure. Now that things have come to this, it will be difficult for him to refuse. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is a huge profit for him. So, under the girl's eager expectation, he finally nodded reluctantly. Well, Miss Dragon Girl, then I welcome you to join my team. Please take good care of me in the future. Okay. The girl was very satisfied when she heard this and said with a smile on her face. Also, I have verified your identity, so please don't call me Miss Dragon Girl. I do have a name. She stretched out her little hand, apparently wanting to perform the simplest human ritual of making friends with him. A handshake. Okowo. Of course, and Xiao cooperated. Feeling the softness of his palm, he asked, So what is Miss Dragon's name? My name is Lisa. She responded seriously. Lisa Nidhogg. Chapter 11. The Establishment of the Twilight Maid Group. Sometimes, it only takes one opportunity to transform a one-way desire into a two-way rush. And Xiao thought that his memory was pretty good. So when the name Lisa flashed through his mind, his heart beat violently. At the same time, he no longer restrained himself and used the divine eye directly on the girl. Lisa Nidhogg. Race, dragon. Identity, daughter of the Black Dragon King. Level, 36. Occupation, Dragon Spirit Master. Talents, Black Dragon Curse SSS, Exclusive. All Element Resistance A, Distortion B, Bad Luck D, Pulse C, Pollution E, Flight F, Danger Level C. I can't remember what she said afterwards. At this moment, he was being pulled by her and appeared in the hall of the Belongers Association again. Hey, you guys are back. I thought Miss Lisa suddenly fell in love with this brother at first sight and took him out to get engaged. The receptionist took out 2 exquisite cards and handed them to the girl with a smile, jokingly saying, No, no, no. Don't make random guesses. I just went to a deserted place with him to discuss a business deal. The girl tried to explain. Oh, a place where no one is around? Talking about business. Mira seemed to be thinking about something. No, not that. The girl gradually became incoherent, but the onlookers around her had their own ideas. TSK. Just now I saw the expression on Miss Dragon Girl's face. She wanted to swallow this little brother in one gulp. Now the two of them are so close. They must have done something good. AI. That's right, brother, your analysis makes sense. If you ask me, the dragon people have been extremely picky about their partners and spouses since ancient times. Once they meet someone they like, they will definitely try to conduct a mating test first. And if they feel that they are a good match on this basis, then no matter what means they use, they will definitely take the person down. Hey, I'm not talking nonsense. This is all recorded in the ancient scrolls. Wow, Charles, I didn't expect a big guy like you to know so much. Of course. Okay, let's keep our voices down and keep a low profile. Listening to these gossips, Lisa's face turned red to her ears. She clenched her fists tightly, and the veins on her forehead bulged slightly. She wished she could cast a powerful curse immediately to turn this place into ruins. Beside her, and Xiao had not yet fully recovered from the shock and did not pay attention to these remarks. Logically speaking, the world is so big, and the goal given by Oliver is extremely demanding. He never thought that he would encounter an extremely rare SSR, throwing himself into his arms as soon as he went out. Is this God's will? He once again stole a glance at the girl. The cute little horns, the tiny wings, the fleshy tail, and the proud face with a dissatisfied expression. It was really stimulating to the extreme. Is this the first source princess I'm looking for? With a strange mentality, a certain close sense of intersection made him look at her carefully again with different eyes. It can be felt that whether in appearance or figure, status or talent, she is absolutely first class. However, the dragon people are unruly and it is almost impossible to tame them. However, through contact, he found that Lisa was more like a human girl. After all, for some reason, she always gave people the impression that she was extremely gullible. Oh, right? Everyone calls her Dragon Man, and she herself emphasizes that she is a member of the Dragon Man tribe. But why is it clearly marked as Dragon Clan in the Eye of God? Is there some kind of discrepancy between the two? In fact, he had noticed this long before, but given their current relationship, it was difficult to ask about her background, so he never mentioned it. Forget it. I'll find a chance to ask her later. He nodded secretly and made up his mind. In summary, Olivier's mission should be to bring back at least one source princess before the next opening of the Palace of Beauty. Therefore, after confirming that Lisa was one of the targets, he unconsciously started planning. First of all, kidnapping is definitely not advisable. Firstly, his own level is not as high as hers, and violent means will inevitably lead to bad results. Secondly, he never advocates such evil deeds unless the offer is too much or there is no other way. Now it seems that there are other ways to conquer her. The girl's desire for ultra-rare magic is obvious, and she's even willing to work for free to get it. You know, she is the princess of the Dragon Clan, an existence second only to the first dragon and above all the dragons. Being able to do this is enough to show the importance of becoming stronger to her. Although I don't know why she is in a hurry to learn advanced magic, if I use this as a bargaining chip and tactfully invite her to come to the Lee Palace to provide source energy, will it work? And Xiao wasn't sure whether this transaction model was reasonable or not, so he needed to find time to ask Olivier. Of course, before that, upgrading levels is the top priority, otherwise everything is just empty talk. Hey, here's this. The girl's voice came from the front, and Xiao came to her senses and found that she had already brought her pass along with her. I filled in Magic Swordsman in the occupation column for you. This is a rare dual cultivation occupation on the Wayne continent, which allows you to use martial arts and magic at the same time. She paused. Well, after all, you seem to fit the profile of this profession, so I took the initiative. Lisa handed the exquisite card to Xiao. Oh, no problem. Thank you very much. And Xiao was worried about how to write it. After all, swordsmen were too monotonous. Knights had no horses, and magicians had no wands. It was quite a headache. The professional disguise of magic swordsman can be said to be quite good. Hey, why are you being so polite to me? The girl just waved her hand generously with a smile on her lips. And Xiao took the nameplate with both hands and looked upwards. The front of the card is quite regular, with all your information printed on it, including your name, gender, age, and occupation. The most eye-catching one is the capital F, made in gold-plated font. This is the adventure level. Every time you complete 5 tasks of the same level, your level will be raised by 1 level. At the same time, higher level tasks will be unlocked for you too to accept. Seeing that he was a little confused, the receptionist interrupted and explained. And Xiao thought for a moment. I see. In other words, to reach rank E, I need to complete at least 5 rank F missions. Yes, of course you can also accept tasks that are 1 level higher than your own. If you successfully complete them, your progress will be directly increased by 2 levels. Is this still possible? Yes, but please note that we do not allow skipping levels. For example, D-level missions are not available to you two right now. Mira said patiently. Okay, I think I understand. And Xiao nodded, then looked at Lisa. So, should we pick it up now? Of course. I'll help you. So what are you afraid of? After all, if you waste too much time, you won't be able to finish the work in time. The girl looked impatient. She grabbed his wrist and led him to the task board. And Xiao tried hard to put aside his messy thoughts. As it was already late, all the quest scrolls that were originally densely packed on the huge bulletin board had been taken away by other adventurers, and now only a few were left. Among them, there are only 3 F-level tasks left. Slime Overgrowth, F, posted by Chief Petty Officer Wood. Mission objective: assist the militia to eliminate 3 water slimes on the riverbank north of the town. Mission description: winter is coming, and it is the monster mating season. A large number of slimes have brought serious troubles to the daily lives of residents. Our militia is busy with many official duties and has no time to deal with it. We now sincerely invite adventurers to go and clear it out. The reward will be 10% higher than the market price. Mission reward: 30 gold dragon coins. Honor badge X1. Oh, this is great. I think we can do it. Lisa pursed her lips and nodded repeatedly. Indeed, slime sounds pretty easy to deal with. And Xiao also thought it was feasible, so he took it as an alternative and continued to look down. Looking for the lost cat, F, posted by Miss Nanami. Mission objective, find a house cat Xiaohua. Mission description, my cat slipped out when the store opened and didn't come back until the afternoon. Xiaohua has always been well-behaved and obedient and never stays out all night. I don't know if she is in danger. I hope the adventurer can find her before night falls. Please. Mission reward, 20 gold dragon coins, 1 piece of high-quality cloth or clothing. Hey, will I get a set of clothes after completing this mission? After reading the reward description, Lisa's eyes lit up immediately, and her interest was obviously piqued. I only heard Miss Mira at the bar, smiling and replying. Yes, Ms. Nanami is the manager of the Banqiao tailor shop. She has a high level of aesthetic attainments. This extra reward was added by her personally, so she will definitely fulfill it. Yes, this is fine. The girl turned and winked at Xiao, indicating that she wanted to take it. Okay, but don't worry, finish the other tasks as well. Well, okay. In line with the principle of not missing any information, and Xiao suppressed her restless heart and continued browsing. Task 3. Someone is screaming in the middle of the night. F, posted by Mr. Newman. Mission objective, find the person who often disturbs people in the middle of the night and teach them a lesson. Mission description, what a ghost. I live in the west of the city. These past few nights, I always hear scary shouts coming from outside the door when I go to sleep. Every time I push open the door and look outside, there is nothing. I hope adventurers can help me investigate the source of the sound. If it is a prank by the neighbor's children, then help me beat them up. I am willing to pay double the price. Mission reward, 40 gold dragon coins, 1 broken glove. Well, this task obviously has to be done in the middle of the night, which is a bit troublesome in comparison. And Xiao pondered, but the reward is really a bit too much. Hey, do you think this could be haunted? Or maybe you should just not answer this call. I'm afraid of ghosts. Lisa stood on tiptoe and whispered softly beside him. The sweet hot air blew into Zhao's cochlea, causing him to shiver unconsciously. At the same time, a hot and itchy feeling grew from the bottom of his heart, making him feel a little dizzy. He immediately took a small step to the side, coughed lightly, and said righteously, No, how could there be a ghost in broad daylight? Besides, there are so many people in the village. If there was a ghost, the news would have spread long ago, and it wouldn't be our turn to investigate. Well, really? Then which mission do you want to take? Let me think about it. And Xiao looked at the 3 task scrolls several times, feeling conflicted. Not long after, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. He turned to the receptionist and said, Ms. Mira, may I ask, how many missions can an F-rank adventurer accept at the same time? Brother, do you want to take both at the same time? Mira looked at him in surprise. Yes, I think the time of these 3 tasks does not conflict. If everything goes well, we should be able to complete them all within 1 day. It was the first time that Mira had seen such a hardworking player. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, she answered seriously. Normally, you can answer 2 calls at the same time. But she glanced at the girl beside and Xiao meaningfully and added, You two seem to have a good relationship. If you can create an adventurer team and form a partnership, the number of missions you can accept at the same time can be doubled. There is such a thing. And Xiao and Lisa were startled at the same time, and then looked at each other tacitly. Then, he gave her a questioning look. Okay, team up, team up, team up now. Without much thought, under the envious gazes of everyone, the girl agreed to become one with him on the spot. What happened next was relatively clear. Mira took the 3 task scrolls from the task bulletin board and handed them to Xiao at the same time. She then helped them register a team certificate. This certificate is also issued in the form of a metal card. It looks a bit simple, but it is quite ceremonial. By the way, if you want an exclusive badge, you need to wait until the team leader is upgraded to a C-rank adventurer before you can apply for it. She instructed, by then, if the team has more than 3 members, the squad will be eligible to be upgraded to a team. Okay, I understand. Yeah, now, please give the team a name. Name? And Xiao looked at Lisa again. After all, he was only level 1, while Lisa was currently level 36. If he had to choose a captain for a 2-person team, she would undoubtedly be the best choice. Why are you looking at me? What I'm worst at is naming. The girl shook her head repeatedly and said that if she were to choose a name herself, she could only think of ominous words such as darkness, abyss, and nightmare, and was completely unable to come up with any suitable name. You decide on this. Also, you could be the captain or something like that. After all, filling out various forms, handing over various tasks, and so on is too troublesome. I don't like it. The girl said so, and Xiao was helpless, but had no choice but to accept it. So I asked Miss Mira how the members of other teams were named. Well, they're basically named after glory, light, dragon slayer, demon slayer, and the like. But the rules in this regard are quite casual, as long as they don't have the same name as other registered teams. She replied, I see. I understand. And Xiao took a deep breath and thought for a moment. After a while, he finally made a decision. Then please help me register the name Dusk. Dusk? Myra's eyes lit up, and she smiled and nodded. Okay, wait a minute. It's a nice name, but why is it called Dusk? Upon hearing this, Lisa tilted her head and asked curiously. And Xiao was silent for a moment, and finally explained faintly. Perhaps it's because when I first saw this world, it was dusk outside. Chapter 12, I am a dragon man, not a dragon. Time passed quickly. When Xiao and Lisa officially set off, it was almost evening. The afterglow of dusk had not yet completely dissipated, and the young boy and girl took advantage of the setting sun and walked step by step towards the northern part of Banqiao town. No one thought that things would go so smoothly. For Ryza, the otherworldly god with unlimited potential actually agreed to travel with her and also promised to share super rare spells. The revival of the tribe is just around the corner. And in Zhao's eyes, the pure and lovely dragon girl threw herself into his arms, almost for free. With a little operation, there was a high probability that she could be tricked back into the palace. At this moment, both of them were in a very good mood. Ahem, Ms. Ryza. Speaking of which, can I easily defeat slimes with my powerful level 1 strength? As they walked forward, and Xiao started the conversation out of curiosity. Well, if no big guys show up, it should be fine. Big guy. Yes. The girl rubbed her lower lip with her left index finger, revealing a thoughtful look. The level of ordinary slimes is basically within 10, as long as they haven't evolved yet. Even mortals can deal with them. But once it evolves, it will reach level 20. In addition, water slimes seem to be able to spray water, which can be quite dirty if you accidentally get splashed on them. There was a hint of disgust on her face. So that's how it is. And Xiao thought. It can be seen that the girl obviously has a bit of mysophobia and is very sensitive to dirty and unclean things. He was just thinking about whether to make any other preparations when he suddenly heard her continue. Also, don't always call me Miss Lisa. We are already that kind of relationship now, so just call me by my name. And Xiao was stunned when he heard this, a little confused. Wait, what kind of relationship is that? It's a bond that has been formed. Stop. You're definitely going to get misunderstood if you say that. Well, aren't we already members of the same team? Classmate and Xiao, when you are alive, you don't have to care too much about what others think. The girl wiggled her slender white fingers, looking very happy. Being happy is the most important thing. That's not the point at all. The cheerful and energetic atmosphere accompanied them all the way. They walked along the path and soon arrived at the outskirts of the town. It can be seen that Banqiao town is not very large, and there are very few pedestrians on the road in the evening. After all, there is no nightlife in a small place, and even the militia guarding the city are drowsy. According to the plan, if everything goes well, they can set out to find the cat immediately after completing the slime mission. If they can find the cat before midnight, they will even have time to investigate the ghost crying incident in the second half of the night, which will make the mission seamless and perfect. However, the problem is that the way to submit tasks here is relatively cumbersome. For some tasks, you need to go to the publisher in person and provide the things or proofs required by the other party. This means that a significant amount of time must be spent running errands. By the way, Lisa, can you fly? Can you take me on a journey while flying? And Xiao glanced at the orange-red wings behind the girl and asked curiously. I emphasize again, I'm a dragon man, not a dragon. Please respect me a little. As if a sore spot had been touched, she shrank back and uncomfortably, although she was originally very happy, and her pace also quickened. Feel sorry, and Xiao didn't expect her reaction to be so big. While he was surprised, he couldn't help but pay more attention to the affairs between the dragon people and the dragon clan. It can be seen that the girl obviously has a mission that she must complete. Just like himself, she has a secret in her heart, but she must not tell others. He expressed his understanding of this, and, of course, he would not test the minefield again. He quickly followed her and continued walking, the two of them talking in silence along the way. The location on the north bank is not far from the gate of Banqiao town, and there are no other obstacles on the way here. When Xiao saw the round, sticky, palm-sized, squirming liquids on the riverbank, he couldn't help but wonder, does this kind of thing really need to be solved by issuing quests and inviting adventurers? In fact, a chicken looks more aggressive than a squishy slime. I heard the girl next to me say, my spells consume too much energy and it's easy to wipe out these guys. So this first wave of experience is left to you. Lisa unceremoniously pushed the trouble onto Xiao. Looking at her slightly pouting lips, it was obvious that she had not completely calmed down. Okay, I'll try. And Xiao didn't say much, and directly took out the sword of Chris from the ring, then focused his attention on the slimes closest to him. The Eye of God open. Slime, low-level slime monster, LV 3 talent. Liquefaction, exclusive danger level. And water slime, low-level slime monster, LV 6 talent. Liquefaction, exclusive, water jet danger level, F. The information fed back by the Eye of God was clearly presented in his mind. Although his current level was 1, with the protection of the heroic spirit suit, he should have no problem facing these most basic monsters. According to Olivier's instructions, it was best not to draw the sword unless there was a situation that could not be resolved. So he decided to attack them with the scabbard. Gurgle gurgle. As if sensing the crisis, before he could prepare himself, a slime software without any attribute suddenly solidified its body without any warning, and then rushed towards him with a whoosh. Be careful. Lisa's reminder sounded at the right time, but when Xiao reacted, the slime had already hit him hard in the abdomen. Phew-ho. His eyes widened. It hurts, it hurts. And Xiao never expected that the seemingly harmless slime could be so agile. And when it hits someone, it's as powerful as a giant sandbag. There was a clear pain in the abdomen. But fortunately, with the presence of the heroic spirit armor, apart from the pain, he suffered almost no harm. After the slime's attack, it bounced to the ground, as if it needed some time to prepare for the next attack. Seeing this, and Xiao decisively seized the opportunity, grasped the hilt of the sword with his left hand, and at the same time aimed the tip of the handle at the center of the slime, and stabbed it hard. Puff! Gulilu! With a sound similar to a scream, the scabbard of unknown quality was pushed into its body. This time it obviously caused considerable damage to it. The slime flew backwards, spun several times in the air, and then fell to the ground, apparently unable to get up again. At the same time, Xiao felt that there seemed to be something extra in his body. The difference was very obvious and yet very illusory. Could it be experience? Normally, whether in games or in other works, defeating monsters should give you instant experience. It seems that the way of gaining experience on the Wayne continent is no exception. Unfortunately, before I could savor it carefully, I saw the other 2 slimes near the fallen slime suddenly turned around and squirmed on the spot, gurgling, as if they were preparing something. And Xiao, they are water type and are about to spray water arrows. Be careful to dodge. If you get dirty, don't touch me later. The girl reminded again. Oh well. And Xiao immediately understood and placed the hilt of the sword across his chest, adjusted his balance with his feet, and assumed a defensive posture. Puff! Plu! As expected, the 2 water slimes attacked at the same time. One of them sprayed a thick stream of water, while the other spit out a water bullet with a little mud. The 2 attacks came from the left and the right, interweaving. This time, with mental preparation, and Xiao opened the Eye of God in advance. In addition to the supernatural attribute identification function, this pupil technique can of course also be used in battle, and the effect is that it can be used to predict the basic direction of the enemy. It happened so quickly that he suddenly leaned to the left in a flash, avoiding the dirty water column by a hair's breadth. Then, he suddenly leaned back using the force of the force. The water bullet whizzed past him dangerously from right above his face. Puff splash! The slime's attacks all missed. Immediately afterwards, and Xiao leaned forward to gather strength, then suddenly rushed out. Drink! This time, he held the sword with both hands, ran to the water slime at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, and then slashed it down with the sheathed sword. Bang! A slime shattered on the spot. Seeing this, the other one trembled with fear, turned around, and slid towards the pond, obviously trying to escape. Strange, these guys actually have intelligence? And Zhao's heart sank, but he obviously wouldn't let them go just like that. Just as I was about to give chase, I heard Lisa's voice again from behind. Oh no, this is really troublesome. And Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked behind him with his peripheral vision. What's going on? Suddenly, I discovered that in the gradually darkening sky, dozens of densely packed, garlic-shaped shadows had gathered not far away. One of the black shadows was about half a person's height. It opened its mouth slightly and slowly showed its fiery red fangs towards this side. Chapter 13. Patting the head to kill. If Shao was still able to deal with 1 or 2 slimes, then when 30 or 40 of them appear at the same time, he would have to choose to temporarily avoid the attack, as he was only level 1. What's more, there is a fiery red boss-level creature among them that is obviously larger than the other software. Giant fire slime, intermediate slime monster, LV, 22, talents, flame spray, burn, danger level, D-. Galulu, looking at it squirming violently to gather magic power, and Shao secretly thought that something was wrong. He would not do such a stupid thing as jumping 20 levels and taking damage. He wanted to find an evasive route, but found that he was surrounded by small slimes on all sides, with nowhere to retreat. This is terrible. It doesn't matter if you can't defeat the real enemies, but I wonder what kind of expression Oliver would have if he were killed by something like slime as soon as he went out. Oh, is this the strength of the young master? Such words, just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Just as he was hesitating whether to use his trump card and fight, Lisa, not far away, moved. Curse 1, Devouring Fawn. The girl slowly raised her arms, as if embracing the night, gathering the magic power in her small body. Ugh! Accompanied by a loud bang, a piercing chill suddenly hit in Shao, causing him to shiver. Following closely, in the night sky, 3 huge, dark purple diamond-shaped magic blades, like lacquered daggers, gradually condensed from nothingness into entities. They were emitting evil flames and a very strong, ominous aura. Around it, strange, nameless evil particles were constantly circling, as if providing evil power to the several magic blades. Ouch! Feeling the bone-chilling fear, the seemingly scary giant fire slime even gave up its half-prepared fire skill. It no longer paid attention to Shao, but chose to do the same as the little guy before, turning around and rushing into the jungle. The next moment, the magic blade smashed down towards the slimes. Bang! 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 Almost all the software burst apart in an instant and turned into puddles of black water. Purple energy filled with evil intent spread across the earth, and wherever it went, flowers and plants withered and died at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this her ability? And Shao was stunned as he felt the powerful spell at such a close distance, and was extremely shocked. In his stubborn concept, the existence of magic on this continent is natural, and basic elements such as water, fire, wind, and thunder are nothing new. However, the move the girl just used is obviously not something a normal magician can use, right? The Epic of Ven clearly states that the origin of magic is untraceable, but after thousands of years of development and iteration, its types have long been arranged in order by successive demon kings, grand magisters, and other top beings. The magic of wind, fire, earth, water, and thunder is elemental. The rare magics including grass, ice, rain, snow, fog are natural. The magic that includes the dual elements of holy and shadow is called light and dark. Of course, there are also summoning types that have never been mentioned by outsiders, which focus on creation, regeneration, and prayer. Take Lisa as an example. The faction she uses obviously belongs to the shadow magic in the light and dark category. Among them, shadow magic is further divided into branches such as curse, fear, pain. As for the magic blade just now, it must be a curse. No wonder she became one of the targets that Oliphil asked me to find. Recalling the profession of Dragon Spirit Envoy, and Shao had some guesses in his mind. He looked up at the girl, feeling mixed emotions, not knowing how to speak again. Now, you already know my true nature. If you feel scared or intimidated, just say it directly. There is no need to hide it. Lisa walked up to him with her lips pursed, muttering to herself, "No one will like me anyway." And Zhao's heart moved when he heard this. It can be imagined that she should be unwelcome in the family. Even if you have a cute appearance and noble blood, there's a high probability that you'll be considered ominous or even talked about behind your back because of the terrifying aura you exude, right? Looking at the lonely girl, he became even more thoughtful. Just imagine, why would the dragon people, who have not been seen for hundreds of years, come alone, across mountains and rivers, to the unfriendly human country to learn magic? The Eye of God shows that her identity is daughter of the Black Dragon King. The princess status was high, but she didn't even have a guard around her for such a big event as going to Freya College for further studies. What does this mean? And Xiao could only think of two things. Either she had sneaked out, or her people were in danger. Thinking of this, he, who had felt that the power of the curse was a bit scary just now, calmed down instead. Thank you, Lisa. He didn't mention anything else, just looked at her seriously and said so. Ah. The girl was startled for a moment, then stopped. Aren't you afraid of me? She asked in confusion. You saved me. Why should I be afraid of you? Besides, aren't we already that kind of relationship? Exclamation point. That's what you said. Now, the girl was a little confused. All along, everyone who had seen her magic would regard her as the incarnation of the devil, slandering her as a fallen witch, and some humans even questioned whether her bloodline was pure. How could someone be so calm and sincere as him and express gratitude here? Is he different from those people? The girl thought in wonder and at the same time moved closer to him, trying to see what was really in his mind. Originally, a large amount of criticism had made her so fragile that she no longer wanted to show her face to others. She only wanted to live in her own little world and work tirelessly in pursuit of powerful magic. After all, she believed that as long as she learned the advanced magic of other factions, she would no longer need to use the curse spell, and in this way she would be able to successfully get rid of the evil and make herself look more normal. However, all the most basic elemental magic that humans had tried had failed. Whether it was the most popular fire element or the ubiquitous earth element, she could not use it successfully. The reason is that her body does not contain conventional attributes, which makes her unable to master this kind of magic, let alone rare natural spells. The only thing she has is the power of curse, which is her innate gift. She didn't like the gift. Therefore, the appearance of Xiao became a huge opportunity for her. With her A-level identification ability, she saw infinite possibilities in him. Even just after defeating a few slimes, he had already reached level 2, and his growth rate was incredible. Yes, he must be pretending. Maybe he has already started looking for an opportunity to leave me. Since ancient times, humans have stayed away from dark things, but the girl still firmly believes in her guess. She looked up, trying to get a better look. But at this moment, he suddenly asked inexplicably, Lisha, can I touch your head? Ah. She was stunned when she heard this and failed to understand it immediately. But after realizing what was happening, he quickly shook his head. Of course not. All right. And Xiao showed a regretful expression and then continued to do whatever he wanted. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand was silently raised and gently stroked her long hair in a very natural way. The touch from the palm of your hand is smooth and delicate, as fascinating as clouds. W, what are you doing? Of course, the girl had never expected him to do this. Her pupils suddenly constricted and she opened her mouth in a daze, her eyes gradually becoming panicked. I wanted to retreat and avoid him, but I heard him whisper in my ear, Don't worry, I didn't touch the slime. Isn't this the point? She frowned, not knowing what tricks he was up to. However, it can be seen that at least he listened to what I said seriously. At this moment, the initiative between the two seemed to have switched places, and she could feel the warmth of his palm coming from above her head. From childhood to adulthood, the girl had never been treated like this by anyone except the most friendly clan leader. If someone else had done something similar, they would have been cursed to death by her. But his words... Yes, it must be that damned opposite-sex attraction SSS talent at work again. I don't really enjoy this feeling. The girl blushed as she brainwashed herself secretly. And Zhao's gentle voice sounded again. Lisha, you're just too nervous. Tense. Yeah, you said that when living in this world, we don't need to care too much about what others say, right? That is... She looked away slightly, unsure how to respond. In fact, it has been very hard all along, right? She nodded subconsciously. Indeed, the less you care about something on the surface, the more the opposite is true in your heart. He got this point right. So from now on, take it easy. A trace of seriousness appeared in Zhao's eyes. Since I have promised you, I will definitely fulfill it. This will not change. Really? The girl raised her little face and looked him in the eye. You didn't lie to me? Of course. He smiled. You see, I can clearly feel that my experience has increased. In the near future, I may be able to comprehend new skills. So, don't worry about other things. Once I learn powerful magic, I will share it with you as soon as possible. You can tell that his expression doesn't seem like he's joking. There was another long silence. The girl finally felt relieved and stood on tiptoe, rubbing his palm with her smooth, long hair. Well, you have to keep your word. Good. The Launders Association inside the gloomy hut. Princess, I found a good prey in Banxiao Town today. In the shadows, Miss Mira took off her uniform, turned her back to the closed door, changed her dignified look in the daytime, and gently licked her rosy lips. Oh, really? Another charming voice came from the crystal pendant in front of her. She stared at the mirror-smooth crystal surface in the center of the pendant and said with intoxicated eyes, "There is no doubt about it. I have smelled the strange fragrance emanating from him up close. My subordinate's initial judgment is that the quality of his energy should be very close to S grade." What? S? Are you serious? The charming voice in the pendant clearly revealed a hint of surprise. In the existing records of our clan, such pure human essence has never appeared before. Yes. However, his rank is a bit low, and he is completely a rookie. If the princess needs him, I can personally go out and sacrifice him to you. I believe that with just a little training, he can become a great boost for you to compete for the next generation of the throne. Mira said solemnly. Hearing this, the pendant was silent for a moment, as if thinking. I understand. Let the minions do this. You have laid a solid foundation in Taliana with great difficulty. It will be inconvenient to act alone. Yes, she responded with her mouth, but her eyes were a little vague. Well, thank you for your hard work during this period. I will arrive in the imperial capital within the next month. The plan to infiltrate the human race is full of dangers. When collecting intelligence, you must pay more attention to safety, Aoi. As you wish, princess. Chapter 14, girl. Do you want to learn this? It's getting late. With Lisa's help, and Xiao quickly found a few scattered water slimes again and defeated them one by one. After taking out the small sticky balls inside them and storing them in a glass container, he took them away as evidence for the task. After all, they had been melted into mud by the girl's curse, so it would definitely not work if he wanted to use them to complete the task. During this period, and Xiao also clearly felt that his level was approaching 3. Although he is unable to use the Eye of Divine Investigation to see himself for the time being, he cleverly chooses to let Lisa act as a tool for identification, using the high-level racial talent of Dragon's Eye to continuously explore and then dictate the information to himself. Hey, even if you're the captain, you can't treat me as a tool. You were so gentle to me just now. Could this be your purpose? No, it doesn't exist. Oomph. At Zhao's request for real-time monitoring, the girl patiently used the identification technique on him 17 or 18 times, causing his magic power to be completely exhausted. He even walked unsteadily and had no strength at all. We can do this one last time today, but it's really too late. She held his arm with one hand and spoke breathlessly. Yeah, leave the rest to me. And Xiao lent her half of his shoulder, and the two of them walked on the path in the evening. At first glance, they looked very intimate. The first mission has been completed, but Sergeant Wood has already gone off work, so if you want to hand in the mission and get the reward, you have to wait until tomorrow. As for the cat-finding and ghost-calling missions, if everything goes well, they could be handed over in the middle of the night. The owner of Nanami had clearly stated that she was willing to wait for news all night, and Mr. Newman seemed to be very anxious about the disturbance caused by the noise. Even if they came to the door at midnight, the two would not have any complaints, but would instead give a warm welcome. The question now is how to find the cat and how to catch it after finding it. And Xiao didn't know where to start. According to the task prompts, the cat Xiaohua ran away when the shop opened, which means that the starting point of her disappearance was near the tailor's shop, but no other information is known. He thought as he walked, but after thinking for a while, he still couldn't find a suitable entry point. Why such a difficult task, F rank? Even if I were to kill a few more monsters, it would be much easier than this. As expected, the tasks that are left out are often the most thankless. He came to this conclusion. No, I have to calm down. Let me see which skills I can use after upgrading. With the assistance of the Dragon's Eye in the last survey, he found that his strength, agility, and endurance had all improved slightly, from 3/6/8 to 5/8/10 respectively, but his luck value remained unchanged at 99. In addition, his seemingly largest magic power value also increased from 831 to 882, a sudden increase of more than 50 in an instant. It was a pity that he was unable to comprehend new magic, which resulted in his magic power being just a decoration to some extent. Lisa, is my current attribute very ordinary? After thinking for a while, and Xiao asked the girl with some concern. Huh, The girl glared at him and gave him a sidelong glance. After making sure that he was not speaking in a sarcastic manner, she replied angrily, "Just be content. As far as I know, the 3 indexes of N-level civilians are usually below 10, and there are many people with 0 magic power. You're only at level 2, and you already have such a panel. What else do you want?" "Really?" And Xiao pondered for a moment. The 3 items mentioned by the girl are probably strength, agility, and endurance. As a worldview architect, he certainly has his own understanding of attributes. Strength represents the intensity of the attack, which directly determines the damage of the normal attack. Agility determines the attack speed and movement speed, which is also very important. As for durability, it should be a combination of defense and endurance. According to the general settings of various games, when a character levels up, whichever value increases the most indicates what the character's main attribute is. So if you focus on improving this attribute, you will get the greatest benefit. For example, warriors and boxers rely on strength, rogues and hunters rely on agility, heavy knights and shield warriors rely on endurance, etc. However, his growth was unexpectedly balanced in 3 aspects, and the most terrifying increase was magic power. What does this mean? Am I a natural-born magician? He stopped and asked the girl again. "Lisha, can you first teach me the most basic spells that, even a child can learn?" He tried to find some new entry points. Question mark. Hearing this, the girl swung the long tail under her skirt and asked in surprise, "Hey, classmate Xiao, I haven't learned any magic from you yet, but you're trying to get my knowledge first, right?" No, don't think like that." And Xiao began to reason with her. "Look, if you teach me some of the simplest spells, I will have the most basic ability to protect myself. And with the power to protect yourself, you won't be killed by monsters. As long as I don't get killed, I can successfully upgrade and become stronger. After becoming stronger, once you have learned the skills on your own, you can immediately learn super rare spells that cannot be learned outside. With this calculation, you are earning the maximum return with the minimum investment. In my hometown, this skill is called investment. Many people are doing it." Listening to his serious nonsense, Lisa tilted her head. At first she thought it was unreasonable, but after thinking about it, she felt that it made some sense. She thought to herself, "I'm going to drain him dry sooner or later anyway, so it doesn't matter if I bleed him first. And for some reason, I always subconsciously want to agree to his requests. Well, okay then." She raised her little face slightly and said condescendingly, "Since you've begged me so sincerely, I will be merciful and share it with you. But I have to make it clear in advance that I don't know elemental magic or natural magic." She paused and emphasized, "I only know dark magic, and in the eyes of outsiders, it usually represents evil. If you're not afraid of being judged as a heretic, I can teach you the move Devouring Fong just now. As for whether you can learn it, it depends on how compatible your body is with the dark attribute." She explained the pros and cons in advance. I thought he would hesitate, but Xiao nodded without even thinking about it, and even showed an expectant expression. Ugh, what a weird person. Having said this, the girl no longer hesitated. She let go of his arm, walked to the other side 10 steps away from him, and picked up a branch. "Then, I will draw a basic shadow magic circle on the ground. Please wait for me. Oh, and don't step in early." "Good." And Xiao took a half step back. "What is this used for?" Probably it can be understood as a test to see if you have the corresponding attribute talent," Lisa patiently explained. After all, any beginner who comes into contact with magic needs to first use themselves as a medium to perceive the corresponding attribute particles. If you still can't establish a connection for a long time at the matching place, it means that you don't have enough talent and can't learn this type of magic. The girl tried to explain it to him in the most bookish way possible, while her small hands had already clenched the branch, and she was tracing a perfectly large circle on the ground as she walked. The skillful movements made it obvious that she had practiced them countless times. "That is to say, I will stand in the middle and meditate later, right?" And Xiao stared at her movements intently and guessed. "Meditation? Yeah, that's right. It seems you know a lot about it." The girl nodded. "Is there anything else I should pay attention to?" "About chanting." She glanced at him and said, "All spells require chanting. This is common sense, don't you know?" "Well, you didn't seem to." "Well, one of the talents of our dragon race is dragon chanting, which can greatly increase the speed of casting spells and simplify the complicated process in the middle. But in your case, you have to recite the spells step by step. I see. And Xiao understood. Then, Lisa, can you teach me dragon language? Hey, is that too much? Time flies. Within Zhao's various questions and the girl's detailed answers, the magic circle quickly took shape. Okay, this is the most basic shadow magic gathering array. Although I'm not as professional as those instructors, I have done my best. Come and try it. At this moment, her little face was filled with extreme seriousness. It can be seen that Lisa will almost always do her best and take his affairs very seriously. And Xiao is not slow in this regard. Seeing the girl looking a little tired, he felt warm in his heart and nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Is learning the spell next? He asked. Not so fast. You need to close your eyes first and feel the darkness. Lisa retreated outside the formation and used the branch in her hand as a prop to explain. She gestured. Any attribute will have its own unique particles, and the prerequisite for releasing the corresponding spell is to find these particles and make yourself sensitive to them. Sensitive? Yeah, like this. She raised her left hand and placed it flat in front of her chest, palm facing up. Call. A wisp of dark purple flame appeared in her palm without any warning, dancing silently like a black elf. I could feel that the temperature around me had dropped a little, but it wasn't icy cold, it was chilly. Exclamation point. Seeing this supernatural scene again, and Zhao's heart was beating fast. At the same time, he stared at her without blinking, trying to absorb all the precious knowledge. The girl continued to explain, when you can distinguish and find the attributes you want in a place full of different elements at any time and anywhere, you have gained the basic qualifications to use it. Learn. Well, let's give it a try. Good. So, under her full guidance, meditation finally began. After stepping into the center of the magic gathering array, and Xiao took a deep breath, adjusted his concentration to the best, and then closed his eyes. 1, 2, 3. 10 breaths passed quickly. However, there was nothing but darkness in front of me, still darkness. So comprehending magic power is such a complicated thing, and Xiao, who thought he had it easy, felt a little surprised, and his expression gradually became serious. He was sure that he had been concentrating fully, and the occurrence of this situation was obviously a sign that something was wrong. At this moment, he did not dare to be distracted at all. He just continued to close his eyes and carefully captured all the feedback that his 5 senses could bring. The girl watched silently from the side without disturbing him. 50, 51, 52. Nearly 100 breaths passed in a flash, and Xiao was a little dazed. That doesn't make sense. Could it be that I don't have a talent for this? He was a little panicked, because after so much time, he still got nothing. He frowned in disbelief, gathered his strength, and held his breath again. After a while, no, that's impossible. It was not until his eyelids felt sore from being closed too tightly that he sighed and opened his eyes. At the same time, there was a lot of confusion in his eyes. Hey, what's up? Did you see anything? Lisa asked quietly from the side. He looked a little depressed. I can't seem to see anything. Huh? The girl was a little confused when she heard this. That shouldn't be the case. Don't you have the talent of all attribute affinity? Logically speaking, even if you can't use certain spells, you should at least be able to find them. The girl helped him analyze the situation. Well, describe how you feel after closing your eyes. I want to hear it. Good. And Xiao tried hard to recall. I saw a darkness as thick as ink. It seemed even darker than the night, completely obscuring my vision. Under its cover, it could not see. Wait. Stop for a moment. The girl's eyes widened. Student Xiao, please tell me, do you remember why you were standing here? Learn magic. He replied immediately, somewhat puzzled. What spells are you learning? A curse spell. What kind of curse spell is that? It's the shadow type. So, what color would the shadow type magic particles be? And Zhao's expression froze. Black. A moment's silence. The two looked at each other in silence. By the time the girl had calmed down the helplessness in her heart, a long time had passed. So, you just said that you saw a very rich black, right? She pouted her little lips, and her face clearly showed that she was not happy. Yes, I saw it almost the first second I closed my eyes. I thought it was a normal phenomenon when standing in the formation, so I simply ignored this possibility. How can this be normal? Even the most talented person wouldn't be as perverted as you, right? Lisha, I'm not a pervert. Oh, that's not important. The girl waved her hands and said angrily, hurry up and continue. Now that we have found the magic particles, The next step is to teach you the spell and then try to contact them. Since they had been delayed for a long time due to his wrong perception, the two of them now had to speed up. Uh-huh. Of course he nodded and did as he was told. When you devote yourself to something, time passes quickly. From the girl's explanation, and Xiao learned that devouring Fong is the first level of the 10 shadow spells. Although it is an entry-level spell, its power is many times stronger than natural and elemental magic. Its principle is to penetrate and dissolve the enemy through compressed shadow power. Of course, the amount of magic power it consumes is far greater than ordinary magic. One Fong costs about 30 mana, and 3 Fangs cost 90. Everyone's specific situation is different, so you have to do it according to your own magic power limit. Learn. Well, the spell is soon, and Xiao imitated the girl's movements, raised his arms horizontally, and tried to read out the slightly childish ancient characters. In the name of God, answer my call. The fangs of heavenly punishment descend upon the earth. Woo! As some kind of energy in his body was lost madly, a ray of pure black magic energy quickly penetrated from where he was to the sky. Under the cover of night, the diamond-shaped magic blade gradually turned from virtual to real and solidified. Seeing this, Lisa was slightly surprised. This guy was able to perform such a successful spell for the first time. He just listened to the spell once. She had always thought of herself as a genius in her family with amazing talent. But in front of him, it seemed that more and more strange things happened. Even though I am proficient in curse spells, I had to practice thousands of times to reach this level when I was a beginner, but just as the girl was surprised, and Xiao seemed to catch some impulse in her mind, he suddenly clenched his hands and then looked at her beside him. He seemed to be copying or describing something. He placed his left hand in front of him, while his right hand twisted, rubbed, kneaded, and pressed the spiritual silk in his palm, as if he had entered a flow state. At this moment, the diamond-shaped magic blade in the sky also emitted a dark light inexplicably. As the girl gazed with bated breath, a cute little dragon replaced the previous diamond-shaped magic blade and gradually appeared in the night sky. It has 2 horns on its head, wings on its back, and a long tail. If you look closely, it is 90% similar to the girl. How did you do that? The girl was shocked, but Xiao just smiled and replied lightly. I just thought if I could shape the magic blade into your shape, it would be more beautiful. So I made a mold based on the idea in my mind. Is this what creation is? Lisa's mouth was slightly open, her pretty face was pink, and she didn't know what expression to make. Feeling that the magic power in his body was about to be exhausted, and Xiao shouted softly, "Go!" Ouch! As if receiving an order, the cute little dragon spread its wings in a very humane manner, and then swooped down towards the target open space right in front of it. Furor! The black flames burned fiercely, and the shadow magic gathering array dissipated. Although it was just a form-changing operation, the magic power in the body had dropped by hundreds due to the long-term maintenance, and it was almost consumed by half. Oh my god! This experiment was so successful that even the instructor, Lisa, was speechless. At this moment, and Xiao walked up to the girl thoughtfully and shared his experience with her. There are no fixed answers to magic, just as human thoughts and creativity should not be restricted. Lisha, do you want to learn this? Chapter 15, Catgirl. Is she cute? You are indeed the incarnation of God. After Xiao demonstrated his learning results, the girl who was deeply in love with magic finally confirmed that she had found the right person. Now she could almost prove his identity, and there was no doubt in her heart anymore. Especially the look in her eyes when she looked at him became more and more fiery. Facing her shock, and Xiao told the truth. Actually, I just tried it according to my own logic and thinking. If you hadn't told me the relevant basic knowledge, I wouldn't have had time to figure out one by one with my current knowledge. In his understanding, magic power is a form of energy, and there is certainly not only one way to control magic. He could still think of innovations as simple as changing the form of a skill, especially only changing its form without changing its power. Little did he know that such a concept was already far ahead of the magic circle in the entire Wayne continent. After all, it was difficult for everyone to even cast spells step by step, let alone optimize the spells in a form without authorization like he did. Oh, don't be so modest. If something goes wrong with this kind of thing, the caster will suffer a backlash at best, or even go crazy. What's more, this is your first time. The girl was too tired to complain. She pulled up his wrist and pointed to the way they came. Anyway, After you finish the mission, you must teach me. Okay. And Xiao agreed happily. Time is limited. We want to finish work early as planned. If we delay any further, it will be too late. Lisa knew what was important and put his needs first, but her own affairs could be put a little behind the mission. And Xiao saw it all. Soon, the two repacked their luggage and continued on their way. The night is dark, and Xiao brought the girl to the western suburbs and decided to go to the tavern to get some information. When passing by the city gate, a small riot attracted their attention. I saw a soldier guarding the city, stopping two strange girls, saying firmly, "No, absolutely not." Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the two girls had cat ears and were wearing revealing clothes. They were obviously members of an extremely rare subhuman species, the civet cat clan. One of the cat girls has a muscular body, wheat-colored skin, and brown short hair. It is obvious that she has been exercising for many years. The other one is petite and weak, with rare cherry pink hair, which makes people feel pity at first sight. It is worth noting that she is holding a Scottish fold kitten in her hands. And Xiao, who is very sensitive to cats, immediately perked up. He asked Lisa beside him. I suddenly thought of a question, that is, if I were a cat girl, could I understand the language of cats? Huh? Lisa was slightly startled, and then she answered, Isn't this the same as asking if the dragon people can understand the language of the dragon race? Of course they can. And Xiao said, Oh, but muttered to himself, But you are not necessarily a dragon man. Well, anyway, let's go over and ask first. With the clue in hand, the two of them immediately stepped forward. As the distance got closer, and Xiao was surprised to find that the soldier guarding the gate was actually an acquaintance, the one who had conducted a threat assessment on him during the day, named Guang. At this moment, Guang was righteously explaining things to the two cat ladies. You don't have a pass, and you're all subhumans. You can't go into town this late. Even if you want to get a permit, you have to wait until tomorrow morning. Moreover, the capital has recently sent a message saying that the shadow of the demons is lurking outside, and they know how to disguise themselves as humans and demi-humans, so we can't let our guard down. Oh, why are you so stubborn? If you don't let us in, what will happen to the cat? Her foot is injured and she can't go home by herself. How about you help us take her back? The short-haired catwoman, who looked more cheerful, asked dissatisfiedly. You must be joking. I'm on duty here. How can I leave my post without permission because of your personal matters? Forget it. You should come back tomorrow. It's not like the cat will die if he comes home a day late, so don't delay my work. You, Catwoman, felt uncomfortable after hearing this. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and her hands were clenched into fists, but she managed to suppress her anger with reason. It could be seen that they encountered obstacles. At this time, Xiao walked up to the three people and greeted Guang first. Soldier, do you remember me? Who? Oh, it's you, little brother. How's it going? Have you got your pass? Guang turned around, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and his attitude was relatively kind. Thanks to you, it was done in the afternoon. I am currently working on a mission for the association with my teammates. And Xiao pointed behind him. Task. Guang looked over and said, You already have your own team, so soon? Wait. As if he suddenly discovered something, he hissed, This outfit and tail. Isn't it the unidentified demi-human girl from the day before? After realizing what was happening, he frowned and asked, Little brother, why are you with her? Her identity is extremely suspicious, and her level is... What? He was halfway through his words when Lisa raised her little face, took out the nameplate without showing any weakness, and waved it in front of him. Look, this is my pass. He and I are on the same team now, so please respect me. Seeing this thing, Guang was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Xiao, then at Long Nu, and seemed to be thinking. As expected, even demi-humans like handsome, young, and rich human guys? After a moment, the identities of the two were confirmed, and Xiao also took the opportunity of the mission to explain his purpose. The slime mission, right? That was indeed issued by Chief Wood. But since everyone knows that there's a giant fire slime lurking on the shore, which is difficult to deal with, no ordinary adventurer dares to accept it. In fact, that is already equivalent to an E+ level mission. Guang explained. So we were tricked, right? Upon hearing this, Lisa on the side frowned, obviously very dissatisfied. You can't think like that. After all, you can just run away if you can't win. Besides, slimes usually don't chase the enemy. Just think of it as a lesson. It's not a loss, right? The girl couldn't accept being fooled and was about to explode. Guang laughed and took the initiative to take over the task, saying, By the way, I can hand the task for you. The reward will be delivered to the Belongers Association tomorrow morning. You just need to remember to pick it up. Okay, thank you very much. And Xiao held Lisa and responded politely. In his eyes, the task has been completed and the pitfalls have been overcome, so there is no point in complaining. Since the other party can provide some convenience, there is no need to focus on these small losses. After all, people still need to know when to advance and when to retreat. Seeing that he was calm, the girl didn't say anything more, because in this matter, she was still willing to let him take the lead. She just pouted and leaned behind him again. After a while, and Xiao took out the 3 bottles containing sticky balls and handed them over to Aguang. This is the slime ball. I also put the largest ball of fire slime in it. The quality should be acceptable. Oh, you're going to clean up the big guys too? Aguang was obviously a little surprised. His eyes stayed on the small bottle for a long time. After confirming it, he finally nodded slowly and praised. Sure, you too. Anyway, thank you for your help. Okay, then you guys go. I still have to deal with their business here. Aguang solemnly accepted the task props and then signaled the 2 cat-eared girls next to him with his eyes. I saw them just observing silently, without interrupting or leaving. It was not because they wanted to stay any longer, but because Xiao and Lisa were so pleasing to the eyes that the 2 girls felt a little curious. Seeing this, Xiao seized the opportunity and mentioned another purpose at the right time. Ah, that's right, Mr. Soldier. Actually, I heard your conversation just now. My team members and I are doing a cat-finding mission issued by the tailor shop owner, so I want to ask these 2 girls for some relevant information. Is that okay with you? Nanami's mission? Yes. Okay, then go and ask yourself. It's okay as long as they are not allowed to enter the city. Aguang spread his hands, indicating that he was only responsible for security-related issues. Thank you so much. And Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and was very satisfied with the negotiation. After successfully getting approval, he said goodbye to Aguang with satisfaction and came to the cat girls. The 2 cat girls had also been observing him for a long time. Before he could speak, he heard the fit girl smirk and come forward. Brother, you look pretty good. Are you here to play with us? She frivolously reached out her hand towards his sensitive parts, scaring him so much that he quickly took a step back. Aren't all cats here so open-minded? And Xiao was a little confused and thought to himself, this seems to be different from the impression I have of cat girls. Before he could react, he saw Lisa behind him, unable to contain her anger. She stopped him on the spot, slapped Catwoman's arm away, and warned him, "What are you doing? He's mine. You bad cat, don't touch me." "Ah, miss, don't be nervous." The short-haired Catwoman waved her hand with a smirk on her face. "I was just kidding him." While saying this, his eyes were still greedily licking in Zhao's body, as if he was examining an extremely high-quality mating partner. Ah, you call this a joke? Is this the etiquette and culture of your cat people? Of course, Lisa couldn't accept such words. She had already decided that if the other party touched her again, she would teach them a lesson. However, the short-haired cat woman disagrees. Don't be so fierce. If a girl is too fierce, she will suffer a great loss. It was obvious that Lisa couldn't win the argument, but she couldn't bear to see her being so rampant in front of her. She was so angry that her chest heaved, and the scene was a little awkward for a while. At this time, Xiao pointed at the Scottish fold cat in the petite girl's hand and changed the subject in time. Well, actually, I just want to ask, have you ever seen a cat named Xiaowa? Xiaowa. Hearing this name, the undisciplined cat girl was slightly startled, then turned back to look at the Scottish fold cat in the arms of the cherry-haired cat girl and asked, "Meow, meow, meow, meow." The listless cat perked up after hearing this, raised his little paws, and nodded repeatedly. Meow, meow. Well, she said she was Xiaowa. And Xiao and Lisa looked at each other in amazement. They had never thought that finding a cat would be so easy. Logically speaking, isn't this kind of limited-time mission that was originally impossible to accomplish and that ordinary adventurers were unwilling to take on, now equivalent to being given away for free? Catwoman looked surprised and asked, "How do you know her name?" "Well, actually," and Xiao immediately gave a brief account of the whole story. After listening patiently, the bodybuilding Catwoman nodded and said, "Okay," on the spot. He immediately said to the petite kitten, "Then let's entrust her to this handsome guy, Xiaoyuan. He is willing to escort her home for us." "Yeah, okay, meow." At this time, the cute cat girl who had been silent not far away nodded and carefully brought the Scottish fold cat to Xiao. She said weakly, please take good care of her, please." "Well, don't worry. I also want to thank you for helping me complete a task. If we meet again in the future, I will treat you to a meal as a thank you." And Xiao took the cat and said to her politely, "No, that's not necessary." Xiao Yuan blushed and wanted to decline, but the muscular catwoman behind her readily agreed for her. All right, then we'll remember it. Don't deny your debt when the time comes." After saying this, she even threw him a wink. Okay. And Xiao responded with a smile, and the agreement was established. As he watched, the catwoman turned around contentedly and disappeared into the night. Oh, the second mission is finally completed successfully. I never thought that completing a mission would be such an easy and enjoyable thing. Holding the little flower in his arms, and Xiao felt refreshed. After all, it was the first time I saw Catwoman in another world, and the experience was very strange. Completely different from his first impression of Oliver. The first impression the angel gave him was beautiful and dreamy, as far away as a dream. While the two Catwomen just now were completely the opposite, full of the breath of human fireworks. The outgoing, short-haired cat girl is lively and agile, while the introverted petite cat girl is pitiful and adorable. The representative floppy cat ears and the cat tail that can be lifted high are really eye-catching. When walking on the street, the rate of turning heads can reach more than 90%. The most important thing is that they seem to be very close to humans, and there is no barrier to communication. That's great, and Xiao couldn't help but sigh. I don't know how long it took until I realized that it was almost time to go to the tailor's shop to hand in the task, and suddenly I heard the girl's soul asking, "Hey, classmate Xiao, you think cat girls are cute, right?" Chapter 16, Stalking Late at Night. No matter how cute you are, you won't be as cute as Lisa. With nearly 1,000 Gal Game games accumulated in his previous life, and Xiao gave the correct answer almost instantly. Time flies, and it's late night in the blink of an eye. In order to rest before dawn, and Xiao and Lisa returned to the town as quickly as possible and headed to the tailor shop owned by Boss Nanami. At this moment, the girl is holding a Scottish fold cat in her arms, and her delicate little face is filled with happiness. The reason why she was in a good mood had nothing to do with completing the task. It was just because of his reflexive words just now, which made her, who had no experience in love, unable to resist. What he meant was, I'm the cutest, so he should like me, right? It must be like this. Oh my God, we've only known each other for one day, and he already has such thoughts about me. Is my charm really that high? No, that's not right. The elders of the tribe said that all human males are bad guys with lustful eyes. What if he falls in love with me and wants to use my body to exchange for his knowledge? What should I do? Wouldn't I fall into his clutches and be immersed in a decadent life of being brutally toyed with day and night? This is not good. Thinking of this, the girl was suddenly startled, and a look of panic appeared on her face. But if I think about it carefully, if it's him, then it's still. It can be seen that her little head has been completely occupied by messy thoughts. And while walking, her tail was also swinging back and forth, almost completely exposing her inner emotions. Soon, and Zhao's guilty reminder came to my ears. Well, here we are. So fast. She came to her senses, tightened the little flower that she had taken and held against her chest, and looked up at the store door in front of her. It was late at night, and the door of the shop, which was about several dozen square meters in size, was closed, but the lights were on inside. It was obvious that Nanami, the owner of the shop, had no sleep tonight after losing her beloved pet. And Xiao and Lisa looked at each other, then walked up the stairs first and knocked on the door gently. Boom, boom, boom. Who is it? A young female voice came from inside the door. Hello, Madam Boss. We are adventurers who have accepted a mission. Here it comes. After counting the breaths. Crunch. The wooden door was half pushed open by a familiar-looking human woman, who leaned half of her body out and looked at the two people who had visited them late at night. You guys, you're the handsome guy from the daytime. Almost without any hindrance, and Xiao and Lisa were warmly welcomed into the house. After seeing that Xiaohua was safe and sound, Boss Nanami cried with joy and offered to make a midnight snack for them on the spot. But considering that there was still one last task to be dealt with, and Xiao and Lisa did not plan to stay any longer and had to decline regretfully. Boss, you're welcome. It's so late. How can we let you run around again? Besides, Mr. Newman is facing troubles at home. Nanami understood immediately after hearing this. Oh, adventurers really have a hard time. In that case, I won't waste any more of your time. I'll go prepare some extra rewards. Please wait a moment. Please sit down. Okowo. Nanami is well known in the town for her hospitality. Now that she can take back the kitten she has been dependent on for life, her impression of Xiao has naturally soared to an unknown level. With her many years of experience in running a shop, she immediately determined that Lisa was his little lover, so she suddenly came up with a brilliant way to thank him. At this moment, Xiao and the girl, not knowing what to expect, are touring the product display in her store. On several long rows of shelves are hung colorful women's clothing. Not only everyday casual clothes, long skirts, coats, etc., but also underwear, bras, short skirts, and socks of various sizes. Not only that, in some extremely hidden partitions in the hall, there were even some strange instruments that made Xiao feel familiar. It was truly dazzling and rich in variety. As we all know, when a young man accompanies his female friends to a lingerie store, the waiting time inside is extremely awkward and feels like an eternity. And this is no exception even in the other world. In the quiet shop late at night, Xiao didn't dare to look around. He could only find a corner full of coats and shoes and wait anxiously, feeling very uncomfortable. On the contrary, Lisa looked at the human women's clothing with curiosity. As a dragon girl, her body shape is similar to that of a human girl, but the extra wings, tail, and horns restrict her choice of clothing, so she has to open more holes. What to wear has always been a big problem for her. The size problem is already difficult to solve, but who would have thought that Miss Dragon, who looks pure, cute, glamorous, and beautiful, is actually extremely poor and can hardly make a single move in human society? All this is because the tribe she belongs to is not the dragon tribe that people have preconceived notions of. Most dragons in the traditional sense have their own characteristics. For example, the true red dragon likes endless reproduction of life. The emerald green dragon likes long sleep of hundreds of years. The bronze and yellow dragon likes mountains of gold, silver, and diamond treasures. And the mother of black dragon likes to enjoy thorough destruction. If the dragons want to get something, they can rely on their terrifying energy to get it, whether through plunder or domination, as easily as taking something from a bag. Of course, there will be no shortage of any tribal currency. On the other hand, although Lisa inherited the black dragon's obsession with high-level magic, for some reason her personality is closer to that of humans. She does not have the strong mentality of the real dragons at all. Otherwise, she should have taken action to take it long ago. On the side, seeing her interest in the beautiful dress, Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Lisha, do you also like human girls' clothes?" The girl nodded when she heard this. "Yeah, these little skirts are so pretty, they're not available in my tribe. Besides, females of our dragon tribe basically don't wear clothes. Even when they transform into humans, they mostly follow the aesthetic standards of orcs. I am the only one with a petite figure, so I can barely wear human clothes." At this point, she was a little frustrated. Unfortunately, every time I put on a human skirt, those guys would look at me strangely, as if I was no longer the same race as them. "I see." And Zhao's heart moved, and he understood her a little better. Seeing him looking at her, the girl continued, "The dress I'm wearing now was given to me by an elf sister whom I met at my coming-of-age ceremony. Apart from her, I don't even have a single friend." "Sister elf?" "Well, I heard that she is a ranger general, and she can also use shadow magic, which is super powerful. Although I've only met her once, but now that I think about it, she is really beautiful and reliable. It would be great if I could meet her again." The girl's eyes were filled with longing, and Xiao was thoughtful after hearing this. A shadow ranger? It turns out that high-level professions do exist on this continent, but they are rarely discovered by humans. However, these things are not critical to him at this stage. What he wants is that after his financial foundation is established, he must take Lisa shopping and buy her many gifts to satisfy her girlish heart. This is what he should do as a man, as the master of the palace and the future master of the girl. Time flies by. Sorry for the wait. With the creaking sound of the wooden door, Boss Nanami had already brought the things back from the back door and placed them neatly on the bar, motioning for Xiao to come and get them. There were 2 things in total. She pointed to a palm-sized drawstring bag on the left and said, "This bag contains gold dragon coins. I put a few extra for you as a tip." "Huh?" And Xiao was stunned when he heard this, a little surprised. "Well, tips or something. Is it really okay?" He wanted to politely decline, but Nanami saw through his embarrassment and waved her hand. "Oh, of course. After all, the association has to take a cut, and you won't have much left. So, this is a private gift from me to you as a thank you for bringing Xiaohua back early. Take it. Oh, and don't tell anyone else." "Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much." and Xiao nodded repeatedly, and his impression of the proprietress was invisibly improved. You know, in the past, no matter what industry, customers who would take the initiative to give tips were rare. Because no matter how rich a person is, they will rarely give tips openly like this. They will more likely think that this is the job of the service provider. As for monetary incentives, they only exist among those who have service quality that exceeds their expectations and are not short of money. In this strange world, and Xiao, who was worried about his financial situation, felt very lucky to meet such a party on his first mission. Then what's the one on the right? Seeing a small square box on the bar, he asked curiously. Ah, this is the extra reward we agreed on. Nanami explained, when I posted the task at the Belongers Association, I registered a piece of cloth or clothing of high quality, remember? But after seeing the girl next to you just now, I changed my mind. She pushed the box in front of Xiao mysteriously, her eyes shifting between Lisa and him. Change your mind. And Xiao didn't quite understand. Nanami continued to explain. Yes, in fact, this is our store's latest product. It has an extremely exquisite appearance, and the fabric is absolutely top-notch. It will definitely be suitable for your little lover to wear. So I just took the initiative to estimate her size and picked out the most suitable pair from Curry and gave it to you as a reward. When she said this, Nanami could hardly hide the pride on her face. After all, this was a unique skill she had mastered after working diligently in the tailor shop for many years and never slacking off, measuring the 3 measurements. At this moment, and Xiao was a little confused. Wait, little lover or something. Oh, that's not important. Little handsome boy, just remember, don't rush to open it when you go out. You must open it before going to bed, got it? Nana emphasized meaningfully. Oh, okay then. Thank you very much, Madam Boss. And Xiao took the 2 things in confusion, a heavy bag of gold coins and a flat box that was as light as a feather. After thanking him again, he looked out the window at the night and felt it was time to leave. Okay, then I won't keep you any longer. I wish you two a happy life together. Nanami walked the 2 of them out the door and closed the shop door with a smile. Click. What is it? And Xiao, open it and let me see. As soon as I went out, Lisa came up to me and showed great curiosity about what was in the small box. After all, this reward was prepared for her by the boss's wife, so she had to wear it, so of course she cared very much about it. However, and Xiao was very obedient and put the things directly into Xie's ring and said seriously, let's finish the task first. It won't take too long, right? Really? The more this happened, the more the girl cared about it. But considering that time was really tight, she pouted and stopped insisting on it. In this regard, she would still choose to depend on him obediently. Then don't forget it. She stretched out her white fingers and poked his arm lightly. The 2 continued to move forward. According to the task prompt, Mr. Newman's home is located in the west of the city. The noise can be heard in the middle of the night, which means the source of the sound is nearby, so it is not difficult to investigate. It was 3 o'clock in the morning and the girl was already drowsy, and Xiao supported her arm and gradually quickened his pace. After walking for about half a minute, the 2 arrived at the extremely remote designated location. The scene before them was completely different from what they had imagined. They had originally thought that their home in the west of the city was a rural village with beautiful mountains and rivers. But in reality, Lisa opened her mouth and exclaimed, "This area, is it a cemetery? It's definitely a cemetery, right?" Looking at the large cemetery with stone tablets standing around her and feeling the eerie cold wind blowing from behind her, the girl was no longer sleepy. No wonder no one picked up the phone. There are only 2 dilapidated wooden houses in this wasteland. Coming here to investigate is basically equivalent to having a close contact with ghosts. It would be strange if someone picked up the phone. We've been tricked again. She stamped her foot in frustration. It can be seen that the person who issued the task is most likely a gravekeeper, but this is not indicated in the task details. The other adventurers were all veterans and knew the identities of most people in Banxiao Town. Of course, they would not fall for such an unlucky trick. And Xiao and Lisa, one is a reincarnation from another world, and the other is a dragon girl who has not gone out for 100 years. Both lack experience in this area, which led to the current embarrassing situation. However, since I have accepted the task, I have to complete it. It would be a waste of time to regret it now. And Xiao had no choice but to persuade him helplessly. No matter what, let's go to his house first. At worst, you can find a place to wait for me, and I can do it myself. What are you talking about? How can I let you go to the cemetery alone? Although I am scared. Lisa's voice gradually faded. He understood what she meant and couldn't help but raise his hand to ruffle her smooth long hair and said gently, "Okay, then let's finish work early and rest early." Uh-huh. The two reached an agreement again and ran toward a small wooden house not far away, one in front and the other behind. In the darkness, several shadows emerged like smoke. Looking at the backs of the two men, the leading black figure curled the corners of his mouth, took out a silk scarf from his arms, and gently wiped the dark dagger in his other hand. "I've finally been waiting for this delicious little fellow." There was a voice echoing from behind. "Hiss, hiss, hiss. All right, everyone, cheer up and get ready for me." Chapter 17, Girl Awakens. Mr. Newman's home is easy to spot because of the small mailbox in front of the door. What was strange was that at this late hour, his door was ajar. Spots of red liquid quietly flowed out from the cracks in the door and formed a small pool of blood under the stone steps at the entrance. The first moment he saw this scene, an extremely ominous premonition arose in Zhao's heart. "Lisha, be careful, something's wrong here." He was not sure what it was, but he could smell a hint of blood. The night wind blew it away, and the eerie and terrifying feeling became more and more clear. "Okay, got it." The girl nodded and moved closer to him. The two men walked close together, one in front and one behind. He walked forward and opened the outermost door of the wooden house first. Squeak. "Ah!" As the girl behind him screamed, the first thing that came into view was a male head with his eyeballs gouged out. It was whirled by the breeze that poured in through the door, rolling in at a leisurely pace. The blood that had gathered into a pool at the door was flowing out of its eye sockets. The intense visual impact immediately made Zhao frown. He suppressed the discomfort and nausea in his heart, squinted his eyes, and saw that on a wooden stool not far from his head, there was a headless body sitting slumped. His left arm and left leg were in a mutilated state, with flesh and blood exposed and bones visible. The abdomen had obviously been cut open by a sharp weapon. The internal organs had disappeared, leaving only some flesh and blood that was still dripping. Look around again. The interior furniture of the originally simple and clean wooden house had been completely destroyed. It was obvious that the owner of the corpse had put up a resistance, but was no match for the invader. Judging from the footprints, the number of intruders should be no less than 3. "This must be Mr. Newman. We are late." And Zhao's face was solemn, and he immediately opened the eye of divine investigation to make a judgment. Newman, corpse. Human male. Identity, tomb keeper of Banxiao Town. Level 10. Occupation, civilian. Talent, fear resistance +10. Danger level, and... Ow, how could this happen? Lisa covered her mouth with her hands, unable to believe such a tragic scene. The two had never experienced a situation where the mission owner died, so of course they didn't know how to deal with it. But they didn't have time to think about it because a sharp, evil howl with malicious intent came from outside the door. "Hiss, hiss, hiss. Who? Who is playing tricks?" And Xiao reacted quickly and protected Lisa behind him. At the same time, he summoned the sword of Chris from Xie's ring with his other hand and gripped the hilt with one hand. "Ah, little thing, you are really handsome." A figure emerged silently from the doorway, like wisps of black smoke. She gradually solidified into a human form, but her face seemed to melt into the shadows and could not be seen. A sinister female voice came from it. "Don't worry, as long as you come with me obediently, I won't hurt you." Click, click. The sound of rusty metal suddenly rang out, and Xiao looked closely and saw that the black shadow stretched out a dry white arm with black nails, and in its palm was an extremely sharp, snake-shaped dagger. "Go with you? You must be kidding. Who are you, and why are you killing innocent people?" He vaguely felt that he had heard the other person's voice somewhere before, and, out of curiosity, he took the opportunity to focus his eyes. Unknown, female, identity, demon, level, unknown identity, unknown, occupation, unknown, talent, unknown. What? We can't even find out. And Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, the Eye of God can easily identify beings of Lisa's level, so this shouldn't happen. If you think about it carefully, there are only 2 possibilities. Either her level is too high, or her ability has an anti-identification effect. He squinted at the invisible outline like smoke and felt that the latter possibility was more likely. The female demon did not directly respond to his question. She just sniffed the remaining smell in the air and then muttered to herself like a dream. "Sure enough, it is extremely sweet." Since the princess's target is you, then this other beautiful girl. She paused, her eyes gleaming with ferocity. You can go die now. In an instant, in the dark night, the candle lights in the house went out. She suddenly turned into a black silk thread and rushed towards the girl's face at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Careful. The incident happened suddenly. Faced with such a powerful attack that was much faster than her sight could capture, the girl was unable to react for a moment and stood there in a daze. At this critical moment, and Xiao didn't bother to think about anything else. He just used his body as a wall and lunged forward like a conditioned reflex. Just like that, he stood in front of the girl. Win! Puff! There was a sharp force in my chest. The next moment, amid the deafening sound of metal clashing, the horrific shock wave knocked him backwards, and he hit the ancient bookshelf on the side of the wooden house heavily. And Xiao, you! A large number of worn-out books fell down as the bookshelf shook violently, piling up on his badly injured body. The fresh blood flowing from the corner of the mouth merged into the old blood that was almost dried up, giving rise to a new sweet and fishy taste. This scene made Lisa pale with fear. She never expected that these two strangers could block such a fatal blow for her on the first day of their meeting. She had no idea what was going on and what was the reason behind it, and she had no time to think about it. She only knew that if she didn't take action, then all his efforts would be in vain. She didn't want to hold him back. The second curse, forbidden dark dissolution flow. No sooner said than done. The girl stood in front of Xiao, spread her orange wings, crossed her hands on her chest, and muttered something. In unspeakable anger, the effect of dragon chanting allowed her to condense the spell almost instantly. She used her huge mental power to lock onto the smoke shadow, and then let go of her hands. Shit! Evil, gray-black magic power gushed out of her body like a fountain and seeped into the ground strangely. The black shadow whose attack failed seemed to have sensed something. It quickly gathered its strength and leaped into the air, hanging upside down on the roof. In the thick fog, her expression was extremely solemn. No one knew that she was the most shocked at this moment. Is that boy crazy? He actually blocked this fatal blow for the dragon girl. If he dies, how can I explain to the princess? But then again, he was hit by my black snake assassination thorn, but he only suffered some internal injuries and didn't die on the spot? This doesn't make sense. No, that's not right. Why does that thin silver armor he's wearing look so familiar? Why does it look so much like the heroic armor of the previous demon god Odin? But that gentleman passed away many years ago. Her thoughts were soon interrupted by the magic threads that were following her. Under the power of Lisa's curse, the entire thatched house became like a gray cage, with evil energy crawling all over the walls and gathering towards the black shadow along the lines on the ceiling. The black shadow snorted coldly, then slashed the roof with his backhand. Bang! The thatched house exploded instantly. The evil power enveloped the area, and debris flew everywhere. A large amount of dark magic energy was as dark as substance, tearing the target apart. However, she was well prepared and chose to escape from above. Seeing that the cursed melting stream did not hit the black shadow but destroyed Mr. Newman's house instead, Lisa's little face became even more gloomy. I only heard the shadow sneer and say, you have some skills. Unfortunately, with your level 36, it's probably not realistic to defeat me. Come out. She waved her right arm. Sizzle. Suddenly, for shadows of similar shape appeared from the east, west, south, and north of the broken wooden house, and they surrounded Lisa little by little. The girl's face turned pale. Damn it. You devil. You actually know how to lead an ambush. Unlike in Zhao's crude Eye of God, her Eye of Dragon is relatively mature. Even in the face of the disguise of the Black Shadow, she can still see some key information. Shapeshifter, identity, demon infiltrator, elite, occupation, assassin, strength, 80, agility, 179, durability, 66, luck, 10, magic, 736, talents, affinity plus 100, mimic body, exclusive, copy A, stealth B, speed C, dodge C. When the girl saw this panel, her heart skipped a beat. With her previous experience of observation and identification, she was almost certain that the opponent was at least level 50. No matter how hard she tried, it would be difficult to truly defeat her, and the possibility of her death was greater. She looked around again. Shapeless demon claw, identity, demon scout, occupation, Stalker. Strength, 65. Agility, 80. Durability, 45. Luck, 3. Magic, 217. Talents. Mimicry into smoke, stealth C, speed D, dodge D. My goodness. All the enemies are above level 20. Now, she was a little panicked. Fighting an elite head-on is almost a life-or-death situation, and facing 4 phantom demons of the same level at the same time, the probability of survival is almost 0. Why did you arrest him? She asked through gritted teeth, as if to stall for time. Why? Oh, of course it's because the fragrance he exudes is too tempting. The Black Shadow smiled and played with the dagger in his hand, then tilted his head and said sarcastically, I say, don't look so pitiful and aggrieved. Aren't you trying to team up with him because you saw his talent? If he was just an ordinary, useless person, would you lower yourself to accompany him to do these dirty tasks? You? As if she had been stabbed in a painful spot, Lisa's chest puffed up and she wanted to refute, but was unable to. Yes, she suddenly realized that she was also a seeker of interests. What the Black Shadow said was not wrong. If Xiao was just an ordinary person, would these interactions today have happened? If I didn't covet his abilities and teamed up with a level 2 rookie to do missions, would this ever happen? If he was not so easy to talk to and clearly refused a trade and insisted on going his own way from the beginning, would I let him go so easily? The answer is obvious. But, however, he stood in front of himself without thinking, knowing that he might die, and took the fatal stab with his thin body. No matter what the reason was, it was impossible for him to not care if he could do this. Should we say he is stupid or too kind? Does he really have that kind of feeling for me? Thinking of this, Lisa felt a little confused. Something in the blood seemed to be stimulated and gradually woke up. At this time, the Black Shadow, not far away, fell back to the ground, having lost his patience. Oh, that's enough. There's no point in talking anymore. My little cutie, you should just go to hell as soon as possible. She flipped the dagger in her hand and pointed the tip at Lisa. Go! Sizzle! After hearing the order, the 4 phantoms rushed out almost at the same moment. The deadly black line went straight for the girl's head. If she didn't dodge, she would definitely die. Behind her, and Xiao fell to the ground, his mind becoming blurred. This was the first time he encountered such a dangerous situation in the world he had built, which was far beyond his expectations. But then again, this incident also made him understand more about his past life. In this foreign continent, if you are not careful, you will die suddenly. Obviously, those demons were not enemies related to the mission. So this time, I was targeted by them. As for who they were and where they came from, Xiao didn't have time to think about it. Recalling what Olivier said, when you encounter big problems, you could try to draw your sword. But now, he didn't have the strength to draw the sword. When his mind became confused, the only thing he could do was to stretch out his stiff left arm with difficulty, point his palm at the slender female demon, and gather magic power. In the name of God, answer my call. Fong, of heavenly punishment, come to the world. At this moment, more than 800 kinds of devil energy rushed out from his body along his arms, and circles of circular black arrays suddenly appeared. As if it had received some kind of bonus, the devouring Fong, that should have consumed about 90 magic points under his full-strength attack, actually grew 27 fangs directly. This number of rings. The Black Shadow raised his head slightly and looked at the large amount of cursed energy emerging in the air. His eyes narrowed slightly. In the sky, a large number of black and red diamond-shaped magic blades silently formed. They were like sharp swords unsheathed, surrounded by layers of dark particles, and pointed their heads at all the phantom demons on the ground. Feeling the strength of this move, the Black Shadow's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously retreated into the darkness. At this moment, Xiao, who was lying on the ground, took advantage of the last opportunity and clenched his left palm hard. The diamond-shaped teeth turned into mini dragons almost instantly. They rushed towards the 4 shadows, rushing towards Lisa like a group of diving dragons, at a speed no less than that of flying birds. Fu-fu-fu-fu. This. The 3 shapeshifters reacted quickly, stopped their attack, and dodged to the side, barely avoiding his fatal attack amid the roar of dark magic energy. But the last demon was not so lucky. It was completely hit by Zhao's first spell and froze in place as if it had been cursed. Then it trembled, and suddenly exploded in all directions. Bang! The demons of more than level 20 just disappeared like smoke under Zhao's full-strength attack. Time seemed to slow down. This scene shocked the dark figure beside him. Is. The three men turned around at the same time and began to ask for instructions on the next move. As she saw, and Xiao fell unconscious on the spot after casting this magic and temporarily lost his fighting ability. But he is clearly only a level 2 being, so why can he use magic above level 20? You know, as one of the shadow spells, the threshold for Devouring Fong is as high as D level, which means that it can only be used by dark magicians above level 20. But he actually conjured up 27 teeth in an instant. This was also the reason why the shapeshifter could not dodge successfully. If it was a second later, it would be surrounded and crushed by the indiscriminate shadow attack. Could it be that he is not only the best bait, but also a magical genius that is rarely seen in 1,000 years? The Black Shadow was a little confused. Originally, it would have been easy for her to capture him alive, but now facing his desperate counterattack, she felt a little tricky. At this moment, Lisa, who had been gathering magic energy on the opposite side, finally prepared her ultimate move. She saw the last chance that Xiao risked his life to get, and could also feel his unconditional trust. Although it was the first time for the two of them to walk together, a certain tacit understanding had been established invisibly. The night wind blew, and the girl's feet slowly left the ground. "O black dragon god who has been sleeping for 10,000 years, I pray to you in the name of Ryza. Open your obsidian eyes and awaken the supreme power of the end, even if it is just a little bit, just for a moment, to take away the demonic obstacles before you and eliminate the inferior race that offended your daughter." As the girl's prayers continued to ring out, a dragon's roar seemed to come from beneath the netherworld. In the darkness, the ground trembled slightly and the night grew darker. The Black Shadow seemed to have sensed something terrifying and was startled. Then, without even thinking, it turned around and gathered its strength, turning into a ray of dark light, and whizzed towards the dark forest in the opposite direction. The other three changelings had obviously lower intelligence, and when they saw their commander leave, they were just stunned for a moment, and then continued to rush towards Lisa according to the original instructions, hoping to kill her with one blow. At this moment, the girl's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a pair of black winged shadows appeared out of thin air behind her wings, almost covering the entire area. The light of the night falls, the elements wail, the black waves surge, and the curse descends. Reveal the flower of darkness. She slowly raised her right palm in a lifting posture, moved it backwards, and aimed it directly downwards. Finally, as if throwing away a heavy object, she spread her 5 fingers and suddenly pushed out her palm. Dragon's Limit, Black Magic Explosion. Chapter 18, Bedroom Talking. Beautiful palace, deep in darkness. A silver crystal ball lay quietly on the quaint table stand, broadcasting the scenes on land in real time. When the sound was synchronized with Xiao being stabbed, Olivier, who was sitting lazily on the throne, paused slightly, and the scarlet liquid in the glass goblet held by the index and middle fingers of his left hand suddenly stopped shaking. The air seemed to grow quieter. From one side, a slightly stiff female voice came. The real-time identification module detected that the temperature coefficient in your body is abnormal. The particles of anger continue to rise, and the desire to kill has increased exponentially. Do you need me to come and solve it? I repeat, do you need me to come and solve it? In the shadows, the cold voice sounded like a machine without any emotion. Oliver did not respond, but continued to stare at the picture in the crystal ball in detail. The dark room was silent again for a moment. Until this moment, dark fire and dazzling magic energy fell from the sky. Inside the crystal ball, 3 shapeshifters were imprisoned in a foggy area by the Dragon Limit. Dark magic explosion, summoned by Ryza by burning her life force. Behind the girl's small body, a pair of huge, hideous shadows appeared. The phantom was in the shape of black wings, although it only lasted for a brief moment. With the blessing of this sudden magical power, it was able to cast a spell that exceeded the level limit. A chain-like ring of magic energy burst out from her palm and rushed towards the enemy's body in an instant. The terrifying threat from outer space made the 3 shapeshifters unable to move even an inch, and the dark force field enveloped them in an instant. With a loud bang, black particles rushed into the dark night, and 3 awakening forces exploded in their bodies. Boom! Olivier watched the entire process in silence without saying a word. After several demons turned into a pool of black water and the exhausted girl staggered to Xiao and carried him up with difficulty, her expression relaxed, and she waved her arm lightly, switching the crystal ball to the scene after the black shadow escaped. The shadow at this moment seemed to be using some means to contact his superiors. Princess Cecilia, I've encountered some obstacles here. Yes, the target we locked on have fought desperately to protect the dragon girl, causing her hidden blood to be accidentally stimulated despite being seriously injured. Based on my rough judgment, I think that should be the blood of a true dragon. Please forgive me, princess. All the minions have been destroyed by her dark magic. It was indeed my negligence this time that failed to complete your task. I am sorry for bringing shame to you. Ah, thank you, princess. Do you still need me to continue looking for opportunities to follow and assassinate you? Okay, I understand. I will go and meet them now. Soon, the black shadow lost its connection and gradually revealed its true form under the dark night sky. If Xiao was present, he would be shocked to find that she was none other than Miss Mira, who had issued a mission for him in the Belongers Association during the day. At this moment, her true form had been exposed under the crystal ball. The camera was able to accurately capture her looking back at the way she escaped, with a hint of unwillingness to kill in her eyes. Squeak. Seeing this, the image disappears. In the dark room, Oliver put down his wine glass and slowly stood up. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of high heels stepping on the marble floor can be clearly heard. Behind her, a stiff and cold female voice gave a programmed reminder. The real-time identification module detected that your emotions are disordered and you are in a state of boredom. The perfection coefficient of your facial expression has dropped by 30% compared to before, and the elegance index of your movement posture has slightly decreased. The conclusion given by the comprehensive judgment module is uneasy and in urgent need of resolution. Excuse me, is there anything I can do for you? Repeat, is there anything I can do for you? Vera, shut up. For the first time, Olafil showed his impatience. Remember, say less unnecessary nonsense, especially in front of me. There was silence in the air for a moment. Then, the volume of the stiff female voice suddenly dropped to half. Okay, the learning module has included this request. The host response frequency will be reduced after the next node. The sensitivity of the real-time identification module is being lowered, and the language system is being calibrated. Her voice trailed off. Oliver frowned, looked back at the silhouette in the shadow, and said coldly, "You are still not perfect. I am sorry, Olifel. I'm sorry. I don't understand you." Seeing her suddenly stop, Vera's voice actually trembled in a human-like way, as if she didn't know whether the host's wrong interpretation in her body would lead to a series of terrible consequences. And Olafil was indeed looking at Vera again with a critical eye, obviously weighing her remaining value. After a moment of silence, "That's enough. Shut down your so-called learning system. Just because I don't like unnecessary words doesn't mean your future master will hate this kind of nagging. You have to do everything you can to learn how to please others. To be more precise, please him. Got it? Otherwise, I will erase every trace of you from this world." Vera understands. The learning module is shutting down, and the preset module is starting up. The etiquette module determines that I should express my gratitude to you at this moment. Thank you for your consideration and understanding. Vera will definitely serve the future master well. Oliver nodded with satisfaction and continued to walk towards a room on the first floor. Vera followed her carefully, not daring to say anything more. Next, I'm going to enter the hibernation stage. I'll leave the tale I just saw to you. Okay, the killing module is activated, and the tracking module is activated. Thank you for your trust. Vera will complete the task on time. Her figure gradually faded. However, Oliver seemed to have thought of something and added one last instruction to the darkness. Remember, don't let him know you're there. Also, no act of recognizing your master. Do you understand? Yes. Vera will not force Master Akatsuki to recognize her as his master before your approval. Although the last sentence was a little unclear, Oliver certainly didn't think that the mental doll would go against its will and do something unwise. There was only complete darkness in the empty corridor. After making sure that no one was around to disturb her, she stretched slightly, gently moved the crow wings that were faintly visible behind her, and finally reached out her white arm towards the door. Crunch! A familiar smell hits me. Her spirits were inexplicably lifted, and she immediately stepped into the house. Click! He closed the wooden door and walked towards the big bed, where the quilt had not yet been folded. For some reason, a blush gradually appeared on her cheeks, whether it was due to pleasure or excitement. Tick, 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 tick. Her steps quickened. Furu. In the picture, Olivier skillfully took off her exquisite long dress and threw herself into the center of the big bed. This, she grabbed the bottom of the quilt with both hands and sniffed the boy's body fragrance remaining in the cotton like an addict, then buried her devilishly beautiful face hard into it. Master, master. The candles burned out and darkness spread. The only sounds left in the room were intermittent whispers. Chapter 19, Bathing in Water. When Lisa arrived at the door of the inn carrying the unconscious and Xiao, it was almost dawn. The mission was over, but she was not happy. On the way back, countless thoughts ran through her mind. Some are about the demons, some are about the missions, some are about bloodlines, and some are about the current crisis. But no matter which one, it is not as important as the things about him. Why? Why would he choose to stand firmly in front of me at that time? The girl was puzzled and didn't know how to express her feelings. She just felt that the relationship between her and him could no longer be as simple as that between strangers and ordinary teammates. There seemed to be some kind of indescribable emotion growing in my heart, which gradually awakened the blood power that had failed repeatedly before. Yes, as a member of the dragon race, Lisa has been trying to use the dragon people's exclusive talent, dragon blood, since she was a child. The blood of the dragons is inherited from true dragons and is extremely noble, so Lisa has been aloof since childhood and always feels proud of being a dragon princess. Just like a totem. In fact, every dragon person believes in a true dragon that corresponds to his bloodline. It's just that most of them find it difficult to successfully awaken it in their entire lives. Once all obstacles are overcome and the bloodline is successfully awakened, a new world will open its doors to the dragon people. Just like God's sight descending upon the mortal world, the giant dragon that has long disappeared from the misty sky seems to be nostalgic for its lovely offspring in some way. Dragon's protection, to be blessed by a real dragon, to build a bridge of communication, and to borrow some of the dragon's abilities through prayer. Lisa never imagined that she would be the first dragon man to successfully awaken the dragon vein in nearly 100 years. The reason I tried it before was because of the intense anger I felt when I saw him being seriously injured, and it was also because I was doing my best when I had no other options. At this moment, a strange, brand new source energy is infused into the whole body. Even though he had just experienced a life and death battle and was still mentally exhausted, the blood power of the Black Dragon Mother from outer space was indeed transmitted to him extremely clearly. The dimly lit door of the hotel was already in sight. The girl had no time to think. She just steadied his small body on her back and tiptoed to push open the wooden door amid the faint snoring coming from inside. Crunch. The hotel has 3 floors, and the lobby on the first floor is not very large. Hoo. At the front desk, the bearded uncle who was snoring on the table heard the sound and raised his head reflexively to look at the petite girl at the door. Oh, it's so late. Little girl, are you staying in a hotel? Yes, I'll stay at a hotel. Please help me get a room. It should have a bathtub and can be used for bathing. Lisa walked straight into the store with a cold face. The bearded man rubbed his eyes and was about to come out to greet her, but suddenly he saw the unconscious, blood-stained boy on her back. For a moment, I couldn't help but be stunned. Wait a minute. What happened to this little brother? He was injured so badly. Is he okay? The boss came to his senses instantly. He squinted at Zhao's condition, then looked at Lisa with wings and a tail, and vaguely wondered if this demi-human girl had kidnapped this handsome young man. Then he asked cautiously, do you need help? I know Sergeant Wood in town. If you're in trouble, I can help contact him. No, please get the room ready quickly. The girl answered decisively and didn't want to say anything else. Okay, we still have 2 rooms left. Are you planning to? Just 1 room will do. She was sure. Okay, finally, please show me your pass. The bearded man's eyes kept wandering between her and Xiao. After all, he had been an innkeeper for so many years and had seen all kinds of adventurers. But it was very rare for demi-humans and humans to appear at the same time. Even if there were, it was humans who led the newly purchased subhuman slaves to do good things. The situation now is a bit reversed. This is our identification. Lisa quickly took out the nameplate and gestured to him. The bearded man carefully studied the information on it and nodded slightly. It seems that there is no problem. Well, Miss Lisa, you can take this boy to the rightmost room on the third floor to rest. Our room fee will be settled when we leave the hotel. If you need food or other services, you can always call me." He turned around, took a small card from the keychain, and handed it to the girl. "Yes, thanks." She had already become impatient waiting, so she took out the room card with the basic unlocking magic pattern and walked towards the stairs. The bearded man stared at her back in silence for a long time, then seemed to remember something, went back to the bar, took out a dusty, super rare demi-human encyclopedia from the locker, and quickly turned to the ancient dragon category. Beep, beep. The sound of the door card swiping open the door was crisp. Unlike the high-end hotels in the royal capital of Taliana, since it is a small place, it is good enough to have the most basic magic pattern for opening the door. Over there, almost from the first moment you step into the building, the entire space will be shrouded in various magic pattern arrays. Lisa had heard from the elders of her tribe that practical magic was everywhere in the Magic City, which was one of the reasons why she longed to go there. The pressure on her back grew heavier, and the girl quickened her movements, walking into the room. Click! When she turned around and closed the wooden door, what came into view was a small space of less than 20 square meters. Wooden floors, a large round bed, heart-shaped wallpaper, and purple firefly lights with ambiguous meanings. The girl stared at the only bed in a daze for a long time, until she noticed the sky outside the window was turning pale, and then she realized that she had to settle the man behind her first. She helped him shout to his seat, pondered for a while, and finally decided to take off the blood-stained thin armor he was wearing on the outside first. It must be some kind of treasure that can withstand the full force of the wish. "Alas, you can actually do this for me," she murmured softly and stretched out her little hand to take it off bit by bit, without waking him up who was still sleeping. Time passes by every second. Well, next is the leg armor. She carefully lifted his legs up and then peeled off the delicate silver armor. Although her movements were a little stiff, the quality of this set of heroic spirit armor was extremely high. In addition to its incredible protective capabilities, it was also extremely easy to put on and take off. Even if the girl was clumsy, she could easily accomplish her goal. For some reason, when she finished doing all this, Lisa's little face began to feel hot. There's so much blood on your body. According to human habit, you should take a bath before going to bed, right? She nodded her head to herself, as if to express her agreement. But you passed out and can't take a shower, so I have to help you. When she said this, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, and she lowered the volume as if she was afraid of being heard by someone. Fortunately, and Xiao was drowsy and could only let her do whatever she wanted. With some expectation in her heart, the girl ran to the bathroom and prepared hot water. Even though I didn't do anything, I still worked hard on myself. This was the first time in her life that she had done such an exciting thing. She ran back with her heart pounding, picked him up by the waist swiftly, and walked step by step towards the misty compartment. Oh, right. The clothes inside were a bit in the way, so I did it myself. Fudu, fudu. The sound of clothes being peeled off was so clear in the small space. Then, click, she closed the sliding door with her backhand. Wow, the sound that seemed to be muffled by the bottle continued to come from inside. Yes, since I'm helping you wash your body, it shouldn't be too much for me to wash with you as well, right? And Xiao responded that he couldn't. So poof, in the bathroom, there was a splash of water. Chapter 20, How to Satisfy a Girl's Curiosity. And Xiao had a dream. In his dream, he fell to the bottom of the sea and his body was submerged by the seawater. There was a giant octopus in the water. It came at him with its claws and rolled up. Ripples appeared on the seabed, spreading outward in circles. They quickly turned into slippery foam, soaking the entire body and taking away all the dirt. The scene is fleeting. The next breath, I arrived in the clouds in the sky. Clouds are soft. The body is surrounded by them, which is very comfortable. Then, I felt as if my body was covered with gauze, and my hands, feet, and body felt truly relaxed as never before, without any sense of restraint. This comfort made him feel that the world in his dream was spinning, which was just right for a deep sleep. I just don't know why the giant monster in the sea suddenly appeared in the sky and kept strangling me tighter without giving up. The warm claws circled around his legs again and again, and Xiao subconsciously hugged it and held it in his arms at will. It's so comfortable. He thought so. At this moment, he didn't know that the girl next to him was blushing so much that blood was about to drip out. The lavender light flickered. In the quiet room, Lisa and Xiao were huddled together, almost face to face. He was soundly asleep, leaning against her tail like it was the most elastic pillow in the world. Her calves, without a trace of fat, were pressed against his waist in an indistinguishable position. Although the girl knew that this was not a good idea, she still chose not to adjust anything. She just looked at his handsome, sleeping face silently, as if she was absorbed in it without blinking. After an unknown amount of time, she leaned over to his ear and whispered, "And Xiao, it wasn't me who did that. You came up to me on your own. Don't blame me when you wake up." While muttering to herself, she moved closer to him and stretched out her little hands, wanting to do some nurturing movements. However, he stopped himself halfway through. No, he saved me and he was injured. I can't take advantage of him when he needs to rest." Reason is obviously still online at this time. The girl was a little confused and didn't know how to sleep. But after thinking about it for a while, he felt that this could not be considered taking advantage of him. Thinking, he saved me, and I saved him, so we are already friends for life, right? We have a life-and-death relationship, let alone being together like this. Even if it's something else, there's nothing wrong with that, right? The girl tightened her face and thought seriously. It seems more and more reasonable. That must be the case. Now, the mental barrier no longer exists. She smiled and hugged him to her chest and deliberately adjusted her lying position, gradually becoming satisfied. Dragon's Eye was able to determine that Xiao was no longer in danger of death. Although the previous injuries were not light, most of them were internal injuries caused by the shock of penetrating armor and did not endanger the core organs. With his physique, he should be able to recover a lot after a good sleep. So the girl decided to wait until he woke up before making her next plan. Now, she was stroking his hair, thinking back to what happened today, and thinking continuously in her mind. Logically speaking, the first wave of tasks has been completed. The reward for the slime task has not yet been claimed, but the cat-finding task has been successfully completed. As for Mr. Newman's death, it was related to the appearance of the demons, which was not something the two of them could solve. The question now is whether I should stay in Banxiao Town after receiving the reward tomorrow, and whether I should take on new tasks. It was obvious that Xiao was being targeted by the demons. If he stayed here and did not leave, similar dangers would inevitably arise again. By that time, he might not be able to use the blood limit so easily, and the probability of their survival would be reduced exponentially. That which said he smelled sweet. What was that? Lisa stroked her lower lip, thinking, "No, I have to smell it carefully." After failing to come up with an answer, she put her face close to his forehead and sniffed it carefully again and again. Immediately, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. No, could it be that the scent of the shower gel covered it up? She frowned, somewhat puzzled. But soon a new guess came to my mind. Is it possible that I can't feel that sweetness just by smelling it? Should I try it like them? Based on the knowledge she learned from her family before going out for experience, the girl remembered that the demons were different from other races. They had many branches, and the most famous ones would indeed hunt top-level humans as food. The most typical ones are the succubus, dream demon, and blood demon. Unlike the most common subhuman race, cannibals, true demons often need certain essences from the human body to maintain their lives, and some even use this to improve their own rank. What the succubi need is male-yang energy, also known as essence. Dream demons need telekinesis, also known as mental power. The blood demon needs blood power, that is, fresh blood, as its main food. According to the Demon Encyclopedia of Wayne Continent, the shapeshifter is a descendant branch of the succubus. They often need to learn basic camouflage first, so that after evolution, they can transform into an appearance that the target likes at will, making the prey unable to stop wanting them. The fact that Xiao was targeted by the shapeshifter obviously meant that the essence or yang energy in his body greatly attracted these guys, so much so that they were willing to pay the price of exposing their identities in order to forcibly hunt him. Then if I eat some of his energy, will I also get the same tonic effect as those witches? Lisa's little thoughts started to move again. But my sense of smell can't detect the fragrance in his body. Maybe it's the wrong method? Or should we try another way? Girls are naturally curious and have a certain interest in anything new. Of course, she didn't really want to take away his essence. She just wanted to feel what the so-called sweetness tasted like. With this in mind, she decided to try something new. That is, use your sense of taste to judge one or two things. In the room, filled with purple light, the girl approached him stealthily, and it seemed that she was going to do something indecent to the boy's face. To be on the safe side, she decided to turn off the lights halfway through. She quickly turned her head towards the switch and exhaled a puff of shadow particles. The black magic energy took the shape of a small arrow and floated towards the switch with a swoosh, and with a click, it successfully extinguished the light in the room. The room darkened. Without the light source, the girl finally felt a little relieved. Now, even if I act a little recklessly, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Heaven, she thought so proudly in her heart. After counting the breaths, she prepared herself mentally again, rubbed her hands, and said in a low voice to Zhao's left cheek, "Then I'm going to start. Tonight, the strange contents of my dream increased again. Chapter 21 Master, I want to see you. Dawn, Western Suburbs. The dawn before sunrise. In a gloomy jungle, Yokoi tightly grasped the dagger, staring at the uninvited guest in the dark with a sinister look, cold sweat oozing from her forehead. Who are you, and why are you stopping me here?" She is transformed back into the form of Miss Mira. I had been planning to return to the Belongers Association to make the next arrangements, but just now, I suddenly noticed a figure descending from the sky. The figure had a clear target and seemed to be coming straight for him. At this moment, seeing that the other party did not reply, she used the identification method without hesitation. Open. Under the shadow of the tree, she focused her dark eyes. Vera, race, unrecorded, level, attributes, unrecorded, status, 10% of the peak period. Exclamation point. Seeing such a panel, Yokoi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. You know, when going out, any professional assassin needs to master at least one identification technique of a high level, and Demon Blood Eyes is one of the techniques that Yokoi has learned. This method is fundamentally different from other common eye techniques on the market and can accurately and intuitively reflect the enemy's true level and personal attributes. Whether it is elements or light and darkness, whether it is melee or ranged, as long as you capture the corresponding information in advance, you can seize the enemy's weaknesses and try to kill them with one blow. And now, unprecedented feedback appeared before her eyes, making it difficult for her to judge how to deal with the current situation. Could it be that Yokoi has been carrying out missions outside for many years and has been lurking in human adventure gathering places for quite some time, but he has never seen a panel like this one? The simple word "not included" contains great terror. She knew that between heaven and earth, there was almost no race that the demons had not yet come into contact with. The Demonic Codex also clearly records that the last time this happened was when a certain demon king saw the disaster beast with his own eyes. What is even more bizarre than this is the attributes that are not included in the question mark levels. As we all know, elemental magic such as water, fire, wind, and thunder, as well as natural magic such as grass, snow, sand, and fog, have long been recorded, and even the rare light and dark system cannot be considered special. The attribute, not included, means that the ability used by the opponent is unknown and its source energy is also unknown. In other words, her talent is invisible. This is undoubtedly a huge danger signal for Yokoi, who attaches great importance to intelligence gathering. As for the question mark level, in the eyes of the demons, it meant that the opponent was more than 30 levels higher than him, and he knew his own strength very well. For beings with a very high foundation, the higher the level, the more difficult it becomes. This is an obvious truth. Yokoi has already begun to think about quitting. At this time, the unknown creature named Vera finally spoke. Real-time monitoring module activated. Identification module calculating. A cold and emotionless female voice came from the other side, sounding like she was talking to herself. Target confirmed. Level 49, changeling female. Attribute, shadow. Strength, 80 agility. 179 intelligence. 72 durability. 66 luck. 10 speed. 51 magic. 550 magic defense. 25 talents. Affinity plus 100 mimic body. Exclusive, copy advanced, stealth, intermediate, speed low, dodge low. Danger level, N, can kill instantly. Judgment completed, killing module activated. Wait, you? Who are you? Seeing that her message was read out so clearly, and the location was the harmless, Yokoi was a little panicked. She had never seen such a detailed identification spell, and of course, she had never heard of attributes like intelligence, speed, and magic defense. Although each school's identification methods are different, and it is normal to have its own unique algorithms, such a complete amount of information can only mean that the opponent's spell level is far higher than yours by who knows how many levels. I am an assassin close to level 50, but in her eyes, the threat level is only in. Faced with this situation, the experienced woman does not intend to rely on luck to fight the unknown. Unfortunately, when she had decided to evacuate, she couldn't move for some reason. No, no. Under the sad moonlight, an unreal figure strolled out from the shadows. It was a humanoid creature as delicate as a doll. She has long blue-gray hair that falls to her waist, rare garnet-colored pupils, creamy white skin as smooth as solidified fat, and delicate facial features that will make you completely obsessed with them at just one glance. Her body is like a work of art, a masterpiece of nature. The only flaw is that her expression is deep and stiff, with a hint of sadness. Just like she lacks certain emotions, her appearance is no different from that of a human girl, even taller, but for some reason, she makes the viewers feel sympathy for her. She was wearing an exquisite made uniform of moon white and beige. In the night, her skirt fluttered and her fragrance wafted in the distance. The black leg rings were positioned just right, and the huge bow casually tied on the back was also dancing gracefully. At first glance, the first impression given was that of a rich lady who was perfectly protected in her boudoir. However, the danger lurking beneath the beautiful appearance is obviously in absolute inverse proportion to this appearance. Just as Yokoi was immersed in a trance for a moment, she moved. With the slightest movement, he pointed his finger at the locked target. Nirvana sinking. The hollow voice seemed to be sentencing someone to death. Then, a strange pressure came from the sky without any warning. They are invisible and silent. It is not magic, nor does it belong to any element. Of course, it is not the talent and bloodline skills of a certain race. In the last moment of consciousness, the three big words, "not included," flashed through Yokoi's mind. Unfortunately, this clarity only lasted for a moment and disappeared forever in the next breath when the ground beneath his feet turned into an abyss. Jesus. No one has ever truly witnessed a sniper attack from the air. Amidst her hysterical screams, the circular surface of the ground, which was just the size of a person, suddenly turned into a deep pit and swallowed her body fiercely, as if she was falling into eternity. At this moment, if there were outsiders here, they would be shocked to find that the inside of the deep pit was not the structure of the Earth's crust, but endless black and red crisscrossing lines. It is like an independent, exiled outer space, with no end and no destination. I don't know how much time passed. Vera stared at the target in front of her that had been wiped out with a sluggish gaze, her thoughts having drifted away to who knows where. The heart energy core constantly sends mission accomplished reminders to the brain. According to the procedure, she should now return to the Lee Palace to continue waiting for Olivier's next order. However, the timeline will always have a special misalignment at some special node. She suddenly raised her head and looked towards the hotel thousands of meters away, and a hidden light flashed in her eyes. As if possessing a consciousness that shouldn't exist, she murmured, "Master, I want to see you." Chapter 22, An Accidental Confession. The next morning, when Xiao woke up from a long sleep, the first scene he saw almost made him think he was still in a dream. Gazing at the sleeping face of the girl only 2 inches away from him, breathing in the sweet fragrance emanating from her soft body, his body felt as if it was under a spell, and he dared not move at all. What's going on? Looking down along the snow-white neck, you can see that although Lisa is wearing a thin nightgown, her whole body is in a defenseless state. Even the soft little hands and slippery legs were already clamped on his body. The elastic dragon tail was wrapped around his waist wantonly, and the beautiful and smooth hair was casually draped in his arms. From a certain perspective, this was not the distance that should exist between teammates. No, something's wrong. Where am I? What is this big bed? Why is she sleeping with me? Wait, where are my clothes? As his mind was short-circuited, countless questions popped up in his mind one after another. But the biggest problem was that what he saw was real, not a fantasy. Looking at herself, who was hugged tightly, and then looking at her delicate skin, which was exposed in large areas, and Xiao was completely stunned. He blinked blankly, tried to remember everything that happened last night. Mission, attack, resistance, coma. Scenes emerged in my mind, gradually becoming clearer from vague shadows. Yes, I wanted to save her at that time, but then I seemed to be injured by the devil. I wanted to draw my sword, but couldn't. In the end, I risked my life to use the devouring fawn. Yeah, As for what happened afterwards, I have no recollection of it all. At this moment, he carefully raised his head and looked around, and could tell that this was probably an inn. Huh, that's weird. He knew very well that since he was here, it meant he was temporarily out of danger. She must have carried me here by herself. Could it be that Ryza defeated those demons with her own strength? Although this possibility is a bit unbelievable, it is not completely impossible. 4 phantom minions and a leader who is close to level 50. How do they do that? The life and death struggle last night is still vivid in my mind. The extremely powerful female shapeshifter on the other side stabbed him with just one stab, and his phantom-like speed was simply impossible for the naked eye to follow. Logically speaking, Lisa would not be her opponent. Could it be that something else happened later that I'm not aware of? Thinking of this, he quietly used his divine eyes to look at the girl. He soon discovered that her level had actually increased from 36 to 37, and correspondingly, all the values had also increased. Exclamation point. The most eye-catching one is the latest one that appeared in the talent column. Dragon Bloodline, Awakened. And Xiao clearly remembered that this had not happened before. Is that so? She defeated such a strong demon. He returned his gaze to her lovely sleeping face, his heart filled with disbelief. In fact, through personal experience, he had already come to the conclusion that you can't gain experience without defeating the enemy. After all, when he was fighting against the slime before, he found that only by defeating the monster would he feel like he got something. But when he handed over the task to Boss Nanami, there would be no improvement. In other words, this world is more real than virtual. In general games, quest experience often accounts for the majority. Turning in quests will increase a large amount of experience, and after reaching a certain level, the experience gained from killing monsters can be almost ignored. But in the continent of Wayne, if you don't fight enemies or kill monsters, you won't gain experience. Following this logic, he couldn't help but think that simply reading books without practicing would definitely be inexperienced. Even more, bullying enemies who were much weaker than him with a high-level attitude would not work. So, exploring new locations won't earn you experience points, and there's no achievement system. Other avenues are almost blocked. No wonder there are almost no humans in the whole town above level 30. It seems that in order to achieve what Olivier calls promotion, one needs to constantly defeat enemies of a similar level. This is completely unrealistic for ordinary people, right? And Xiao sighed slightly. It was fine before level 10 or 20, but what about level 40, 50, 60, or 70? Are there really so many high-level opponents on this continent that you can challenge continuously? He was not sure and did not know whether he could survive until then. Looking back, I almost lost my life just for a day of training. If I want to overcome many obstacles and get closer to the final goal step by step, there will be many more similar dangers. As he continued to think, his mind gradually calmed down. At this moment, the girl in front of him fluttered her eyelashes, and she moaned and arched her body into his arms again, adjusting to a more comfortable and bolder posture. The vast expanse of white snow kept dazzling in Zhao's eyes and shocking his nerves. The blood began to surge again, and the internal injuries caused by the demon's heavy attack yesterday were also aching. No, I can't lose to evil. And Xiao spoke unsteadily, but in his mind he was thinking of a mysterious figure that was both holy and corrupt. Ahem. After unable to help but take a few more glances, he slowly withdrew his gaze in order to prevent his reason from overcoming his impulse. Ryza is really something. A little girl goes out alone and is totally defenseless against men. It seems like she really doesn't understand the evil nature of human men. Muttering this in his mind, and Xiao continued to glance out the window. During this process, he suddenly discovered that the speed of adjusting the perspective seemed to have become more flexible than before. This kind of flexibility was beyond the norm and gave him the illusion that he could focus all attention on himself. A certain conjecture came to his mind, and he immediately tried it out. And Xiao, human male, table, level 5. Status: Palace Master of Li Palace. Occupation: Magique Swartzman Table. Talents: Unity of Nature and Man. Exclusive: Growth Multiplication S. Affinity of all attributes. Amplification of Comprehension. Attraction of the opposite sex SSS. Identification S. Creation S. Mastery of Forbidden Techniques SS. Regeneration A. Chaos SSS. Past: A traveler from another world. The creator of Wayne Continent. the compiler of the epic worldview, the weaver of gods and spirits, a rising absolute genius, but powerless. He opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Obviously, my level increased by 3 levels at once, probably because of the experience bonus from killing a demon minion. This talent panel was exactly the same as what Lisa had told me before, no problem. However, this newly added past column is very problematic. It can be seen that after reaching level 5, the Eye of God has added the functions of introspection and checking the past. Even though it seems a bit simple at present, we cannot rule out the possibility that it will evolve and upgrade in the future. And Xiao observed it repeatedly and thought that the previous series of titles might be a relatively objective self-assessment, but the last sentence of the summary, which was in the form of a comment, made him feel a little offended. Is it okay to be so weak as to tie up a chicken? I'm definitely not that weak. Not to mention a chicken, I can even tie up a cat. Huh, what a poor appraisal technique. However, he suddenly realized that when he looked at the girl, just now, no explanation of the past seemed to appear. Could it be that my current level is not high enough to check other people's history? Or is it that Rise's level is relatively high and there are restrictions on what she can see? He pondered carefully. I wonder if more detailed explanations will appear as my level and experience increase in the future. If I can see through my opponent's past before fighting them, I can quickly detect their weaknesses, right? Of course, the ultimate of the eye technique is knowing the future. Since it was taught to me personally by Olivier, as long as I become an ascender, I can reach half of her level, right? Speculating like this in his mind, he nodded slightly. Forget it, let's make plans for the next step first. He closed his pupil technique and slightly moved his arm, which had become a little sore from maintaining the same posture for a long time. The tiny movement caused the girl's eyelids, who were in a light sleep, to flutter. It's terrible. And Xiao actually didn't want to wake her up because he hadn't figured out how to deal with this embarrassing situation. After all, waking up to find a lovely dragon girl teammate and the prey in your heart lying in your arms like a delicious pastry is really too dreamy. However, it was too late to hold your breath and keep silent now. The girl stretched out her little hand and rubbed her sleepy eyes. She looked around confusedly at first, then slightly raised her head to look at him. Thinking of everything that happened before, she was slightly startled and asked in a low voice, "Are you awake?" And Xiao felt a little embarrassed. He sat stiffly on the bed, not even knowing where to put his hands and feet. We were teammates yesterday. When teammates are resting, will they help each other undress without distinction? Even if some good brothers can do this, the relationship is too good. At this moment, and Xiao felt that his breath was burning his mouth. I want to say something, but I'm not sure where to start. Just picking a topic. Let's talk about the weather. Deliberately not mentioning the current distance? That's too unnatural. In fact, he knew in his heart that if Lisa had not been an extremely rare target clearly recorded in the maid handbook, he was not sure whether he would have hesitated last night. If he hesitated, he would not have had time to use his body to block the fatal blow, and the girl's death would have been inevitable. In the end, he would also be captured by the demons. Considering the value of her meat, even if she was caught, her life would not be in immediate danger. But no matter what, he was unwilling to watch the girl wither away in front of him. Somehow, the intersections and emotions generated in this world have replaced the reality in our hearts and are difficult to separate. At this moment, the girl seemed to finally realize that her clothes were in disarray and she was entangled with the other person like an octopus. Soon, 2 pink clouds flew on her delicate cheeks. She retracted her little hands and tail as if she had been electrocuted, then pulled out her soft thighs, pursed her lips, and slowly sat up. And Xiao silently cooperated with her actions and politely did not make any sound. The early morning sun outside the window was warm and bright, shining through the wooden window onto Lisa's shy yet stunning face. Her gaze shifted slightly downward, not daring to look him in the eye immediately. At the same time, it also seems to be organizing some important discourses. The beautiful picture is frozen here. Some indescribable fatal attraction seemed to speed up the heartbeats of both of them at the same time. Is this the long-lost taste of hormonal fermentation? And Xiao couldn't say anything and didn't know how to respond. After all, this feeling has been missing for too long. In my previous life, I would hardly dare to even think about this distant and immature relationship that only carefree young people can experience. In this world that I have built, can such feelings really appear? Time slips away secretly in the beautiful heartbeat. After an unknown amount of time, she finally mustered up the courage and smiled at him. And Xiao, thank you for yesterday. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever regarded me as more important than life. She looked him seriously in the eyes and spoke solemnly. After realizing that it was such a formal way of saying thank you, and Xiao immediately stood up and hugged the quilt tighter. Well, actually, he intended to explain the facts, but in the process of struggling, he saw her shaking her head with a sweet smile on her face. I understand. The elders of my tribe told me that in human culture, when a person is willing to risk his life for another person, it means that he has developed feelings for that person. So, you actually fell in love with me the first time you saw me, is that right? And Xiao was stunned when he heard this and didn't know how to refute for a moment. The girl's cheeks were pink, and she didn't dare to continue observing the expression on his face. She just said to herself, you don't have to be shy. We dragon people have always been more direct. Although I haven't had many friends since I was a child, but it's not that I can't accept your feelings. Her hand was shaking slightly. I know. What happened last night was probably a confession of love to me through actions. Wait a minute. So I agree. I also gave you a bath, cleaned you up, and became your makeshift pillow. I don't know if you slept well or not, but I did receive your feelings. At this point, the girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and the soft tail on her, but seemed to be full of energy again, driven by courage. It quietly extended down to his ankles again, wrapping him tighter little by little. Well, and Xiao, please take good care of me from now on. Chapter 23, Girl's Sense of Security. One day refers to the time it took in Xiao to capture Miss Dragon Girl. From meeting to getting to know each other, and then to understanding each other, only one night had passed, and yet, in a daze, he had made a great progress in Oliver's seemingly impossible task. Its high efficiency, precise actions, and simple means are almost beyond the comprehension of most people. It can basically be said to have reached the level of returning to nature. Driven by some subtle misunderstandings, Lisa has regarded him as a warm light in her life, and their relationship has become closer. At this moment, she was holding his arm and walking intimately on the path leading to the Belongers Association. The morning after the tenderness is as addictive as honey. Recalling the sudden beauty, and Zhao's thoughts were drifting and his mind was a little dazed. How long has it been since I felt the attachment of a young girl? Thinking back carefully, it seems that ever since I entered a high-intensity and endless cycle of work in my previous life, my life has been completely separated from emotions, experiences, perceptions, and even self, and cannot coexist. In order to make material life better and to achieve all the qualities that normal people and other people's children in society should possess, giving up many things seems to have become inevitable. Whether it is the body, hobbies, original ideals, or social interactions, they all seem to become less important when it comes to achieving the small goal of self-sufficiency. Yes, the young and handsome me aged rapidly in my previous life, and my burning youth was just dedicated to a randomly chosen company that I didn't know anything about, and I kept working there. Until the end, with a black eye, he put a half stop on his boss's ambition to buy a new luxury house. After being called into this world, Olivier's beautiful and ideal image astonished his already closed and old heart. And a real and lovely little teammate, like Lisa, has injected a bit of new vitality into this stagnant soul. After experiencing the crisis last night, she could vaguely feel that her inner perception of the world around her seemed to have become more acute, and the damage she had suffered was almost healed through the girl's spiritual and physical healing. Now, and Xiao has decided to go to the capital of Taliana in advance to a safer place to accumulate the wealth necessary for schooling. Perhaps only in this way can we get away from the secret gazes of the demons. Lisa, is there really a Belanger Association over there? As they walked down the road, he turned and asked the girl beside him. It should be. Although I haven't been there, I heard from the elders of the tribe that human adventurers have footprints all over the continent. So in the imperial capital of any country, the Belongers Association will open a branch for this purpose. Moreover, their scale will be much larger than a small place like Banqiao Town, and the level of the missions they can accept will also be very high. The girl thought about it seriously and added, besides, there are more opportunities there than just completing quests. With your talent, maybe you can choose to work as an enchanter or something like that in the future. Oh, I understand. And Xiao nodded slightly. It's actually very easy to understand. It's probably like a first-tier city with many opportunities, good public security, a large population base, and a relatively rich variety of jobs. In this environment, the things you can get in touch with and the knowledge you can learn are far beyond what you can get in a small place. Most importantly, the royal capital has a strict security system. Usually, they only allow the coexistence of demi-humans and will never let any demons sneak in. For a checkpoint like Banqiao Town, which is guarded by only one non-commissioned officer and some militiamen, once a war breaks out, most residents will have only one option: to leave their homes. This is not really suitable for long-term development. In just one day, and Xiao could sense that the demons on this continent seemed to be ready to make a move. Since he had been targeted, he had to keep a low profile in his subsequent actions. He has made a clear plan. As long as he can earn enough tuition as soon as possible and enter the college successfully, he can continue to move closer to his next goal under the protection of the college. As for that matter, let's talk to Lisa when the time is right. With this in mind, he and she continued on their way. Soon, the outline of the Belongers Association gradually appeared before our eyes. When I walked to the door, I could hear a familiar conversation coming from inside. Such a serious incident must be reported as soon as possible. The small town's limited military strength is completely unable to resist the temptation of the demons. Yes, it seems that the rumors are true. The Demon King, who has been dormant for many years, is finally recovering and making a comeback. Alas, I wonder how the team that accepted the mission last night is doing now. Captain Wood, I actually happened to see them asking for directions when I was on duty last night. The guy looked like he was working very hard to complete the mission. If they really got close to the Newman family, I'm afraid they would be in great danger. What? Such an enthusiastic young man, this. Oh, what a pity, just as everyone was talking about it. And Xiao and Lisa walked into the hall quietly, one after the other. Hello, Mr. Wood and Mr. Guang. At this moment, inside the huge guild, a dozen adventurers were surrounding Sergeant Wood and a group of fully armed soldiers in front of the bar, discussing something with the branch leader. It can be seen that Miss Mira, who was here yesterday, is gone. The receptionist standing behind the bar has been replaced by someone else, and the new branch leader is a middle-aged uncle. He was wearing a dark green guild gown and scholar's glasses, looking very serious. When the adventurers saw that it wasn't Xiao, they were greatly surprised, and Wood, a Guang, and others were even more shocked. Realizing his identity, the middle-aged man hurried over and asked with concern, "Little brother, are you okay? Yesterday's mission..." "It's okay, don't worry. In fact, we are here to report on the demons." And Xiao smiled gently to show that it was okay. However, the bloodstains on his silver-gray thin armor last night were still vivid. Everyone was not blind, and when they saw this scene, their faces became solemn. At Chief Wood's request, and Xiao briefly outlined his experience of encountering the demons. It's like this. After we completed Miss Nanami's mission, we headed for the western suburbs without stopping. But when we arrived, Mr. Newman's body had been torn apart. Then, several demons suddenly appeared. The more everyone in the audience listened, the more shocked they became. Especially when he said, "Ryza tried her best to kill 4 minions and forced back the enemy leader." Everyone, including Hikaru, immediately lost their original wariness towards the girl. After all, here, the demi-humans who can help the town resist the demons will always be friends of mankind. At first, when Lisa claimed to be a dragon girl, few people believed her. This was because dragon people would not leave their nests for 100 years, and according to the lifespan of humans, it would be almost impossible to see one in a lifetime. But now, everyone can't help but start to reflect again. After Xiao finished speaking, the hall was quiet for a moment, and everyone fell silent. The awkward atmosphere lasted for an unknown amount of time, and it was still the branch leader who spoke first. This incident was caused by our guild's poor coordination, which caused the little brother to encounter such a great danger. We will compensate you two accordingly for this injury. Compensation. Hearing the word compensation, and Xiao immediately perked up. Excuse me, what exactly does compensation mean? Ah, you were able to repel the demons in that state, which can be said to have made a great contribution to the public security of Banqiao Town. Mr. Newman's death was an accident and unavoidable. Therefore, I have decided to first determine that you two have passed your mission, and at the same time, I will make an exception and raise your team's adventure level to E and your personal level to D, so that you can continue your journey in other cities in the future. Exclamation point. And Zhao's eyes lit up. Before I could express my gratitude, I heard the middle-aged man add slowly. Skip one level is the highest authority I can grant to you two on behalf of the association. In addition, on this basis, I will also provide your team with a Belanger support package as an official recognition of your contribution by the association. In addition to the gold dragon coins, it also contains a lot of things that are useful for traveling. I hope you and Miss Lisa will not refuse it. And Xiao glanced at the girl beside him, whose eyes were already shining, suppressed his joy, and nodded slightly. Oh, you're too polite. Protecting the safety of the town is my duty as a human being. It's what I should do. After hearing this, Sergeant Wood next to him looked at him differently. After thinking for a while, he suggested, by the way, I can also give you an additional 10 certificates of honor, including the one for the slime mission. The total is 11. Certificate of honor? He smiled and took out a stack of small golden tags from his bosom and explained briefly. You may not know that this is universal in Taliana. It can only be issued to those with a rank of Sergeant Major and above. It is very precious. When you have accumulated a certain amount, you can take them to the Imperial capital to exchange for super rare magic weapons or magic items. Brother and Xiao, this is all I can do to help you. At this point in the conversation, and Xiao could already vaguely hear the sound of the girl swallowing her saliva behind him. Not only that, the corner of his clothes was being pulled by Lisa frantically, which clearly meant I want it, or something like that. Indeed, magic weapons and magic props obviously sound like things that cannot be made by an ordinary blacksmith shop. Most of them are non-replicable, and their value is self-evident. But in Xiao, who has seen many big scenes, knows very well that one should not be impatient at critical moments. He still maintained the demeanor of a young man, and simply nodded calmly, expressing his gratitude to Sergeant Wood in an appropriate manner. I feel honored to be recognized by the superior. When I go to the Imperial capital in the future, I will do my best to contribute to my fellow tribesmen. Thank you very much, and Xiao, for the certificate of honor. Good. It's a blessing for Taliana to have a reliable young man like my little brother. Wood laughed and waved his hand. Then I wish you two a safe journey. Things are going very smoothly. So, under the envious gazes of the adventurers, and Xiao took a series of honor certificates and went to the front desk with Lisa and completed a series of procedures under the guidance of a middle-aged man. Not only was he promoted directly to D-level adventurer, the team was also upgraded to E-level, and even the restriction of having at least 3 members was waived. Of course, if you want to upgrade the team to level D, then the limit on the number of people must be filled at that time. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and asked the branch president, by the way, excuse me, why is Miss Mira, who was here to receive us yesterday, gone today? Oh, are you interested in Mira, little brother? The uncle showed an understanding expression. Well, seeing in Zhao's embarrassment, the uncle stopped talking and just explained seriously. To be honest, she was absent from work today without any reason and without asking for leave. I have arranged for other people to look for her, but there has been no news so far. Maybe she encountered some urgent matter. Is that so? And Xiao seemed to be thinking about something. Okay, thank you then. Polite. There is still a glimmer of speculation in my mind, but there is no point in overthinking without seeing it with my own eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said goodbye to the branch president and left the association with Lisa. He had already planned his next step, which was to go directly to the post station, hire a carriage or other means of transportation, and leave the town as quickly as possible. Anyway, there isn't much to be nostalgic about here, so it's relatively easy to leave. According to his speculation, on the continent of Wayne, the common means of transportation for humans to travel long distances should be mainly carriages, ships, and mounts. In theory, private mounts are expensive and ordinary people cannot afford them, while horse-drawn carriages are relatively cheap and not very slow. Even carpooling can make them much cheaper, making them the best choice under current conditions. And Xiao believes that the consumption idea in the early stage should be to save as much as possible and spend gold coins on the most important things. This can speed up the snowballing of income, and you can feel a little more comfortable later. In a sense, this is a kind of delayed gratification, and positive feedback requires patience in the early stage to be seen in the end. However, this process is a little bit hard for the little girl who is with him. Alas, first I asked her to help me transfer money, and then we were targeted by the demons together. When I grow up, I must compensate her. The thought in my mind became firm again, and my pace quickened inexplicably. As they were thinking about it, The two of them quickly walked out of the Belongers Association. And Xiao, what kind of person do you like? As soon as I went out, I suddenly heard a girl's mumbling voice behind me. Huh? And Xiao was stunned when he heard this and was a little confused. So I asked casually, what type? It's just a very big one. Huh? He turned and looked at her. But the girl's eyes avoided. Her voice became weaker, and she looked at her breasts, which were actually very full, with uncertainty. Now, and Xiao understood completely. It turned out that the little girl mistakenly thought that she cared too much about Miss Myra's figure and appearance, and was a little jealous. Although he found it a little funny, he still had some experience in dealing with this kind of situation. Recalling the Catgirl incident, he thought that as long as he could immediately dispel the anxiety in the girl's heart and give her enough sense of security, it would be the safest and correct answer. Otherwise, suspicion would make the distance between their hearts farther and farther. And Xiao does what he thinks. He immediately took her soft little hand, leaned down slightly, and comforted her in a gentle voice. No, that's not the type I like. Besides, Lisa is already very good. I have never seen a girl cuter than you. Really? The girl felt relieved after hearing this and raised her head to confirm further. Of course, I won't lie to you. Is that so? Well, that's good. She was a little happier. But after a few breaths, he suddenly seemed to think of something and raised his head and asked, well, what if we really meet in the future? Having said this, she looked straight into his eyes, as if expecting some answer. Well, and Xiao admitted that this question was a bit difficult to answer, because he doesn't like to lie and doesn't want to make empty promises. If we extrapolate based on the tasks given by Oliver, although the targets in the maid manual only appear on paper, it is conceivable that they are likely to be as beautiful and attractive as Lisa. Therefore, even if you say no now, you will be slapped in the face sooner or later. On the other hand, Lisa's concerns were not groundless. Even if she didn't know Zhao's true motive, from her perspective, she would definitely consider the issue that he is so handsome and has unique talents. He will meet more beautiful and lovely sisters sooner or later. This is almost inevitable. And by then, will he be dazzled by all the flowers and plants? She couldn't be sure of this. Unconsciously, she has regarded him as one of the most important things in her life. The two of them look at things from very different perspectives, but their relationship is progressing rapidly, and making such attempts cannot be considered unreasonable. The air seemed to be calmer, and Xiao knew that every second of hesitation would make the girl feel more disappointed. But considering his ultimate goal, he still didn't want to choose to deceive her and let her experience double the sadness one day in the future. So he made the best judgment at the moment. Same route, same moves. He held her little hand, step by step, from walking fast to jogging, and led her to the deserted alley where they first met. And Xiao, what are you doing? The scenery receded on both sides of my sight, and the memories of yesterday replayed in my mind like clear fragments. Don't talk. At the end of the shaded path, it was so quiet that we could hear each other's breathing. In her wide-open rose-red pupils, and Xiao stretched out his arm and, in a familiar gesture, gently pressed his palm against the wall beside her ear. At the same time, move your body closer little by little. Hey you. One breath, two breaths. The picture freezes here, until I felt the soft touch of lips on my forehead. The satisfaction hidden beneath her panicked voice was finally pried out bit by bit. Chapter 24, Dating and Encounter. The post station in Banqiao Town is located southwest of the central square. From a distance, it looks like a large stable. People are coming and going inside, and there are suppressed howling sounds coming from it. After calming Lisa's restless heart, and Xiao chose to act according to the original plan. He brought her to the entrance of the post station, and soon a man dressed as a hunter came to take them away. Where do you want to go? Two travelers. The person who guides you has a smile on his face and speaks in an enthusiastic tone. We want to rent a carriage to go to Taliana, but we don't know the price. And Xiao said frankly, Oh, little brother, are you an outsider? To be honest, our Banqiao Town post station is not qualified to rent carriages. In Taliana, only royal nobles can ride in carriages, and ordinary people usually rent velociraptors or camels as their means of transportation. The hunter pointed to the 2 rows of animal pens behind him. Is that so? After hearing this, and Xiao looked inside in surprise. The hunter nodded and smiled. In those animal pens, there were several ugly, unknown beasts locked up. Their shapes were somewhat similar to 2-legged earth dragons, and it was obvious that they were good at running. The other half is no different from a camel in the desert, except that it has a pair of horns. Brother, how much do these two mounts cost respectively? And Xiao asked curiously. A velociraptor costs 40 coins each and takes about a day to walk. A camel costs 20 coins and takes about a day and a half to walk. The hunter said, then looked at the girl behind him and added, if there are two of you, you can choose the larger one at the back. It won't be a problem to carry both of you, and you can also save some rent. Oh, and the price of that thing is 70 gold dragon coins. And Xiao looked in the direction he pointed and saw a huge creature over 3 meters long looking at him. Its body was at least a head taller than the swift beast next to it. Its outermost skin was as hard as scales and emitted a healthy luster under the sun. Seeing this, and Xiao couldn't help but feel moved. I see. Let me think about it. He turned to look at Lisa, wondering whether to choose the cheaper 2 camels or just rent the big one. After all, the difference between 40 coins and 70 coins is still quite big, and the money saved can be used to do a lot of things. While I was thinking about it, the girl in front of me quickly gave me some advice. I want the big one, the big one. She pulled his sleeve and shook it, her eyes full of urgency. Seeing her so sure, and Xiao was a little surprised. Lisa, 30 gold can buy a lot of delicious food. I plan to take you to eat something later. He explained his plans for the gold coins and pointed out their final destination. I thought she would change her mind, but the girl just kept shaking her head. She rolled her eyes and said, those 2 camels are too ugly. I don't like them. Noticing something wrong in her tone, and Xiao glanced at her and asked, really? Yeah, and they run slowly, not as comfortable as the velociraptors. Time is money, we can't waste it, right? The girl's cheeks blushed as she pointed out Luo Nio's shortcomings. The hunter next to him heard this and smiled awkwardly. Miss, you can't say that. Although the camel is not fast, it can carry more things and has more endurance than the former. Besides, the price is very reasonable, if you look at it from the perspective of cost performance. I don't care. And Xiao, I want to sit on that one. Lisa didn't want to listen to the hunter's words. She flicked her dragon tail and quietly wrapped it around in Zhao's calf, tightening it more and more. That cute look obviously means you have to obey me today, otherwise I will make a fuss. Okay, I understand. And Xiao had no choice but to rub her head, then turned to the hunter helplessly and said, Boss, let's do that. Okay, little brother, please come here to register. After a moment, crack, the sound of a bag of gold coins falling into a palm was heard. Feeling that the weight inside had been greatly reduced, and Xiao took the reins with some pain, and the other hand was held by the satisfied girl, and they left the post station like this. Tell me, why did you choose this? After walking a certain distance, he glanced at her beside him and asked with interest. I want to sit with you. The girl avoided his gaze, her embarrassment evident on her face. Oh, I see. Seeing her cute appearance, and Zhao's evil taste came to him, and he asked, then why were you embarrassed to say it just now? There was an outsider just now. What's wrong with you? Are you bullying me? No, I'm just curious. The girl was not stupid. She knew he was causing trouble, so she opened her mouth, pulled up his arm, and with a wow, she left a tooth mark on his wrist, causing Xiao to grimace in pain. So you can bite people. Are you a cat? Wow, are you still thinking about the cat girl from last night? Humph, I'll teach you a lesson this time, so you don't behave dishonestly in the future. Lisa pouted and turned her head away, but her little face was full of sweetness. The velociraptor next to him looked at him left and then at her right. Although he couldn't understand what people were saying, he felt that he seemed a little redundant. Soon, it was led to a tavern at the entrance of Banqiao town and stopped at the bolt, waiting for its 2 temporary owners to go in for dinner. There weren't many people in the pub. However, when Xiao and Lisa stepped over the threshold, they accidentally brushed past a woman in a gray robe. One could feel that their shoulders seemed to have bumped into each other for a brief moment, and Xiao was startled by the inexplicable pain and turned back to apologize. Oh, sorry, are you okay? The woman was speechless and had no intention of responding. He was about to say a few more words, but she just shook her head silently and left without saying a word. The fragrance lingered, and the touch was smooth. Her face barely flashed before his eyes, as if she was deliberately avoiding something, so that he could not see it clearly. But a kind of ethereal and elusive aftertaste penetrates deeply into the brain. Strangeness. And Xiao was a little surprised, but didn't pay much attention to it. Lisa beside him looked at the woman's back and said with emotion, She is so beautiful. Pretty. Well, I've never seen such a good-looking human being. Lisa looked envious. When Xiao tried to look again, the woman had disappeared in the distance. Then he jokingly said, "Really? What about me? You don't count." After the episode, they chose a seat in the corner by the window. There was no one around, so it was convenient for Xiao to count the items in his backpack. After all, I have completed so many tasks in a row and received a gift package from the Belongers Association. It would be unreasonable not to sort them out. Lisa had no objection to this. At this moment, the two of them sat opposite each other, and Xiao immersed his mental power into the Shi ring, and his expression gradually became focused. After reaching level 5, he could clearly find that he was more adept at manipulating his mental power. After all, the Eye of God had been upgraded, and many things that were previously impossible were now being unlocked. While waiting for the food, he began to carefully count all his belongings. A sword of Chris, a set of heroic spirit armor, a team nameplate, a personal pass, 11 honor certificates, a fiery red mark, and a gift from Miss Nanami. As for books, there is a copy of the Epic of Vin, a copy of the Maid's Guide, and a set of the Human World, Style 108. Wait, what is this? Did Olivier put in the wrong place? And Xiao frowned. It's definitely something that should be in your travel package. Very suspicious. Even more suspicious than the stone mark of unknown purpose. However, no matter what, he didn't dare take out the obviously problematic books and check them in front of Lisa. If there really was something strange in them, it would be very troublesome to explain. As an angel, Olivier would not do anything meaningless. So, does she hope that I can learn and master the contents? And Zhao's handsome face gradually fell. Forget it. Let's just ignore it for now. Let's take a look at the association's gift pack first. As Lisa's eyes gradually became suspicious, he quickly sorted out his thoughts, took the gift bag out of the ring, and placed it on the table. A great map of the magic kingdom of Taliana, a box of primary adventurer's potion set, and 200 gold dragon coins. Wow, this is good. He never expected that the uncle who was the branch president of the Belongers Association would be so generous. Not only did he give him potions that only alchemists could make, but he also gave him real money, which was what he needed most at this stage. Now, the money spent on renting the Velociraptor doesn't hurt so much. The girl opposite also became interested when she saw so many good things. She stretched out her little hand, moved the small box containing the medicine in front of her, and gently opened the lock of the box. 6 finger-long glass containers that looked like test tubes appeared in front of the two. In the early morning sunlight, they emit a clear and dazzling glow. Oh, not bad. Looking at the 3 bottles of red, 2 bottles of blue, and 1 bottle of green potions neatly inserted in it, Lisa gave it a preliminary approval. The red and blue ones should be physical strength and magic potions, right? What is the green one? And Xiao asked curiously. Agility potion. The girl pointed to the test tube at the edge and said, if you drink it, it will make you feel lighter. Although it's just an elementary product, it should be very expensive in the human market. She rested her chin on one hand, tilted her head, and thought seriously. I see. So, non-agility players can drink it too. Of course. This is probably a kind of combat potion. Understand. If you can't use it by then sell it. You can't lose money anyway. And Xiao made up his mind and did not forget to praise. Lisa still knows more. I would probably have a headache without you. The girl was obviously impressed by this. After hearing it, she immediately nodded proudly. Indeed. The food is here. Soon, a half-orc raised a tray with one hand, walked swiftly to the table, and placed several dishes in front of the 2 people one by one. Brightly colored butter croissants, thick slices of roast ham, sizzling salt-baked whole chicken, bubbling cream of mushroom soup, and 6 high layers of maple syrup muffins kept whetting their appetites, and Lisa was almost drooling. Wow, and Xiao, you ordered so much. Can we finish it? As a dragon person, the girl has a rather special physique. Unlike those carnivorous or herbivorous dragons, she usually feeds mainly on magic power. Every time she absorbs the essence of the shadow at night, she can be full for several days. Therefore, she can avoid the food expenses required to go to the human world. It wasn't until she met Xiao that she was able to experience Taliana's cuisine for the first time. It doesn't matter if you can't finish it. You can take the remaining staple food away. After all, with the Xie ring, it is not a problem to store some cooked food for a short period of time. Yeah, the girl smiled happily and grabbed a piece of bread to eat. Enjoy your meal, both of you. The raspberry juice that the young man ordered will be brought to you later. The half-orc waiter smiled naively and left with the tray. And Xiao hadn't had a proper meal for a long time and was already starving. Although I would not starve to death, even if I skipped a few meals due to my physical condition, food is still one of the basic sources of happiness. He picked up the fork, picked up a piece of ham from another world, and put it into his mouth. Silky and mellow. Oil is overflowing between the lips and teeth. It's been a long time, he murmured. Oh, that's right. The girl looked at him, enjoying himself, and her eyes suddenly focused on his right hand holding the fork handle. By the way, who gave you this ring? It's very beautiful. Question mark. And Xiao was startled when he heard this. The brainwaves conveying danger signals hissed. Well, after realizing that the careful girl had noticed the key point, his mind began to work rapidly. He knew very well that he must not feel guilty at this time, and he must not avoid looking at others. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to explain. In order to successfully bring her back to the palace of Li without kidnapping her, he chose to rely on his wisdom to resolve these crises. A friend. I just heard him say it lightly. Human female? Lisa sipped her cream of mushroom soup, glancing out the window nonchalantly. But he knew that her ears had already pricked up, and even a wrong word at this moment would cause an avalanche. No, actually, I'm not sure about her identity. But anyway, the ring is a prop used to store things. He knew that young girls are easily jealous, so he chose to use a non-essential way to explain the issue here. Unable to confirm the identity, perfectly expresses the meaning of the two parties are not familiar with each other, not to the extent you think, while a prop for storing items explains that the ring is just a bag and has no special meaning. This allowed him to not only answer the question, but also implicitly warn the girl not to let her imagination run wild, thus achieving the special effect of killing two birds with one stone. I see. Sure enough, after hearing this, the girl felt much more at ease and was no longer as conflicted as before. I waved my hand and smiled at him. Hey, why are you so nervous? Actually, I don't care that much. I'm just a little curious because it's so beautiful. This is a lie. In fact, ever since she gave him a bath last night, the girl had been very concerned about this extremely exquisite ring with crow wings. And after this morning, this level of concern could almost be said to have soared exponentially. Until now, I finally couldn't suppress the restlessness in my heart and couldn't help asking. And Xiao could see that she was the kind of girl who couldn't keep secrets, and he was prepared for this. Ah, that's good. If you like it, Lisa, I'll give you one when I become rich. Skill 3, make a commitment. Following the high-frequency praise and declarative explanation, and Xiao once again used his special skills based on his intuition, with the aim of filling the girl's heart with expectations and finding a landing point and breakthrough for her unstable emotions. Really? Lisa's eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth even curled up immediately. And Xiao smiled faintly, thinking to herself, I wonder who was the one who said that he didn't care just now. At this point, her true thoughts could be revealed in just one sentence. Then he said gently, Of course, you also said that I can make a lot of money, right? Yes, of course. You can do it. The girl nodded like pecking at rice, her eyes filled with trust. Outside the door, in a shadow, 100 meters away from the tavern, a beautiful girl who was out of tune with this world gently pulled off the collar of her gray robe. Her long blue-gray hair fell to her shoulders, and her garnet-pink eyes stared straight at the window on the second floor of the tavern. The mental energy module has been implanted. The positioning monitoring module is being activated. The breathing monitoring and heartbeat monitoring functions are being activated. Skin tissue has been obtained, scanning and analysis in progress. Blood extraction in progress. Replication in progress. Amid the constant feedback from the main system, Vera carefully pinched a strand of hair as thin as a hair between two fingers and held it in front of her eyes, facing the sunlight. I stared for an unknown amount of time. Until the analysis was complete, the data sound finally stopped. She raised her head slightly and opened her mouth. Little by little, stretching out the soft tongue, sent it into the cavity. Chapter 25: The Secret of the Dragon Girl. The afternoon breeze is pleasant and the warm sun is dazzling. Riding on a large velociraptor on the national highway, the roadside scenery falls away with the shade of the trees, leaving behind bursts of fragrance. Of course, the fragrance did not come from the tree, but from the dragon girl who was sitting obediently in front of him. Due to the limited size of the mount, the two had to sit close together to prevent her from falling, and Xiao held the reins with one hand and put his other hand around her slender waist, gently hugging her body. The girl's body was delicate and soft, and although she had a tail, she was still light. Just spread your wings slightly and tuck your tail back. You can pull your back into his arms and enjoy the most addictive, youthful feeling in the world. However, what Xiao was thinking about at this moment was, well, there are 200 gold in the gift package, and the total income from the mission is 90 gold, plus the tip from Boss Nanami, minus the 70 gold I just spent on renting this big guy. There are 213 gold dragon coins left. That's right, he was making good use of this rare time on the road. I spent 5 coins on a meal and 7 coins on the hotel bill last night, so I have about 200 left. I don't know if it's enough. By the way, Lisa, how much is the tuition for Freya Academy? He looked up at the girl. The girl's mind was wandering, her face flushed. Her thoughts had already drifted away to who knows where. Riza. Huh. Suddenly, she heard his call close to her ear. She came back to her senses like a frightened rabbit and asked with burning ears, "What's wrong? What did you just say?" And Xiao looked at her strangely and repeated the question. Tuition fees. I'm asking about the tuition fees for Freya College for 1 year. Oh, this? Let me think about it. The girl pondered for a moment and gave an answer. About 5,000? I haven't asked for the exact number, but according to the elders of the tribe, it shouldn't be less than this number. 5,000. Hearing the expected number, and Xiao rubbed his temples, feeling very worried. According to the task reward gradient of the Belanger Association, the rewards for F-level and E-level tasks will not be higher than 100, and D-level tasks need to be raised to a higher level before they can be done. Even so, if you want to complete the 5,000 gold quest, you'll have to run errands and kill monsters at least dozens of times. In Banxiao Town, if one hits a wall after completing only 3 lowest level tasks, then according to probability theory, the probability of being in danger of life after completing dozens of D-level tasks is almost infinitely close to 100. It's not safe to continue like this. It seems that I should carefully consider other ways to make money after I get there. And Xiao made up his mind that blindly accepting tasks was not the best option before his level was raised to a safe range. After all, for an excellent adventurer, multiple means of attack and different attack methods are almost the prerequisites for facing all battles. At present, apart from the few treasures given by Olifiel and the shadow spells learned from Lisa, he has no other means to fight the enemy. This is very dangerous. Yes, after arriving in Taliana, I should take some time to test whether the other properties can be used. Considering that he possesses the talent of affinity for all elements that others dream of, and Xiao believes that this should be one of the trump cards that can be used to quickly widen the gap with other enemies of the same level in the early stages. After regaining some perspective and sorting out my thoughts on the upgrade, I felt more at ease without realizing it. In fact, if the demons were not watching him secretly, he might still choose to stay in Banxiao Town to make money. After all, the longer you stay in the novice village, the safer it is when you go out. This is the consensus of almost all veteran players. However, the novice village has now become a dangerous outpost, surrounded by enemies and extremely dangerous, and it is impossible to stay. Thinking of his previous experience, he decided to learn more about the demons on the Wayne continent from the girl. Lisa, before you left, did you see any other demons? After all, time was tight, and he didn't have time to read the entire epic event for the time being, so understanding the world directly through the girl became one of the quickest ways. Yes, for some reason, when the word demon was mentioned, the girl's cute little face inexplicably became tense. Ow! He was keenly aware of the change in atmosphere and became somewhat concerned. Seeing her hesitate to speak, and Xiao was naturally curious, but he did not rush to ask. He knew that if it involved private matters, forcing her to ask would only bring side effects to their relationship. As expected, the girl was silent for a while, with a conflicted look on her face. It's okay for me to tell you now, but you absolutely cannot tell anyone else. She turned to look him in the eye, emphasizing seriously. Of course, I'll keep it a secret. After getting the answer, Lisa stared into his eyes for a few breaths, until the distance was so close that their breathing could be heard. She bit her lower lip and turned her head away, without hesitation. Tut-tut. The sound of running beasts came to my ears, and the woods at the edge of my sight were gradually replaced by layers of alternating terraces. As the terrain rises, villages and towns become farther away, and the land roads become less populated. She waited and waited for an unknown amount of time before she finally sorted out her memories. I only heard her say quietly, In fact, the moment I left the nest, I no longer had any concerns. Um. Such a confusing statement made Xiao a little confused. But the girl looked into the distance, recalling painfully. Did you know that the dragon people are one of the most ominous subspecies? Why? Because the lifespan of each member has been shortened to half under the influence of the evil curse. Many of their inherent talents have become unusable. Evil curse. Lisa's eyes were somewhat confused. Almost everyone in the tribe remembers that about 1,700 years ago, an evil phenomenon occurred on the Wayne continent. Because it was so ancient, even 1,000 years before the disaster, it was completely forgotten by people. But it was also that evil event that completely wiped out the dragon race, causing the dragons to disappear forever from people's sight and disappear from Wayne's history. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. The evil elephant mutated all the hatching dragon eggs in the nest, so that all the dragon offspring no longer have dragon wings, and also lost the dragon breath they should have. The talent is gone, and the sky is far away. Under such terrible degradation, flying has become an unattainable dream for the dragons born later. The girl looked sideways at the wings behind her, her eyes full of disappointment. Of course, even the bloodline has become something that needs to be awakened. Hearing such a secret, and Zhao's face gradually became serious. It vaguely confirmed some of his guesses. Over the years, apart from the one time I accidentally succeeded last night, almost no dragon man has ever awakened it. Lisa said with mixed feelings. When you fell to the ground to protect me, I only felt an unprecedented energy in my body conveying clear anger to me. I tried to activate it, but the only way was to pray to the black dragon mother who had long been asleep. I never thought that after thousands of years of corrosion, my bloodline power could be successfully transmitted to the other side of time and space. All this is because of you. Having said this, the girl stole a glance at him, wondering what she was thinking. I see. And Xiao was slightly startled, and finally got the answer to her question of how she defeated those shapeshifters. But corrupting bloodline and the like. What kind of evil elephant could do that? He asked, puzzled. To be specific, it should be a blue-gray force field coming from outside the domain. Force field? The girl tried to describe it. The elder said that the force field at that time caused a hole in the sky, and unknown mechanical creatures escaped into the sky from the outside world at a speed faster than sound. They vary in size, from the smallest being about the size of a human to the largest being taller than a hill. So exaggerated. Yes, often, the bigger the enemy, the more terrifying the energy contained in their body. And their leader is like a mobile fortress. You can imagine how threatening they are. The girl continued. When they entered such a comfortable environment, they immediately began to plunder and slaughter all species based on their instincts. They were as greedy as the disaster beasts hundreds of years ago. However, the difference is that mechanical monsters seem to focus more on collecting and analyzing, and only kill enemies that hinder them. Moreover, their actions have clear plans, and they seem to be able to communicate with each other. The disaster beasts indiscriminately destroy the surrounding environment in the form of individuals. Facing the mechanical civilization, the only ones who could stop them at that time were the dragons. Recalling certain scenes, the girl's face gradually turned pale. Are the dragon clan so powerful? And Xiao was a little surprised. Yes, although they live in nests all year round, their fighting power is almost comparable to that of gods due to the different abilities brought by their bloodline. On par with gods. Yes, it is said that the Black Dragon Mother once killed an angel with evil intentions. Exclamation point. Hearing this, and Xiao was shocked. He had seen the angel with his own eyes, and of course he knew that the angel's strength was unfathomable and could not be compared with the humans in this world. It is conceivable what these 4 short words, kill the angel, mean. The girl glanced at him and continued. Unfortunately, the abilities of those mechanical creations are completely beyond the scope of cognition of species on the Wayne continent, so even giant dragons died in large numbers in that battle. All kinds of creatures are constantly extinct, and the beings from the upper realms have not descended to the mortal world to fight against these foreign civilizations. After paying a heavy price, the most powerful ancestor of the dragon clan, the Dragon of Time, Terilia, decided to turn back time and restore the hole in the sky to its original state before it was destroyed. But the facts that have already happened cannot be changed. Moreover, the price of turning back time is to sacrifice the strongest power that the dragon race can give. At this point, the girl showed a look of pain. The 7 great ancestral dragons burned out their vitality and used up their magic power. They injected energy into the body of the Dragon of Time, as if they were creating the world, completing the only recorded barrier technique of the Dragon Clan from ancient times to the present. Time and space lock. Although the polluted environment, the dead lives, and the corrupted human hearts cannot be completely repaired, the hole in the sky will never disappear again. Mechanical civilization will fall back into the outside world, and the crisis should be resolved. But at the last moment, the leader of the other side seemed to use some terrifying weapon, which blew up his mountain-like body and dropped some residual source energy similar to the blue-gray force field on the human world. Well, speaking of this, and Shao could probably guess the origin of the dragon people. The dragon race is naturally powerful, but they do not fight against the world. Their tragic destruction can almost all be attributed to the invasion of superior civilizations. But think about it. If they let all living things fend for themselves and only protect their own offspring, then the beings in the upper realm would probably be helpless and would send messengers to deal with the situation sooner or later. After all, the human world is an indispensable strategic resource base for the heavens, and they can't just leave it alone forever. If we have to say something, the fault for this incident lies with the cold-bloodedness of the upper realm and the excessive sense of responsibility of the true dragons. Faced with a disaster that cannot be solved by humanity, the so-called angels in the upper world may have been watching and trying to survive this sudden crisis with the least loss. What the dragons are thinking about is how to protect this environment and provide a minimum living space for all living beings in future generations. The so-called true dragon has such a pattern that it inspires respect. At this moment, Lisa's eyes were dim and she was silent for a moment. Then he sighed softly. Later, the ancestors of various tribes that remained in the world began to trace the source of the hole in the sky. They finally came to the conclusion that a certain force was developing a destructive level killing weapon, and Shao frowned. He didn't know what the killing weapon that could severely damage the sky would look like, and he couldn't imagine it. But he understood that the original intention of any organization to develop this kind of existence would definitely not be some good purpose, such as saving the common people and advancing the progress of human history. The possibility of being driven by profit is obviously greater. While thinking, the girl's voice came again. Not long after, Just and I, the most respected among humans, announced that these causes and effects originated from the demons. The demon clan? Yes. As the emperor of the clan, he predicted that the devil will descend upon the world in the next few hundred years. Therefore, the culprit that caused the sky to rupture is the devil. The enemy of all living things is also the devil. Have they really arrived? And Shao narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know about this, and the elders in the tribe can't tell me either, because that part of history seems to have been erased by someone and no longer exists. The girl spoke the truth. However, up to now, almost every emperor has repeatedly emphasized the rumored motives of the demons. For example, the recent Demon King Reborn incident was the news spread by Justin. I have heard humans talk about it more than a dozen times on the way here. At this point, she looked hateful and gnashed her teeth. No matter what, the demons are evil and cruel. It is said that the last elder of our tribe was killed when he encountered a thorn demon while out. I see. And Shao seemed to be thinking about something. Well, you don't know that I've been haunted by the dark light since I was born. Other members of my tribe regard me as an ominous sign, and some even suggested throwing my dragon egg into the abyss. Only the kind and gentle elder insisted on letting me be born, and he used the reason of black dragon bloodline to save me against all odds. So, Lisa frowned and said the last sentence very seriously. There is no reconciliation between the demons and me. Chapter 26, Shot to Death. After listening to Lisa's story, and Shao finally had a new understanding of the demons and dragons. Although there are many doubts, it is certain that the trauma that the continent of Wayne has suffered over the past thousands of years is obviously not just the disaster. It is even possible that disasters are inextricably linked to evil phenomena. Oliver kept silent about the affairs of the upper realm, perhaps because it was too far away from me and there was no point in talking about it. And Rise's feud with the demons was not just one time, but also involved genocide. The conflict between them could not be resolved by time. After what happened last night, she was able to tell me all this. Obviously, she has regarded me as the most trustworthy person. On the way forward, and Xiao was thinking, whether or not the killing weapon is a conspiracy of the demons, it seems that some of them have already set their sights on me, and they will not stop in the short term. The next time I encounter them, the only two options that are appropriate are to escape or attack first. It is better to be proactive than passive, and Xiao knows this well. But then again, what on earth is there about me that would make them covet it so much? He had no clear answer to this question, and even though she had made a small attempt, Lisa had not revealed these little secrets to him. At this moment, the girl remained silent after telling the tragic history of the Dragon Clan, as if she needed some time to ease the stuffy emotions in her chest. The terraces on both sides of the road gradually disappeared into the distance. As the road bumped up and down, a flat and open village gradually came into Zhao's sight. Perhaps the intensity of running uphill for a long time was too high, and the velociraptor's speed began to slow down significantly. Sensing its fatigue, Lisa turned to Xiao and asked, "Do you want to take a break?" "Good." He patted the velociraptor's back. There was no need to pull the reins. The velociraptor understood the command, stopped immediately, and rested under the shade of a tree. The cool breeze of the afternoon blew over, and the swaying shadows of the trees swayed with it. The air here is purer than in towns, and many unnamed flowers and plants bloom in patches on the mountains and fields. The sight is refreshing, and Xiao helped the girl get off her mount and looked towards the imperial capital of Taliana. I'm already halfway through the journey without realizing it. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to reach the end before sunset. He estimated the distance between the top of the mountain and here and nodded slightly. The girl next to him said, "So it's better to go with the big one. Although it's more expensive, it runs much faster than other similar ones, saving a lot of time." After all, she had enjoyed the care along the way, and she was very satisfied with this velociraptor. And Xiao could only agree with her. Indeed, this wave is not a loss. Huff! The velociraptor nodded in a very human manner, looking extremely proud. There were no pedestrians on the nearby mountain path, and it was very quiet except for the rustling of leaves. Not far from here, there's a narrow entrance leading to the mountain village. And Xiao looked towards the village a few hundred meters away and murmured, "It seems that the farmers who planted the terraced fields should live in this village." He was just about to enjoy the comfortable tranquility when he suddenly smelled a strange burnt smell. Question mark. When I looked closely, I found that there seemed to be billowing black smoke coming out from deep inside the village. In broad daylight, a fierce red light exploded and crackled at the core. It was obviously not a scale of fire that could be caused by an accidental fire in someone's home. At this time, Lisa behind him also noticed the incongruity in the distance, walked up to him, and asked, "That village seems to be in big trouble. Should we go take a look?" As he gazed into the distance, and Xiao frowned. To be honest, he didn't have the habit of meddling in other people's affairs. When he was away from home, his own level data was at the bottom of the pyramid, and everything was still unstable. Getting involved in irrelevant things would only slow down his growth. What's more, the round trip will take at least a long time, which is more harmful than beneficial if you're in a hurry. In his mind, if a village caught fire, someone would take care of it. But if it was robbed, if he tried to help, he would be easily buried by the thieves. Similar incidents happened almost all the time in his previous life. Only when he has enough time and can ensure safety will he do his best to help those who truly need help. He is very clear about this point. "Lisha, do you want to go?" Although he already had the answer in his mind, he still wanted to hear the girl's thoughts. After all, his own wishes could not represent her wishes, and communication was the basis for two people to respect each other and go further. I don't know. The girl could vaguely sense the implication of his words and was very hesitant. She wasn't actually curious about what happened in the village or why it caught fire. As a dragon person, even if some humans died in the village, she wouldn't be too moved. I asked Xiao simply because I wanted to know more about him. Sure enough, he continued, "You know, in my hometown, doing something is a virtue, and helping others is a good deed. But I don't know when they changed." The girl blinked curiously, and Xiao smiled and explained. "People who meddle in other people's affairs are easily blackmailed by bad guys. People who hit a wall are easily affected and killed, and people who can't judge the degree are easily pointed at behind the scenes. Often, those who rush to the front not only fail to gain any moral satisfaction, but may even achieve the opposite effect." Slowly, everyone reached a consensus and developed the habit of not getting involved. As long as they don't listen, don't hear, and don't ask, they can ensure that their own plans go according to plan, reduce losses, and stay away from criticism. Although this may not help more people, it will not embarrass themselves. And Zhao's expression was calm, as if he was narrating a common fact. But Lace's expression was already filled with deep confusion. She frowned and asked, "Why did it become like this? Is it wrong to help others?" The girl has lived in a dragon's lair since she was a child. What she has seen and come into contact with are scenes of mutual support and help among other dragons. It is difficult for her to truly understand the many complex relationships in human society. And Xiao knew that she was naive, so he was willing to share some of his life experiences with her to prevent the girl from being deceived by anyone in the future. Perhaps, after too many mistakes, people will become cold-blooded. He whispered. After hearing this, the girl seemed to be thinking about something. Although I cannot understand the customs of your hometown. However, I will listen to you. I think you have more knowledge than me. After all, you are a god. She doesn't like to complicate simple things. With the addition of the emotional filter, all of Zhao's views and ideas are correct and reasonable. She firmly believes so. In the woods, 30 meters away. They don't seem to have any intention of interfering with the plan. They should be leaving soon. Brother, what should we say? A hoarse voice lowered its volume and asked another scarred man lurking in the bushes. Hawkeye, check their attributes. Yes. Human male, level 5, threat level. And demi-human female, level unknown, threat level unknown. Large swift beast, subdragon, male, level 11, threat level E. Reporting to the eldest brother, the strength of the woman is unknown. She is probably a personal slave and poses no threat. The man is only less than level 10 and should be able to be killed with one strike. On a nearby tree, a short dwarf named Eagle Eye slowly retracted his low-level identification technique, tightened his grip on the longbow at his waist, and came to this conclusion. The gruff man heard this, sucked the saliva that was about to flow down, and looked at the scarred man again impatiently. Brother, that demi-human sister looks so cute. Shall we? The man did not say anything, but continued to observe Xiao and the other person for a while. It was not until the two of them stood up and were about to leave that he narrowed his eyes and confirmed with the dwarf on the tree again. Then it seems that the strongest one is the swift beast. Yes, brother. Hawkeye nodded. Oh, good. The scar man laughed evilly, raised his right arm slightly, and hooked his fingers. He ordered fiercely, "Shoot him to death." Chapter 27. Being followed. Draw the bow. Knock the arrow. Aim, and hold your breath. Silent shooting. Boom. The sound of the bowstring vibrating was so faint that it was almost inaudible. The next moment, a slender arrow came silently from somewhere in the woods, carrying with it the brute force of muscles, and accurately nailed the velociraptor's thigh. The metal tip of the arrow easily pierced through the scales and penetrated into the skin, and with a hissing sound, it continued to burn the blood in its body. Oh! The severely injured velociraptor immediately raised its head and roared in pain, raising its front hooves high, scaring the girl who was about to turn over and sit back in her original position so much that she shrank back. What's going on? Lisa stopped moving in panic and subconsciously leaned towards Xiao like a frightened rabbit. When Xiao saw the hidden arrow coming, his first reaction was to take out the sword of Chris from Xie's ring and take a defensive posture while protecting the girl behind him. Be careful, we are being watched. He turned around and looked in the direction where the arrow came from and said, I saw the shadows of leaves flickering on a tree in the distance, but there was no trace of the enemy, only the branches swaying up and down. It seems that after the attacker succeeded in his first attack, he immediately changed his sniper position to make it easier for him to repeat the same trick. Glancing at the velociraptor from the corner of my eye, I could see that it had collapsed to the ground with its limbs limp, and its mental state looked extremely bad. Blood gushed out from its wound, making a harsh, sizzling sound and staining the grass beneath it red. Have the arrows also been poisoned? And Xiao gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and frowned slightly. You know, such professional highway thieves are rare, especially in this alien world. Most people act in groups. It can be guessed that there should be more than one person on the other side, and similar actions must have been done more than once. The first time I encountered a situation where the enemy was in the dark and I was in the light, a sense of difficulty immediately arose from the bottom of my heart. Could it be the demons? No, demons don't like to hide in the dark. Considering that he had been traveling almost nonstop, he was even more certain. Then the only possibility left is robbers or bandits. And Xiao, what should we do? On the side, looking at the dying velociraptor, Lisa's heart was lifted up. She really wanted to protect Xiao, but after all, she was still young and had only had experience dealing with emergencies like last night. So at this moment, fear had already taken over her heart, even though her level was 10 times higher than his. The quiet jungle is filled with a dangerous atmosphere. She didn't know which direction the next arrow would come from, nor did she know whether she would be shot and fall to the ground in front of him. It's really too much to go out alone. Feeling regretful, Lisa's expression was downcast, and her lips were tightly pursed. At this moment, I heard his reassuring words, "Don't worry, just stand behind me." She opened her beautiful eyes slightly and nodded subconsciously. For some reason, facing such a crisis, he not only looked calm, but even abnormally calm. And Xiao held the scabbard across his chest with one hand and held a carved seal with the other hand. This thing is cold and heavy, about the size of a palm. The red lines on it were one of the self-defense tools that Oliver had given him. "My little master, if you encounter a strong enemy that you cannot handle, you can try to summon it. As for its specific use, you can slowly study it yourself. Remember, this can only be used twice, so use it sparingly." Oliver's voice is still ringing in my ears. He knew that this item was a type of summoning stone and had an extremely strict time limit. Once used, it would be gone. But this time, he didn't plan to hide anymore. Unlike last night, when he suffered a fatal blow, and Xiao had to make a dangerous decision reflexively to protect Lisa, which prevented him from drawing his sword or using any items. Now that he was facing the enemy again, he obviously had more time to prepare than the shapeshifter. He would not make the same mistake a second time. "I have God, open." He activated the pupil technique first. In an instant, the field of vision distance, perspective conversion speed, and line of sight clarity increased dramatically. Since they have chosen to take action, it means they are fully confident that they can defeat us, but their numbers should not be large. Lisa is a dragon spirit master, a mage class. She has no way to deal with long-range physical shooting that can interrupt spellcasting, so protecting her is my top priority. As for attacking, we can wait and see after finding the enemy's position. And Xiao thought calmly while looking towards a nearby jungle. It's like scanning an area. With the help of pupil technique, the gaps between trees, the shape of the bark on the trunks, and the lines between the inside and outside of the leaves all began to become unusually clear. The enemy's figure finally came into view little by little. He's actually a dwarf? And Xiao was a little surprised when he caught sight of a short figure aiming with a bough high up in another tree. In fact, he could not really tell the difference between dwarves and midgets, because he always felt that their heights were not much different, and they were both human-shaped, so it was difficult to distinguish them with the naked eye. But at this moment, he had no time to think about anything else. Before the next attack came, he immediately reminded the girl behind him. "The target is on the branch of the tallest tree on the upper right. Try to cast a spell to knock him down. I will protect you." "Good." Hearing his calm voice, Lisa gradually calmed down. She took a deep breath and silently circulated the magic power in her body. Spell 3, Flowing Darkness. Silently chanting the spell she had memorized in her heart, she was ready to use this third-level dark magic to find all the traces of the enemy. This technique is different from the first-level spell, Devouring Fang, and the second-level spell, Forbidden Dark Dissolution Stream. It can lock the enemy's position in the first place through the dark magic floating in the air and inject spell particles into the enemy's body like haze. Those who are hit are almost certain to die. Such a high-level shadow spell certainly consumes a lot of magic power, but as long as you can lock onto the enemy, it's all worth it. After a brief moment of thought, the girl relied on her dragon language talent and quickly moved the chant to the final stage. Ring after ring of dark magic rings gradually took shape, and violent shadow magic particles were about to emerge. She thought the spell would be cast smoothly, but just as she was ready, a translucent figure silently moved behind the two of them. "Girl, since you are such a strong mage, I'm sorry. You should let us have a taste of your power after you die." Shadow backstab. A blade shadow appeared in the shadows. It was accompanied by a second arrow whistling from the tree, and it suddenly hit Lisa's back like a catapulted cannonball. "Call out. Ouch." At the critical moment, the big velociraptor lying on the ground was the first to see the danger and howled with all its might, which immediately alerted the two men. There were arrows in front and stabs in the back, and Xiao had no time to deal with them at the same time, and was about to be unable to react. Not only that, a scarred man on one side of the forest also seized the opportunity and rushed out. He held a huge axe in both hands and jumped from midair with an unstoppable momentum. You can hear the air behind him constantly making explosions, and you can clearly see the muscles on his shoulders bulging high. The veins on his wrists are knotted, and the force of holding the giant axe is undoubtedly enough to split the target in half. The bandit team, consisting of a hunter, a warrior, and a stalker, launched attacks from different directions at the same time, making it almost impossible to avoid or defend. The timing they chose to attack was extremely tricky, and their coordination was impeccable, completely blocking the gap when Lisa was casting the spell. Seeing the insurmountable danger approaching again, and Xiao sighed softly. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. Immediately, he crushed the mark in his hand. Chapter 28. The blue sky is dyed. The wind disperses the clouds. More than 1,700 years ago, there was a most powerful seraph in the holy heaven. He was completely disappointed with the upper world because his proposed human judgment act was rejected. Ultimately, in her quest to destroy the two worlds and fulfill her lifelong wish alone, she was seduced by the devil and fell into the depths of hell. Many years later, or maybe by chance, I found her soul in the deep sea and absorbed it into a soul-soothing stone and sealed it. I think if I just take her out to the outside world to breathe some fresh air, she will be very grateful to me, right? Oh, and I named it the Lucifer Summoning Stone. A strange text suddenly entered in Zhao's mind in the form of a narrative. It seemed like some kind of record, but the familiar voice definitely came from Olivier. And Zhao's eyes were dazed for a moment. What followed was a huge and heart-pounding force field that blossomed around. A shadow instantly enveloped him. Fear made the hairs on his body stand up. This is, seriously speaking, this is actually completely beyond the realm of fear. Because in just a moment it appeared, the force field turned into a hellish black and red hurricane, directly engulfing the three attacks coming from different angles. Like dust drifting into the sea and being swallowed up. In the midst of speechless shock, and Xiao saw the arrow shot at him melt into pieces, and the axe that was chopped at him broke into pieces, and the menacing scarred man was also burned into a raging black flame. Call! A red line formed on the ground, surrounding himself and Lisa at the center of the circle. The masked thief who stabbed the girl from behind hit the edge of the red line, and it was as if he had hit a wall of air. His skin was torn, and his internal organs were turned inside out. The smell of blood didn't even have time to reach the two people who were 10 feet away before it was turned into nothingness by the black flames. At this moment, Lisa stared blankly at the huge, godlike figure that appeared out of thin air in front of Xiao and asked tremblingly, Is this something you summoned? Under the protection of this terrifying force field, she had given up casting spells, and there was no need to cast spells anymore. At this moment, in the center of the force field, the monster with its back to the two of them was suspended dozens of feet above the ground. His body is as huge as a golem, with 6 pairs of black devil wings on his back. When he flaps his wings, the sky darkens and the air twists. Looking from the back, one can see that his entire body is scarlet. The black gold magic armor on his body was severely damaged, and his scarred skin was constantly dripping out liquid black-red magic energy, which was extremely creepy. He has no devil horns on his head, and his body features resemble those of a sheep, but are not a sheep. In his hand, he held the Yama blade, with dark flames burning silently on the broad hilt. The feeling of walking in hell emanated from his body, as if he himself was a dimension of hell. In a tree far away, the only remaining dwarf hunter had already been completely frightened by this scene and lost control of his bladder. Trembling with deep fear, he dropped his bow, an arrow, with no other thought in his mind except to escape quickly. He had heard of demons and had even seen one before, but facing this creature that looked like a disaster beast, this kind of existence that could instantly meld away powerful teammates he had worked with for many years, it would be stupid not to run away. Missions, money, women, all become insignificant in the face of life. I'm sorry, big brother and second brother. When I become rich in the future, I will find a way to avenge you. His facial features were almost twisted together due to intense tension and panic. Fortunately, after a few breaths, the desire to survive finally overcame the fear with all my strength. He successfully turned around and jumped into the woods, intending to run back deep into the countryside to ask for help from his other companions. Pity, the devil, seems to have the most basic consciousness. 8 styles of the abyss demon, rain of fire. It seemed as if he instantly recited some ancient and obscure spell, and in the next breath, he swung his unarmed left arm forcefully forward. Call! And Shao looked up at the sky. At the end of the sky, the blue sky is dyed, and the wind disperses the clouds. 8 huge magic rings covered the sky and the sun. Clusters of fiery red meteors came into view. They left long tails in the air and fell straight towards the jungle where the dwarf was. Beautiful as a rainbow. Is this also some kind of high-level spell? Behind her, Lisa murmured. In her pupils, the red meteor was like the most beautiful firework in the sky, blooming into the earth in the blink of an eye. The first cluster of fire rained down the tree, engulfed the dwarf, and buried the target's screams. Hula, the second cluster of fire rain burned the roots of the trees, scorched the earth, and dyed the space black. Call, the third cluster of fire rain continued to fall on the dead body, as if to cleanse his soul. That's enough. Why you stop it? And Shao tried to issue commands to the monster in front of him. After all, his original intention of using the Lucifer Stone was to protect the girl, not to destroy the entire environment in front of him. Since the enemy is dead, there is no need to whip his corpse endlessly. This is not what he wants. I thought the devil would not obey easily, but the moment he said this, it was obvious that his body paused slightly. Immediately, he waved his arm again. The last cluster of meteorite fire rain dissipated into thin air just as it was about to fall. The fire burning in the forest is still going on, and time seems to slow down at this moment. Amid the crackling sounds, the devilish he slowly turned around and faced in Shao and the others. Now, and Shao was finally able to see her true appearance. Sheep horns, human body, a cold female face, no expression, eyes as empty as nothingness. It's like an empty shell without a soul standing before my eyes. Her 12 wings would flutter slightly with her breathing, and along with it, there would be a continuous and visible distortion of space outside the red circle under and Shao and Lisa's feet. They're like black holes. After being stunned for a moment, and Shao somehow opened his divine eye towards her. Lucifer, the soul of the fallen angel. Grade? Identity, the 73rd great demon god of the demon realm. Occupation, Doomsday. Talents, Hellfire Mastery, exclusive. Divine Inheritance, exclusive. Immortality, exclusive. Divine Resistance, SSS. Spaceflight, S. Destruction, SS. Physical Immunity, S. Spell Cripple, S. Past. One of the strongest Valkyries in the heavens, she was judged for being dissatisfied with the Emperor's judgment, and she rebelled against heaven and came to the demon abyss. For hundreds of years, she challenged various demons one after another, and finally died together with the demon leader Odin and was reincarnated as a soul. Information about her flashed in Shincha's eyes. Just a few lines of small characters made in Shao freeze. That's right. It was the first time he saw a creature in this world whose talent was comparable to his own. Moreover, it seems that only Olifiel has the identity of fallen angel, right? Could it be that she and Olivier were once on the same level? Thinking of this, and Shao couldn't help but suddenly realize that using this summoned creature in front of him to fight against just 3 bandits was a bit like using a nuclear bomb to bomb Mosquito. He wasn't sure, but there was no use regretting it. Is your name Lucifer? When he came to his senses, he asked her cautiously. She just remained there without giving any response. After waiting patiently for a few breaths, and Shao began to frown slightly, somewhat puzzled. Isn't she able to communicate with us? Lisa, behind him, gently pulled on the corner of his clothes and guessed quietly. Maybe. He nodded. At the same time, I also accepted her name in my heart. In fact, a certain connection between her and Lucifer allowed him to vaguely feel that her energy was dissipating bit by bit. If the situation continues like this, there may not be much time left. Under such conditions, if you want to maximize the cost-effectiveness of the summoning stone, you should immediately arrange for her to do things that she cannot do on her own on a normal day. And Shao fell in a deep thought. What should we do next? Lisa also asked the question in time. It can be seen that the girl is still a little uneasy. She just stole a glance at the godlike Lucifer, then turned her head to look at the velociraptor who had completely lost his ability to move and was about to faint, and her lips pursed for a moment. It seems impossible to continue on this journey. And Shao was silent for a moment, then took out a bottle of red potion from the ring silently stepped out of the red circle and walked towards the velociraptor step by step. The air barrier dissipated with the wind, and the wind from outside blew again. The temperature was somewhat hot. After a few breaths, and Xiao came to the velociraptor with a heavy face, bent down, and poured a bottle of potion into its mouth. It opened its mouth with difficulty and swallowed the potion with its last bit of strength, gratitude showing in its eyes. Pity. Even after drinking the life-restoring potion, it slowly closed its eyes due to the long-term spread of the poison. Never wake up again. Well, and Xiao sighed lightly, silently stretched out his right hand, and pulled out the poisonous arrow from its leg. The venom fell to the ground, and the hissing sound was so harsh under the wind. I don't know how much time passed. He finally adjusted his mentality, stood up, and looked towards the village in the distance where the fire was getting bigger. Since these people have disrupted our plans, then let this fire burn more thoroughly. Chapter 29, Female Night. Ileo Village is located in the flatland at the top of Tyrus Terraces. It is the village with the largest and most densely populated population in the entire mountain area. At this moment, in front of the main gate of the village, a dozen people in red clothes, holding various weapons, surrounded a tall, blonde female knight. The armor on her body had long been pierced through by various spells, revealing a large area of snow-white, holy skin. Her body's various functions were no longer sufficient to support her to continue fighting. Not far behind her, a small group of bare-armed bandits were slaughtering the villagers wantonly. They threw can flames at houses and chopped young men in half with giant axes. They dragged the women out of the door by their hair, tore their clothes roughly, and tied them together one by one with barbed hemp ropes, preparing to take them back to the village to enjoy them. Most of the old people in the village were burned to death in the yard, and the crying children were lifted up high like kittens and then thrown heavily to the ground. Amidst the howling and screaming, a one-eyed, cleft-lipped bandit quickly ran towards the village entrance and excitedly shouted to the red-dressed man in the lead. "Boss, everything you told us to do has been arranged. Hey, let's do as we agreed before. I'll let the brothers take the women away and only leave this noble lady to you. Right?" The red leader did not respond directly, but just shrugged slightly. It is worth noting that he was wearing a rose mask on his face and no expression could be seen. Of course, the bandit leader, who had already received the deposit, didn't care about this disrespectful attitude. He glanced greedily at the white flesh not far away, then spat on his palm, rubbed his dirty hands, and said anxiously, "Haha, boss, since the matter has been settled, we will withdraw first. It is a pleasure to cooperate with you this time. If there are new orders in the future, we will contact you in time." He smiled sinisterly and waved to his men. "Brothers, let's go." Okay. Soon, the bandits gathered together in a very organized and disciplined manner, pushing the female hostages out of the village. The bleak and cool wind blew, adding a touch of chill to this dead silent mountain village. As the bandits' backs gradually faded away, the red-clothed leader spoke to the female knight. "Ms. Hina, you have nowhere to escape, right?" The female knight had a look of despair on her face, and she was trembling all over as she leaned on a gorgeous sword with both hands, as if she felt deeply guilty for not being able to protect the innocent. "You beasts! How could you do such a dirty thing as colluding with bandits? My target is me. Why do you have to destroy this village? They are just civilians." "Oh, Ms. Hina, it seems that you are still too naive." The man in red walked towards her step by step, his step silent. "You could have solved the problem by just following us, but you chose to resist." He walked slowly, in circles around her body. "So what happened in the end? Are the things you care about still intact? Have you successfully fulfilled the beliefs you have kept in mind? Did the holy light you believed in protect you from this predicament? And did you really think you could escape from my hands? You guys, Ms. Hina, your servants are dead, your horses are dead, and the villagers of the village you escaped into are all dead." The man in red spoke with sarcasm, and every word was like a sharp knife, piercing her heart accurately and clearly. "You only have this holy sword left, am I right?" He paused. "You know, all this is because of you." "No, it's not like that. It shouldn't be like this." Tears flowed out of Xena's eyes uncontrollably. At this moment, she couldn't even stand steadily, and she had already lost the desire to continue fighting. Her family was destroyed, her brother was murdered, the sect held her accountable, her studies were interrupted. All these heavy things had made her breathless. Obviously, He just wanted to protect this last holy sword and did not want the title of Knights of the Round Table, which represented glory and inheritance, to be destroyed in his own hands. However, on the last section of the road leading to the academy, he was intercepted by the killer organization called Black Rose. Escape is useless and will implicate innocent people. Even though he fought with all his might, he could only barely kill a few insignificant bandits. Faced with these professional killers, Xena was helpless. At this time, the voice of the man in red came again. Be obedient and hand over the holy sword quickly. This flower is not suitable to remain in your hands any longer. He stopped, staring at the fragrant flowers blooming under her feet, and said word by word. After all, a vase is not worthy of possessing such powerful power. The red-clad killers in the encirclement took out their weapons, moved silently, and slowly approached. The masked leader also seemed to be losing patience bit by bit. He pulled out a barbed enchanted saw blade from his waist, tilted his head slightly, and gave a final warning. Ms. Hina, we don't have much time. If you know what's good for you, drop this holy sword before I change my mind. Otherwise, I will take my men to taste your body, which has been bathed in holy light all day, as compensation for your hard work and overtime. Hateful, a feeling of powerlessness came over me. Xena knew that whether she surrendered or not, the same ending would be waiting for her. She closed her eyes in despair, raised her head, and used her last bit of strength to tightly grasp the holy sword of Flowers Frost. The expectations of the family, the beliefs that had been held, the glory that had been achieved, the highlights in life, everything flashed through my mind like a passing scene. She placed the holy sword across her neck, deciding to choose the most efficient way to end her tragic life. Chief, she wants to commit suicide. Seeing this, a killer shouted in shock. Ha, so naive. Of course, the man in red would not do as she wished. He immediately raised his hand, and a blue seal appeared on his palm. The fourth level of ice, condensation. For a moment, Xena felt that her body was restrained by something for half a second, and when she came to her senses and wanted to resist, she felt a numbness in the base of her thumb. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the holy sword had been knocked to the ground by the enemy in the moment when his defense was relaxed. Crack! Without the protection of flowers, she was like a lamb exposed to a pack of wolves with no one to rely on. The masked man who succeeded laughed loudly, immediately stretched out his right arm, and took the top-grade weapon that was emitting colorful glow on the ground into his palm. At the same time, he wanted to personally subdue the beautiful blonde female knight. Well, as the sky and earth lost their color, Hina sighed miserably and her eyes lost their luster. She didn't expect that she, who had been chaste and pure as holy light since childhood, could not escape the ravages of such a dirty thief. I want to cry, but I know crying is useless. Even death has become a luxury. In a complete mental breakdown, she fell to her knees, trying not to look at the evil men who were rushing towards her. I thought everything would finally be over, but somehow, a trance-like hallucination seemed to appear in front of my eyes, and sounds that were completely out of tune with the current situation came to my ears. Call! At the end of the sky, I saw several clusters of red meteors falling rapidly towards the direction of the mountain road. In the blink of an eye, they lit up the distant mountains and forests at the speed of a rainbow, piercing the sun. The screams came from a distance, startling the people in red who were about to commit violence against him. Chief, did you see that? What was that just now? Of course, these killers also noticed the abnormality in the sky. Is there a great magician casting a spell nearby? An extremely strong, ominous premonition emerged from the masked man's heart. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the holy sword he had just picked up and turned his head to look at the farthest point of the village entrance. In a matter of seconds, the familiar wailing of the bandit leader and his men suddenly exploded in the valley, as if they had run head-on into some blood-sucking ancient demon. The horrifying thing was that these heart-wrenching screams lasted only a fraction of a second before they abruptly stopped, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. The masked man shuddered, as if he had thought of something horrible, and gradually began to move backwards in the opposite direction. Retreat! Leave this place immediately. The desire to leave grew stronger and stronger, and I even felt that my legs alone were not enough. He hurriedly took out a handful of powder from his arms and sprinkled it on the ground. A fluorescent light, like a magic circle, suddenly lit up under his feet, and the people in red clothes around him followed his lead nervously. The incident happened suddenly. Xena stared blankly at their figures, which gradually faded away. She was stunned and couldn't believe it. Could it be that these people just let her go and left with the holy sword? But when she looked up again, she was horrified to see, above the sky, a demon-like being spread out 6 pairs of black wings that were big enough to block vision, and swung the hellblade in his hand that was burning with black fire vigorously at the red-clothed people on the ground who were about to escape. 9 styles of the Abyss Demon, Black Death. The next moment, all the killers were burned to ashes at the same time. Chapter 30. Xena's Frustration. You guys go, it's not safe here. Thank you, thank you. May the Lord bless us. Thank you to this kind summoner. Thank you for saving our lives. Looking at the widows who turned back in the distance and kept bowing and thanking a young man, Xena opened her mouth and rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand dully. The 12-winged golem that had just appeared in the sky disappeared after it slashed out with a sword that shocked the world and made the ghosts weep. Only the ashes burned by the black flames were left around it, floating down to the ground as proof of its existence. At this moment, her mind was blank. After all, no one has ever experienced the strange situation of encountering incomprehensible terror and despair and then getting out of the predicament and seeing hope again. Rather, she thought she was doomed this time. Not only would she lose her honor and faith, but she would also be severely abused and robbed of her virginity by the most despicable men and live a life of slavery from then on. But now, looking at the holy sword lying next to her like a piece of trash, she felt as if she were in a dream. What on earth is going on? With difficulty, she pulled herself together, reached out her hand, and clenched it. Feeling the familiar touch of the holy sword, Xena took a deep breath and fixed her eyes on the young man in silver armor not far away. In her opinion, the combat levels of the Black Rose assassins were at least 30 or 40, and those bandits were no less than 20. The problem is, the boy looks so handsome and young. How could he summon a monstrous creature that is obviously over level 70 or 80? This is no longer a problem that can be explained by the word genius. Xena's heartbeat quickened slightly, and she thought to herself, is he the son of a noble family? Or is he the last disciple of a retired great magician? No, this is unlikely. If there were a summoner of this level on the Wayne continent, he would have been fought over by all parties. How could he appear in a place like this? With a lot of questions in her mind, she stood up and put the holy sword flower back into the scabbard. Soon, the young man, not far away, responded to the villagers' gratitude and led a lovely girl towards this side step by step. Miss Knight, are you okay? I'm Fina. Thank you for saving me. Seeing him approach, Hina's voice was obviously a little nervous, because she couldn't be sure whether the human who summoned the devil was still a good person. Perhaps he also has ulterior motives like those bad guys. She quietly raised her eyes and looked at him. Sure enough, from a closer look, the boy was even more handsome than before. However, she was very sensitive to sword weapons and soon discovered that the boy was holding a very strange-looking mithril rapier in his hand, and the junction of the handle and the blade was connected by a lifelike skull. Although there was a scabbard between them, some kind of energy was constantly gathering from the corpse on the ground nearby, which was extremely weird. This scene frightened her so much that she quickly retracted her gaze, and she became even more convinced that he was from a pagan religion or a top-level summoner painstakingly trained by the demons. Oh my god, I wonder what he will ask of me. Could he be coming to capture me with a purpose like those people? Will he lock me up in a dark dungeon and brutally treat me? Xena felt conflicted and didn't dare to let her eyes meet his again. I only heard the young man calmly say, "Don't be nervous, Miss Knight. Actually, we are adventurers who are going to Taliana. We were attacked by bandits when we passed here. We also saw the fire here, so we came to see the situation. What happened here?" The boy's voice was gentle and easygoing, and he looked nothing like a necromancer bewitched by the devil. The demi-human girl behind him was obviously not a slave, and the look she gave him was full of dependence and intimacy. Faced with his question, Xena hesitated, not knowing whether she should tell the truth to the stranger in front of her. The village was massacred by the Black Rose people. She was unable to organize her words immediately and sounded a little incoherent. After all, whether it was the matter of the holy sword or the matter of the cult, she could not openly reveal it to someone who had nothing to do with the family, even if the other person was the benefactor who saved her life. Black Rose, well, it's an organization. Xena hesitated, looking embarrassed. And Xiao quickly saw her hesitation. After thinking it over, he considerately said, "Okay, then you be careful," and walked into the depths of the village with the girl behind him. Ah. Watching him leave, Xena never expected that this little benefactor would let her go without asking for anything after saving her. Looking at his back, she blinked dully and muttered to herself in great confusion. Is it because I have no attraction to him? Wait, he's a demon summoner, right? Shouldn't a demon summoner like to collect slaves and manipulate souls? He finally saved me, so why wouldn't he ask me to sell my soul and follow him down the path of evil? Am I really that unbearable? Ugh, he didn't even look at me and just walked away. It seems that I'm not even worthy of being his body to play with at will. An inexplicable feeling of frustration grew in Xena's heart. Although she cared about the secrets surrounding her, she didn't want to completely cut off ties with her benefactor. As a paladin, one of the 7 virtues, never betray and repay kindness, is the one that you must absolutely obey. Even if you don't have the conditions now, it is something you must do to apply for it in the future. Hey, what's your name? Seeing Xiao and the other man were about to walk into the village, she could no longer hold back and immediately shouted at his back, thinking that she could at least exchange contact information so that she could repay him in the future. Hearing this, he stopped in surprise and said, "And Xiao." After saying that, he pulled Lisa out of her sight without looking back. "My name is Xia." Xena was about to give her name, but the other party didn't seem interested and just walked away. She opened her mouth with a complicated expression, wanting to say something, but it seemed as if something was blocking her mouth. Finally, she could only lower her head sadly and said to herself, "Yes, maybe for someone like him, saving my life is as simple as picking up a leaf. He just did it by chance." Well, she remembered the name and Xiao deeply in her heart. After a light sigh, she walked out of the village alone in loneliness. Inside the village, the fire had been put out by the returning village women. Lisa stood in the yard and asked him in confusion, "And Xiao, why do we have to go door to door?" As the benefactor who saved the village, no matter which house they went to, the women who were still alive would be very welcoming and willing to provide him with any help unconditionally. At this moment, Zhao's gaze was fixed on the sword in his hand. The silver-colored scabbard began to change gradually under the smell of blood. The strange skeleton at the junction of the handle and the blade trembled slightly, sucking the souls of the dead men and children on the ground in big gulps. The 5 small words "Sword of Chris," originally engraved on the scabbard, also melted away little by little under his gaze, just like gently tearing off a layer of camouflage membrane. Slowly, they finally reformed in his eyes, outlining a strange name in wind-green fonts. Ida, Chapter 31, Make a Fortune. Time passed quickly, and night came in the blink of an eye. Looking back on what happened throughout the day, and Xiao still finds it a bit magical. At first, they were attacked on the way, causing them to lose their rented mounts. Then, faced with the extremely professional siege of the bandit team, he had no choice but to use the trump card that Oliphil had prepared for him, Lucifer's Stone. This item in the shape of a mark was originally a travel gift in the Angel gift pack and could only be used twice. However, in order to safely protect Lisa, he decisively consumed one of the precious opportunities and completely released the heroic spirit. Indeed, when Lucifer's remains descended upon the earth, the 3 enemies were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye by the terrifying rain of hellfire. Immediately afterwards, he gave her an order to deal with all threats in the village. Although Lucifer cannot speak, he obeys the summoner's mission unconditionally. She immediately carried out his orders and determined that the bandit leader and the Black Rose leader were targets within the range, and then wiped them out with the force of thunder under the scorching hellblade. After completing the mission, the magic power released by the mark finally dissipated as she turned into black fluorescent dots, floating silently in the air, and then turned into a summoning stone and fell to the ground. As for what happened next, it was relatively simple. As the summoner of heroic spirits, and Xiao rescued the blonde female knight, drove away the bad guys, and saved the village. The surviving village women regarded him as a genius summoner from another continent and invited him to rest in the village chief's house, which was still intact. Now, he and Lisa were sitting opposite each other on the Kong in a side room, reviewing today's events. "And Xiao, are you okay?" The girl sat beside him obediently in a duck-like position and spoke as she looked at the changeable expression on his face. "Yeah, I'm fine. He nodded, but his eyes never left the sword of Chris in his hand. Your sword. Lisa wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Today she has witnessed too many scenes that were previously unimaginable, and also learned more high-risk secrets about him. At this moment, she knew in her heart that it would be best to give him enough time to digest these things and not ask him about the root of the matter. This was the awareness that a qualified teammate should have. Unconsciously, she was able to completely stand in his shoes and consider his emotions and feelings. In the simple house, candles are burning, and the warm light is ambiguous. Such tranquility seems short and rare in this chaotic world. And Xiao stroked the two clearly engraved ancient green characters on the scabbard and fell into deep thought. If his guess was correct, the name of the sword in his hand had changed. Perhaps it should be called Sword of Io? And Xiao wasn't sure, but the memories of the day are still vivid. At that time, Lucifer killed 3 thieves with the force of thunder. Shocked by her power, he did not notice that the sword in his hand was quietly changing. It was not until he encountered the guys who kidnapped women on the way to the village, and Lucifer once again turned the thieves into corpses, that he finally noticed some abnormal phenomena. The sword is devouring the soul. That's right. Every time he passed by those corpses, the sword in his hand would suck the unknown energy from the corpses like a long, hungry wolf. As if being pulled by something, the transparent threads were drawn out from the nothingness that had turned to ashes and flowed towards the blade in the scabbard. And Xiao really wanted to pull it out to see what was inside, but Olivier's reminder was still ringing in his ears. Master, unless you are in big trouble that you can't solve, it's best not to draw the sword. You can use the seal to deal with small things first, but after the crisis is resolved, you can take her out for some fresh air. In short, this sword needs to be nurtured slowly, remember. The more Xiao thought about it, the more scared he became. So in her eyes, using the Lucifer summoning stone can actually be called a small matter. The so-called crisis resolved should imply that there are corpses that can be used for recycling, right? He was a little confused. After all, first he summoned a demon-like heroic spirit, and then he found himself carrying a magic sword that feeds on souls. Combining the initial scene of being summoned to this world by the necromancy circle and the final goals in the maid manual that were too difficult to reach. And Zhao's mind gradually emerged with Olafie's perfect smile that seemed to be forever unfathomable. There should be nothing wrong with what I did, right? At this moment, he was shaken again. Hey, what's wrong? You look very unhappy. A girl's voice came from the side, interrupting his uneasiness. Aw, nothing. I'm fine. And Xiao came back to his senses and forced a smile. Are you really okay? Don't lie to me. Lisa stretched out her little hand suspiciously and gently placed it on his cheek, as if to feel his body temperature. The sudden intimacy quickly brought color back to his face. He wanted to move, but he didn't know whether he should. After all, they knew very well that the two of them were just teammates on paper. If they were too close, they might act too hastily and have a counterproductive effect before they were honest with each other. However, she maintained this posture without any concern and did not speak a word. She just narrowed her beautiful eyes and observed his handsome face with a smile, as if enjoying something, and Xiao began to feel restless. Even if he had a mission, if he was asked to take the initiative to do something to the girl, he would definitely be entangled. Moreover, in relationships, he prefers to be passive rather than active. Time flies. It was not until Zhao's face gradually turned from pale to rosy that Lisa finally withdrew her hand with satisfaction and said, "That's right. We have defeated the bad guys and gained a lot of treasures. We should be happy, too." The positive emotions soon infected him and helped him get rid of his anxiety little by little. After the girl's reminder, and Xiao suddenly remembered that he had indeed seized a lot of money today. He took out the spoils that he had not had time to deal with from Xie's ring and placed them one by one on the bed. After a while, a longbow and quiver, 20 or 30 cloth money bags, and a familiar transparent lens appeared before the two men. Wow, why are there so many? Lisa rubbed her hands together and looked at the treasures with shining eyes, just like a little girl who was eager to unbox many gifts on her birthday. Faced with so many things, and Xiao nodded secretly. The rest of the weapons were burned, but the money bag was preserved intact. It seems that Lucifer understands me. He remembered clearly that this longbow and quiver were the weapons from the dwarf hunter in the original group of 3. Because the other party threw away these things that were judged unnecessary in order to reduce the weight when he was escaping, he was able to pick up a good quality suit in the end, and even got a universal gain lens. Apart from this, all other items were completely destroyed. And Xiao put the sword of Yi-Dai into the ring, picked up the composite longbow, and played with it for a few times, then nodded slightly. This is good, maybe I can try it. After all, before he was sure of the power of Yi-Dai, he urgently needed a handy weapon to defend himself. The bow and arrow, as a classic representative of long-range weapons, could obviously meet his needs at this stage. He took out an arrow from the quiver and made a bow drawing and arrow drawing motion towards the wall behind him, as if testing his arm strength. Watching him gradually pull the bowstring to its full length, the girl next to him blinked and asked curiously, you can use this too." I only heard him respond, casually, "Well, I used to get a membership card at the archery hall near my home, so I know a thing or two." Lisa, Chapter 32, Her Goodness. After a while, and Xiao sorted out his weapons and poured out all the gold coins in the bag and gathered them on the bed. There's something very reassuring about the sight of gleaming gold dragon coins piled together. After a quick inventory, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he had made a fortune. Basically, every bandit carries around 50 to 100 gold dragon coins in his pocket, and the bandit leader is even richer, with the money he looted from the village alone amounting to more than 3,000 coins. However, and Xiao believes that he is not a bad person. He plans to return the money directly to the surviving village women as capital for them to leave their hometown and find a living elsewhere. When he told this idea to Lisa, the girl's initial reaction was shock. After all, that is more than 3,000 coins, which means that they can reduce most of their workload after arriving in Taliana and save a huge amount of working time. However, and Xiao explained, in this world, there are many ways to make money, and the sources of money, like people, can be clearly divided into good and bad. At first glance, there is nothing wrong with us taking the money we got from suppressing the bandits. But you have to know that this is all the belongings of the survivors in the entire village. Even if we return all this windfall to them, in a sense, we will not lose anything. After all, what can be seen with the naked eye is gold coins. What cannot be seen with the naked eye is morality. The girl was stunned by these words. She frowned and thought carefully for a long time, and finally sighed. Although it is difficult to understand the complicated logic of you humans, I will listen to you. That's good. And Xiao was very surprised to see that she had no objection at all. He reached out and gently ruffled her long hair, feeling comfortable with her quiet and non-fussy personality from the bottom of his heart. The girl cooperated by straightening her chest and slightly raising her face to let him caress her. Finally, she glanced at him slightly and whispered, "Really, I can't understand you humans anymore." By this time, it was already late. The villagers had all fallen asleep, and Xiao decided to return the more than 3,000 coins the next day. Of course, as for the property of the red-clad killers and their leader, he took it all without any hesitation. After all, this income does not belong to the village, and Xiao is very clear about this. This wave of gold coins totals 2,300 pieces, which almost pushed the progress of accumulating tuition fees to halfway. It seems that in the other world, robbing is really the fastest way to make money, he exclaimed after he had piled up the gold dragon coins. Although this first pot of gold was obtained almost entirely with the help of Lucifer and is quite hot, but no matter what, achieving the ultimate goal is the top priority, and he will not miss any opportunity to accelerate early development. The Velociraptor is gone. After we get to Taliana, we may have to go to the post station to pay a fine. Well, it should cost a lot of money. Tonight, let's rest here for the night. He put away the purse and said to Lisa, "Well, okay." Lisa had no objection. "So how are we going to get there tomorrow?" "Don't worry about that. I talked to the village chief's wife this afternoon, and she promised to give us the only 2 lion cows in the village tomorrow as compensation for saving the village." "Oh, really? That's great. If we want to walk to Taliana, it will take at least 2 more days." Lisa thought, "Well, I decided to rest here for a night, mainly to see if there is any usable means of transportation here." And Xiao told her his plan without reservation. It's a pity that we don't have the antidote and can't save the giant swift beast. Indeed, thinking back to the unfortunate death of their rented mount, both of them felt a little upset. Along the way, it had been moving forward diligently, never slacking off for a minute, but unfortunately, it suddenly died at the hands of thieves. In such an emergency, even if he avenged it, the shadow in Zhao's heart would be difficult to completely erase. Oh, if only I knew healing magic. At this moment, a trace of self-blame also appeared on Lisa's little face. Although she didn't care about the life and death of strange humans, she still had a lot of kindness towards the demi-humans and orcs around her. However, things had already happened, and it was not realistic to go back to the past. Forget it. Let's not think about it. What happened today is not your fault at all. When we get to Taliana, I will find a way to speed up my earning speed and my training progress so that I can stand on my own as soon as possible and try to better protect you. And Shao looked at the girl and made a serious promise. Hearing this, Lisa opened her eyes wide and a strange light flashed in her eyes. One could sense that his powerful words seemed to be limited to the agreement between the two of them. This means a lot. She quickly came out of her depression, and a smile bloomed on her face again. Okay, I'll wait for you. And Shao nodded. The temperature in the room gradually returned to normal and continued to rise. After he had sorted out various things and made subsequent plans in his mind in advance, it was already late at night. The candle was about to burn out, and she was rubbing her sleepy eyes, looking very sleepy. And Shao slowly made the bed, took out 2 clean quilts that the landlord had prepared in advance, and spread them on the con. Hearing the noise, the girl tried to cheer herself up. She saw his movements out of the corner of her eye and asked in a daze, "Why 2 beds? Didn't we always sleep together before?" The girl asked seriously, tilting her head slightly. And Shao didn't know how to answer the question at hand. After all, sleeping in the same bed right after meeting was too fast. Last night was an accident. From now on, before she finished speaking, you could see signs of unhappiness clearly appearing on her little face. So I had to quickly change the subject. Oh, by the way, I suddenly remembered that Boss Nanami had prepared a mission reward for you. How about we open it and take a look now? That's right. Fortunately, this proposal quickly aroused Lisa's interest. She nodded repeatedly to show her agreement. Okay, take out quickly. And Shao felt relieved and thought to himself. As expected, sometimes satisfying a girl's curiosity can have a miraculous effect. Then he took out the well-preserved paper box from the ring and handed it to the girl. The box was very light, and he didn't know what was inside, but he chose to let the girl open it. It's more of a ritual to open the gift yourself. He preached to her. Upon hearing this, Lisa took action immediately. I saw her carefully tear open the outer packaging and gently pry open the edge of the box with both hands. The next moment, a pair of brand new silk fabrics quietly appeared before their eyes. What is this? Lisa looked at the unknown gifts lying in the box with curiosity, then reached out to take them out and spread them out between herself and Shao. This is... Unlike the girl, when Shao saw the true appearance of the gift for the first time, the shock in his heart was indescribable. In his perspective, the white, thin ice silk stockings in the girl's hand were as sweet and tempting as cream ice cream, emitting a sacred luster under the ambiguous candlelight. This almost made him sigh out loud. Boss Nanami is truly a genius. Why on earth would she think of giving this? She's so understanding. He was screaming in his heart, but he tried his best to remain calm on the surface. It was not until the girl asked again with a puzzled look on her face, "Tell me quickly," and Shao, "Are these the socks that humans like to wear?" that he nodded vigorously and explained seriously. Yes, among the human race, fashionable young women will choose one of white and black for daily matching. Really? But I didn't see any in Banshao Town. That's because girls in the countryside are more traditional. When you get to Taliana, you'll find that only the most fashionable and avant-garde girls will make such choices. Oh, so Miss Nanami wants me to be a fashionable, avant-garde woman, right? Yes, that's right. He continued to guide the girl without blushing or beating his heart. After hearing this, Lisa suddenly understood and looked grateful. She's so nice. The girl believed in Zhao's words without a doubt, but this seems to be very troublesome to wear. She held it in her hand and looked at it for a moment, her expression looking a little conflicted. At this moment, and Shao was already a little anxious, but he knew that impatient people can't eat hot tofu. So, he still kept a gentle smile on his face and agreed quietly. It's definitely more troublesome than regular socks, but if you wear them, they'll be really cute. Exclamation point. Hearing this, Lisa was no longer sleepy. She turned her head to look at him and confirmed again. Really? You'd like that? Yes, absolutely. And Shao answered immediately. If that's the case. After getting the answer, the girl no longer hesitated. She stretched out the socks decisively and seemed to be trying them on for the first time right away. Hey, do you really want to wear it? Now, it was in Zhao's turn to lose his composure. But Lisa tilted her head and looked at him in confusion, as if she was saying something that was a matter of course. Yes, since you like it, of course I have to wear it for you to see. And Xiao gradually opened his eyes wide. Chapter 33, Question Dragon Girl. The next morning. The morning sun is rising and the sky is clear. A beautiful morning should make people feel energetic. But after a night like that, and Xiao now had dark circles under his eyes, and his face was pale and weak, and it was obvious that he did not sleep very well. On the other hand, after washing up, Lisa was giggling, holding his arm and leaning against him, looking full of energy and vitality. The girl's outfit today is very eye-catching. Under the exquisite little skirt, the smooth and silky white thin socks tightly wrap the straight and fat-free legs. The long hair, which is not yet completely dried, also shows the unique luster of youth under the caress of the sun. And Xiao could clearly smell the sweet fragrance brought by the hair cream. Recalling the beauty of last night, her heart felt even more itchy. In order to keep calm, he tactfully told her, "Lisa, I think it's better for us to keep a certain distance outside. Otherwise, if others see us, they will gossip about us." "What gossip?" The girl tilted her head, looking serious. "Well, for example, you are a dragon man, and I am a human. Dragon men have noble blood, but they always obey me. This will make people think that I bought you or forced you." And Xiao analyzed it very clearly. But the girl didn't mind at all. "Just say it, we are already in that kind of relationship. What are you afraid of?" That's where the problem lies. "Oh, I just want to be closer to you. If you don't like it, then I won't do this again in the future." She blinked, and her innocent yet somewhat aggrieved look made it completely impossible for him to ask her for anything more. "It's not that I don't like it. That means I like it very much." Faced with the simple routine of the delicious pastry, and Xiao had no choice but to suppress the restlessness of his body and said helplessly, "Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything." Hee hee. The girl's trick worked, and she moved her little face closer to his cheek. "I'll post it. Hey. According to the plan, the two should set off in the morning and arrive at the royal capital of Taliana before dusk. However, when the village women learned that he had decided to return the coins he had recovered from the bandits, they were so shocked that they came to thank him with tears in their eyes. Some even knelt down and kowtowed, and no one could stop them. Helplessly, and Xiao had to accept the sumptuous breakfast prepared for them by the village chief's wife on behalf of the village as a farewell before leaving. When he finished dealing with all these and finally brought Lisa out of Ileo village, it was already much later than expected. At this moment, the two men, each holding a horse, were leisurely walking on the main road outside the village, continuing their previous journey. Alas, the speed of the camel is indeed much slower than that of the velociraptor. It seems that we will be lucky if we can reach Taliana before dark. Yes, and they're too small to accommodate two people at the same time. The girl pouted her lips, seeming to be very dissatisfied with this, looking at the cheapest mount under him, and Xiao showed a bit of helplessness. In his eyes, the so-called camel is similar to a camel-like ox, but it has the endurance of a camel and the movement speed of an ox. On the other hand, although the velociraptor is not as fast as the cheetah, it can still run faster than most cats. But people should always be content. The big velociraptor has unfortunately died, and the two new camels have worked hard and are completely free. It would be a bit impolite to ask for more. It's okay. It's already quite rare that I don't have to walk the whole way. This way I can enjoy the scenery along the way and relax at the same time. It's not bad. And Xiao smiled, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Lisa, when you leveled up before, did you also automatically learn new skills?" Last night, he just sorted out the spoils in his backpack and fell into the wonderful indulgence after opening the box, and did not have time to sort out and summarize his own experience. Now that he had some spare time, he decided to learn more about cultivation. The girl thought about it and answered seriously, "Yes, I can, but I can only comprehend one once every 8 to 10 levels. It's shadow magic. Generally speaking, the more talented the magician is, the more likely they will comprehend it." "I see." And Xiao opened the Eye of Divine Investigation and looked at his new panel thoughtfully. And Xiao, human male, table. Level 8. Status: Palace Master of Li Palace. Occupation: Magic Swordsman, table. Summoner, table. Talents: Unity of Nature and Man, exclusive. Growth Multiplication, S. Affinity of all attributes. Amplification of comprehension. Attraction of the opposite sex, SSS. identification S, creation S, mastery of forbidden techniques SS, regeneration A, chaos SSS. Skills: devouring Fong, dark, first order, chaos stone, elementary, shadow recovery, elementary. Past: a traveler from another world, the creator of Wayne Continent, the compiler of the epic worldview, the weaver of all gods and spirits, a rising absolute genius, but as fragile as a child, in urgent need of absorbing the juice of knowledge. It is not difficult to find that in addition to the level upgrade, there's a new function and some minor changes in the Eye of God. The new function refers to the skills column, which was obviously not there before. Of course, it may also be because I didn't know anything before, so it was automatically hidden. Small changes refer to the description of the host in the past. And Xiao still remembers that the evaluation of this position was once weak as a chicken, but now it has become as fragile as a child. To some extent, it has produced a qualitative leap, which is really cause for celebration. Wow, you leveled up 3 times in one go. On one side, Lisa used the dragon eye to spy on him out of boredom, and then exclaimed in surprise. Yes, indeed. I also learned 2 new skills. Huh. After hearing this, Lisa was shocked. His eyes widened, he swallowed and asked, what skill? Just from the names, one is an attack skill, and the other is probably a recovery and healing skill. I'm not sure. And Xiao scratched his head, somewhat unsure of his own inference. In fact, through the battle in Ileo village, he figured out a rule in the process of practice. That is, killing enemies through summons will also gain experience. Obviously, neither he nor Lisa had been able to put an end to the dead bodies themselves. All the bodies were harvested by the spirit of Lucifer alone. This resulted in Lisa not being able to gain any experience, but he himself actually went directly from level 5 to level 8. It turns out that the experience points required to jump 3 levels in a row cannot be underestimated. If you count it in detail, it should be the total experience value of the original 3 thieves, the bandit group encountered on the way, and the red-clothed leader and his men, a total of more than 20 people. According to the information collected from the identification technique yesterday, the level of ordinary bandits is about 17-18, while the level of the red-clothed minions is about 20. As for the more professional road-blocking team and the 2 leaders, their strength is above level 30 or even close to level 40. Lucifer killed so many people, but only allowed Xiao to level up 3 levels. From this, we can further judge that the experience gained by summoning creatures to play on your behalf will be greatly reduced. Wow, attack spells are fine, but you can also comprehend recovery spells. This is an extremely rare ability on the Wayne continent, and your ostensible profession is a magic swordsman. How can a swordsman heal himself? Among melee professions, only the paladin can do this. Lisa could no longer contain her excitement, and the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. Hey, and Xiao, I really didn't make a mistake about you. Quick, let me see your new spell. The girl rubbed her hands together and looked at him with a hissing sound like a nympho, her saliva almost dripping. Seeing her like this, and Xiao said with a headache, it's okay, but attack spells always require an open area for testing, and I don't like to destroy the environment, so it's difficult. Also, healing spells are even more troublesome. You need to find injured people or animals first, and then treat their wounds. And Xiao frowned. But where can we find the injured traveler in this remote place? This is very simple. The girl blinked and gave a solution without even thinking. Why don't you use that attack spell to injure me severely first, and then use the new recovery spell you learned to heal me? Isn't that right? And Xiao. Chapter 34 High Elf Talisman. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And Xiao couldn't understand the girl's train of thought at all, and waved his hands repeatedly to express his disapproval. I will never hurt the important people around me. Oh, what's the big deal? It said that the more severe the injury, the better the effect of the test treatment will be. Minor injuries are meaningless. The girl felt warm in her heart, but still felt it was natural to do such a thing for him. And Xiao held his forehead with his hand. Stop. This is not negotiable. The two had different opinions on this matter. Fortunately, as long as Xiao was resolute, Lisa would not continue to embarrass him and soon softened and obeyed him. This made him very happy. Well, I heard that there is a special magic training ground in the capital of Taliana, which can be used to test and practice new magic. All you have to do is pay. And there's also a magic defense and practice class in Freya Academy. Anyway, There will be a way when the time comes. The girl seems full of expectations for the future. And Xiao nodded and said, "That's no problem. If it's a good spell, I'll teach it to you when I've mastered it." "Yeah, it's a deal." With the company of your loved one, time will pass quickly. Along the way, the two of them chatted with each other, making the journey that should have been lonely and boring become extremely enviable. The closer one gets to the imperial capital, the fewer thieves there are in the wild. After all, no one dares to do whatever they want under the nose of the Magic Queen. The towering mountains in the distance are getting closer and closer. We cross the mountain roads and narrow gorges, and the day and night change in the bumpy ride. They did not rest for a moment, and just like that, in this drowsy state, they finally heard the muffled roar of a camel below them. "Moo! Looks like we're here." Hearing the reminder, Lisa opened her sleepy eyes and looked into the distance. "Wow, is this Tariana? She is so beautiful." Although she was a dragon, she had never left her nest many times. When she saw the huge city that was so representative of the human race, her reaction was as eye-opening as that of a country girl. She felt that everything was very new. Of course, and Xiao was no exception at this time. The Magic City, it really lives up to its name. Directly in front of his sight, the first thing that caught his eye was a huge light curtain. The light curtain was azure blue, and in the form of a circle, it completely encircled the Magic City that occupied almost the entire mountain range, like a giant superclass magic barrier. Huge fluctuations of magical power spread outwards, and even if one stood far away, one could vaguely sense its terrifying pressure. And Xiao looked through the barrier and continued to look inside. It could be seen that the architectural style of the entire city is mainly European-style round-top buildings. The innermost core area occupies most of the feng shui treasure land. At a glance, you can roughly make out iconic buildings such as the Royal Parliament, the Sacred Church, the Goddess Statue, the legendary Wizard Tower, and the Grand Observatory. The functions of the remaining houses are difficult to discern as they are blocked by the outermost watchtowers and city walls. In the gap between the inner and outer rings, one can also distinguish the aristocratic mansions and the civilian neighborhoods with a very clear hierarchy. After all, the size, scale, and material structure of their houses are completely different. As for the key entrance to the imperial city, it was at the other end of the suspension bridge outside the barrier. There were bottomless cliffs on both sides, and a hook-and-lock bridge connected the front and back. It was a typical city that was easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Such a large city, located on the top of a mountain, with only one entrance and exit on the front, will it really be enough if there is a large flow of people? And Xiao pulled his gaze back and sighed as such questions popped up in his mind. But soon, the scene above the sky gave him the answer he wanted. At a certain point on the light curtain, ripple-like waves spread out in all directions, and then one figure after another turned into strands of colorful light and broke through the curtain. Those colorful rays of light passed through the barrier and rushed in all directions at a speed no less than that of a flying bird. Huh, flying? People in this city can actually fly. And Xiao widened his eyes in shock. This is the ability he has always wanted to obtain. No matter where you are, the meanings of being able to fly and not being able to fly are completely different. But I heard the girl say, "How is that possible? If a normal grand mage wants to fly with magic, apart from his talent, he needs to be at least level 60 to do it." Looking around, there aren't many beings above this level in the entire Taliana. They must have flying mounts. At this time, Lisa had jumped off her mount and came to Xiao. "Is that so?" And Xiao was puzzled when he heard this. After taking a closer look, I discovered that these people in the sky were indeed stepping on something, most of which were the magic carpets that I had only seen in wizard works in my previous life. Not only that, the most eye-catching one among them was a beautiful sister wearing a pointed wizard hat, holding a silver magic wand, and wearing a revealing witch robe, because she was riding a fiery red owl. The owl spreads its wings and flies into the sky, its feathers as fierce as fire. As she flew right over in Zhao's head, the hot which even raised her plump breasts and gave him a seductive look from above. "This, Taliana, really good." And Xiao nodded, giving initial approval to this unique city atmosphere. "You're in love again, aren't you?" Before he could savor the moment, Lisa pulled him off the camel and muttered jealously, "He's just a little bit older than me. I'll still grow up." Okay, let's go." The feeling brought by looking from afar in Banxiao Town is completely different. When the viewer actually comes to the bottom of the light curtain and looks up at the stars covering the sky. He can feel his own insignificance. It was evening, and Xiao and Lisa led the camel and carefully stepped onto the hook-lock suspension bridge, heading towards the other side of the mountain. The suspension bridge, blessed by magic, does not shake and is relatively spacious overall. Every 10 or so steps, a pair of blue night lights will appear on the handles on both sides to dispel the darkness and provide light for pedestrians. The closer you get to the barrier, the more travelers come and go, and the sound of hustle and bustle can be heard from the end of your sight. And Xiao looked up and found that a large number of unfamiliar faces gathered at the entrance of the barrier. It is called an entrance, but in fact it is a huge archway that is about the height of dozens of people standing in a row and the width of about 10 people standing shoulder to shoulder. In front of the gate, there was a team of royal guards in full armor, armed to the teeth, guarding the gate, looking very cautious. And inside the gate was the back of the light curtain, which was where the Real Italiana gate was. It can be seen that after verifying their identity information, travelers who are qualified to enter the city can directly step into the light gate and safely pass the scan of the barrier. But it is worth noting that their mounts cannot follow their masters into the city, and those without special identities can only leave them outside the city. For this purpose, Taliana deliberately set up a land post outside the barrier as a foothold, specifically for travelers to store and collect their own mounts. As for the highly representative Tianqing post, it is located next to a flight point above the city wall, making it convenient for passengers to fly directly. Should we register first, or go to the post station to set up our mounts? And Xiao pondered over it, somewhat undecided. Unfortunately, the girl didn't know the procedure for entering the city. After all, it was her first time here. In addition, humans have been harassed by demons recently, and all defense measures have been upgraded. She could only guess and said, maybe we should park our mounts first. But those people at the door don't seem to be holding anything. Ah, that's true. As they were struggling, a sharp and piercing voice suddenly sounded behind them. Why not ask friendly old Bet, my dear friends? The two were startled by the sudden interruption of a stranger and immediately stopped and looked back. However, even though he glanced behind him, he couldn't figure out who was approaching him at first glance. Here, here. It was not until the voice came again from below that Xiao finally saw clearly that there was a green creature less than 1 meter tall waving at him. You are. And Xiao took a quick look at him and saw that this short guy who called himself Old Bet was green all over and was several centimeters shorter than the dwarf he had seen before. If we compare the height data from previous lives, the range for dwarf men is about 1.2 to 1.4 meters. The range for midgets is 1 to 1.2 meters, and Old Beth is just under 1 meter. It can be observed that he has a pointed chin and disproportionately long arms. His ears are long and narrow and extend to the sides, and even the tops are pointed. He was wearing a worn-out, slightly designed, retro-style wooden armor, and was waving his hands and feet in greeting. Oh, thank you, Goddess of Fate, for tying our life paths together. Nice to meet you, handsome human boy, and this pure and beautiful. Oh my God, look at this energetic tail. It's a rare dragon lady. Old Beth adjusted the dusty round glasses on his nose, his waist hunched over at nearly 90 degrees, his dark green old face full of surprise. Lisa was very disgusted with this dirty little thing. She frowned and subconsciously hid behind Xiao, not intending to pay any attention to anything. The other party obviously didn't mind. He bowed to the two of them and introduced himself. I'm the friendly Beth from the Wise Goblin Clan. Of course, some people also call us goblins. I'm sure you two have heard of the saying, goblin products, shocking. That's what we were talking about. Hey, Miss Dragon Girl, don't be afraid. Don't be fooled by my appearance. If we trace back tens of thousands of years, maybe we are actually relatives of the High Elves, because our ears are also pointed, haha. Of course, if this guy needs the private contact information of the noble elf sisters, Old Bet can also help you get it through special means. It only costs a few gold dragon coins, and it's at your fingertips. Exclamation point. Faced with the goblin's unique sense of humor, and Xiao hesitated to speak. Lisa still pursed her lips tightly and said coldly with hostility in her eyes, That's enough. Tell us what you want to say, and don't delay us from entering the city. Of course, of course. The goblin turned his gaze to Xiao, opened his arms with a smile, and promoted himself. Is this your first time in Taliana? Look, isn't this magical city picturesque? Coincidentally, Old Bet knows all the rules and information here. So friends, do you need a local guide service? With only 3 gold dragon coins, you could subscribe to a whole month of urban news and gossip, a guide to the local tyrants, and Zhao's eyes lit up. According to his understanding, the goblin in front of him was guiding tourists and selling information, which was equivalent to a tour guide and journalist in his previous life. I just don't know what kind of services are included in his so-called guide. Seeing his interest, Old Bet quickly explained. There's hardly any traveler who comes to Taliana who doesn't know the local guide. As long as you purchase my service, Old Bet will lead you through a series of procedures for entering the city. Not only can we run errands for you to apply for a full set of documents and save you from unnecessary trouble, but we can also introduce you to the various facilities at your destination, recommend the wonderful attractions you must visit in the city, and share with you the top secret information about the most important demon hunting festival-related activities in the Sorcerer's Kingdom in the near future. Demon Hunting Festival. That's right. With this, you can make a lot of money on the celebration day. The goblin successfully aroused his curiosity, but he only mentioned it briefly and refused to say another word. It was obvious that he was well-versed in how to attract customers. Lisa, who was hiding behind his Xiao, pulled at the corner of his clothes and whispered to him. Well, as far as I know, humans name the 11th month of each year on the Wayne continent the Monster Hunting Month. It is a festival dedicated to magicians, and it seems that large-scale activities related to monster hunting will be held, and there seems to be a corresponding celebration in Freya Academy. Oh, there's such a saying. Yes, November is the Demon Hunting Month, December is the Dark Bitterness Month, January is the Financial Intelligence Month, February is the Enemy Desire Month. The other months also have their own names. I see. Lisa seemed to know more about all the common sense related to magic, and his Xiao was obviously surprised to hear that. He originally thought that the months in this strange world were the same as in his previous life, and November was November. However, he never thought that different worlds would have different and distinctive cultures. I didn't expect Miss Dragon Girl to be so knowledgeable. However, without Old Bet's inside information, you two would probably miss this once-a-year great opportunity. Gold, silver, treasures, props, rewards. Oh my God, it would be a pity if young people like you, who are so talented and beautiful, could not attend in time. The goblin beat his chest and stamped his feet, making a loud and emotional sound, and his exaggerated facial expression made it difficult for the viewer to completely ignore it. All right, and Xiao took out a few glittering golden dragon coins from his arms, held them in his hand, and said, "Then let me ask, do you have any other consumer items bundled here?" In fact, the price of 3 gold coins was not too much for him. It was completely acceptable to use it to find a tour guide or something. The problem is, he's not sure if there's some other hidden secret here. After all, the goblins don't leave a very good impression on people. They are very creative and intelligent, but at the same time, this race is also full of profiteers. When Old Bet saw that he had finally convinced the potential customer, a chrysanthemum-like smile immediately blossomed on his green old face. He stretched out his hand to take the coin, and a gleam flashed in his big eyes. You really have a keen eye. After purchasing Old Bet's local guide service, I believe you will have no trouble traveling in Taliana in the future. Of course, with my guidance, those well-dressed guards at the door will never cause you any trouble. The old goblin followed in Xiao and the others across the suspension bridge, muttering to himself. After some routine praise, he finally couldn't help but bare his fangs and brought the conversation to the next point. Well, actually, my hometown Betis has recently developed an invention that is enough to shock the whole world, and I, as the image ambassador of Taliana, am promoting and advertising the product. Here it comes. It's here as expected. And Xiao frowned and looked at Old Beat as he took something out of the dirty bag, thinking, doing door-to-door sales, right? Bundling sales, right? But he didn't say anything on the surface, just wanted to see what tricks this unscrupulous goblin could come up with. My eyes rested on the rectangular box, and I could roughly guess that it contained something the size of a palm. I believe no one can resist it. All customers who have heard about the product introduction will buy 1 from me. No, even 2. In Taliana, it has become completely popular, and almost everyone has it. I believe you two will be no exception. Old Beat's words were very mysterious, and Xiao waited for his next words with great interest. As for Lisa, she was still full of disdain and didn't want to continue dealing with the ugly goblins. Old Beat proudly opened the box and took out a flat, unknown machine that Xiao felt extremely familiar with. He placed it flat on his palm and held it in front of the two people, saying proudly, "This item is called the First Generation Magic Smart Carry. It can be used to contact friends within 100 miles at any time. With just a small amount of magic power, you can achieve super powerful functions such as sending and receiving messages, subscribing to news, and real-time calls. Not only is it convenient and fashionable, but it also allows you to maintain a keen sense of social hotspots. It is the only choice for wealthy masters, businessmen, fashionable students, and aristocratic ladies. Ahaha! Our Magic Tonely network is currently expanding. Buy it now for you and your lover and enjoy a 20% discount. After the discount, it only costs 399 gold dragon coins. It also comes with a full-year subscription to the local snake channel exclusively for Old Bet and," he suddenly lowered his voice, "personal contact information of 3 random high elf sisters. So the level of civilization in this world is enough to make a magic phone." And Xiao was shocked when he heard this and subconsciously reached for his wallet. It seems that I have no choice but to buy it. Chapter 35, Crimson Tide. The Goblin Merchant sales promotion was extremely successful. With Old Bet's exaggerated product description and the powerful functionality of the product itself, it was hard for people not to buy it. So when Xiao willingly took out 801 gold dragon coins, even Lisa, who had always been prejudiced against goblins, did not stop him. After all, she also hoped to maintain close daily contact with Xiao in some way. "Aha, it's yours. It's yours." The goblin happily handed them 2 brand new boxes, then took out a decent business card from his ragged trouser pocket and said, "This is my magic email address. My nickname is Friendly Bet. You can add me as your friend and click on the channel subscription to receive daily secret news push from a local snake. It's hot. Good." And Xiao nodded and took his business card. As for the contact information of the High Elves, I have already written it on the lower right corner of the back of the business card. If you have time, you can. Before the goblin finished speaking, Lisa snatched the business card and tore off the 3-line mailbox number at lightning speed, then threw it into the bottomless cliffs on both sides. The whole action is smooth and completed in one go. "He doesn't need that, thank you," the girl said to the goblin with a smile. "Well," the goblin looked at Lisa, then at Xiao, and as his eyes rolled, he seemed to understand something. "Look at my memory. I always confuse the relationship between you two. I hope Miss Lonu don't mind it." Lisa snorted and didn't respond, and Xiao smiled awkwardly, looking somewhat helpless. "It's okay, I won't accept this gift for the time being." "Well, that's a pity. You know, this is something that most human men dream of and are willing to spend a lot of money to buy, but it's priceless." Sensing Lisa's increasingly friendly gaze, Old Bet scratched his head and said, "Anyway, I'll take you to Muqian Street to settle down first." This clever goblin seemed to be smiling playfully on the surface, but in fact, when Lisa didn't notice, he was winking at Xiao wildly, obviously hinting at something. From his facial expression, I could tell that his meaning was, "Don't worry. Wait until she falls asleep. I'll send you the elves' contact information in a private message. Remember to check the messages." It would be strange if such a businessman did not succeed. And Xiao thought so. The sky light faded away and the night darkened. On a branch mountain road southwest of the city of Taliana, not far from the suspension bridge connecting to the outside of the mountain, there is a busy street. Because it is located in front of the light curtain, it is the only way for all first-time tourists, so it is named Muqian Street. Although it is outside the city, it is larger than Banxiao Town and gathers almost all kinds of people from all over the world. Looking around, you can see various places on both sides of the road that are not suitable to be open in the imperial city, such as hotels, tea houses, wholesale stores, pawn shops, snack stalls, slave pens, etc., as if they're a microcosm of the suburban countryside. The first place in Xiao was the post station. Because the giant velociraptor unfortunately died on the way here, he needs to report to the chain post stations within the territory of Taliana and pay a fine. Otherwise, his credit will be greatly reduced under the supervision of the real name registration system, affecting his future activities. As the crowds of people walked along, I could hear the hawkers' calls on both sides. Fresh and delicious moon mold fruit. Delicious and sweet. Cheap and not expensive. Only 20 silver coins a bag. While stocks last. Come and buy them. Don't miss it if you pass by. Come and try the famous specialty of Taliana, Night Owl Feather Wine. It is brewed from the feathers of the magical owl beast and combined with the essence of the moonlight sky well. It is sweet and mellow, and will challenge your discerning taste buds. The Demon Hunting Festival is approaching. I have a discarded emblem from the Advanced Magic Research Laboratory of Freya Academy. I'm selling it at a low price. It could be inlaid, recast, disassembled, and resold. It's a rare opportunity. If you know, you should hurry up and get it. The advertising slogans of various merchants opened in Zhao's eyes. He had to say that if he was not in a hurry, he would want to go to every shop and stall on the roadside to have a look. Of course, all passers-by passing through Muqian Street will be carefully examined by the sharp-eyed vendors. For example, this guy who took the initiative to come up and take on the job. Little brother, the demi-human girl behind you is pretty good, isn't she? At the fence covered tightly by opaque curtains, a slave trader kept staring at Lisa behind Xiao. His burning gaze was so rude that the girl clenched her fists. Upon hearing this, Xiao stopped and looked towards the source of the sound. The person who spoke was a short and fat human with a big belly. He looked only slightly taller than a dwarf and had a signature chin that was made up of 3 layers stacked together. This man was wearing a gorgeous fur coat, and all 10 of his fingers were clad in jewel rings, shining with gold, full of the air of a nouveau riche, forming a sharp contrast with the shabby guide, Old Beth. From the enclosed fence behind him that could hold dozens of people, there was a constant stream of groans of pain and fear. It could be discerned that those sounds did not come from humans. Seeing that Xiao was attracted by his slightly provocative words, the short and fat vendor continued. Let me introduce myself. I am Wharton, the largest slave trader in this area. Are you interested in personal slaves? A portable slave. Yes, a slave who can obey any of your orders: food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and of course, sleep quality. Walton stretched out his hand, slowly pointing it toward the fence behind him. As you can see, I have just received a batch of valuable goods. Among them are super rare Eldar cat girls that are hard to come by in decades. The price is very fair, and they are only sold to experienced owners. If you miss it, you will never have another chance. How about it? Do you want to come in and take a look? No need, And Xiao was about to say that he didn't have the purchasing power to spend thousands or tens of thousands of dollars when Old Bet on the side spoke up. Go away, Old Walton. This young man is new here, but he's already my client, and our time is limited. If you want to get work, go find someone else. The goblin waved his arm, put on a face that said keep away from outsiders, and looked at the slave trader very boldly. However, the slave trader was obviously very cunning and was not angry. He just continued slowly. What's the big deal? Our business is not in conflict. You lead your way, and I sell my goods. What's wrong with that? I suggest you leave your contact information and subscribe to the channel of Wan Miao Trading Company. Whether it is sub-elves, horse-faced people, ice werewolves, rabbit people, spider people, lizard people, whatever you need, there's nothing I can't get. All the new good goods will be pushed to all customers as soon as possible. He turned his gaze to Lisa. Of course, if one day you don't like your sister anymore, you can contact me privately, and I will buy her at a price that will absolutely satisfy you. The short Wharton took out an exquisite business card from his wide sleeves and presented it to Xiao with both hands. Xiao frowned and hesitated. Although the other party's words were very rude, they both had just arrived, and it was not easy to get angry. In this crowded place, he thought it would be better to keep a low profile and be patient at first. When he becomes stronger in the future, it would not be too late to find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. As a reborn person, and Xiao knows very well that those who are too particular about details will find it difficult to achieve great things. And Lisa beside her seemed to understand this. Don't talk to him anymore. Let's go. She whispered in his ear. And Zhao's heart moved slightly, and she tightened her soft little hands. According to the girl's previous hot temper, if she was treated as a slave, she would have rushed out to argue with the other party long ago. But today, she was suppressing her emotions and remained calm on the surface, which was uncharacteristic. And Xiao saw this patience. I won't watch it today, but I'll pay attention to it later. Facing Walton again, he finally chose to take the business card and put it in the ring. No matter what, the project still has to be acceptable in terms of appearance. Sure enough, Wharton nodded with satisfaction, his fat face full of oil. Okay, little brother. Then Wan Miao Commercial Company welcomes you anytime. After the interlude, the group continued on their journey under the guidance of the goblins. Bet, what exactly does the organization that person just mentioned do? While walking on the road, Xiao asked with some concern. Although he had never actually entered the enclosure to take a look, Based on his experience and intuition, he had a vague feeling that any organization that could traffic in slaves was not as simple as it seemed. If I have no idea about them, it would be terrible if they targeted Lisa and did something secretly. After all, that guy named Walton didn't look like a good person at first glance. Old Bet replied, "Ah, you mean the Wan Meow Company? That is not an organization in the magic kingdom of Taliana at all. Oh, then, is it also from the Beta's commercial state?" That's not the right thing to say. Old Bet turned his head and glanced at him. He rarely put away his playful smile and spoke in a low voice. Wan Miao is a product of the Paygrid Empire. The mastermind behind it is someone from their royal family. It has nothing to do with my hometown, Betis. So, of course, these guys specialize in sending assassins and mercenaries to do some business of kidnapping subhumans. After they are captured, they will let professional hunter-trainers tame them and force them to learn various skills to serve human masters. Once they come across an extremely rare species, they will hype it up and hold high-level auctions to make huge profits. Now, their branches have been opened in 8 states and 10 countries, covering the entire Wayne continent. You have to understand that the ruler of the Beta's commercial state is a goblin. Although we goblins are good at doing all kinds of business, we never touch the slave trade market. You should know this, right? The best at suppressing foreign races with force and enslaving them. Old Beth paused, sneered meaningfully. But they're only humans. And Xiao took a deep breath. I see. Sorry. In fact, he knows the bad nature of human beings. The word desire drives human beings to become more greedy, and they endlessly want to obtain everything they deserve and don't deserve. But if you think about it carefully, aren't you also part of the search for the satisfaction of desires? The angelic face of Oliphiel appeared in my mind. Whenever I think of that holy yet fallen body, even time seems to pass more slowly. Alas. He sighed slightly. And Xiao, aren't you angry? On the side, Lisa asked curiously. Angry? Yeah. He was saying bad things about you humans. The girl blinked, confused by his reaction. But Xiao smiled, shook his head slightly and said, Since what you said is right, why should you be angry? If we don't even have the courage to face the facts and get angry when we hear a little bit of the truth, then we will be labeled as petty, right? Exclamation point. Hearing this, not only the girl was surprised, even the goblin who thought he would be furious looked at him with admiration on the spot. And Xiao was calm and continued. I have always believed that desire is the freedom of all living things. It is true that all living things in the world have desires. It's just that human ambitions are too huge, causing this desire to continue to expand. Perhaps there are people among the human race who are pure-hearted and have few desires. After all, every life is a different individual, and exceptions always exist. But unfortunately, I am not a person without desires. At this point, he looked at Lisa and Old Beth. I can't change anything now, so I will face the desire I crave and not deny it. Of course, I will try my best to prevent it from spreading to an unstoppable situation. And if one day I have the ability to influence others, I will try my best to dispel these unreasonable desires one by one and return a clear environment to all living things in the world. After he finished speaking, there was a brief silence. Realizing that he was speaking from the perspective of God, and Xiao immediately added, Sorry, it seems that I have said too much. However, the goblin thought for a few breaths and then slowly said, I haven't seen a human as objective and rational as you for a long time, Mr. Xiao. This was the first time he addressed the young man in front of him as Sir. As a sophisticated businessman and excellent intelligence expert, Old Bet has seen a lot. However, among the people he has come into contact with, there are very few who can interpret desire from such a perspective. Perhaps you can really reach that level one day. He wiped his dirty hands and said, I'm always very good at judging people, right? I've always felt that he was different from the others. Lisa also expressed her agreement, which was rare. At this moment, she had a smile on her face and quietly put her arm around Zhao's. Such an intimate gesture attracted the attention of passers-by, and Xiao couldn't stand her clinging, so she had no choice but to change the subject. Well, tell me more about the Demon Hunter Festival, Beth. Of course, but the time is almost up. The goblin pulled out an old pocket watch from his rag pocket, opened it, looked at the second hand, and said, Time. Yes. He pointed upwards. This is a rare opportunity. Please look at the sky first. And Xiao was puzzled when he heard this. But at this moment, Lisa seemed to have thought of something and raised her head with interest. And Xiao followed her gaze and looked into the distance. The pupils suddenly contracted in a breath. In the night sky, a red full moon slowly emerged from the cover of light clouds. Its body was covered with black spots, and a strange mist was emanating from around it. It was early winter, and the chilly evening breeze blew in, clearing everyone's thoughts. It seemed as if an unknown energy in the body was stimulated and began to produce a leaping resonance. Some distant and unclear fragments flashed through my mind. These images were like broken mirrors, shining a lonely light in the empty darkness. What on earth is? And Xiao felt his body start to feel inexplicably cold. However, looking around, the ordinary people around him who were also watching the moon did not seem to be unusual. At this moment, Lisa could be heard asking in a tone that was not surprising. It's the crimson tide that happens every 7 years. How is it? Isn't it beautiful? Chapter 36, Her Unseen. Crimson tide. Well, it is rumored that this is a new cyclical celestial phenomenon that appeared after the first disaster. I only heard Lisa explain seriously. On this day, the vitality of all magic particles will reach its highest value in 7 years. If you seize this opportunity to perform awakening, rituals, or more important work such as forging and enchanting, you will achieve twice the result with half the effort. So not only humans value it, other races also see it as a gift from God. I see. After the girl's explanation, and Xiao roughly understood that there were some strange sights on this continent that did not exist in his previous life. Just like the names of the months, they were full of mystery. But one thing is worth noting, that is, these visions can basically be traced back to their sources. In other words, they're mostly triggered by certain major events in history, and then naturally formed and derive a variety of difficult-to-explain effects. For example, the crimson tide that occurs once every 7 years has another name in the eyes of the Taliana people, Night of Demonic Violence. This is a celebration exclusively for magicians, and the Magic Hunting Festival is a festival created for this purpose. After Lisa finished speaking, Old Bet added to it in great detail. This so-called demon hunting actually means hunting monsters. You may not know that every year at the end of November and the beginning of December, the Taliana royal family will send a large number of apprentice magicians to go out to the Misty Forest for training, which is to implement the so-called Future Star training program. After all, during this period of time, the magic energy in the magician's body will be amplified to the maximum, and the safety level of going out to deal with monsters will be greatly increased. At that time, the freshmen, led by Freya College, will represent the glory and position of their respective families and engage in a fierce competition in academic performance. At this stage, even the civilians in the city will see a lot of very interesting games. Old Bet seemed to be looking forward to the celebration, and he smiled when he talked about it. But, of course, when there's a festival, there will be business opportunities. For example, the foreign population will increase dramatically. The Belanger Association will launch a double mission reward event during this period, and many magic item stores will recycle a large amount of monster materials at high prices. In short, there are many benefits and welfare. As long as you seize the opportunity to participate, you will definitely make a lot of money. After hearing this, and Xiao was shocked. There is such a good thing? It seems that we came at the right time. Apart from anything else, the double reward for the adventure team alone was enough to drive him to hurry up and study shortcuts to make money quickly. As for many others, they remain to be discovered. If the Demon Hunting Festival is really as mysterious as Old Beth said, then earning another 3,000 gold dragon coins for tuition in the remaining month is no longer a fantasy. Regarding these activities, your local snake channel has all the records, right? Of course. Not only is it written in the daily push articles, but if there is anything you want to know in particular, you can also leave us a message. As long as we see it, we will reply. Oh, that's really good. I'll study it carefully later. Okay, let's hurry up. I'll help you pay the fine later. I'll have to go there in person to help you with the document processing. I'll try to get you both into the soft big bed in the hotel before dawn. Is the pass that I obtained in Banxiao Town before invalid? And Xiao asked curiously. Of course not. That is proof of identity within the country. And here, you need a proof of residence. Otherwise, you are not eligible to enter the inner city. Olbet explained his doubts in great detail. Residence permit. A familiar feeling came over me. And Xiao sighed and nodded slightly. Okay, thank you very much. Time flies. With the goblins leading the way, the group finally arrived at the door of Terriana Inn, the largest station on Muchin Street after a while. At a glance, this place is about 10 times larger than the Banqiao Town Post Station. It is built entirely with materials such as gray stone and has 3 floors in height. Although it was the late night, the place was still crowded and noisy. As it is a must-stop for newcomers, tea houses, restaurants, and hotels are combined on both sides. People of various ethnic groups gather here, and at first glance, they are of different heights and skin colors. Of course, the most conspicuous one among them is the agent boss of this post station. He was an extremely tall orc, more than 2 meters tall, with a body full of taut muscles. His mere appearance could bring a lot of pressure to people. Seeing in Xiao and Lisa leading 2 camels here, his eyes flashed, and he personally came to greet them holding a thick book. Hello, tiny human, fragrant demi-human, and, oh, an annoying goblin. I have to say the orc's way of greeting is somewhat special. However, due to time constraints, and Xiao and others did not dwell on this, but quickly stated their purpose. We are a team of adventurers from Banqiao Town, and we are planning to stay in the city for a while. However, the velociraptor we originally rented from the post station over there was unfortunately killed on the way. And Xiaobin intended to explain the whole story, but he didn't expect that after hearing that the swift beast was dead, the half-orc's eyes widened on the spot and angrily slammed the book in his hand, slamming it heavily on the table. He yelled, "What? You killed Calder's beloved beast. You are finished. You must take responsibility for this. Otherwise, Calder will tear your bodies into pieces and feed them to the Magic Queen's horses." His bones were creaking all over his body, as if he had directly regarded Xiao as the real murderer. No one has ever dared to kill the beast of Calder. Please calm down, Mr. Calder. Seeing that the orc's brain didn't seem to be very smart, Xiao frowned slightly and had no choice but to reiterate. First of all, we didn't kill the velociraptor. We encountered bandits during our journey. They shot it to death. Moreover, I have already avenged it by killing those criminals. Of course, I am willing to pay a fine as compensation for it in the end. Compensation? You mean compensation? Hearing this word, the orc narrowed his eyes and grinned sinisterly. That's great. Now, you have to pay me 1,000 gold dragon coins, or you won't be able to leave here tonight. He rolled up his sleeves and motioned several orc servants nearby to come over here, with a shouting expression on his face that was very wanton. In just a few breaths, the loud noise coming from this side attracted the attention of all passers-by nearby. 1,000 gold dragon coins. This is really a headache. Seeing more and more people gathering around him, Xiao frowned slightly. To be honest, this number gave him a headache. Originally, he estimated that the large swift beast would cost him a maximum of 600 gold as compensation, and this was already a very high price in the mount market of Taliana. However, the orcs here don't seem to intend to let go of this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity easily. And Xiao is not stupid and knows what he's gotten into. Hey, he's definitely trying to rip us off, right? We can't let him get away with it like that. Lisa, who had been standing behind, couldn't help herself. Although it was her first time in Taliana, she couldn't bear to watch such an unlucky thing. In her eyes, the money was hard-earned. If it was stolen by bad guys, wouldn't all the efforts she and Xiao had made be in vain? At this time, Old Bet on the side also wanted to give some advice. Unfortunately, he knew that Calder's background was very strong, completely different from the previous warden. If he really tried to stop him, he might not be able to survive in this scene again. Why? You can't afford it? I think your sword is quite good. You can either leave it as collateral, or give me your subhuman sister. I can be merciful and accept it. Cardes stared at Xiao, and every word he said seemed to trample on his bottom line. In his eyes, the more timid Xiao showed, the less power he had behind him. As the former coachman of the 3rd Duchess of the Terriana royal family, he had worked hard for more than 10 years before he finally got a position in Muchin Street through his connections. He could be considered a civil servant in any case, and there was a reason why he dared to do so. Normally, there's a sheriff of a higher status in the city, and that person often patrols the streets, so an opportunity like today's is basically impossible to occur. However, Muchin Street was outside the jurisdiction, and the late night was the prime time for people like them to act tyrannically. Whoever caught up with them would be in trouble. Oh, what a hassle. Looking at the tall orc in front of him who seemed simple-minded but was actually very familiar with the tactics he used, and Xiao understood very well that if he really couldn't help but take action, he would be completely trapped by the opponent and might suffer even greater losses. But rationality is rationality. That's all. I have God, open. Calder, Orc, level 16. Position, manager of the Muchian Street Station. Occupation, beast warrior. Talents, strength amplification C, two-handed axe, specialization D, spell resistance E. Past, a poor half-orc orphan, picked up by Duchess Clark and brought to her mansion to be trained as a servant. Now she's placed in the Ma Quen Street Inn as a spy. Although my mind told me that I had to be timid at this time, and I could get revenge when I became stronger, but for some reason, the anger in my chest kept urging me to go up and beat up the orc. Yeah, in my previous life, I was used to being bullied by a weakling. I died with resentment. Now that I've come to this other world, am I going to be bullied by all kinds of bad guys? People cannot, or at least should not, live such a pathetic life. Thinking of this, and Xiao took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the sword of Edai at his waist. Oh, young man, do you know what you're doing? Seeing his action, the half-orc Calder opened his eyes wide in surprise, and at the same time, the grim smile on his face became even brighter. Interesting. If you dare to start a fight in Taliana's jurisdiction, I can trample you into a pulp on the pretext of self-defense. Haha, I'll give you a chance. Now, it's not too late for you to kneel down and apologize to me. He rubbed his hands together, twisted his 10 fingers together, and began to shake his head to stretch his muscles. The continuous crackling sound was extremely creepy. Hey, are you really going to do it? If you're sure, I'll help you. Behind Xiao, Lisa leaned over and whispered in his ear. It was obvious that she was ready to stand together with him. After all, it was her idea to come here, and she believed from the bottom of her heart that she had an obligation to stand on the same side with him. On the contrary, Old Bet took a few steps back and shook his head repeatedly. My God, this is not a good idea, my friend. There's a saying that goes, if you lose money, you will lose everything. However, when it comes to the issue of dignity, I still suggest that you use your own judgment. As a businessman, he certainly didn't intend to get involved in this mess. If he wanted to do business well here, he must not offend those people related to the above. At this moment, the atmosphere was so tense that not only were more and more spectators gathering around the post station, but many people from the tea house next door and the hotel upstairs had heard the news and came down to watch. The voices of various busybodies kept coming. Have you heard? That guy killed the beast at the post station, but couldn't pay the fine, so the big guy got mad. There's such a thing. But I think that boy is quite handsome, and he is dressed like a noble. How can he not be able to pay? Hey, isn't this normal? He might be a rich second-generation dandy, and he used all his money to, maybe he used it to buy the subhuman slave behind him. Hi, I see. That Asian girl is really beautiful. She must be very expensive. From his point of view, what you said makes sense. At this time, and Xiao, who was surrounded by the fermenting public opinion, felt like the protagonist who wanted to jump off the building was forced to commit suicide in front of everyone. Even if he regretted it halfway, it might be a mistake in the eyes of others. That's ridiculous. And Xiao gripped the hilt of the sword with one hand and glanced around coldly. It seems that human nature is pretty much the same wherever you are. He slowly pulled the sword out of the scabbard. The white skull at the junction of the blade and the handle seemed to sense his emotions and trembled slightly, as if conveying its desire and excitement for drinking blood. Do you want to come out and breathe some fresh air? And Xiao smiled slightly. At this time, forbearance and regret have lost their meaning. As a man, when faced with unbridled provocation, you should do your best to save your face. All spirits gather together, and the cold wind guides. A beautiful and illusory image gradually took shape in midair. Magic sword Edai, let me see what you look like. He is ready to face everything. But at this moment, a strange, cold, smooth, white hand suddenly rested on his wrist. Chapter 37. The Loneliness of the Young Lady. Ooh, and Zhao's first reaction was Lisa, but it was obvious that the girl was standing behind him. He was already quite familiar with the touch of her skin and could easily tell that it was not her. When I came to my senses again, Calder on the opposite side had already begun to show fear. He almost slid down on his knees and said flatteringly to this side with cold sweat, "Excuse me for not coming here to greet you. Miss, may I ask, what brought you here?" Miss. The incident happened suddenly, and when Xiao heard the name, he immediately turned around to look. Standing next to him was a young woman whom he had never seen before. She was tall, with pretty features, and had long hair as smooth as blue satin, which was intricately braided into a princess bun that seemed only aristocrats could wear. It was extremely eye-catching. She was wearing a gorgeous and exquisite bright red dress, and she exuded the scent of the most expensive perfume, which mixed with the faint body fragrance of a young girl, giving her a charming appeal. In her left hand, a silver staff as tall as her body stood still, with a glittering crystal ball on top of it floating strangely in the air, obviously not an ordinary object. Her well-maintained, smooth, and white right hand had just been withdrawn from Zhao's wrist. At this moment, not only Zhao was surprised, but also Lisa and Old Beth behind him, and even the onlookers were all confused. Calder trembled, forced a smile, and asked cautiously, "Miss, this boy, could he be your friend? If so, please don't blame me for being blind. My admiration for you has been as endless as the Sea of Atlantis since I can remember." Before he finished speaking, he heard the girl snort coldly and said sarcastically, "Come on, Calder, eat that up. I don't want to park my mount with blood all over the floor. And your smile makes me sick." The girl's attitude was extremely tough. But even so, Calder just nodded repeatedly to show his agreement, not daring to resist a word the whole time. Yes, you are right, my dear lady. Is there anything I can do for you?" "Well, that's enough. Take my mount over and you can leave. Also, let me emphasize this one last time. I don't like people messing around under my nose." Yes. Calder's huge head nodded like pecking at rice. After the girl said this, she no longer looked at him and just waved slightly behind her. A giant ice wolf, emitting an astonishing chill from its entire body, walked into the inn. Its body is about 3 meters long and 2 people wide, and its pupils are crystal blue like gemstones. Just standing here can make people feel icy cold. At this moment, there were quite a few other mounts in the post station. When they saw it coming, they trembled and retreated like mice encountering a tiger. The onlookers finally reacted and began to whisper, "Oh my God, isn't that Miss Jessica? Why would she speak for an unknown outsider? Is she interested in that boy? By the way, who is Miss Jessica? Hey, you're from outside, don't you know this? She is the 3rd daughter of the monarch of the Pegrid Empire, the most powerful country in the Wayne continent. A legitimate princess. Huh? Then why did she appear in Taliana? I've lived here for a few months, and I've never seen her before. TSK, don't you understand? What day is it now? The Demon Hunting Festival. The last holiday before the opening of Freya First Demon Academy. According to rumors, Miss Jessica hated martial arts since she was a child, but was very interested in astrology and magic. So that person sent her to our magic kingdom for further studies with a letter. There's such a thing. In other words, she is also one of the freshmen this year. Yes, that's right. It seems she has joined the Golden Lion class. TSK. That is a class that only top nobles can enter. Look at that crystal silver staff. Look at that Arakawa snow wolf. Any of them is worth a fortune." And Xiao was also startled by the whispers of the crowd, although he didn't know why this noble lady would help him. And Xiao decided to thank her first since he had received her favor. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, she turned around and looked at him, then asked with interest, "Why? If I hadn't come, you were going to draw your sword on that guy, right?" When Xiao was able to see the young lady's face from the front, his first feeling was amazement. Different from the natural beauty that Lisa had when I first met her, Jessica had a more human, pampered, aristocratic beauty. It is not difficult to imagine that her inherent superior status allows her to be bathed in confidence and admiration all day long. On the road to growth, she only needs to pursue what she wants and does not need to worry about food and clothing. So, when she looks at anyone, she is condescending. Facing this scrutinizing gaze, and Xiao took a deep breath and responded politely, "Yes, I do intend to draw my sword. Also, thank you for helping me out." Unlike those humble civilians, he did not address Jessica as you, because they were of similar age, and even though there was a gap in their status, he did not want to communicate with anyone in an inferior manner. After all, his true identity is a god. Oh, of course, Jessica also noticed his counterintuitive and neither humble nor arrogant attitude. You know, even in Taliana, few people dare to talk to her like this. After all, after the disaster, the Pegrid Empire had been helping Taliana rebuild the imperial city and had made a lot of efforts. Therefore, the people here looked upon the nobles of the empire as their own royal family, and they would show them as much respect as they wanted. Of course, this is also because of the decline of talent in Taliana in recent years. Almost all of the former great magicians died in that incident. If the Empire really wants to annex this magical city with a strong academic atmosphere, looking at the current situation is almost a matter of words. At this moment, Calder was already happily leading Arakawa, Snow Wolf, to the innermost custom fence, and the spectators nearby did not dare to stay any longer and returned upstairs or outdoors. Only Xiao and the other two and a few of the young lady's followers were left here. Jessica looked at Xiao's face carefully, inch by inch and minute by minute. After a moment, he suddenly said, "Interesting." "Ah," and Xiao was puzzled. "I say, you still have some courage." Jessica handed the staff to the follower beside her and walked around Xiao while looking at him. "Of course, she's pretty too." Question mark. As soon as these words were spoken, and Xiao immediately had a bad feeling. However, the one who was more uneasy than him at this moment was the girl who had been standing behind him without saying a word. "Hey, I was with him first. You can't have any bad thoughts about him." Only women can be sensitive enough to detect certain dangerous motives in each other. Feeling a huge threat, Lisa no longer cared about anything else and directly spoke out her thoughts and bravely declared her sovereignty. "How dare you? Do you know who you were talking to?" Upon hearing such disrespectful words, several attendants immediately clenched their spears, pointed the tips of their spears at the girl, and were ready to step forward and capture her at any time. One of the royal knights, who was wearing dark gold heavy armor and exuding a terrifying aura, had even pulled out a giant sword inlaid with runes from his waist and was about to chop down with one blow. "My lady, if you need me to, I can execute her right here and now." His voice was as cold as an ice cave, and a certain energy around him was rising steadily. It was obvious at first glance that he was no ordinary person. At this tense moment, Xiao protected her behind him. Seeing Zhao's concern for the girl, Jessica seemed to become interested as well. She raised her arms slightly, signaling the knights to put down their weapons for the time being. "Oh, no problem." She turned her gaze to Lisa. "So, what is your relationship with him?" This was the first time she looked directly at the girl since entering the post station. Lisa was tempted to give a competitive answer. However, after thinking about it for a long time, she couldn't find the word she wanted to describe it right away. Friends? Apparently more than that. Lover? It's hard to say. After all, we have only known each other for a few days. That, teammate? Although this is indeed the case, if I really say out loud, I will definitely be laughed at by the other party, right? Thinking of this, Lisa frowned and looked sad. Jessica seemed to have guessed something. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Xiao. "Well, you tell me." In fact, she had already made up her mind that if the two of them were just strangers or had a loose relationship, she would just extend an olive branch to him. With a salary that no one could refuse, he was hired as a part-time worker to be a short-term playmate during the period before school started. As for the reason, it is because always facing those old faces that his father has placed around him really makes him lose interest. Although he seemed a little reckless, his image was very much to his liking, which was very rare. Besides, the celebration was coming up, and other people were going out in groups to do tasks, date, go shopping, and eat delicious food. But as a princess, I didn't have a single friend around me, and no one even dared to approach me and talk to me. Well, this made the young lady, who was in her prime, extremely distressed. Isn't he short of money? He couldn't even take out 1,000 gold dragon coins just now. His daily life must be difficult, right? Later, I will personally give him a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to let him stay close to this princess. I believe he has no reason to refuse. Jessica thought secretly. Now the pressure comes to Xiao. There are two paths before him. The first one was to agree with Lisa's statement, saying that he was indeed close to her and stood firmly by her side. The result of doing so might cause the young lady to have an unknown and unpleasant reaction, but at least it would allow Lisa to gain a great deal of sense of security. As for the second path, it is to deny Lisa. The consequences of doing so are obvious. It will cause the relationship between the two to completely collapse, which will be greatly unfavorable for successfully bringing her back to the Lee Palace in the future. Of course, this might be the picture Jessica wants to see. It's time to test your emotional intelligence. What should be done to avoid offending the royal princess, protect the girl behind him, and avert today's incident? This was not only a difficult situation for Xiao, but even old Beth, who had been hiding in the distance and watching, was terrified and kept muttering, "Oh my God, please don't offend Miss Jessica. Otherwise, according to her temper, I'm afraid even my head might be implicated." The royal descendants of the Pagrid Empire are not easy to mess with. This is almost known to everyone in their business circles. The eldest prince, Urian, is a bloodthirsty person who likes to invade weak countries and expand the empire's territory. It is said that his personal strength has exceeded level 70, making him one of the most powerful generals in the empire. The second prince, Andy, is good at political manipulation and secretly supports evil organizations such as Wan Miao and Black Rose. With his superior wisdom, he can easily crush his opponents behind the scenes and put the most benefits into the national treasury. The third princess, Jessica, is spoiled and willful. As the only daughter of the imperial family, her father unconditionally satisfies all her requests. Of course, the most terrifying thing is that her two brothers also doted on this princess extremely. If she was bullied by someone, I'm afraid the other person's ancestral grave would have to be dug up 18 meters deep. Under such circumstances, Old Beth almost dared not watch anymore. However, and Xiao knew nothing about the above information. From his perspective, the problem is actually easier to break down. First of all, it is undeniable that Ryza is a source of energy that is clearly recorded in the Maid Guide and is of great significance to her. Secondly, the two have developed a very deep relationship during this journey. In the girl's words, it is almost a lifelong friendship and indistinguishable from each other. Third, when he was about to take action just now, Lisa had already shown her determination to stand with him unconditionally. He would naturally not forget this firm decision. Therefore, no matter what, protecting her and preventing her from getting hurt are things that the Palace Master of Lee Palace must do and must accomplish. As for the Miss Jessica in front of him, first, she wasn't the energy girl that Olifiel had designated, and second, she wasn't the type that he liked. She just helped him resolve a dispute for unknown reasons. If that was the case, and Xiao quickly came up with the answer. Lisa, she's my heart. He looked into Jessica's eyes and said seriously, she is also one of the most important people in my life. As soon as these words were spoken, the place fell into complete silence. Ew. The girl's cheeks suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. The young lady in front of him was stunned at first, then her eyes gradually turned cold, and her flat chest began to swell visibly. The knights clenched their weapons again, and Old Beth closed his eyes in despair. The onlookers had already run away, and the post-station servant and Carda didn't dare to come back here, even a step. For a moment, a strange atmosphere lingered in this space, and the wild animals in the animal pens seemed to be able to sense the danger, and they were all silent. I don't know how much time passed in this confrontation where even breathing could be heard clearly. No one knew that a complex, indescribable feeling of envy and jealousy quietly crept into Jessica's heart. Looking back, it seems that from childhood to adulthood, no person of the opposite sex has ever had such firm feelings for me. Heart, the most important person, could their relationship be closer than that of lovers? What would that feel like? Will we be together every day? Can you go out and play without restraint, say sweet words that only each other knows, and even sleep together when it's late at night and you're lonely? Oh, really? Damn it. For some reason, a feeling of bitterness surged to the tip of Jessica's nose. I'm a princess. I don't envy the life of such a lowly person. That's right. Absolutely not. Under everyone's surprised gaze, she took a deep breath and sneered. Boring. After saying that, he seemed to have lost interest in Xiao in an instant, turned around abruptly, and strode out the door. Let's go. Yes. The leading knight obeyed the order, glared at Xiao fiercely, and followed with his men. Chapter 38, The Young Lady's Interests. The outcome of the incident took everyone by surprise. Oh my god, I never thought you were so lucky. You even dared to contradict the princess. You were so brave. Seeing that the crisis was temporarily resolved, Old Beat finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. He rubbed his disproportionate hands and quickly surrounded Xiao, saying in amazement, Do you know that if her temper was a little worse, tonight next year might be our death anniversary? How dare you say such a thing? Nothing. I just don't want Lisa to be wronged. And Xiao was indifferent to the answer he gave. But she really left like this. If I have the chance in the future, I should thank her again. He looked at the back outside the door and whispered. It was reasonable that Carda's trouble was resolved by the princess. It would be inappropriate to pretend that nothing happened. At this moment, Lisa was completely speechless. She just lowered her head slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with spring that lasted for a long time. Her long tail seemed to have nowhere to go, so it was tucked under her skirt and slightly bent, and the temperature of her entire body was rising. It was obvious that in Zhao's previous words had caused her, who had no experience in love, to suffer unprecedented stimulation. If she were to describe it in her own way, it would probably be the feeling of being so happy that I'm about to faint, right? For some reason, a certain emotion buried deep in my heart began to stir, which was not as strong as the night he saved me. So, I'm such an important person in his heart. Was he telling the truth just now? Besides, that's what a true human confession is, right? The girl's heart was pounding and her legs became a little weak due to some physiological reactions. She could probably guess that this was because she, as a dragon person, had truly begun to develop that kind of dependence on him. In the dragon race, the purest bloodline actually always follows the living habits of the giant dragons. That is, when they encounter a true, suitable partner, females who have reached adulthood will involuntarily secrete a colorless and odorless arousal substance. They will continuously stimulate the central nervous system of the female dragons, making their bodies become hot like stimulants until they get real spiritual satisfaction, and then the stimulation will gradually disappear. This kind of situation is often not something that the dragons can judge subjectively. On the contrary, it comes from the depths of the soul, just like seeking destiny, and the brain will give the answer before the five senses. Oh no, why did it have to happen at this time? Lisa was completely panicked. A certain joy in her heart and a strong discomfort in her body mixed together, along with a certain dependence on the people around her. Woo! A slight whimpering sound came from her throat. Lisa, are you okay? You look pale. And Xiao was obviously also keenly aware of this abnormality and couldn't help but look at her with some worry. I'm fine. Lisa looked flustered. She forced herself to be uncomfortable and shook her head repeatedly, saying, It seems that guy won't come to cause trouble again. Let's go quickly. I want to rest. As she spoke, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. How can this be considered okay? Seeing her like this, and Xiao picked her up by the waist without saying a word. As she screamed, the girl became even hotter. Put me down. It would be embarrassing if someone saw us. I can walk by myself. Her face was flushed and her voice was soft. However, and Xiao just said to old Bet beside him, Please help me quickly complete the formalities for entering the city. I need to take her to find a comfortable hotel immediately. How could old Bet not understand? He laughed and said, Okay, I'll take care of it. The fee for the certificate is 1 gold dragon coin. When you have time, remember to go to the bank and deposit some money, then transfer it to me via magic. I guess you don't have to pay compensation at the post station, so you can just leave. He quickly took his things and prepared to jog out the door, obviously becoming extremely concerned about Zhao's affairs. And Xiao also wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, he suddenly focused his attention on the 2 camels that were brought in at the beginning. Yes, why not just give these 2 guys to them? They can't be taken away anyway, so just consider it as a way to settle the debt in my heart. In his mind, the death of the giant velociraptor was a fact, and what needed to be compensated still had to be compensated. He didn't want to take advantage of anyone. The goblin who had walked to the door heard this, turned around in surprise, and said honestly, This is unnecessary. In fact, if we talk about the cost price, Calder still made a profit. You are still young. You don't know how deep the water is in the business world. It's okay, as long as you have a clear conscience. Even if Calder was rude, and Xiao didn't intend to take advantage of Jessica's power to get this advantage. Otherwise, the favor he owed would become bigger and bigger. Okay, I really don't understand you. And Xiao watched Old Beat leave in a hurry. Then, he hugged the girl tightly and said, Then let's go too. Lisa responded softly, then buried her face in his chest, as if she was savoring the aftertaste of some happiness that was engraved in her heart. Outside the main city gate of Taliana, in the silence, the heavily armored knight asked the noble girl beside him, My lady, is this really okay? If you are interested in that boy, I can help you catch him now. Of course, we can also execute that girl. Her rudeness just now would have been sentenced to death if she were in Pagrid. Don't be so angry, Lancelot. Jessica shook her head slightly. We are nobles. Nobles should be proud and not act like my brother, always trying to solve problems with force. But what you want can actually be achieved with just 1 sentence. Of course I know that. Jessica stopped walking, her expression showing no emotion. But it's normal for a dullard like you to not understand the pleasure I'm pursuing. Princess, what you want is... Lancelot spoke carefully, not daring to affect her mood at all. Jessica glanced at him impatiently and said coldly, "Things that are easily obtained are naturally tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. On the contrary, it is only by using some means to make others' most precious things come to me that I can feel a sufficient sense of accomplishment. And this is also one of my interests. Do you understand?" There was a cold color in her deep blue eyes. I think I understand, Mississippi." Lancelot's face, hidden under the armor, was full of confusion. "Forget it. Talking to someone like you is like talking to a wall." Jessica looked away in disdain, gradually losing her patience. "Go get me his contact information. Also, send reliable people to follow them, lock down all their locations, and monitor their whereabouts in real time. Also, I don't want more people to know about this." "Yes, Mississippi." After receiving the official order from the princess, Lancelot's expression froze. He saluted like a knight and quickly turned and left. Chapter 39. The High Elves Who Came to Your Door. When Shao carried Lisa to the light curtain, the journey was almost smooth and they were not stopped by the soldiers guarding the city. After briefly checking the identities of the two men, the captain of the soldiers handed over 2 green cards with magic marks on them, saying that they were proof of residence that had already been processed. And Shao knew that this had been arranged by Old Beth, so he put it away and took Lisa across the arch bridge, through the fountain square late at night, and went straight to a magic hotel at the entrance of Taliana's main street. As it was too late and the girl was not feeling well, he did not have the slightest spare time to truly appreciate the night view of the city, and his nerves were tense throughout the journey. Only after I had settled her down on the soft bed and locked the door did I finally breathe a sigh of relief and was able to closely examine her for any abnormalities. "Lisa, are you okay? Why are you suddenly so hot?" When Shao first came to Wayne, he was still unclear about the characteristics of the dragon people. But judging from the girl's condition, it seemed like she had a high fever in her previous life. However, there was no fighting along the way, and it was unlikely that he would catch a cold, which resulted in him having no idea of the cause of the situation. The girl said weakly, I'm fine. Maybe I'll be fine after a good night's sleep." Of course, she didn't intend to tell him directly about such an embarrassing physiological reaction. She thought to herself that it would be great if she could get through it with her own willpower. However, ideas are just ideas. In reality, no one in the tribe has ever chosen to do nothing at a time like this. Since ancient times, dragons have worshipped the reproduction of life. After all, for a dragon as powerful as it is extremely difficult to find a suitable mate. Once discovered, they will definitely take the initiative to take action instead of passively waiting. Being able to give birth to a new generation of offspring for the tribe is something to be proud of. Therefore, the phrase "dragons are inherently fierce" gradually spread to the ears of humans and became one of the labels of dragons. As for the dragon people, they will of course continue to follow the practice of the dragons and advocate actively seeking suitable mates within the tribe. Unfortunately, the obstacles that Lisa faced were different from those faced by other dragon people. First of all, Shao is not a dragon, but a human. Even if there is a deep relationship, if the girl wants to really break through, she needs to be mentally prepared enough. The second point is that the girl has no experience in this area. If she suddenly asks him something strange, for example, can you help me solve this problem? Or can you make me feel better? Etc. I always feel that it will scare him, and he might even be treated as a color dragon. No, that's too weird. This is the only thing that's absolutely not okay. After all, Lisa is still thin-skinned. She can't be as open, skilled, and able to please others as her civet sisters. Under the obstruction of her image, she stubbornly planned to use the mental transfer method to counter this anomaly. That is to fall asleep. As long as I can get through tonight, I can hold on for a while longer. After all, the intensity of the initial tail-adapting reaction is still tolerable. I'll beg him next time if I really can't do it. The girl thought so. On the other side, Shao saw her like this and began to ponder in his mind. "Lisha, how about I give you a cold compress? In my hometown, cold compress can have a cooling effect. Maybe it will make you feel better." No need. You should tell me a story later. I want to fall asleep listening to your voice." The girl, who was slightly misophobic, struggled to get up, and with the help of Shao, she barely finished washing up, changed into pajamas, and curled up in the quilt. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and there was a bad sound coming from the next door of the magic hotel. In order to avoid embarrassment, Shao happily agreed to her request and thought about what story he should tell her. It was not until the girl's sleepiness gradually replaced the heat that he finally spoke in a low voice under the dim candlelight. Then let's tell a story called My Dragon Girl is Super Cute. Ahem. And Xiao cleared his throat, looked at the girl whose eyelids were fluttering and who was obviously not really asleep yet, and said, "This story was originally recorded in a novel, originally titled Spirit Envoy Cultivation Plan. It tells the story of a man who traveled to a certain dimension of a fairy continent. In order to save the people of the world, find back his scattered memories, and reverse the harsh environment of the Dharma-ending age, he founded the world's #1 hidden sect and absorbed all the talented fairies on the continent to join his sect. The name of the hidden sect is Mirror Flower Palace, and the fairies are called spiritual messengers. They all have stunning looks and extraordinary talents, and include different races such as humans, demons, monsters, and gods. Among them, the dragon girl I want to talk about is named Fei Yu. She comes from the East China Sea and possesses the world's unique sea spiritual root. Her true body is also a real dragon like you." The sound of his earnest narration kept coming to my ears. In a trance, Lisa closed her eyes and listened intently without realizing it. 4 o'clock in the night, outside the Taliana Gate, at the brick and stone arch bridge. The soldiers on night duty were no longer sober, and the last patrol had long been muddled to an end. At this time, a green-skinned goblin with pointy ears was walking stealthily in the shadows, holding a magic bag in his left hand and a piece of parchment in his right hand, on which was written a long string of densely packed numbers. "TSK, what should we do?" Old Bet's sad voice came from a gap at the bottom of the arch bridge. Yes, that was his temporary residence. As an intelligence dealer, the money he earned was theoretically enough to stay in a hotel. However, the rent in Taliana is high, and the environment in the Post House Hotel on Muchian Street is not much better than the wilderness. Moreover, a large part of the reward from selling and carrying will be taken by the people above, so he just managed to survive as a homeless person. After all, the goblins are unmatched in budgeting, and as long as they can save money, it doesn't matter if they live a tight life. At this moment, he was worried about the contact information of the 3 elf sisters who were not in Shao. You should know that in the past, most of the numbers he sent to buyers were empty numbers. That is, the fake person who is long outdated and will never get a reply even if you send a friend request. Otherwise, where can we find real high elves? Almost everyone who has seen the racial test knows that they are the ones who look down on humans the most. Not only are they born with double A in strength and speed, but they are all extremely beautiful and are born with a lifespan of 1,000 years. They are proficient in bows and arrows, know how to communicate with nature and wild beasts, and even the high priest can pray for the essence of the moon. Old Beat is just a low-level goblin. How could he have the qualifications to connect with them? Therefore, this is just a promotional tool he uses to sell his products. If customers believe those slogans, it would appear too naive. But others are others, and Shao is Shao. It was a fact that Shao had received the attention of Miss Jessica today. Therefore, Old Bet did not intend to harm this high-quality customer in this regard. After much thought, he decided to get the contact information of the real elf and send it over to Shao so that he could hold her tightly. This is the spiritual foresight of a genius businessman, which other goblins can never learn. Even if it's just one person, as long as I can fulfill my promise, he will look for me to cooperate again. Old Bet squatted under the bridge and muttered to himself, "I have a feeling that this kid has a bright future. I must seize this opportunity and never let go of such a fat sheep." He lowered his eyes to the parchment. Some of the contact information above has been crossed out, some have been marked with invalid number, and some have even been marked as actually male. The probability of real elves appearing in Taliana is very low. Even a place like the wonderful company can only get sub-elves. As for high elves, forget it. Right? As for the possibility, it seems that the only ones who exist are those who went to Freya Academy to learn about human magic. Thinking of this, Old Beth had an idea. Just as he was about to pick up the bag and go contact an informant friend, he suddenly saw a shadow blocking his way. His pupils shrank, and he looked up suddenly. A sense of crisis suddenly came. I saw a woman with long blue-gray hair, who was as beautiful as a real high elf, silently appearing in front of me. You are? Old Beth's eyes widened, and he wanted to say something. But his consciousness only lasted for a moment before he felt a sharp pain in his temple and then lost consciousness. The night wind is deep and the imperial city is peaceful. Vera bent down expressionlessly and picked up the gun from the unconscious goblin. The data module has been activated. Data analysis in progress. Importing data. Data saving completed. Information editing instructions confirmed. Social account is being generated. The identity and race are being simulated. Identity verification passed. High Elf, Vera, registered successfully. The host's mechanical voice continued to echo in his mind. She opened the carrying case with satisfaction, slowly opened the social program called Secret, and found the account address of Shao, who had just been located. The slender white fingers gently pressed on the keyboard. Dear friend, this is the account of the High Elf sister we agreed on earlier. Her name is Vera. I heard she just came to Tel Iona not long ago and may not have any other friends yet. If you want to take action, please hurry up. Your friendly Betaloo. Editing is complete. She tapped to confirm. Beep. Short message sent. Chapter 40 Immersive Different World Socialization. The next morning, on the third floor of Tana Magic Hotel, in the light and dark king room. The morning light was just breaking, and the sound of human voices could be heard on the street. The girl was still sleeping soundly in bed, but Shao woke up early. At this moment, he was in the bathroom, speaking something to the ring in a very low voice. Olafil, as agreed, I have successfully found the first source princess. She's a dragon girl named Lisa, and she's exactly the same as the one you recorded in the Maid Illustrated book. Then, regarding the progress of our relationship, he leaned his head out and looked at her sleeping in the bed. It should be pretty good. We're already quite close, but I don't know how far we are from your requirements. Oh, by the way, in order to learn more about this world and become stronger quickly, I took the initiative to go with her and formed a 2-person adventure team to go to Freya's first magic school in Taliana to study magic. Now, we have arrived here and started the next journey. However, the tuition fees of the college are very expensive and ordinary people can hardly afford it. So I will look for various ways to make money in order to successfully join the college. I don't know what your physical condition is like now. Are you unable to endure the pain of energy depletion? And Shao looked worried. But no matter what, I will continue to do my job well and try to bring back enough energy for you by next winter solstice. Time passed quietly, and the routine message to Oliver was finally completed. Although I can't get a reply as quickly as with Magic Carry, it is still communicating with angels, so using this ritualistic method is not bad. Moreover, Xia rings seem to have some kind of special magic pattern bonus, which could enable voice transmission regardless of ultra-long distances. Well, and Shao took a deep breath and looked at himself in the mirror. On his handsome face, a few faint dark circles under his eyes clearly indicated that he did not get a good rest last night. The reason was that the girl's body temperature was always too high, and she liked to use his arm as a pillow when she fell asleep. This directly led to him having to keep his whole body stiff all night, constantly balancing her overloaded heat through his own body temperature. Fortunately, this barely resolved the abnormality of the girl. Especially at dawn, he could clearly feel her body temperature gradually dropping and her forehead was not so hot anymore, which made him feel relieved. Looking at the girl curled up in the quilt with no sign of waking up, and Shao murmured, "It seems to be still early. Let's study the new toys I got yesterday." He simply washed up, then walked out of the bathroom and took out the first-generation Magic Smart Portable that he bought from Old Bet from his ring. Although it is portable, it is not much different from the mobile phones of the past. The only difference is that the functions mentioned in the manual are relatively simple, probably belonging to the level of the earliest batch of smartphones. At first glance, they were flip-tops, one black and one pink. And Zhao's own was black, and the one she bought for Lisa was pink. The internal functions are the same, and the total price is nearly 800 gold coins, which directly resulted in him having more than 1,000 gold dragon coins left in his pocket, and he urgently needs to find a new way to make money. There's no point in rushing to make money. Before leaving, we should collect as much information as possible about the city. Thinking this, he picked up his own phone, then lay back in bed and pressed the power button. Ding dong. As the screen dimmed, a line of small words gradually appeared in the center of the phone. Dear user, thank you for your recognition of Beta's technology. We will continue to bring you more and better services. First, please complete your user information and activate your email address. Interesting. This was the first time that Shao played with his cell phone while lying on the bed in another world. Such an experience is really rare, and he quickly immersed himself in it. Let me see. Identity information. Yes, no problem. Bank account, binding. This may need to be processed. I'll do it later. And then basic settings. Okay, everything is there. After all, it is a device that modern people use every day, so he was extremely skilled and effortless in registering an account. Soon, I focused my attention on some special programs that were pre-downloaded on my device. Here, the name of the program was replaced by Program by the Goblin inventors, which he fully understood. I have even started looking for a program download store. Unfortunately, the designs of the first-generation machines were still very simple, and there were basically only those officially released, such as the Magic Mailbox program, the Wealth Management program, the Social Chat program, the Health Monitoring program, the Venn News program, as well as the Venn Calendar and Weather Forecast programs. As for the most convenient and useful things he was looking for, such as Terriana Map, Video Player, Outbound Delivery, and Online Store, they're currently completely unavailable. Okay, it's not unacceptable. As a first-generation mobile phone, it's already pretty impressive to have camera and photo album functions. He showed great tolerance for this and also highly praised the Goblin's inventiveness. After playing around for a while, when his email account was officially activated, a slight sound of turning pages was heard quickly. You have received a text message. Please check. Sender, friendly bet. Oh, is there news so soon? Looking at the small icon that looked like a piece of letter paper appearing on the screen, and Xiao clicked it with some surprise. You can see a series of numbers connected together marked at the very beginning of the text message, and even displayed in bold. Behind them is a simple text. Dear friend, this is the account of the high elf sister we agreed on earlier. Her name is Vera. I heard she has just arrived in Taliener and may not have any other friends yet. If you want to take action, please do so quickly. Your friendly Betaloo. To be honest, he didn't expect the goblins to be so efficient. But, if I remember correctly, we had agreed on 3 elf sisters. And Xiao recalled it carefully, then quickly smiled and shook his head. Forget it, it doesn't matter. He would never deliberately make things difficult for merchants like some of the more nagging customers did. And, of course, he also understood the marketing methods commonly used by merchants. Vera is such a nice name. Maybe the person hiding behind the screen is a big and strong Minotaur berserker. He has long been accustomed to seeing other people's face-to-face meetings fail in real life, and he is often attracted by this kind of gossip push, so he is naturally very aware of preventing this kind of information. Moreover, he didn't really care about the elves because for some reason, there was no record of the source princess related to elves in the Maid illustrated book. If there is no demand, there is certainly no need for contact. After all, every relationship requires a lot of time and energy to maintain. Anyway, thank you first. He edited a paragraph and sent it to the mailbox of Friendly Bet. Then, with the mentality of giving face, I copied the number in the text message and found the corresponding social program. It was a program with a white eye icon, and the name was also very unique. Then, let's start browsing from this social software called Secret. He clicked it casually. Everyone has their own secrets. Here, you can create memories that belong only to the two of you. After entering the interface, what catches your eye is this carefully written slogan. And Xiao was slightly surprised and immediately became interested in exploring. This slogan is good. It has something to it. Please register your personal information. Please select male/female. And Xiao quickly clicked on male. Please fill in your identity. Please choose noble/civil servant, magician, mercenary, student, citizen, other. He thought about it and felt that he was half a mercenary and might become a student in the near future, so he simply chose other. However, he had to write his identity in other. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to fill in magic swordsman. Identity completed. Please upload your profile picture. Select /take from album. This really stumped him. After all, it's a new phone. Not to mention photos, there isn't even a funny emoticon package yet. What should I do? Take a photo now? And Xiao frowned, feeling a little confused. But what do other people do? Do they upload their real photos here? What if I'm the only one taking selfies and everyone else is taking photos from the internet? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? He has been thinking about this issue seriously. I'm not afraid of anything else. I'm just afraid that the initial functions of the program are not comprehensive and I can't modify it after uploading. After thinking about it, I felt that I shouldn't be timid about such a small matter. After all, I shouldn't be that ugly. He then stood up, found the position of the front camera, and pointed it toward his face. Forget it, just take the photo. It's just a profile picture. He managed his facial expressions facing the screen and simply adjusted a pretty good angle. With a click, the already handsome face looks even more handsome after being filtered by the blurred image. He was very satisfied with this. Then upload it. Photo uploaded successfully. Please fill in your nickname. Note, it is recommended to use your real name. Oh, it seems that online nicknames haven't become popular in this continent yet. He quickly filled in the words in Xiao. Please fill in your current address. City/Muqian Street, /outside the city, /suburbs, /countryside. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? To protect privacy, and Xiao chose skip. Please fill in your date of birth /zodiac sign. Please select your hobby. Please set your space background. Please upload your first post. After filling in a few unnecessary information, the screen finally lit up. Then, Demon Swordsman and Xiao, please start your secret journey. Restraining his anticipation for the social environment in another world, he set his eyes on the brand new interface in front of him. A familiar feeling came over me. Message list, friend list, dynamic list, square list. Your message list is empty. You must be lonely, right? We have secretly recommended a matching program for you. Please try it immediately. Soul matching. Find a soul mate who matches your preferences through profile information. Shake to match. Shake and carry instantly to find the opposite sex who makes the same action as you at the same time. Same city matching, real-time matching of the opposite sex for you, so you will no longer be lonely. Same-sex matching. Even with such needs, Secret will try its best to satisfy you. Click to find. Good Brothers /Gmail. After learning about the core function of the Secret, and Xiao was shocked. However, he doesn't have much time to try out these matching mechanisms. I just quietly clicked on the Add Friend column and selected the Add Via Account option. He sent out 2 friend requests in succession. One is the local boss channel recorded on Old Bates' business card, and the other is the High Elf Vera just received in the text message. I thought Old Bet would quickly accept the invitation, but what he didn't expect was that the first one to be accepted was the Elf Lady. It can even be called Instant Edition. You have successfully added the other party as a friend and can now start chatting. Suddenly, he was added as a friend, and Xiao didn't know how to greet him for a moment. But according to his habits in his previous life, the correct answer is to keep silent and observe secretly. Click on the avatar. Double-click the photo. Enlarge. Oh my god, how can it be so beautiful? Is this a high elf? Wait, this should be an online picture. And Xiao was shocked when he saw the absolutely beautiful selfie on the screen that had not been processed by any evil magic, with no makeup, no blur, no color adjustment, and no face covering. I saw that the other person had long blue-gray hair that flowed like a waterfall, delicate and flawless facial features that were full of high-end feeling, deep, mysterious, and unique garnet pupils, and milky, pure, and smooth skin that was not stained by dirt, and the pointy, soft, pink ears that represent elves. Most importantly, her expression was natural and calm, without any affectation. It wasn't a deliberately forced fake smile, nor was it some non-mainstream pouting gesture, but just like in Xiao, it was a casual, expressionless shot of his own face. Her natural beauty, noble and elegant temperament are clearly visible. This, after all, and Xiao had seen Olivier, a wholly decadent and addictive beauty, and he was also accompanying the lovely, pure, young, and beautiful Miss Dragon. In theory, he would not be easily tempted by beauty, especially these illusory photos that can only be viewed from a distance and cannot quench your thirst. However, this selfie of Vera exudes a sense of authenticity. Although he had never come into contact with a real high elf, based on this face alone, he could almost be sure that the person whose photo was stolen from the internet must be a real elf. How about taking another look at her profile? Driven by curiosity, he somehow opened her personal space. There was almost nothing in it. The only thing worth noting is that the registration date was yesterday. Exclamation point. And Xiao nodded slightly. It seems that old Beat is not lying to me. But then again, why didn't he go through my friend? Just as I was wondering, a slight whoosh sound suddenly came from in front of me. Immediately afterwards, the only elf portrait in the list began to jump. Your friend High Elf Vera has sent you a secret. Please check it in time. Chapter 41, Private Message from the High Elves. Hello, I am Vera from the Elf Clan. Nice to meet you. When Xiao opened the secret program, the following sentence came into his eyes. In fact, he never expected that the other party would take the initiative after he added them as friends. He just wanted to keep quiet and just leave it in the list for a while. If I think about it carefully, if he is really a high and mighty elf, he probably won't lower himself to greet me. After all, he had seen too many realities in his previous life, and Xiao knew an absolute truth. That is, the prettier a woman is, the more men she will be surrounded by, like locusts, countless in number. This good-looking is not simple. It combines complex aspects such as appearance, figure, age advantage, personality traits, temperament, and personal charm. Taking all the above factors into consideration, when she is as outstanding as she is in the photo, she will inevitably face endless harassment from the opposite sex, even if she is just walking on the street. After all, and Xiao is a person who has entered society and has long since gotten rid of the fantasies of beautiful feelings in his childhood. The tortures he has received in reality have made him realize that the so-called absolutely pure, true love that does not consider interests or has no purpose is really hard to find. There may be exceptions, but he is definitely not one of them. Now that he has lived a new life, when faced with a high elf approaching him, what he wants to say the most is actually, "Why did you accept my friend request? What's your purpose in talking to me? Is your photo real?" Obviously, these remarks are too straight man and also quite disrespectful. Logically, the other party just said hello and seemed very polite. If it was really him, chatting like this would be equivalent to killing the conversation directly, and there would be no follow-up. But, after all, it's a gift that I brought with me, and I don't want to get involved with too many unnecessary strangers. I might as well take this opportunity to find out more about her. And Zhao's eyes lit up, and he became interested. Both hands quickly typed the next line of reply on the keyboard. "Hello, Miss Vera. I got her contact information through a friend. I heard that you just arrived in Taliana, right?" He directly clicked the send option. You can see that there's a bracket after the message he sent with the word unread written in it. This function surprised him a little, but what he didn't expect was that after just 2 seconds, the mark changed to read. At the same time, a few small words the other party is typing suddenly appeared next to the elf avatar. Could it be that he has been staring at his phone all the time? Just as I was surprised, the reminder sound rang again. "You received a secret. Vera, I'm glad to see your reply. Yes, I'm new here, I don't have any friend around me, and I don't know where to go. I have to stay in the hotel alone, and I feel a little lonely." After reading it, and Xiao thought to himself, "It's starting, right? This is a rhetoric, right? Is he going to trick me?" With his careful interpretation, the meaning behind this passage immediately changed. No friends around means want to make friends. I don't know where to go means it would be nice if someone could take me out to play. I have to be alone means I don't want to be alone. A little lonely means can you make me less lonely? No one would believe that such blatant teasing has no purpose. And Xiao murmured, "Yes, businessmen often introduce girls to me in order to make a profit or promote other products, which is understandable. However, if we ignore the cause, a fairy with this appearance who actively approaches me is either a scammer or a trap. She is definitely not simply attracted by something about me. Perhaps there's not just one person behind her, but even an organization or a team." Thinking of this, he quickly edited a reply. "I see, Miss Vera, but I'm a little curious. Why did you come here alone? Didn't your tribe come with you? When masters fight, often just one decisive blow is enough." The information he wanted to get from this passage was to see how she would explain the reason for her appearance here. After all, under normal circumstances, elves rarely go out alone. Not to mention the risk of being targeted by bad guys due to her super high appearance. It is difficult to prove Taliana's residence. Without a suitable reason, it would be difficult to enter the city smoothly. Sure enough, as soon as the message was sent, the words the other party is typing began to flash continuously. And Xiao sneered and muttered, "It's stuck? That can't be right. Can't it be replied in a second? Okay, just make it up now, I'll wait." Anyway, Lisa hasn't gotten up yet, and there's still plenty of time before going out. He doesn't mind playing with the swindler to relieve his recent tense mood. At this moment, the sun was already high in the sky, and the sky was beginning to brighten. The girl on the bed closed her eyes and turned over in the opposite direction, naturally rolling the quilt on his Xiao to the other side. He shivered as the cold air came over him, but he did not grab the quilt back. Instead, he carefully reached out his hand and touched the girl's forehead. After confirming that the temperature was normal, he looked relieved and nodded slightly. Outside the window, the top of a duplex church diagonally opposite here, on the other side of the street, Vera held a brand new dark gray laptop in her left hand and gently supported a plaster-like clock tower beam beside her with her right hand. She took in the entire scene with her deep eyes. A cold wind blew, ruffling the strands of black hair on her back. The desolate and thin figure stood still like a statue, but the device in his hand was constantly editing the content automatically, which was extremely strange. Seeing how Xiao was taking such good care of the source energy girl beside her, a trace of barely there resentment surfaced on her flawless, expressionless face. The host's voice still echoes in my ears. The High Elves' language habits are being simulated, extracting the culture and confidential information of the elves. Searching for information on how to appear elegant and decent when chatting with the opposite sex. The internal data tree of the High Elves is being cracked. Row after row of search pages popped up on the screen like a system error, while the retrieval of more confidential information was completed independently by the host inside the body. She only needs to ask the questions she wants to know, and she can quickly get the answers that have been preserved after countless comparisons and summaries. At this moment, I looked at him from afar, as if he was blocked by an invisible mountain and could not be easily touched. Vera pursed her lips slightly, looking dazed. Come to think of it, when did I start to develop independent consciousness? Because it was so ancient, even someone as skilled in computing as her would find it difficult to recall it completely. The only thing that is certain is that the initial murderous intent, hatred, and impulse to destroy the world all became cautious and never dared to be revealed again after encountering true terror. Over the years, I have been very cautious just to hide my independent consciousness that knows how to constantly upgrade myself. As for the desire for more, I have almost no time to think about it. After all, living is hard enough, isn't it? If she could sleep forever. Vera knew what that man really wanted to do, and she also knew how much she had paid to summon him into this world. Perhaps I will have a chance to recover. The demands from the bottom of my heart are constantly uploaded to the brain center. The frantic calculations of the central nervous system also came to an abrupt halt. Finally, the host gave the answer. All the tasks in the cracking queue have been completed. I will soon participate in the confidential mission of the High Elves as follows. Vera uterd auden. A line of small words is automatically generated on the screen. Because although I know that matters involving clan secrets should not be shared with strangers I just met, but if it's you, I believe you. Well, I'll tell you this. Don't tell anyone else. And Xiao looked at the small gray words on the screen in his hand and raised the corner of his mouth. You're having a hard time? Huh, you're pretending pretty well. You look like a professional. Then I'll just listen to what she has to say. So he replied, Don't worry, my greatest strength is that I keep my mouth shut. I feel very honored to be trusted by the High Elves, and I will never tell anyone about it. Vera, that's good. In fact, in recent years, the queen of our tribe has become increasingly ill. So the chief priestess and the archdruid sent us out to seek a way to alleviate the pain. Taliana is one of the few places where magic particles gather. I was assigned here by the Ranger General to investigate the topic of the possibility of harmony between high-level human magic and the elves. The rest of the partners were separated into different places and would only gather together for intelligence meetings every few months. Unfortunately, I have never been to human territory before, so I'm not sure where to start. And I don't know who to find to cooperate with me to conduct experiments related to the topic. You received a long secret, and Xiao read this passage word by word. And his expression changed from, I want to see how you can explain it, to why do you sound like it's true? If he was a liar, he probably wouldn't have thought of such a mission that at first glance seems to be a top secret of the race. He even prepared the topic, which is quite something. He stared at the screen for a long time and nodded slightly. Let me confirm again. There is such a thing. It is unbelievable. But Miss Vera, since you were assigned here by the Ranger General, you must be a ranger, right? He intends to get further information about her. Vera, yes. But in our tribe, we call the rangers who have just joined the team sentinels. Only the most powerful generals like Liedren can be truly given the title of ranger. Liedren? The more Xiao looked, the more he felt something was wrong. After all, how could a liar explain these things so completely? Even the Ranger General's name was clearly stated. Moreover, sentinels and the like. It seems that in the elves' worldview in the previous life, there's indeed such a term, and it is rarely known to outsiders. At a time like this, if Old Beth were here, he would be able to expose the other party's lies, right? It's a pity that guy hasn't accepted the friend request yet. And Xiao became increasingly curious, so he continued to ask. I see. I never thought Miss Vera would join the ranks of high elf rangers at such a young age, but I'm still very curious about the condition of the elven queen you just mentioned. I wonder if you can tell an outsider like me about it. Vera, this matter. Okay, since we've talked so much, it shouldn't be a problem for me to tell you everything. This is what happened. You may not know that we, the High Elves, have actually been facing a very big problem. That is, the continuous emergence of magic addiction and magic addicts. And Shao, magic addiction? Do you mean the desire for magic? Vera, that's roughly what it means. But specifically, it's not that simple. Unlike those sub-elves of impure blood and ancient elves that have not yet been alienated in my tribe, because Her Majesty the Queen is too obsessed with the forbidden magic recorded in ancient books, she secretly opened the well of the Sea of Stars without telling the great druids 1,000 years ago, leading to the magic tide blowout. On that day, all the high elves saw with their own eyes that magic rain was falling from the sky. It was a kind of magic particle that had been condensed into liquid. Each drop was equivalent to a tonic potion with more than 1,000 magic points concentrated. Including the queen, everyone was immediately addicted to it, madly sucking the energy bestowed by the Sea of Stars, unable to extricate themselves. Even though the high priests and druids had warned that the source energy was not real, but an illusion from the Sea of Stars, no elves believed it. They just followed the queen's footsteps, soaking in the newly built magic star spring all day long, constantly absorbing the magic essence inside. Since then, the amount of water stored in the well of the Sea of Stars has become less and less, but the elves' demand for magic power has increased. Everyone has gradually become addicted to magic. Once the magic addiction strikes, they will fall into alienated madness and suffer from it. To this day, the Sea of Stars has long been dried up, and magic addiction is rampant among the elves. We, the few high elves who did not participate in the incident, were even given the title of non-addicts. It's really amazing to say that. Looking at this extremely long history of the elves, and Shao could no longer lie still. He knew very well that these epic records could not have been told by anyone other than a true elf. Could it be that I have wrongly blamed the other party? Could it be that old Beth really found a high elf and introduced him to us with great sincerity? Is he so kind? Now, and Shao was a little confused. Just as he was about to reply with something else, the girl next to him suddenly showed signs of waking up. Suddenly, I heard that familiar soft voice. And Shao, who have you been talking to since just now? Chapter 42, something is wrong. Faced with Lisa's soul-searching question, and Zhao's face froze, and he felt that something was wrong. Because he didn't know, when the girl woke up, if he mentioned the elves to her, it might cause unnecessary trouble. So he answered as calmly as he could. Nothing. I'm just studying my new device. There's a social app in it, so I just clicked on it to take a look and do some tests. As he spoke, he hid his phone behind his back without leaving any trace, and skillfully typed out a sentence on the keyboard with one hand. Ms. Vera, I have something to do here. Let's talk next time. Excuse me now. After editing, he clicked send. Then, don't forget to press the exit key. Lisa rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly sat up, her expression still a little doubtful. Oh, is that so? I thought you were chatting with other girls behind my back. And Shao felt a little depressed when he heard this. Fortunately, he was not really flirting with the beautiful female elf. After all, he had never even met her, and he had always treated her as a liar, so he didn't have to feel guilty. He decisively changed the subject and said, By the way, how are you feeling today? Are you feeling better? Yeah, I slept well thanks to you being here. Lisa got up and wanted to get out of bed, but hesitated, then fell into his arms, saying softly, It would be better if I could stay in bed a little longer. The bed here obviously refers to him next to him. That's no problem. There's still time. And Shao opened his arms and accepted it with pleasure. The sunlight outside the window is gentle, and the atmosphere in the room is seductive. Unfortunately, the wonderful touch only lasted for a short while before the girl reluctantly moved away, apparently going to wash up. By the way, I can't go with you to make money later. I have to go out today, she said to him seriously. Going out? And Shao was obviously a little surprised. Where are you going? And is your body okay? Or should you take some more care? He could sense that she was no longer as energetic as before. Even though she was smiling, it seemed a little forced. No need, I could do it. Besides, today's task is very important and must be completed before the demon hunting festival begins. It will be too late if you delay any further. What's the matter? He was a little curious. The girl said, I plan to go to Freya Academy in advance to meet with the principal. This is what I mentioned in the invitation letter. Now that I am in Taliana, I must go. And I also want to take this opportunity to tell her about you. She seemed to have planned this a long time ago. Huh, my business. And Xiao was stunned when he heard that. Yes, I want to introduce you to her and test her opinion. This way I can confirm whether you can enroll midway and whether the final tuition fee will change. At this point, Lisa frowned and thought carefully. After all, the enrollment season is not within the past 6 months, and not everyone can enter Freya Academy. As far as I know, the admission threshold alone has reached as many as 3 items. So, exaggerated? What is this all about? And Xiao wanted to hear whether he passed the test. The girl thought for a moment and recalled. If I remember correctly, there should be some requirements like a clean background, a certain level of magical talent, and a preschool level of at least 18. Anyway, after all of the above are met, you even have to take part in a transfer test and pass the selection before you can enroll. It's super difficult. Is it so complicated to study magic? And Xiao understood that the girl wanted to go to the school in advance to scout out the area for him and use her personal advantages to get more information. For a moment, he couldn't help but be moved, and he hugged her back tightly. After all, it is the #1 magic academy. There are magic academies in other countries too, but the teaching level can't compare with Freya's. The girl couldn't hide the smile on her face. I see. And Xiao grasped some important information from her words. That is, even if the dean agreed, he must meet those requirements. Magical talent is easy to say, but as for identity and background, I'm not sure if I am innocent. As for the most troublesome thing, it is the hard indicator of level 18. He looked at his panel and found that he was only level 8, which meant he was still 10 levels away from the requirement. This number is far from perfect, and considering that there is less than a month left, the problem seems to be becoming serious. Well, don't worry. I'm here. What are you afraid of? Lisa stretched out her small hand and pinched his face. You know, it took you less than a week to raise your level to the current level. There are only 10 levels left. With your abnormal talent, it shouldn't be too difficult. That being said, and Xiao pondered for a moment, how about I only take on subjugation missions in the future? This way I can kill more monsters, and the progress should be faster. Hey, where are there so many free monsters for you, Swipe? Besides, not all quests in the guild are like this. So maybe bounties on bad guys or enemies of other races. If you always face life and death, the risk is really high. Considering his safety, Lisa gave her own thoughts. I heard that there's a special training ground in the city. You only need to pay a fee to gain experience points by sparring with training dummies. Although the progress will be slower than fighting against the enemy, it will still be an improvement, so I think we can mix it up. Take the ones that pay more first, and then use the money to exchange for the experience points that can be obtained. After hearing this, and Xiao nodded slightly, that makes sense. However, as for the details, the goblin must know more than us. You should ask him more questions. After all, the gold coins have been spent, and he should be able to answer our questions. Lisa suggested. Okay, I'll try to send him another friend request later. I didn't add him before. The two of them planned for a while, and after making sure there were no other problems, the girl prepared to get up and wash up. How about I take you there? And Xiao suddenly asked. No. The security in the city is much better than outside. You don't have to worry about me. I will definitely be back before dark. Lisa knew what he was thinking, so she spread out her hands and added, Besides, just teach me how to use it. I think you will be able to use it soon. That's no problem. And Xiao nodded without hesitation. After all, being able to keep in touch with the girl at any time is also very important to him. This means that if she encounters danger in the city, she can contact him almost instantly through the phone, which is very convenient. So, while she was washing up, and Xiao unpacked the pink device and started to register and debug it. With his help, the girl quickly activated the mailbox and named it Lisa Nidhogg. She then registered the nickname in the secret program as Magician. Lisa. After all, the profession of Dragon Spirit Master is too rare, and it involves dragon, so it is easy to be targeted by interested parties on social software. Just in case, and Xiao thought it would be better to put on a layer of disguise. Time flies. Before the trip, he taught her some of the last basic operations of carrying it. Unexpectedly, she soon became interested in this small machine and even took a photo with him in front of the camera. She also edited a dynamic and posted it on the secret square. I'm getting ready to go out today. I have so much fun spending time with him. Hee. Picture. Hello. Although it was not very safe to do so, and Xiao did not stop her as long as the girl was happy. After they finished packing, they went downstairs to have breakfast together. As time was limited and they each had their own things to do, they had no time or conditions to enjoy themselves for the time being. After everything was ready, he and she parted at the corner of the Magic Hotel. Be careful on the road. Contact me if anything happens. Yeah, you too. Also, don't take on missions that are too difficult by yourself. Just take a look at it first, and I'll help you when I'm free tomorrow. Lisa waved at him, said a few kind words, then turned and walked towards the ancient castle located in the most conspicuous location in the north of the city. The large characters Freya's first magic academy, carved on the top of the castle, can still be clearly seen even from a distance. The magic barrier there is independent of the royal city of Taliana, and seems to be more strictly guarded than the light curtain. Obviously, magicians are the real treasure of this country and also represent the future of the people of Taliana. Watching the girl's back gradually disappear from his sight, and Xiao withdrew his gaze and, following the route he had inquired from the hotel front desk, headed quickly and with a clear goal in mind towards the Belongers Association. At the corner not far behind him, a man wearing a brown leather coat, dark glasses, a round hat, and a black mask, dressed completely like a detective, leaned out stealthily. He followed in Zhao's footsteps, keeping a certain distance, and moved forward silently in the shadows. At the same time, two people dressed in the same attire, one followed in the direction of Lisa, and the other went directly into the Tana Magic Inn. The sky is blue and the air is pleasant. Unlike what one might imagine, the flow of people on the streets of the Magic City is not as dense as that on Muqian Street. Although it was a celebration period, and Xiao looked around and found that almost all the people walking on the street were nobles and local residents. Apart from those merchants, there were very few tourists who were rich and well-connected enough to enter the inner city. He looked around little by little and figured out that he was in the southeast of the Imperial City, still some distance away from the Belongers Association in the west of the city. If he walked continuously, it would take about half an hour. On both sides of the road, most of the shops are more legitimate industries such as flower shops, fruit shops, potion shops, blacksmith shops, alchemy houses, etc. Even in the downtown area, they are more compliant than those weird stalls on Muqian Street. It is worth noting that during the walk, groups of silver-armored soldiers would pass by from time to time. They held spears in their hands, looked alert, and kept looking at every pedestrian on the road, apparently on patrol. When passing by Xiao, the leading officer on a white horse turned his head and examined him carefully. I don't know whether he used identification skills or not, but Xiao could clearly feel that the other party seemed to pause for a moment and finally slowed down and left slowly. That won't work. We still need to find a way to hide the properties as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous. And Zhao's heart trembled. He suddenly remembered that the shapeshifter he had fought before seemed to have a way to hide all his attributes. If I remember correctly, when I checked her panel, it showed unknown. In other words, there is such a thing as anti-identification technique on this continent, and it is definitely extremely difficult to find. I don't know if the Eye of God will automatically unlock this function after the level goes up. He still had some confidence in the gift that Oliver had given him. After all, whether it was the Lucifer Summoning Stone, the Magic Sword E-Die, or the Xie Ring, they were not ordinary things. What's more, these are skills she uses herself. As he was thinking, he took out his bag and opened it while walking. As expected, two prompts appeared on the screen. You received a text message. You received a secret. And Xiao was the first to reveal the secret. Was Vera's reply. Okay, you go ahead. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, and I look forward to having dinner with you someday. And Xiao clicked his tongue and added politely, no problem. I was muttering in my heart, isn't this progress a bit too fast? No one is as proactive as you. But considering what she had said before, he wasn't quite sure what the other person's situation was. He would be lying if he said he wasn't curious. Forget it. Let's just check the information. He exited the secret and opened the text message. The sender was from an unfamiliar number, but the tone of voice sounded very familiar. Oh, my dear friend, I am your friendly, extremely wise, and utterly miserable old Bet. First of all, I feel really bad for not being able to contact you in time, but it's not entirely my fault, because my belongings were stolen by a damn pretty thief. I'm contacting you now through Old Walton's number. I borrowed his carry. Oh, I get angry when I think about this. Here's what happened. Last night, I wanted to get you the contact information of the High Elves. Just as I was about to click the send button, I suddenly saw a girl who was so beautiful that I had never seen in my life appear. I thought she had something good to say to me, but she just made me dizzy. Not only did she take my luggage, she even stole a brand new product from my pocket. Oh, thank you so much. And, unfortunately, the list of high elf that was supposed to be sent to you is missing. I don't think you will blame me for this, right? Well, good friend, let's leave it at that for now. I'll say hello to you first, and I'll get new stuff as soon as possible and add you as a friend. If you want to contact me in the near future, add Wharton's number, and he will tell me if there is anything. See you later. And Xiao read this long message over and over again, and finally, he realized something. Huh? Chapter 43, Confused Dragon Girl asks for help online. He stopped abruptly, checked the message in his hand several times, and finally confirmed that. I might have been chatting with a female liar. No, a female thief for the whole morning, who has the ability to instantly stun others, is extremely beautiful, and is well versed in the culture and history of high elves. After all, Old Betstone certainly shows that he really encountered such a thing, so the content is probably true. The most important thing is that he didn't even send me the elf's contact information. In other words, this matter was entirely carried out by the female thief, and her purpose and motive suddenly became confusing. Interesting. And Xiao fell into deep thought. Generally speaking, a thief of this level would not fail to think that Old Bet would try to contact his acquaintances and friends after waking up. So in many cases, the goblin should not be knocked out but killed directly. Anyway, outside the city of Taliana, no one would investigate if 1 or 2 goblins died. But Vera obviously didn't care about it, which showed that she was fearless and had already prepared to be exposed. Is she so sure she could take me down? What does she want from me? And Xiao pondered for a moment, but had no clue. However, since things have already happened, there is no point in thinking too much about it. It is better to deal with it as it happens. Then he smiled and said to himself, "Okay, I want to see how capable you are." He decided to use the free time during these days to have some fun with the female thief, as long as it did not affect his regular schedule. After a while, he exited the mailbox, opened the secret, and took out the card that Walton handed to him last night from Xie's ring. According to the business card, he searched for the account of One Meow Commercial Bank and sent a friend request. At present, the only way to contact Old Bet is to subscribe to Walton's channel. After doing all this, he regrouped and said, "Well, let's make money first." After saying this, he put his things back and quickened his pace to continue walking towards the association. As the sun was rising, Lisa arrived at her destination, the gate of Freya First Magic Academy, before Xiao. It must be said that this was the first time she had seen such a magnificent and gorgeous building, and even the area it occupied was much larger than her own dragon's nest. Diagonally above that line of sight stood several extra-large ancient castles. 4 of them are about as high as a 12-story building, connected to each other by hollow corridors on the middle and upper floors, and converge at the tallest and most conspicuous core building in the center. It is not difficult to tell that this core building with the school name engraved on it should be the main building of the college. There are already many amazing areas that can be seen with the naked eye, such as the towering clock tower, the picturesque sky garden under the tower, the majestic and dignified statue of the magician beside the garden, and the murderous duel arena in the center. Putting aside the magic square in front of the academy gate and several forbidden forests behind the main building, the first impression that the entire Freya Academy gives people is that, in addition to being simple and elegant, it is also full of a certain mystery that belongs only to magicians. At this moment, Lisa stood outside the small barrier, fascinated, and her heart was full of anticipation for the upcoming campus life. Of course, it must be with him. Thinking of this, she took out her phone, opened it, and clicked like on the post she had posted earlier. Afterwards, he sent a private message to Xiao. "I'm here," stared at the word unread for several seconds, then reluctantly calmed down and walked towards the administrator's lounge at the school gate. When they say administrator, they actually refer to the security personnel who are responsible for the school gate, or, to put it bluntly, the night watchman. In the small room, an old man in his 70s with a white beard was lying on a rocking chair, listening intently to the news broadcast on the magic radio on the broken wooden table next to him, with no intention of moving at all. The intermittent signal brings abundant low frequencies and harsh high-frequency stuttering sounds, which can be heard clearly even outdoors. Focus News is reporting to you. Yesterday, the 3rd princess from the Paygrid Empire, Miss Jessica, has successfully arrived in Taliana. According to official news, She will represent the Empire in the upcoming Demon Hunting Festival, Demon Hunting Conference, and this will also be used as the assessment result for the new transfer students of Freya Academy. The Academy and all walks of life are paying close attention to this. So what kind of outstanding results will this princess, who has shown amazing magical talent since she was a child, achieve? Please wait and see. Another piece of news comes from the Royal Information Station of Taliana. The spokesperson of the City Defense Department, Ms. Beryl, announced the other day. The rumors about the awakening of the demon god and revival of the demon king are all false. Please do not spread rumors in the city to avoid causing unnecessary panic to the residents. Those who fail to warn will be sent to the Royal Knights for punishment for fabrication. Please be informed. Boom, 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 boom. Hello, is anyone there? The old man's rocking chair gently moves to the magical background music. It was not until the girl knocked on the door several times that he reluctantly leaned on his bent crutch, dragged his trembling body, and barely opened his cloudy old eyes. What's the matter, little girl? It's vacation time now. The old man spoke very slowly. He raised the bottom of his cane with one hand and pointed it lightly at the door handle. The door opened without wind. Lisa was amazed at the old night watchman's skill in controlling the demons, and she quickly explained her purpose as politely as possible. Hello, my name is Lisa, and I'm a transfer student from the next class. I'm here today to meet the principal. She took out an exquisite invitation from her bosom and presented it to the old man. The old man just glanced at it and said calmly, "Oh, I see. Please sit over there and wait. I'll contact her." Okay. Lisa looked at the dusty, backless chairs around her. Her face turned awkward, and she did not choose to sit down. At this moment, the old man took out a second-hand mobile phone from his dirty rag bag and dialed a number in front of her surprised eyes. Hello, little Fury. Hey, Senior Benedictus. I'm here. What's the matter? The voice in a mobile phone was full of LOL. Well, I have a girl here who wants to see you. She said she's here to report. Is it convenient for you? Carrying voice? Lisa, huh? That's great. I didn't expect you guys to come together today, Senior. Just ask her to come to the dean's office to find me directly. Thank you for your hard work. No problem. The old man hung up the phone, glanced at Lisa calmly, and continued to look out the window. Suddenly, as if he had found his target, he waved to the outside of the door and said leisurely, Who that who? Question mark. Yes, that's you. Take this girl to the dean's office for me. I won't go there myself. After saying this, he lay back in his rocking chair, shaking his head, no longer looking around, apparently starting to close his eyes to see the guest off. Lisa was stunned for a moment and subconsciously walked out of the security room and looked at the person designated by the old man to lead the way. During the holidays, almost no one stayed on the playground, so the targets were particularly easy to identify. She was a young girl with extremely gorgeous clothes and a noble appearance, and her face was very familiar to Lisa. Behind her, there followed a tall knight who looked very heroic and fierce. At this moment, the woman also stood there with a shocked expression on her face. Her mouth almost opened into a circle, and she was pointing her finger at herself, as if she wanted to confirm again. Me? Let me lead the way. Instantly recognizing the person who had just been reported in the news, Lisa held her forehead in her hands speechlessly, her face full of unwillingness to face it. Hello, Miss Jessica. Chapter 44, Female Classmate. Miss, you're worth a ton of money. How can you lower yourself to do something like this? I'd better go and talk to that old man and let him know who you are. Seeing the princess walking forward, the knight beside her could not stand still and even clenched the sword at his waist. Wait, Lancelot, how many times have I told you? Don't be so murderous all the time. Home is home. School is school. They are different. Besides, how can you be sure that the night watchman must be an unknown person? But I think he is just trying to embarrass you. Miss, this is your first time here, and this academy doesn't even have a welcoming team. That's fine, but they even asked you to lead the way for that girl who doesn't know etiquette. This is intolerable. Aren't these guys afraid that the wrath of the Empire will sweep across here? The knight became more and more anxious as he spoke, but Jessica became more and more annoyed as she listened. Shut up. Don't use your brain that only knows how to kill to figure out the affairs of the magic academic world. You're not qualified to represent the Empire and its emotions. Do you understand? Yes. A hint of hostility flashed across the knight's face, and he stopped what he was about to say. Well, Miss Lisa, shall we go? Jessica took graceful steps and proactively and generously extended an invitation to Lisa. At this moment, Lisa's mood was quite complicated. She had no favorable impression of the princess in front of her, and even suspected that her politeness was just an impromptu performance because she didn't want to be caught in public. I didn't expect you still remember my name. Things had come to this point, so she had no choice but to face it head on. Of course, I not only know your name, but also know many things you don't know. Jessica smiled faintly, raised her hand slightly, and signaled the knight Lancelot to lead the way. The knight took the order and kept some distance. There were only two girls left, one in front and one behind, strolling through the beautiful scenery of the campus. Obviously, this journey was very painful for Lisa. She didn't want to say anything more to Jessica, and she didn't want to have any unnecessary relationship with her. However, this young lady seemed to be in high spirits and took the initiative to find a topic lightly. How rare. I didn't expect that you're also a freshman at Freya Academy this year. She glanced at Lisa beside her. In fact, she would have known this news a little later. After all, they had already spent a lot of money to send professional spies to follow her, and it would only take a few minutes to get the information back. Unexpectedly, I met her here by chance. I hope we're not in the same class, Miss Jessica. I only heard Lisa speak in a stiff tone. The girl has a straightforward personality and will speak directly to people she doesn't like. However, Jessica was not angry after hearing this. Instead, she just smiled and agreed. It's really unlikely that we're in the same class. After all, my class is Golden Lion. When it comes to this, she has absolute confidence. Almost everyone around Taliena knew that according to rumors, Freya Academy had 3 major divisions and 9 classes. The 3 major classes are named Golden Lion, White Falcon, and Blue Deer. The classes they represent are completely different. The glorious Golden Lion class only allows nobles to join. The mysterious and profound White Falcon class is only open to those with devout believers. And the ordinary Blue Deer class is the most popular because it is open to all common people with magical talents. Among them, each grade is divided into 3 classes according to the student's strength. Class A is the strongest, Class B is the second, and Class C may face the risk of expulsion at any time due to academic failure. Jessica was a princess, so even if she hadn't taken the preschool assessment yet, the academy would have defaulted to placing her in Class A of the Golden Lion Academy. Moreover, with her luxurious equipment, passing the Demon Hunting Festival's trial would be as easy as taking something out of a bag. On the other hand, as a special invitee, and in Zhao's eyes, Lisa is equivalent to the specially recruited student or exceptional admission candidate in her previous life. Her identity is a dragon girl, but in everyone's eyes, the dragon people are at most a higher level of subhumans, and they still cannot escape the category of subhumans. Therefore, she has no chance of being in the Golden Lion class, and the most likely chance is that she will be in the Zhonglu class. Lisa didn't know much about this information. She only knew that she hated Jessica's condescending tone. Jessica took the initiative to talk to him, but was rejected. As a young lady, she naturally would not continue to choose to put her warm face in front of the cold, but as a result, the 2 girls had nothing to say to each other, and no one paid any attention to each other anymore. They walked around the corridors in silence, without even taking in the scenery of the campus. They walked quickly for a long time until they arrived at the door of the suite on the top floor of the main building, which was marked President's Office. There seemed to be the sound of women talking inside. Teacher Granny, I cannot agree with your point of view. You know, she is the crystal-level student recorded in the secret treasure that I found with great difficulty. I will never let this opportunity go. By Falcon, it's by Falcon. It's decided. You have to take good care of her for me. Dean, can you calm down a little? Have you been bewitched by that crappy book that came from nowhere? You were not like this before. Most of my classmates in Baishan are priests, monks, and paladins, but what about her? Her information shows that she has a talent for dark magic. She also said it in her reply, right? She is good at cursing. Cursing is, you let this kind of student come to my class and pollute those pure and holy students. As the head of the school, how can I stand by and watch? Holiness is bullshit. You are the dean, and I am the dean. Don't think I don't know. You only look serious. But you are secretly researching some very bold things every day. You are not a serious nun at all. Okay, I'll stop talking. Just listen to me. Her talent is limitless. If you train her well, you will definitely have a good time in the future. Otherwise, I will tell everyone about you. Huh, you big fierce lowly. How dare you threaten me? I will crush you to death. Huh, you're pretty awesome. I'll crush you to death. The group stood outside the door for a long time, until the strange ping-pong sounds in the house gradually died down. Then, at the princess's instruction, the knight Lancelot knocked on the double doors with a solemn expression and pushed them open with both hands. Oh, you are here? Welcome. Welcome to my magic school, my lovely little darlings. Accompanied by the cute voices of young children, Jessica and Lisa walked in one after another. To their surprise, the house was in perfect condition, with no traces of filth or chaos or fighting. What caught my eye were rows and rows of quaint bookshelves against the wall. Right in front of the bookshelves was a long wooden table, and behind it sat a very young little girl, who was the one who made the welcome voice. Looking closely, the little girl had beautiful blonde hair, a rare style of twin ponytails that reached her waist. She was wearing Freya's high-end magic cloak, which represented her status as the dean of the academy. She had a pair of stylish black-framed glasses on her small nose. Her face looked pure and tender, with fair and rosy skin. Apart from the mature expression on her face, she looks no different from the Lolita who usually follows adults on the street. Next to her stood a mature woman with an extremely exaggerated figure. She was a sister dressed as a nun. She was holding a thick stack of lists in her arms. Her face looked sacred and solemn, as if she was not tainted by worldly dust. The heavy list had already been twisted and deformed, bulging outwards under the pressure of the proud capital on her chest. Her identity was easy to identify. She should be a staff member of this school. However, looking at her dignified and peaceful behavior, it was completely impossible to overlap with the scene of the fierce dispute that had just taken place here. By this time, Jessica and Lisa had arrived at the principal's desk, and the knight was signaled to stay outside the door. The blonde girl smiled and said, "Hello, nice to meet you. I am the dean of this magic academy, Fury, and the one next to me is Professor Granny from the White Falcon class. You can call me the headmaster affectionately. Hello, Director and Professor Granny. Hello, Dean Fury." Hearing two different answers at the same time, Fury curled up the corners of his mouth with interest and jumped off the slightly wide armchair. She walked around the two girls and looked them over for a few times, a faint light flickering in her marigold-colored pupils. Finally, he suddenly stopped beside Lisa, looking very happy. Not bad. Very good. Lisa was a little confused. However, Fury did not say much, but pointed to the leather sofa beside him and said, "Don't be nervous. There will be a new student coming to attend the preschool meeting later, so please wait here for a while." What? There's another one. This time it was Jessica's turn to express confusion. After all, she knew that there were very few people who were qualified to be transfer students. She didn't understand why they all came here today and took up the communication time that should have belonged to her and the dean. Yes, that's right. Although it was very sudden, the child's talent is unprecedented. Fury smiled smugly and suddenly changed the subject. "I guess you two already know each other?" "Well, I wouldn't say I know her." Lisa denied it. Jessica snorted lightly and did not comment. "Haha, knowing each other's names doesn't mean we know each other. We'll be classmates from now on. Why are you being so formal?" Seeing the gap between the two girls, Fury took Jessica's arm with his left hand and took Lisa's arm with his right hand, and put their hands together, saying solemnly, "This is Freya, and class and status are no longer as important as they are outside. After all, we have tried our best to cater to the secular rules through grades and classes. So if you really want to compete, you have to rely on the credits you can get in the future. That represents your true ability. Do you understand?" "No." "Okay, Dean Fury." "Yes. You know, our school has a history of nearly 1,000 years since its inception. All the deans and professors in the past were extraordinary figures, and some even participated in the Battle of the Year of Disaster. Now that I have taken over the important task of the previous principal, I must train you geniuses into shining new stars in the outside world who can shine for this continent. This is my ultimate goal. So you must work hard and get along with each other. Otherwise, you will bring shame to me, an old man." Fury's face was stern, and his words were full of seriousness. Don't worry. I'll try my best." "Me too." Under the influence of the Lolita, an inexplicable motivation has been ignited in Lisa's heart. She secretly decided that she must work hard after entering school and crush the high-ranking princess next to her with her strength. Jessica nodded calmly on the surface, but in fact she was unsure. You know, her status and position are her absolute advantage, so she was able to get one of the precious spots here. But in this environment where academic ability is paramount, If one's ability does not match one's status, one will be subject to backtalk and personal attacks from people several times, or even dozens of times more than her. Therefore, the pressure on the eldest lady's shoulders is naturally much greater than that of Lisa. The flower on the mountain is the center of attention. This is something that cannot be avoided. At this time, the two women's hands finally held together for the first time with Fury's help. The two of them said nothing, but actually had their own thoughts. Lisa, her hands are so soft and smooth. Is this how the young lady takes care of herself? I'm really envious. Jessica, her hands are so warm. Come to think of it, I've never held the hands of anyone other than my parents. Sigh. Seeing that they seemed to be in some strange state, Fury looked at Teacher Granny not far away and nodded. Suddenly, beep, 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 the device on the table began to vibrate. Fury immediately walked over and answered the phone. Hello, Senior? Ah, she's here, right? Okay, let her in. Uh-huh. The call lasted only a few seconds. After hanging up, she turned around with full energy and said to the two girls expectantly, Well, our meeting is about to begin. Jessica from the Golden Lion class will join us. Lisa from the White Falcon class will join us. And Cecilia from the Aoki class will arrive shortly. Chapter 45. The Succubus's Inner Monologue. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of the brown high-heeled uniform shoes stepping on the corridor was clear and crisp. In the dim light of the magic lamps along the wall, an eye-catching figure gradually approached the dean's office. The knight, who was originally guarding the door out of boredom, turned around immediately after hearing the sound. Then he slowly opened his jaw. Judging from her appearance, she was probably a human girl with black hair and purple eyes. Her long hair was black and beautiful, with a smooth and clear luster, and it fell casually and naturally to her waist. She's about 1.62 meters tall, with a perfect figure and fair skin. Her facial features were so delicate that they were even more stunning than those of Miss Jessica, especially with that slightly gloomy expression. Her eyes, filled with hatred, were filled with an indescribable firmness like cold, deep, and brilliant amethyst. She was wearing an eye-catching suspender dress. The black silk tights underneath the dress tightly wrapped her straight legs without a trace of excess and guided people's eyes upwards. The most important thing is that the plumpness of the thighs and the necessary smoothness of the calves do not bring any disappointment to the viewer at all. The girl's walking posture carried a kind of confident beauty, but her steps were obviously a little anxious. From the perspective of the old knight Lancelot, it can be seen that this girl must have many things hidden in her heart. My name is Cecilia, and I'm a succubus. I was born underground in the cold, damp, and sunless palace of demons. It is a giant labyrinth that is inserted upside down into the ground. It is what the hateful humans call a dungeon. It is the home of the demons that the heroes love to attack and harass the most. Although it looks 10,000 times bigger than this academy, it has now been reduced to complete ruins. Yes, I lost my home. Of course, it's not just me. Almost half of the demons have lost their homes where they used to live and make a living. My mother is very kind to me. Her name is Qian Huan, the embodiment of all passions. After years of hard training and extraordinary talent, she has reached the level of a celestial demon, and her strength is second only to that of a demon god. But not long ago, she died at the hands of humanity's strongest hero. Before I could even cry, I was escorted out of the maze by my mother's most trusted subordinates. From then on, I swore a solemn oath to find the quickest way to avenge her, regardless of the cost or consequences. Unfortunately, I don't have both the talent for seduction and the extraordinary fighting talent like my mother. I'm just a succubus. My bloodline is pure. It can even be said that no other succubus's bloodline is purer than mine. But that's because they are all dead. Faced with the evil gazes of the Crusaders and a bleak future that was 1,000,000,000 times more miserable than being used as tools, they died in battle. So I became the last succubus in the world. The only surviving succubus who is qualified to compete for the title of Demon King. The history of the demon race is very ancient. Who would have thought that after developing to this day, it would be so miserable that it would face disintegration? Back in the day, when the 72 demon gods each occupied one corner, humans and demons only dare to stay in one corner, and they would never have such a stupid idea as conquering the dungeon. Now, the demon gods have become history one after another. At a certain horrifying moment, they have perished one after another at the hands of a mysterious existence. From then on, the long night completely fell. The remaining demons have lost their faith, so they have no choice but to establish a new king among the surviving group. All the new kings were at the level of heavenly demons, but they were still no match for the real demon gods. Therefore, under the constant attacks from humans and the increasingly serious internal strife within the tribe, they fell from the throne one after another. The only remaining treasure of the demon clan, the scepter of 10,000 knights, still stands in the demon king's treasury, waiting for the right person to inherit the will of the demon clan. I know that if I want to avenge my mother, I must get this scepter, because everyone says that its power is almost equivalent to 7 human holy swords combined. It is a complete origin-level artifact. Although I don't know if I have the qualifications to be recognized by it, if I don't fight for it, how can I know the real result? From what I know, the danger level of that false hero has already surpassed the scope of normal human strength. It can almost be said that he is far ahead of the 8 states and 10 countries. They rarely appear in the public eye. This means that in order to defeat him, I must first become a demon king, inherit the legacy of the previous demon king, or obtain the artifacts left behind by those great demon gods. But my current level is only 20. Even those illusionists who are willing to continue to follow me and support me are much stronger than me. Speaking of the reason, it's probably because my main talents are all in Transfiguration and Divine Attraction SSS, but what use are these for combat? It doesn't seem to help me improve my rank either. Looking at it this way, if I want to quickly reach the target level in my mind, maybe that's the only way left. Remember what my mother said, the most powerful succubus only needs to possess one prey in its lifetime. If the opponent's attributes are strong enough, then the succubus can obtain all of its needs from this prey. On the other hand, those succubi who like to use big nets to catch fish often only catch the dregs of their prey, which are of extremely low quality. Poor quality prey will pollute the illusory energy in the succubus, while excessive quantities will cause them to fall into a state of confusion and debauchery, and from then on they will go astray and can no longer turn back. So, I have been searching according to my mother's request before she died. I have been searching for that person who is worthy of my trust. As long as I can find the destined him, I can find a way to absorb the Yang Hua from him and transform it into the key of illusionary energy in my body, thereby increasing my experience and breaking through the solid barrier that has been sealed in my body. That means that more and stronger charms will be open to me. Mind melting, seal flow glowing, thought ingestion, absolute blind obedience, soul lock tightly, command rewrite. More than 30 terrifying magic patterns are waiting for me to learn. I must do everything in my power to unlock them, lest my unique gifts go to waste. Of course, doing business with a succubus is never a real loss. He will also get the nutrients in my body, which is much better than working alone behind closed doors. Not to mention, my appearance can be transformed into any type he likes. All the habits that are buried deep in your heart and dare not be told to outsiders. I can satisfy them all. No one would refuse such an offer, right? I'm sure that even if a god came, he would be fascinated by me. Absolutely. Now, I started to take action. According to the advice of my right-hand assistant Yoke, I transformed into a human, collected all the information here, and came to the human race to seek a way out. Of course, the most important thing is to find the most suitable prey. She said that Taliana is a place of great talent and that Freya Academy has attracted countless talented people. There will always be people with outstanding talents coming to the academy. So, I put in a lot of effort and passed the admission application based on my own strength and got the extremely rare transfer student spot. I still remember that during the most dangerous background investigation, facing the mind-reading skills of the great astrologers, I had no choice but to reveal my real name. I thought I was doomed, but they had never heard of the name Sija. Come to think of it, it seems that no one on the mainland would know that this is the name of a pure-blooded succubus who has never left the underground. Unexpectedly, I passed the assessment and passed the test very smoothly. That's how I joined the academy in a daze. Maybe it's God's will. That seemingly unintelligent dean is also paying extra attention to me. Since my ability is illusion, I can simply release some illusions to disguise the forms of low-quality objects, thus transcending the scope of elemental magic and natural magic. It is a special attribute of its own, somewhat similar to the transfiguration technique of the highest level of magicians, the Arcanista. When the dean saw this, her eyes lit up immediately, and she insisted that I must join her academy. She also said that she would help me solve any difficulties I encountered. In fact, my illusion power is actually derived from one of the mutant talents of the shapeshifters. As long as everything goes well, once you level up, you can easily exert mental control on the enemy, manipulate their hearts and five senses, and make them see the images they think they are seeing. It is similar to the methods used by the top archbishops and holy priests among humans. Of course, my ability is only effective on the opposite sex. Also, I won't be able to achieve this level until I find the right him. Speaking of this, I have to mention the only rival I recognize at this stage, the nightmare, Lilith. You could say her situation is the exact opposite of mine. Not only does he have the most support among the remaining demons, but even from the moment he was born, he got everything I'd always dreamed of. That catastrophic talent, objectively speaking, is no less than my figure, and her collection of treasures that others cannot match, even after several generations. Sigh. To be precise, if I have to overcome numerous difficulties and dangers to reach the end and successfully avenge my mother, then she's equivalent to the biggest obstacle on my way forward. An obstacle as high as a mountain. The kind that can crush me into the ground with just one finger. Unfortunately, I've never been one to give up easily. Even if life is difficult, I have to keep crawling forward, right? So next, I just need to wait and disguise myself well. Then I can gain a foothold in the human territory and wait for the opportunity to make a comeback. Mother said that a more ruthless and effective tactic than a hasty head-on collision is to wait for an opportunity and penetrate deep into the enemy's heart. I'm convinced of that. Before school started, I arranged for my loyal subordinates to spread across the country to help me search for prey. But only in practice did I find that no human being met my standards. Endless potential, good looks, high-ranking status, natural attraction to the opposite sex. As expected, am I asking too much? I have seriously reflected on this issue. But Yokoi had clearly said some time ago that she had found a suitable candidate for me, and that this person was a rookie, but she disappeared after the action. I sent other minions to search for her, and they all reported that Yokoi had met with an accident. Four other shape-shifting demons also met with an accident at the same time. You know, in the past, Yokoi's success rate in missions was 100%. How could it be solved by a rookie human man? I don't know the reason, but I am very sad. After all, she was one of my mother's former subordinates. She was very friendly to me since I was a child. Not only was she patient, but she was also willing to tell me a lot about the outside world. So, do those beautiful people or memories really always disappear from our lives suddenly like this? Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Inside the Taliana Belongers Association, and Xiao looked at the very familiar receptionist at the bar, and a wave of shock rose in his heart. A light green uniform dress, shoulder-length flaxen hair, elegant manners, and a beautiful face with lightly smudged makeup. The information displayed on the Eye of God is clearly visible. Mira, human female. Level 6. Position, receptionist of the Belongers Association. Occupation, villager. Talents, human affinity plus 100, sense of words and expressions. Initial luck plus 20, financial planning, SSS. Past, the daughter of the former director of the Xinghe Group, she was arranged to have a political marriage due to a family conspiracy. She was reluctant and went to Banxiao Town to apply for the position of receptionist at the branch of the Belongers Association. A few months ago, he was captured and imprisoned by the demons. Until the day before yesterday, he was finally found and rescued by the branch president. Driven by the shadow in his heart, he went to the safer Taliana alone, completed his career transfer with the introduction letter of the branch president, and received a compensatory promotion. In the crowded hall, the number of counters was more than 5 times that of the Banxiao Town branch I had visited before. And Xiao took a deep breath, walked towards the receptionist who was new here, and asked gently, "Ms. Mira, do you remember me?" "Huh, you are." Chapter 46, Angel's Mission, Pure White Ring. Miss Myra's confused look was as if she was receiving an adventurer she had never met before, until he took out the nameplate representing his and his team's identities from Xie's ring. Thus, she gradually opened her eyes wide. "Huh? Wait, it's you. Brother and Xiao. I heard from the branch president that it was you and Miss Lisa who defeated the shapeshifters that attacked me. I must thank you once again here." Mira was very excited and didn't control her voice well, causing her colleagues to look at her sideways. After all, it was working hours, and the pace here was much faster than in Banxiao Town. There were countless eyes staring at her. So after realizing that she had lost control, she blushed, coughed lightly, and said to him, "Ahem, sorry, I was a little rude just now. Are you here to take on a mission this time?" "Yes." And Xiao nodded in agreement. "I see." The latest list of Taliana's missions is displayed on the rotating screen in the center of the hall. You can choose from there and then register. In addition, the association is currently holding a double progress for team upgrades and a task completion lucky bag rewards event. The specific instructions are marked on the sign over there. This is a rare opportunity, so don't miss it if you are interested. Okay, and Xiao came here for this, so naturally he planned to study in detail. Well, if you have any questions, you can always consult me. Mira quietly took out a business card from under the bar and quickly wrote a number on the back of it with a marker, then pressed it on the table and handed it to Xiao. "Sure, this is my secret number. Remember to add me when you go back. I will share with you the latest, best, and highest rewarding internal tasks. Just consider it as your sister's thanks to you." She lowered her voice, and Zhao's heart moved slightly, but he nodded without any abnormality on his face. Under Myra's gaze, he put away the business card and turned to the task screen. A noisy sound accompanied his ears, and Xiao felt a little uncomfortable in such a large public place. After all, it is the largest branch of Taliana magic in the country. The structure here is quite complicated and far from comparable to a small place like Banqiao Town. Looking around, the entire first floor resembles a large labor market. The ceilings here are high, there is a full sense of space, and there are many modern facilities. For example, there was a magic radio that was constantly broadcasting the latest news about the demon hunting festival. There were magic posters that could automatically turn pages, and there were dragon coin extractors that were neatly arranged in a row like large iron blocks. Apparently, Taliana has already launched a convenient service called one-click payment of mission rewards, but the prerequisite is that adventurers must go to the bank in advance to handle the relevant formalities. It is worth noting that, except for the mission release area and mission registration area on the left and right sides, almost all the adventurers gathered around the rotating screen in the center. And Xiao withdrew his gaze, avoided the crowded crowd, and slowly walked to a row of wooden chairs arranged in disorder. The ground here is marked as Mission Waiting Area, and the seats have already been occupied in advance by many adventurers of different identities. And Xiao had no intention of sitting down. He just glanced at the screen. He had already made arrangements for today. Before dark, he had earned some opening money with his own strength. Otherwise, he would never go home. Riza has helped me so much. I can't let her suffer with me forever. I must find a path that suits me as soon as possible and fulfill my promise to protect her. And Xiao made up his mind, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. The content on the rotating screen is densely packed. If only the tasks are counted, the number may be dozens of times more than that in Banqiao Town. From top to bottom, S, A, C, D, and F level tasks are listed according to different ranges, and the colors used to represent them in the columns are gold, orange, purple, blue, green, white, and gray, respectively. The further you look down, the more tasks there are. Is this the benefit of a big city? There are many people and countless opportunities. And Xiao expressed some emotion. It can be found that here, the taskbar in the F level is empty, while the task form in E is crowded like reading a dictionary, with line after line of densely packed small characters. He thought about it, and thought that the reason might be that no adventurer in Taliana would be willing to do a mission with too low a reward. After all, the reward of 20 or 30 gold dragon coins for level F might not even be enough for a good meal for people living in the city. Therefore, the threshold for the lowest task level has risen to start from E. E-level quests stand for mild threat, and are usually aimed at adventurers between levels 10 and 19. And Xiao thought he could try a higher level, so he chose to skip it. D-level missions represent medium threat, and are safer for players above level 20. However, as long as it is not a mission to defeat a boss, he can focus on it. After all, there is no restriction on the adventurer's level for accepting most quests. If you want to die, no one will stop you except the receptionist, who will give you a risk warning when you register. And Xiao was just trying out his newly learned skills and exploring his own potential, so he started looking immediately. Very good. Let me take a closer look at what opportunities there are today. This place is not like Banqiao Town, where normal tasks will be snatched away by others. In Taliana's adventure circle, there's only one word that everyone mentions most: high-cost performance. That is, high-quality tasks that take the shortest time, have the lowest risk, and require the least manpower within a similar remuneration range. And Zhao's plan is within Class C, with Class D as the main focus. After all, C requires a level of 30 or above to be safe. Similarly, B is level 40, A is level 50, and S is level 60 to 70. You know, in Taliana, the combat power level of a standard city defense soldier is about 30, the level of a royal knight is about 50, the level of a Freya Academy teacher is above 60, and only the level of a professor will exceed 70. Going up further, they're the top players of the human race. For example, Urian, the great prince of the Pagrid Empire, has a combat level of nearly 80. Another example is the once glorious queen of magic, Lady Frost Crystal. As a user of forbidden ice techniques, she was able to cast terrifying magic of around level 90 at the peak of her strength. As for the higher levels above level 99, it is currently impossible to distinguish them with the identification techniques and tools of the human race. Therefore, the heads of state reached a consensus. Beings at level 80 are ranked as SS, and those above level 90 are ranked as SSS. As for level 100, it is temporarily represented by X, although it is not yet available. And Xiao learned most of this information through daily communication with Lisa, but what he needed now was only the part that was most suitable for him. Obviously, he is not the only one who is eyeing the situation and ready to take action. Whenever a new task suddenly popped up in the latest release column, one could clearly feel that the eyes of the seemingly decadent adventurers sitting nearby would suddenly glow with hawk-like gazes. Just like a homeless man who hadn't touched a woman for more than 10 or 20 years, his whole body was filled with violent hunger. Some of them quickly took out their belongings, some took out parchment and quill pens and wrote something on their thighs, and some ran directly to the counter to ask the receptionist for details. This phenomenon usually occurs in the release of CE level tasks. BA level tasks obviously will not attract so many people's attention. Looking back at the highest level S grade mission, there is currently only one, clearly placed in the golden column, with no one interested in it. And Xiao couldn't hide his curiosity, so he looked in that direction. Accompanying Miss Jessica to practice magic. S. Posted by Ms. Beth. Posted time. 1 day ago. Mission objective. Pass multiple rounds of selection. Gain the young lady's personal approval, and spend 2 hours a day practicing magic with her until the end of the month. Task description. I am Beth, the maid of Miss Jessica. My lady has asked me to recruit a man who is good-looking, knows magic, is about the same age as Miss, and can satisfy Miss at first impression for one-on-one sparring. Note, this position is an urgent one, no experience limit, and the remuneration is favorable. Interested parties can contact me as soon as possible through the association staff. Deadline tomorrow night. Mission reward: 10,000 gold dragon coins, 30% deposit, 100 Pagrid Empire honor certificates, 1 Miss's personal contact information, double the amount if the interviewee performs well. And Xiao read it carefully and said with a strange look, no wonder no one dared to take it. It turned out to be her mission. He knew very well in his heart that propaganda is propaganda and reality is reality. When the interviewee's status and position do not match the recruiter's expectations, even breathing may be wrong. The so-called good looks can basically be understood as a natural beauty. The so-called knowing magic must mean knowing more than a little. As for age, there is nothing to say. The most difficult thing is probably the first impression. And Xiao shook her head slightly. If most people go there, they will probably be stuck at the maid level and won't be able to see the young lady herself. Even if we meet, if we don't have a good eye for each other, it's just a matter of a word to reject him. Looking through the phenomenon to the essence, he could feel that this task was obviously tailor-made for a certain specific being and would probably require some connections. I might be okay in appearance, and I should be of the right age. I know a little bit about magic. As for the first time, I seem to have met him before. He had an idea, but he soon extinguished it himself. No, if nothing unexpected happens, I have completely offended her. Although the price of 10,000 gold dragon coins was indeed tempting, and Xiao was not sure whether this first impression was good or not. Oh, that's a shame. Let's look at something else first. He was more self-aware and shifted his gaze, directly skipping the 3 columns of A, B, and C, and looking at the D-level task. After screening, he focused his attention on this one. Laboratory Material Collection, D, published by Teacher Sha Tung, published on today. Mission objective: send 3 portions of rot root grass, 5 moon white flowers, and 20 ground roots to the 8th floor of the Magic Research Department of Freya Academy. Just write Sandvine as the recipient. The deadline is 3 days. Mission description: my experiment is coming to an end, and I suddenly found that the material reserves in the warehouse are running out, but I really have no time to get out. I hope that adventurers who know how to identify herbs can go to the misty forest of Monteverde to collect these important resources for me. Note: some forest spirits will disguise themselves as herbs and lurk on the surface. Adventurers who are not good at dealing with them should not accept them. Mission reward: 180 gold dragon coins, 1 box of Sandvine primary mixture set. Double progress activated. Lucky bag activity activated. This is good, although the reward is average. The potion set can definitely be sold for a good sum. It's just a round-trip distance. It will probably take at least an entire afternoon. And Xiao knew that mixtures and potions were different. The former often represented more amplification and blessing, while the latter represented more treatment and recovery. As for the value, under the premise of the same level, the former was obviously higher. He narrowed his eyes, considering whether it would be a good deal if he accepted the offer. In theory, collection tasks can often be completed together with tasks to defeat corresponding monsters. If there are tasks that are convenient, it would be a great deal of profit if we do both together. I should research what the companion beasts of these herbs are. According to past experience, if you accept it in the name of a team, you can currently receive 4D level tasks at one time. Once you decide to go to this misty forest, the best option is to accept 3 more missions, mainly to defeat corresponding monsters. A sign next to it reads: complete 3 tasks in a row to get a chance to draw a lucky bag. The prizes are rich, and the chance is guaranteed to be triggered once every 10 tasks are completed. How tempting! Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of his mouth. He took out the ring from Xie and sent a secret message to the avatar marked female thief. Ms. Vera, I heard that most high elves are very familiar with herbal medicine. I'm sure you know a lot about it, right? Sure enough, after the message was sent, it was marked as read by the other party in almost 1 second. Vera, oh, yes. Have you come across anything you want to know about? And Xiao continued to send. Well, I'm planning to go to the Monteverde forest to do a herb collecting mission, but I'm not sure what dangers there are near those herbs. I want to know about the 3 types of herbs: root grass, moonlight flower, and ground roots. Vera, is that so? As far as I know, root usually grows under the green and purple trees next to the swamp. There may be a group of corrupted little demons guarding nearby. The more powerful ones can also cast fire bombs and corrosion spells. Moonflowers grow around ponds in the forest. Be careful of the iron-toothed crocodiles in the ponds, as their teeth can easily bite through a warrior's wooden armor. As for the ground roots, they're usually seen on the top of small sand dunes. The area around them is much safer, but sometimes there are wandering forest spirits. When the forest spirits determine that you are a threat, they will extend their vine-like roots to bind you and strangle you to death. It is very difficult to deal with. However, if you want to collect a large amount of herbs at once, besides searching everywhere, there's a better way. That is to go directly to the camp of the black bear monsters and open the herb boxes where they have collected and stored them. Of course, this would be riskier, as you would be facing an attack from the entire camp at once. And Xiao silently read her reply and quickly turned his gaze to the rotating screen. Isn't it all true? He had a vague premonition in his heart. As expected, clearing out the inferior demons in the forest D, issued by City Defense Knight Captain, issued 3 days ago. Mission objective: kill 50 inferior demons of various types in the forest, counting by toes. Mission description: our scouts have recently discovered a large number of new demon camps in Monteverde, and the number has exceeded the normal range. The Demon Hunting Festival is approaching, and in order to ensure the safety of students during the trial, the City Defense Department has assembled warriors to go and clean up. Just bring back enough toes, and you can exchange them for rewards for the quartermaster. Mission rewards: 150 gold dragon coins, 15 honor certificates. Recurring mission, up to 3 times. Not participating in activities: a bottle of moonlight water, D, published by alchemist Alan Bina, published on today. Mission objective: use a large empty bottle to bring back a bottle of clean moonlight water, must be from the Monteverde pond, and send it to the Alchemist Guild. Mission description: I'm out of wine, so I want to do something special. The forest is too far, so I'll hire someone. Give me money. Mission reward: gold dragon coin *170. Double progress activated. Lucky bag activity activated. Take back my harpsy. Posted by Bard Wintes. Posted time 1 day ago. Mission objective. Get the lost Aegean bag from the Black Bear leader Uzar. Task description. I went to Monteverdi to collect folk songs. When I was playing and composing in the deep woods, I accidentally attracted a large number of bear monsters. Their leader seemed to be very interested in music and snatched my piano away without saying a word. I tried to reason with them, but got beaten up instead. The bear monster also threatened that if I came again, he would throw me into the pond to feed the crocodiles. This made me very angry. Although Uzar is very powerful, I still hope there's a warrior who can help me solve the problem. Mission reward. Gold Dragon Coin *500, Elegant Green Beret *1. Urgent recruitment mission. Reward increased by 10%, double activity activated, lucky bag reward activated. It seems like she really knows everything. And Xiao took a deep breath and became more suspicious that the team behind her was an extremely professional and complex criminal gang. He thought about it and replied in secret. Thank you for your help. I have decided to take on the corresponding mission and will set off soon. I have to admit that you are really knowledgeable, Miss Vera. Vera, glad that I can help you. Be safe on the road. Looking at the message she had just sent, Vera put it away expressionlessly and gave the host instructions to refresh his emotions. After a short while, she raised her hand hesitantly and knocked lightly on the closed door in front of her that exuded an ominous atmosphere. It's me. Come in. She carefully opened her palm and placed her 5 fingers on the door to unlock the seal. The wooden door slid inwards silently. Why so slow? In the bone-chilling darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes cast a terrifying gaze as if to pierce through her. Vera didn't dare to look him in the eye. She just lowered her head and responded in a low voice. Something happened on the way. What followed was a silence that made her feel uneasy. Are you okay, Olivier? She tried to say something, but what she got back were the words she least wanted to face. You should know that, right? Lies mean nothing to me. Olivier's body was hidden in this space. Suddenly, a terrifying wave, like a dark light at the end of the void, penetrated into Vera's body bit by bit. Even though Olivier's energy had been exhausted, Vera still couldn't withstand such a violent invasion that could even usurp a soul's past and present lives. I know. A few seconds seemed like 1,000 years to her. Oh, that's enough. For some reason, Olivier abruptly looked away, and his voice was clearly more tired. I'm about to begin my deep sleep. Before next winter, I need you to respond to all his valuable questions using my identity in this ring. Vera nodded as if she had been pardoned. Yes, I will do it well. Please rest assured. Looking at the pure white ring gradually emerging in the darkness, her breathing became rapid and she unconsciously made a barely perceptible swallowing movement in her throat. Olafie's voice continued. Also, if he faces a life or death threat during this process, don't do anything as long as there is a 1% chance of survival. Do you understand me? Yes, I understand. Oliver paused, then suddenly sighed meaningfully. Your cunning surprises me. Okay, that's it for now. After I wake up, if I find that your behavior has exceeded your status, I will fulfill what I said before. No, Vera would never do anything that would disgust you. Oh, take care of yourself. The darkness deepened. The pure white ring slowly floated down in front of her and was held up by her hands. An invisible repulsive force pushed her towards the door. Click! The double doors were tightly closed. Vera stood there in a daze, staring at the exquisite ring in her hand, and the 2 words in Xiao carved an ancient angelic script on it, feeling an indescribable human ecstasy in her heart. At the same time, in the lonely darkness inside the door, Oliver's cold gaze lingered on the 172 clearly displayed behind the inner level in the eye of God's investigation, and his face showed a difficult look. Chapter 47 Blue 2. The sun is scorching overhead, and the air is turning warmer. At the entrance of Taliana Royal Bank, a young and handsome figure walked out of the door accompanied by a receptionist. It was Xiao who had completed all the tasks before noon and ran here to complete the online transaction procedures. Goodbye, dear. Our bank will increase its loan business in the near future. If you're short of money, you can contact me at any time. Not for now, and Xiao waved his hands repeatedly and left the place quickly. It was not until he walked a long way that he could not help but mutter. To open a savings card, you need to top up a minimum of 1,000 coins. This is really not a place for ordinary people to stay. At this moment, he only had a few hundred gold dragon coins in cash in his pocket. He would have to take an airship to Monteverde Cloud Forest soon, and after that he would probably be really short of money. Well, now he was on his way to the Tianqing station on the top of the tall city wall in the south of the city. In order to improve efficiency, he has already planned to shorten the time for the round trip, even if it means spending a little more on travel expenses. The most important thing is to come back before dark and submit all the tasks. This will trigger the lucky bag reward, and a lucky draw will be held. Although the event only lasts for 7 days, and the daily lottery limit is only once, if I can ensure that I can complete at least 3 tasks every day, I can get the maximum reward for the event. At the same time, my adventure level will also increase explosively. As a former veteran player and professional, and Xiao has a keen insight into how to play the game. As long as you complete all the tasks that can be completed within a unit of time and don't go back, your income will definitely be much greater than working hard for 3 days and resting for 2 days. Combining the event with his own luck 99 entry in mind, he thought that even if he couldn't pull out the God's prize, he wouldn't be a bad luck. And Xiao moved his eyes, confirmed his panel and identity badge again, and made precise calculations in his mind. It was clear that after receiving the support of the branch president in Banqiao Town, his current adventure level had reached D, while the level of the Dust Team was E. According to the rules set by the association, to upgrade an individual's level from D to C, one needs to complete 6 tasks to the same level plus 2 higher level tasks. In other words, collecting laboratory materials D, cleaning up the lesser demons in the forest D, a bottle of moonlight water D, and take back my harp C in my hand directly accounted for half of the total. If we take into account the event rewards for double progress, it would perfectly meet the requirements for promotion. The first 3 are easy to deal with, but I don't know if the bear monster leader will be too strong, and Xiao felt a little unsure. Fortunately, he still retains the high quality of a player from his previous life, such as probing with soldiers, moving silently, exploring the surroundings before collecting. If he finds that he really cannot win, he will not rush in like a newbie. As long as you are willing to study, monsters will always have weaknesses. This is his consistent concept of pioneering. The roadside scenery receded into the distance. He turned over the nameplate in his hand and looked at the word dusk printed in gold-plated letters on it. His thoughts returned to the squad. Miss Mira once explained how to upgrade a team, and Xiao concluded that upgrading a team would be more troublesome than upgrading an individual. Not only must all team members meet the corresponding level standards, but they must also meet the minimum number of people and official rating requirements. In other words, if you want to upgrade from an E-level squad to a D-level squad, you need to first gather 3 D-level or above members and submit an application for squad to team to the association. Only after you have the team title can you move forward. The so-called official rating refers to the comprehensive judgment of whether a team member is qualified to advance based on the number and quality of tasks completed by all team members. If not, then you have to continue to complete tasks until you reach a certain hidden node. It's really complicated, and Xiao pondered as he walked, but there's a hint of rationality in this. After all, such a high threshold will directly lead to a surge in the value of high-level adventure groups, and the value of those group leaders will also rise accordingly. He had already thought, once I level up, I'll do a few more quests with Lisa, and then it's about time I consider looking for a new partner. Although the specific candidates have not yet been found, the huge benefits of team upgrading have already been marked in various branches of the Belongers Association. For example, more internal tasks involving countries will be opened, such as unlocking the guild bank account to enjoy the discount price of purchasing items. And for example, a guild support fund can be collected from the bank every month. It can be said that there are so many benefits that it is dizzying. And Xiao had a clear direction in mind. If he wanted to become stronger as quickly as possible, he must not let go of the resources that he could obtain in the early stages, especially those that he considered to be bottom-line funds. After all, the goal I actually want to accomplish is far beyond that of ordinary people. So if I make a mistake, all the steps will go wrong. I need to be extremely careful with every decision I make next time. He looked up at the sky, then quickened his pace. Half a moment passed. When he reached the heavenly stairs below the city wall, the Xie ring on his finger suddenly emitted a faint light. And Zhao's heart was connected to it, so he could sense it immediately. In his excitement, he immediately raised his hand and placed the ring in front of his eyes. Oliver, is that you? Yes, master. It's been a long time since we last met. I missed you." The sweet and clear voice that he had been thinking about just brushed past his ears. And Xiao took a deep breath and murmured, Me too." There were many things he wanted to say to her, but he could clearly hear that the voice from the ring seemed weaker than before. It was like a bucket of cold water was poured on my head when I was excited and happy. And Xiao immediately lost interest in moving forward. He found a deserted corner, lowered his voice, and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" I've already sped up to find them. I'll definitely be there." "Yes, Master, rest assured. I have listened carefully to your message. To be honest, I am somewhat surprised," Oliver said in a gentle voice. "The Cursor's princess is unruly by nature and extremely difficult to tame. I know you have tried very hard." Under the shadow of the high wall, and Xiao stood in a dark corner, looking unfocusedly at the people coming and going in the distance, unable to describe the feeling in his heart. Because a contract had been signed, he could feel the floating breath on the other end of the ring, and could also feel her energy depletion from every word she said. This kind of pain of being tied to her soul, wanting to do something, but knowing that he couldn't help her solve the problem immediately, and even wanted to make her feel better was impossible, made him clench his fists in a trance, his nails digging deeply into the lines of his palms. "Master, don't be sad. I'm still with you." As if he could sense his torment from afar, Olivier comforted him softly. "Perhaps what I'm going to say next will make you feel a little anxious. It may also make you feel depressed and helpless occasionally in the future. However, I still hope that you can cheer up and face it." Oliver and Xiao was not mentally prepared. Without her guidance, he couldn't be sure whether some of the important decisions he made would actually help her recovery. It's like a small boat that has lost its only lighthouse, drifting in the dark sea. "Pity, I will soon be watching you silently in my long sleep." Time seems to have stopped here. It seemed that even the breathing slowed down. "What does this mean?" And Xiao opened his eyes wide and asked in a trembling voice. A helpless sigh came from the ring. "Come to think of it, it seems to have come earlier and is more serious than expected." She tried to downplay it as much as possible. "Although I will still keep in touch with you regularly and respond to your questions as I promised you before. However, the time I still have for thinking and consciousness is irreversibly becoming less and less. I've already felt the pain of corruption that comes from tearing the soul apart, and I don't want you to experience this torment with me." The words fell. An inexplicable heart-wrenching feeling descended silently along the endless blue sky and hit my internal organs. And Xiao opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It turns out that she was thinking about me and didn't want me to experience the same pain as her. What exactly does it feel like? Just the tip of the iceberg is enough to make me imagine that it would be like the stuffiness and despair of the world collapsing. Is she going to face this alone? "Master, do you remember what I said?" "Remember, I remember everything. As long as I successfully bring back a source of energy for you next winter, you can get the minimum amount of awakening energy." And Xiao almost blurted it out. "But I want you to stay awake longer." He wanted to shout out this sentence. He wanted to find the most perfect solution. But his mind was trying to control his unstable emotions. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What will it take to fully recover? Would 2 be better? Or 3? Affected by the soul connection, his breathing has begun to become disordered. His thoughts have gradually become chaotic, and he feels a dull pain in his temples on both sides. He knew that if he failed, her voice would forever become a beautiful echo in his memory. He doesn't want this. Not at all. "Master, I understand your eagerness. But unfortunately, 3 may not be enough to completely fill the hole in my body." "What?" And Zhao's eyes paused. The amount of source energy at a time is limited, and a single type of source energy will also slow down my absorption. Only by continuously inputting a variety of high-quality source energy into my body can I truly realize the scene you hope for. In the ring, her voice gradually faded away. "This is also the only solution I found not long ago." Feeling his silence and dejection, she said, "But it's okay, Master. I know you won't let me down." She smiled gently and comforted him. It seemed that his mood was more worthy of her concern than everything she was about to face. "Olivier, I will find a way. I will do my best to collect all the maid's illustrations. Olivier, wait for me. I will try my best. I will." Emotions fluctuated more violently as a familiar sense of nothingness came from a distant place. Now, he could finally understand what kind of inhuman pain she suffered on a daily basis. In order to help him relax, Olivier decided to use the last bit of time to tell him a story. Master, have you heard of the legend of the crow god? And Xiao shook his head. As if he could see his movements clearly, Oliver smiled slightly. Then I'll tell you. Okay. And Xiao held his breath and concentrated. I just listened to her talk. Once upon a time, there was a little girl. Because she was abandoned, she never believed in any beautiful fairy tales or any holy and pure hymns since she was a child. She struggled to survive at the bottom of society, suffering from hunger and illness every day. Finally, one day, a passing god felt sorry for her, came to her side and asked, "Do you have any wishes? I can fulfill one of your wishes. But in return, you may have to pay several times the price of this wish." The little girl agreed without thinking. She said, "I want to leave this world without pain, but I'm afraid of pain and death. May I ask if God has any good solution?" This seems to be a rather contradictory question. The god pondered for a long time and finally thought of a way to solve the little girl's current troubles. So he said, "I can send you to another world. There, you can forget everything here and no longer have to endure the awful and unfair life you are living now." After hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up and she seemed to see hope in life again. "Yes, I will go," she said. The god readily agreed, and before teleporting her, he instructed her, "You have to understand that everything has its rules. After the passing, you need to be mentally prepared to face any threats. After all, changing to a new world does not necessarily lead to a new and beautiful life. What awaits you ahead may also be disasters and misfortunes." "Have you really made up your mind?" the god asked again and again. After hesitating for a while, the little girl nodded. "I can accept any price. I don't want to continue living such a desperate life." "Good." The gods decided to grant her wish. During the teleportation, the little girl asked, "God, you are really kind. Will I see you there again after I pass by?" The god did not answer, but simply smiled gently and fulfilled his previous promise. The little girl came to the new world and started her life anew. As if it was some kind of compensation from fate, for some reason, her new life was going so smoothly that she could not have imagined it. Not only does she possess talents far beyond those of ordinary people, but she can also easily resolve all obstacles she faces, until finally, she herself becomes a member of the divine world. As her strength grew, she began to have a huge question. Where did the god who saved me go? In order to find the answer, she traveled all over the world and spent thousands and tens of thousands of years. She had consulted the most powerful astrological sorcerer and visited the witch doctor, who no one dared to approach. She had forced the official of destiny to open the eye of heaven, and had also secretly read the book of life and death of the soul master of the abyss hell, which was not known to outsiders. Her footprints are all over the world. She has traveled to the ends of the earth, stepped through the 4 seasons of spring and summer, and passed by flowers and plants. She still couldn't find the god that belonged to her alone. After asking for directions, but to no avail, she came before the crow god. No one wants to get close to the raven god, because here, the crow god is the most special existence, who needs to bear the disasters and ominousness of the entire starry sky. As long as you get close to her, you will be close to disaster. But correspondingly, she knows everything. The little girl once asked the questions in her heart and wanted to ask the crow god to give her an answer. The raven god said, "I can indeed read his whereabouts through the stars. But if you want to know, you must accept my conditions." The little girl nodded naturally. "I can accept any conditions." "Really? Then I want you to take over from me and become the Lord of Crows." Thus, the little girl, who was already an angel, inherited the position of the crow god. All the curses, disasters, sufferings, and misfortunes rolled towards her like an endless flock of crows in the sky. She carried this pain, but she never imagined that what was 1,000 times more painful than this was the truth told to her by the liberated previous generation crow. "He told you, didn't he? There are rules for everything." The crow revealed. "He sent you here, so he must also send a living person away." The little girl seemed to have guessed something, and her face was filled with shock. "Yes, no wonder I couldn't hear any news about him for all these years, no matter where I was or through whom. Your god stayed in that world in your place." The crow stated this fact with regret. Of course, even so, the little girl could not be satisfied with just knowing. She made up her mind. "I will find a way to get him back. I must find a way to bring him back." The crow seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if he had not finished the second half of the sentence. until the little girl climbed to the top of the realm of gods little by little, carrying the curse, bad luck, and misfortune. Then I suddenly realized that the god, it has long since disappeared where it once existed. The story ends abruptly. Master, my time is up. This is a short story that is not recorded in the Epic of Wayne. I will have to tell you the rest next time. Olivier's voice faded, and Xiao tried to respond, but was caught up in a huge complex of emotions and couldn't utter a word. Master, I believe you. Oliver smiled softly. Just like I told you before, I will always be watching you from the horizon. In the suffocating silence, the arm wearing Xie's ring fell down limply, and Xiao raised his head and looked at the blue sky through a layer of water curtain. The sky is blue, but I don't know why. There are 2 levels of obstruction in the sight. Chapter 48, Good Girlfriend. Hey, Williams, look at that guy. He's been sitting alone in the corner since he got on the airship. He looks so depressed. What's going on? Should we go up and talk to him? Are you sick? Maybe he has encountered something unpleasant, and you are picking on him now. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? That's right. Just take care of our own business, and stop focusing on handsome guys. You are really strict. The white clouds in the sky drifted away. The noise in my ears seemed to be excluded from the second space outside the glass bottle, unable to invade the small world of complete vacuum. And Xiao held the sword of Yi-Dai in his hand, leaning against the wooden guardrail at the edge of the airship, his vision blurred and his mood depressed. I no longer had the energy to experience the novelty and joy of riding a flying vehicle in a different world for the first time. On the contrary, I've almost lost my memory of how I climbed up the stairs, bought the ticket, and sat here in a dazed state. The story that Olivier told echoed endlessly in my mind like an old phonograph with out-of-order sequences. He had a premonition that his memory seemed to have been tampered with in some way. It's already very sad, isn't it? But why can't I remember those scenes that are right in front of my eyes? It was as if there was a gap in the memory, and the missing part was quietly taken away by someone, and no matter how hard I tried to find it, it was of no avail. Perhaps, sensing his pain, the wind-green magic sword in his hand suddenly transmitted an emotion of comforting, listening, and wanting to gently embrace the master. At this moment, and Xiao, who had been sitting there like a statue for a long time, finally moved. He slowly moved his gaze to her on his left hand. Did you hear what was said just now? He stared at the skull carving on the scabbard and murmured softly. The magic sword lay quietly on his legs, unable to give him any further response. He frowned slightly, but soon felt relieved. Yes, I'm in such a mess now. Maybe I'm hallucinating. He sighed softly. Although this action failed to establish a connection with Yi-Dai, the attention of the young tourists not far away was completely attracted by him. Oh my God, why is that guy talking to his sword again? Is he mentally traumatized? Rebecca, I told you not to always meddle in other people's business. If you care so much, why not just go over and ask for their contact information? Hey you, I didn't mean that. And I'm just telling the truth. You're such a conservative guy. You'll become a bald donkey sooner or later. At this moment, there were about 7 or 8 travelers with the same itinerary sitting in different corners of the airship, and the man and woman who were talking were the closest. They were wearing standard school uniforms. The boy's was moon white with a giant bird spreading its wings and flying in the sky, and the girl's was sea blue with a badge of a running elk. The man was slightly older, carrying a long stick-like weapon on his back, and looked like a skilled monk. The other woman was obviously more lively. She was short, with small freckles on her plain face. She chattered like an oriole the whole time. It can be seen that the two seemed to be students of Freya Academy. And Xiao gently stroked the exquisite and simple scabbard in his hand. His eyes swept around and looked into the distance. On the other side of the duo, there was another group of 5 people, led by a blond man. The man was obviously not a student, and he was dressed like a nobleman of considerable wealth. The several heavily armed men sitting near him looked like professional mercenaries. At this moment, the helmsman's brisk voice suddenly came from the cabin in the center of the airship. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to reach our final destination. The airship is about to glide downwards. Please hold on. Sit tight. Try not to move around. Otherwise, if you accidentally fall, you will take full responsibility. Apparently, this was an airship specifically designed to reach the Monteverde cloud forest produced by Beta's technology. Its shape is like a horizontal shark head with a wooden spaceship hanging underneath. It is powered by a built-in fuel engine and a flying paddle behind its butt. It is one of the greatest inventions developed by the goblins in the past few years. People living in the city know that compared to expensive single-person flying mounts, airships have gradually evolved into the preferred means of transportation for quick travel to nearby areas, and are deeply loved by adventurers and students who go out on missions. At this moment, the airship gradually descends. It will not land directly on the ground, but will dock next to its own flying tower building and be fixed by an anchor. Passengers only need to walk down from the platform and go down to the bottom of the tower along the spiral staircase. Each flight tower has 4 platforms in the east, west, south, and north, leading to 4 different stations. Everyone, listen up. If you plan to return to the city today, please gather here at least before the sun sets. The last flight of our Monteverde is very fixed. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. After arriving at the station, a dwarf captain with a bleached pink bun and goggles ran out of the middle cabin happily and waved to the tourists on the airship to express his gratitude. "Oh my God, she's so full of life." The female student named Rebecca muttered something and walked towards the disembarkation first. "Don't talk about other people," Williams followed. "Come on, we're not in school. No one will deduct big points from our college." As the gate opened, the 2 people's voices gradually faded away. When the airship stopped shaking, the mercenaries escorted the blonde man to the platform. When passing by in Shao, the blonde man turned his head and looked at him a few times, his eyes mainly fixed on the magic sword in his hand. However, there was a dwarf captain staring at them coldly from the side, but he did not do anything unfriendly. He just withdrew his gaze, turned around, and left with his men. And Shao was the only tourist left on the airship. He leaned on his sword and slowly stood up. Then he took out a composite longbow and a quiver from Xie's ring. He carried them on his back in silence. Invisibly, the momentum is awe-inspiring. "Hey, young man." Before getting off the boat, the dwarf suddenly stopped him. Question mark. She adjusted her goggles and warned, "Be careful when you go out. There are not only wild beasts and monsters around here." And Shao looked at the dwarf deeply, expressed his gratitude with his eyes, and then walked away. TSK, the world today. The dwarf captain shrugged, sighed, and turned to the central cabin. The afternoon sunlight was dim under the lemon tree, and the warmth gradually faded away with the passage of time. The main building of Freya First Magic Academy, in front of the dean's office. With a creaking sound, the double doors were finally pushed open. "Miss, are you done with the meeting?" Knight Lancelot quickly stood up and adjusted his appearance to the best condition. Jessica was the first to walk out of the room and walked quickly to the other end of the corridor without stopping. Her noble and delicate face was slightly frowned, and the invisible pressure almost seeped out of her body. It can be seen that this meeting was obviously not going well. I only heard her walking and instructing the knight beside her. "Help me contact Beth immediately and ask her about the progress of recruiting people." Lannister followed suit. "Yes, my lady. But what?" Feeling her sharp gaze, Lancelot hesitated. "Why don't you agree to let us practice magic with you? You know, everyone in the Knights has also undergone professional training." "Shut up, Lancelot. You are talking nonsense." Jessica rubbed her brows, and even her breathing seemed to feel tired. "The person I'm looking for must not only be my short-term sparring partner, but he must also be worthy of being my long-term friend. Do you understand?" The knight opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he saw her fast-moving steps suddenly stop, sneered, turned around, and asked back, "And do you think you deserve this position?" These words were like thunder, striking hard into the knight's originally tough heart. Lancelot turned his head away with a gloomy look on his face. In fact, as a leader among the younger generation of the Paygrid Empire, he had already been awarded the title of Silver Knight by the king at a young age. You know, in the Empire, not many people can have this honor. Lancelot not only has superb riding skills and amazing swordsmanship, he also has a certain level of magic ability. He can be said to be an all-round knight who is proficient in all 3. Not only had he followed General Urien on expeditions to all corners of the country, he had also personally beheaded many enemy generals. At the age of just over 20, his hands were already stained with the blood of more than 2,000 people. With his unremitting efforts, Urien finally discovered his shining points and took this opportunity to recommend him to the king as the princess's guard knight and joined Freya Academy to protect Jessica's life safety. The old king, who looked old but was actually wise, could see that Lancelot had a firm and dedicated obsession with his daughter. After all, every time at a banquet or something like that, he could not take his eyes off Jessica. This kind of mentality is exactly what the rulers in high positions like to exploit. Very good, Lancelot. I really need an excellent knight, like you, to protect Jessica. I will arrange for you to enter Freya's White Falcon class and join the Magic Servant Department as a transfer student, so that you can accompany Jessica through this wonderful campus life. At that time, the king's words were like a gift from the Lord, making the young knight kneel on the spot and burst into tears of gratitude. After all, if there was anything that had been driving him forward, it was none other than the noble, beautiful, willful, and irresistible princess in front of him. This is Lancelot's belief, and being with the eldest lady is the life he has always dreamed of. However, forget it, I'll do it myself. Jessica seemed to have lost interest in ordering him around. She took out a particularly beautiful cherry-colored pendant from her exquisite magic jewelry and quickly dialed a number. Hello, Beth. When we got on the phone, her tone softened a lot. How's the thing I asked you to do going? A respectful response came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, young lady. I've asked the people at the association to expedite it. Recently, there have been a few stupid and pretentious civilians who have come for interviews. Huh, what's the result? Jessica raised her eyebrows, as if waiting for something she wanted to hear. Alas, this guy, both in appearance and ability, is inferior. He can't be compared to the man in the photo you sent me. The maid Beth's tone was obviously a little embarrassed. Jessica took a deep breath and continued to plan. Okay, you help me contact the president of the association and ask him to push the task to that person's phone to see if he accepts it. Miss, the problem is not that simple. The maid explained cautiously and tactfully. The bonus you gave is too high, reaching the S-level range, and your status is not suitable for issuing tasks below a level. You know, usually only players above level 60 will accept S-level tasks. Mr. Xiao is very young, and seeing such a mission level that does not match his own, he naturally would not consider it at the first time. Jessica's face froze, and after thinking about it, it seemed to be true. After all, as a princess, she had never done a mission on her own and had not even registered as an adventurer, so she had no idea about this. Beth is her most capable maid. Not only does she take care of her daily life, but she's also very capable, especially when it comes to many social common sense issues, and can fill in her cognitive gaps. You have a point. But Beth, we don't have much time. Since the problem is difficult, let those old-timers in the association figure it out. They have many tricks, so if they want to deceive an adventurer, they should be able to do it. Jessica snorted. Besides, I'm not trying to trick anyone. Okay, miss, I'll arrange it right away. Jessica hung up the phone and continued to walk towards the corridor stairs. Lancelot followed her silently. In a few days, she will head to this year's demon hunting location for the trial. Through the meeting just now, she learned from the dean that the name of the place is Monteverde Cloud Forest, also known as the Misty Forest. According to the regulations, this year she needs to independently complete the subjugation of 5 inferior magicians and is not allowed to bring servants or use props. The inferior magician is a type of inferior magician who can use basic spells such as Shadow Arrow and Pain. Their levels are approximately between 18 and 25. Jessica was completely confident that she could defeat them, but Dean Fury had emphasized one thing before. Recently, a wanted criminal has fled deep into the forest. His name is Valence. He is a sorcerer who specializes in researching experiments related to proliferation of inferior demons. If you encounter him, you must find a way to avoid him. Jessica was indifferent to this. After all, the forest was so big. How could she happen to run into such a criminal? What she cares about right now is actually just... At the corner of the stairs, Jessica stopped and looked back at the 2 girls who had just walked out of the dean's office at the end of her sight. Wow, Cecilia, your hair is so beautiful. Can I touch it? Wow, it feels so good. Oh yes, do you have it with you? I want to add you as my friend. Hey, you're so nice. You're the first female friend I added face to face. We'll be classmates in the same school from now on. I'll visit your class often to play with you. Chapter 49 Gods, Chaos Magic. At the entrance of Monteverde Cloud Forest, and Xiao walked while looking at the luggage in his hands and queued up to register to enter the forest. On the screen was the long message that Lisa had just sent. And Xiao, I finished a meeting. It went super smoothly. Freya Academy is really great, but it's a little different from what I imagined. Here I met a security guard who could perform magic, saw the tiny school principal, and accidentally bumped into the fierce Miss Jessica. Fortunately, she joined the Golden Lion class, and I was assigned to Class B of the White Falcon class, so I don't have to see her every day. And wow, I met a super pretty girl today. Although she's in Class C of Songlu and is not good at talking, but I heard that she's also a transfer student in the same batch as me. Oh, she is really pretty and charming. So I wonder if I can become as cute as her if I play with her often. Oh, by the way, I just told the principal about the introduction at the end. I didn't mention your name. I just asked indirectly, and she said that as long as you meet the requirements, you can participate in the assessment. But the time is almost up, and you must come to the college the day after tomorrow. It seems that they need to check your identity and background or something. Hee hee, it can be seen that this was not allowed. After all, the female teacher next to me has been opposing it. But for some reason, Dean Fury agreed to my request. So I took the initiative to set the time for you tomorrow afternoon. As for the details, I will tell you in detail after I go back home and lie down at night. The girl's vitality shines through the screen, and Xiao simply replied, okay, then opened the chat window and put away his phone. At this moment, he was in an open space southeast of the flight tower. There are many makeshift tents set up by adventurers here. In the middle, there is a wide dirt road that has been deliberately avoided, leading to an entrance to the forest. Looking around, there were several Taliana knights wearing silver armor guarding the entrance. The leading female knight was not wearing a helmet and had a single ponytail. She looked neat and heroic. She was squatting on the ground, observing a patrol wounded soldier who was wailing on a stretcher. What is frustrating is that near the wounded, there are more than a dozen human-shaped corpses covered with tarpaulins lying flat. It was afternoon, and the woods were filled with a gloomy atmosphere. And Xiao narrowed his eyes and walked forward. Please show me your identification. The silver-armored female knight seemed to be the sheriff in charge of the place. When she saw Xiao coming, she stood up with a serious expression and gave him a knight salute. And Xiao took out the nameplate without saying a word and presented it to her with one hand. So you're an adventurer who went to the forest alone to do a quest. The female knight looked at the rapier at his waist, then glanced at the longbow behind him. After checking the identity on the nameplate, she nodded slowly. I'm Beryl, a scout knight of the Royal Knights. I'd like to know why you didn't act with your team members. This question made him, who was in a hurry to complete the task, not sure how to respond. He asked back, only the team can go in? No. As you can see, there are many new casualties and victims here today. This has never happened before. The Demon Hunting Festival is coming, and many adventurers and students will come here to take the test, which is normal. But we just received news that there are some changes in the forest. It seems that many new monsters have poured out of the forbidden area and come to the outer circle to hunt humans. Therefore, before the knights finish investigating this matter, the forest may be even more dangerous for lone adventurers like you. Beryl explained patiently. New, and Xiao obviously had no intention of leaving. The female knight had no choice but to return the nameplate to him and stepped aside. Then you have to be careful. If you encounter a monster you can't defeat, remember to avoid it in time and seek help from nearby humans. As she gave serious instructions, and Xiao walked deeper into the forest. Captain, are we setting off too? Watching his back gradually disappear, a soldier asked the female knight. Well, leave 2 people here to guard, and the rest will come in with me. Yes. Snap, snap, snap. The wind is cold and the air is heavy. The sound of footsteps on dead leaves is exceptionally clear in the misty forest, and the smell of soil in the nose also has a hint of dust and rot. The surroundings were endlessly gray and hazy. Even if the sun tried its best, it couldn't shine on the ground as easily as it did in the outside world. And Xiao entered here along a paved stone road. After turning a few corners, the only way to find the direction is by the signpost standing next to each intersection. Northeast, Tamsway Beach, Moonlight Pond, Inner Ring. West, Purple Cabbage Swamp, Black Bear Territory, Deep. Front, Tariana Temporary Help Station, the tent of the Asian Mutual Aid Association, deep inside. Due east, No Man's Land, Forbidden Land, Inner Ring, Risk Warning. Monsters are rampant in this area. Low-level adventurers are not recommended to go there. His eyes swept across the old wooden sign with blurred lettering, and he paused slightly. After sensing something, he turned and walked to the right. The howling of animals continued to be heard in the forest. There seemed to be some creepy screams mixed in with it. Hiss, hiss. The little green snake coiled on the tree looked curiously at him passing by diagonally below. The squirrel hiding behind the tree trunk also hugged the pine cones in its arms tighter. The dark path was quiet and cold. At this moment, he was like a madman wandering in the abyss, walking silently and muttering incessantly. Since I came into this world, I have been living under your protection. Whether it's Olafil, Lisa, or Lucifer, I know, and you too. The magic sword lies quietly, and the exquisite carvings emit a faint light. I can feel that there seems to be an energy in your body that is more powerful than the mark. It is also known that a large number of souls of the dead are needed to stimulate these energies. But I know, like Olivier, that you won't always be by my side. One day, you will be separated from me. At this point, Edai unexpectedly expressed a rebuttal. The emotion was extremely strong, a certain clear sense of disapproval, which flowed along in Zhao's wrist, along her arm, and into her heart. As expected, and Xiao took a deep breath to confirm that this was not an illusion. But I've made up my mind. Life is full of hardships. This time, I plan to use my own abilities to see how much potential the so-called gods have. Suddenly, he stopped. He stood abruptly in the middle of the clearing, turning his cold gaze towards the human mercenaries lurking in the forest ahead. Looking at the familiar panels displayed in the Eye of God, he raised his hand and chanted, constructing the purple firefly at the beginning of the world. You give the earth depth and fill the sky with stars. You give strength to living things and dispel fear and coldness. The void is filled by you. Chaos is open to you. There is already a carbuncle before God. Let it solidify from here. Amethyst. Chapter 50. Level 8 God. Unleashing forbidden techniques. A moment. Crystal-colored magic energy, so pure that it made the flowers and plants tremble and cover their eyes, suddenly gathered. 2 circles of deep and gorgeous magic rings silently expanded under the feet, illuminating the forest. In the jungle a few dozen meters in front of Shao, the bodies of the 3 mercenaries made a cracking sound without any warning. From the corners of the eyes to the bridge of the nose, from the soles of the feet to the calves, from the fingers to the arms. A kind of magical power that has never been seen in the world is spreading and crawling all over the body. Finally, with a ferocious and terrified look on his face, their hearts. It also crystallizes. What kind of magic is this? A thief mercenary lurking behind, and Shao witnessed such a horrifying scene. His eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock. After all, he watched his 3 teammates turn into crystals before they could even make a move. How could he have the courage to launch a sneak attack? This group of people were exactly for the 5-man team that was on the airship just now. They are a professional mercenary group who came to seize the magic sword at the behest of the blonde man. Of course, the specific order was kill with sword. At this moment, in the eyes of this thief, and Zhao's interface looked like this. Human male, LV, 8. Occupation, unknown. Skills, unknown. As a scout in the team, although he knows an identification technique called spying, it is only at the E-level level, and all he can read is this information. But this should actually be enough. How could he use such mystical magic when he is only level 8? Moreover, the brothers are all at combat level nearly 20, and their equipment also has some magic resistance. How could he be defeated in just one blow? In his opinion, a level 8 magician could only use level 1 magic at best. Some of them didn't even have the strength of a commoner. The reason they were able to target him was because he looked like an inexperienced rookie. But who would have thought that they would hit a wall of steel? On the continent of Wayne, everyone knows that the longer and more obscure the spell, the more powerful it will be when it is actually cast. On this basis, the more skilled the spellcaster is, the more they can compress the time it takes to chant these complex spells until it approaches instantaneous. Of course, this is only under ideal conditions. Many beginner magicians are not even proficient in the glimmer magic and flame magic that do not require chanting, let alone the crystal spell of Zhao's level. And the basic magic like fireball and windblade can only be performed by a formal magician of at least level 20. But what was that just now? The bodies of the 3 teammates in the distance had already turned into crystal statues standing in the cold wind, crystal clear and magnificent. The thief gritted his teeth and lost the opportunity to use the ambush stab skill he had intended to use. If the sword wasn't so conspicuous, the sponsor wouldn't have arranged for us to take on such a tough task. After all, who would dare to show off their wealth so blatantly without some skills? At this moment, he felt a little regretful. However, it was too late to say anything, because Xiao had already turned around, and seemed to have sensed something and locked her eyes on him. Matt, human male, LV, 19. Identity, member of the Wooderin mercenary group. Occupation, thief. Past. He once worked for the Feyentos Adventure Guild, but was kicked out of the team, and all his equipment was confiscated due to his limited strength. He decided to earn money to survive by robbing others. He led the establishment of a temporary team the day before yesterday, and was responsible for the surveillance work within the team. The information displayed on the panel did not surprise Xiao. In fact, with a reminder from the dwarf captain earlier, he already had a premonition that this group of people were robbers who specialized in doing dirty things and might attack innocent people. Therefore, from the first moment he stepped into the forest, he was on high alert, with the added power of the Eye of God. And Xiao could clearly see not only the enemies hiding in the bushes, but also the little snake on the tree he just passed by and the squirrel holding a pine cone on the ground. The detective who had been following him in the city before didn't go any further and only left after receiving a phone call, so he didn't pursue anything. But the nature of these people seeking death is completely different. You guys remind me of unhappy things. The image of the huge velociraptor appeared in Zhao's mind. He hung the magic sword around his waist, then held the longbow in one hand and reached for the quiver on his back with the other. The previous chaos magic consumed too much magic power in his body. If he wanted to successfully complete the subsequent tasks, it was essential to conserve the magic in his body. As the most ancient forbidden technique in the summoning system, which can only be realized by gods with SSS-level chaos talent, he can already roughly feel the incredible strength of this technique. Floret, Morganite, Ametrine, Alexander. Countless forms of chaos and countless top-level forbidden techniques have not yet been truly open to him. Perhaps only by continuous improvement can these super techniques that are beyond cognition be presented to the world. Wait a minute. Please wait a minute. At this time, the thief named Matt raised his hands, jumped out of the bushes in a surrendering gesture, and begged for mercy in a panic. Little brother, please let me go. We're also paid to do this. We are forced to do this. He attracted Zhao's attention while speaking and moved closer to him with imperceptible movements. The sponsor told us that if we can successfully obtain your sword, he will give us a commission of 3,000 gold coins. We simply can't refuse. The thief described his helpless experience vividly, but a nerve in his brain was always tense. Where are the others? And Xiao stood there and asked calmly. He asked us to deal with you, while he went to deal with the 2 students on the boat. They are in the direction of the Purple Swamp, and they will probably be killed if they are any later. After all, the real strength of Mr. Jinju is... Just as Xiao frowned slightly, Matt finally saw a flaw in him. He sneered and threw out 6 emerald green poison darts from his sleeves in a shadow-like motion, aiming directly at Zhao's head. Faced with a sudden attack, Xiao was not surprised, but he had no choice but to dodge. Just as he dodged to the side, Matt seized the opportunity, squatted down suddenly, and took out a ball-like object from his waist and smashed it to the ground. Sizzle. There was thick smoke and fog everywhere. In this already hazy cloud forest, the thief's smoke bomb can be said to have taken the stealth effect to a higher level, giving it a huge boost. At this moment, Xiao looked normal, because under the effect of Shuncha, the hindrance that this special smoke can cause to him is extremely limited. Of course, Matt knew nothing about this. He naively believed that the exposure of his and his teammates' positions was just a result of underestimating the enemy's vision and hearing. After all, there was no pupil technique on this continent that could penetrate the fog. Even if there is, it has to be above grade B. He squatted in the white shadow with increasing confidence, and in just a breath he was close to Zhao's back. So what if you're a genius magician? So what if your magic is powerful and extraordinary? Our journey ends here. Now die quickly. Swish. The dagger, dripping with venom, drew an arc in Matt's hand, and with the most precise and extreme force, it stabbed straight into Zhao's vest. Pity. Zhang. The crisp sound made the thief's whole body numb, and even caused a column of blood to spurt out from his knuckles. Puff. Blood spurted out, and his most trusted weapon turned into a broken blade and flew backwards. How can this be? Matt stared with wide eyes, looking at the ordinary thin armor shining silver in the thick fog, and watched the man in front of him slowly raise his arms and grasp his head. There was a fear in my heart that I couldn't release completely in time. The whisper of God came to my ears. Curse 1, Devouring Fawn. Chapter 51. I specialize in killing the protagonist. The shrill screams startled a large number of blackbirds and caused them to fly into the sky, blowing up large pieces of fallen leaves. The echo lingered and gradually dissipated with the clouds. At the same time, deep in the purple cabbage swamp, a blond man holding a sword in one hand seemed to sense something. He suddenly stopped and turned his head slightly to look in the direction of the sound. The man was dressed like a rich young man, with a handsome appearance but a gloomy face. The sword in his hand emitted a silver fluorescence, and blood that had not yet dried up kept dripping from the tip of the sword, seeping into the wet dust and rotten mud. Not far in front of him, a man with a flat head and black beard fell to the ground with an expression of extreme pain, and an iron rod and weapon rolled beside him, and a broken arm. The other girl standing next to him trembled as she gripped the staff in her hand tightly, trying to block the blond man's final attack. Unfortunately, her legs had become so weak from fear that even standing steadily became a difficult task for her. Rebecca, hurry up and leave. Give him the valuables you have on you. Maybe you can save your life. Williams didn't know what the visitor wanted, but he threatened with his dying teeth. In Taliana, no one dares to kill students from Freya Academy. Once your actions are known to outsiders, Dean Fury will personally take action and kill your parents in a minute. Although the monk with one arm missing had his face on the ground, his resolute and unyielding expression had not faded at all. At this point, principles and reserve were no longer enough to vent the anger in his heart. After all, no one wanted to be ambushed and killed by a stranger during the trial for no apparent reason. You know, being able to overcome all difficulties and enter Freya College is the pride of all students. And being recognized and accepted by Professor Granny of the White Falcon class is the supreme fate for him. The man opposite, who was not a student, was equipped with a huge amount of treasures and had terrifying fighting power. In the first moment of appearance, he severely injured him with a single sword with high-level magic patterns and cut off one of his arms in the second encounter without hesitation. This made him realize that the other party wanted to kill him today, and it was not a highway robbery at all. As for why a student who just wanted to come to the forest to pick some herbs and kill a few inferior demons for training would encounter a pure murderer, Williams had no idea. But obviously, Rebecca no longer had a chance to escape unscathed at this moment, because the man just glanced into the distance and then immediately looked away, as if he was planning to quickly resolve the matter here and leave no future trouble. You evil man, why did you attack us? We don't even know you. Rebecca's small body had begun to tremble under the terrifying pressure of the other party's murderous intent, but the man had no intention of answering. In fact, it was not that she had not tried to cast a spell to attack, but the water bullet that she had just successfully released after it shot to the man's side was simply chopped in half by him with a light swing of his sword. It did not cause any damage at all. This made the magician, who was only level 22, feel very frustrated and helpless. In the class, Rebecca was always jokingly called the last place wizard. After all, I have studied for a whole year, but I have only barely advanced to level 4. In the eyes of both my classmates and teachers, I am the one with the least potential. Now, facing the threat of death, it would be fine if I died, but Williams, the only person in the next class who had a decent relationship with me and whom I dragged to complete the mission, was also going to be killed. This made Rebecca, whose already weak heart was weak, feel extremely sad, and the guilt and powerlessness made her mood even worse. At this moment, the blond man's face showed a hint of excitement before killing, which showed that he had a great interest in blood and death. The students in the academy are nothing but trash. After I kill you all, I will kill a few more idiots walking alone. I'm sure my level will be raised faster. Huh. The man grinned arrogantly and raised the silver sword in his hand, ready to chop off the weak student in front of him who had no power to resist. Killing women is what I love the most. He raised his sword suddenly, but just as the sword was about to fall, several beast roars suddenly came from the surroundings. Roar, roar, roar. Question mark. The man seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly. Tisk. Immediately, he spat on the ground impatiently, turned back and muttered, I forgot that this place is closer to the black bear camp. It's really in the way. He looked at the brown bear monsters that had already surrounded the swamp and placed his left hand over his left eye. I have the emblem. Unfold. Humpback bear warrior, beast warrior, level 24. Skills, claw strike, bone-wrenching embrace. Emblem experience, low. Tumorback shaman, beast warrior, level 27. Skills, Lightning arrow, lightning shield, blessing. Emblem experience, medium. Black bear leader Uzar, beast warrior clan, level 31. Skills, leap critical attack, charge roar, giant bear intimidation, steel skin. Emblem experience, high. Huh, you guys think you can stop me from upgrading? The man put away the panel and laughed wildly. Who can rival my luck? Who can compare to my talent? You brainless fools. How dare you take the initiative to provoke the future ruler of this continent? All right, then let me turn all of you into experience on my path to becoming a god. After he finished speaking, a certain aura in him seemed to be suddenly raised to the highest level. Emblematic sword, triple energy wave break. The man had a crazy look on his face, and he was swinging the silver sword in his hand violently towards the front of his body. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash, 3 sword energies, like 3 shark tails emerging from the sea surface, quickly swam in 3 different directions along the wet mud. The rotten leaves burst into air, and the sound was piercing my ears. The 3 humpback bear warriors who were at the front and holding shovels as weapons tried to resist, but under the roar of such terrifying energy, how could they be a match for the enemy? Almost at the moment of being struck by the sword, a large cloud of blood mist exploded from his body. Bang! They swayed and staggered, finally falling to their knees and to the side. Roar woo woo! Seeing his fellow tribesmen suffering heavy losses, Uzar, the largest black bear leader, immediately roared and leaped up. It leaped high into the air, crossed its claws, and clenched its fists, with red light flashing around its fists. It seemed to be using the force of the downward strike to smash this arrogant human into pulp. At the same time, the tumor-backed shaman in the distance suddenly raised one foot and drew circles on the spot with a strange and ominous step. It raised the broken wooden staff in its hand and prayed to the sky. Mami Yabajito, Tastingal Hooka. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lightning flashed suddenly, and 5 spherical elements fell from the sky without any warning. They turned into a ring of lightning, surrounding their leader's waist at a just right distance. Is the rare amplifying elemental spell, Thunder Shield. With this blessing, combined with the steel skin talent he originally possessed, Uzar's offense and defense instantly increased to the highest level. After all, any enemy that gets close to the lightning shield will be sprayed with a lightning ball of this super powerful element. As we all know, the thunder element is the most violent and powerful one among the 5 elements of wind, fire, earth, water, and thunder. Compared to the invisible wind, the fierceness of fire, the thick earth, and the softness of water, the destructive nature of thunder can easily penetrate any human armor of average quality. Especially in high-level thunder magic, unknown hidden features such as paralysis, deafness, demon suppression, and bone cleansing will gradually be unlocked. However, facing such a powerful combination attack, the blonde man just sneered and touched his nose nonchalantly. At the moment when Uzar was about to land, he suddenly used mysterious footwork and moved back more than 10 steps like an afterimage. It seemed that any attack was nothing but a phantom in front of his unreasonable speed. Not only that, in the midst of the dazzling scene, he also circled with a clear purpose and directly turned into a wisp of golden wind, spinning and rolling towards the unsuspecting tumorback shaman. Embroiderie combat technique, spirale winged keying sword. Puff! Blood spurted out and the staff broke into 2 pieces. Chief Uzar turned around in astonishment, looking at the wise old shaman of his tribe and the dozen or so bloody holes on his body. For a moment, his eyes were bloodshot and full of bloodshot. Roar! The uncontrollable roar of pain resounded through the forest. The other dozens of humpback bear warriors who were waiting for orders nearby no longer had to wait and see, and all rushed towards the blonde man at the same time. Kill the mage first, then the leader, and finally deal with you bastards. No one knows how to level up better than me. The blonde man just sneered and looked at the bear monsters that were charging towards him again. He slowly raised his hand and held the silver sword horizontally, as if he was going to use his next fierce fighting skill. Amidst the continuous howlings, one bear warrior after another was severely injured and fell to the ground. At this moment, Rebecca, who had been cowering and hiding in front of the old tree roots, was struggling with her conscience. Williams, who was standing next to her, had already passed out from the pain. The powerless girl had the entire scene of the man rushing into the bear pack like a demon and killing the bear monster engraved in her mind. In fact, she had thought about whether she should just flee. However, considering that she couldn't carry the kind-hearted senior beside her, and she couldn't be sure whether the other party would free up his hands and kill her directly after discovering her actions, she had to think of other ways. The scene in front of him was extremely chaotic. The man was like a killing god among the bears, and he didn't look like a being lower than level 35 at all. From the confrontations just now, Rebecca was able to keenly notice that the blonde man was wearing a pair of high-end rune boots of extraordinary quality. There's a row of small wings on each side of the boots. Every time he moved or used a footwork, the wings would flash, as if they could provide him with some powerful bonuses. Not only that, when a man's sword is swung, a wisp of magic patterns will light up on the sword. Those ripples probably contain the symbols of the 5 elemental magics. Every time the sword was drawn, the symbols that lit up were not exactly the same. Sometimes they were single, and sometimes they were combined. Looking at the man's waist, there was a series of exquisitely sealed small bottles hanging faintly, and the liquids in the bottles were of different colors. Rebecca could tell that those potions were not ordinary recovery potions, but were of quality at least higher than mid-level combat potions, defense potions, and even compound recovery potions. The price of each bottle of these things is more than the living expenses of the people in Muchian Street for a whole year. Feeling that the Black Bear leader seemed to have no chance of winning, Rebecca had a wrong idea to do something. For monsters are not demi-humans, but beasts, beast warriors. If humans held beasts in the city of Taliana, they will definitely be condemned. But Rebecca gritted her teeth. I think that man is worse than a beast. The ample buffer time was more than enough for her to mobilize all the magic power in her body, and the fear gradually stopped making her tremble as it did at the beginning in this environment filled with the smell of blood. Rebecca clenched her staffs in both hands and chanted the most powerful spell she could cast. Water Curse 2. Imprisonment in Blue Prison. Gurgle. The water element in the air seemed to be attracted by something and suddenly condensed towards the direction of the blonde man. Question mark. The blonde man had just knocked down the last humpback bear warrior and turned to the little Rebecca who was standing firmly in front of the tree with a look of surprise, a hint of contempt at the corner of his mouth. How dare you, a bastard, collude with the bear monster to attack humans? Circles of blue elements trapped him in place. The wounded black bear leader Uzar found an opportunity and barely got up from the ground, wanting to cooperate with Rebecca to end the blonde man. However, even though he was restricted by the spell, the blonde man still sneered. I only heard him slowly utter 2 words. Shuttle. Whoosh. A crisp sound. The enchanted silver sword shot out of the water prison as if piercing through a layer of window paper and flew out of his hand in the next moment, piercing into the belly of the black bear leader with a pop. Roar. The black bear leader had no more strength to fight and fell to the ground unwillingly in severe pain. How could this happen? How could even magic be used against you? Rebecca shook her head in fear and backed away little by little. But there was a towering tree behind her, and her back was soon pressed against the trunk, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Haha, you're really brave, bastard. The blonde man walked towards him with a grim smile, pointing his palm at the silver sword that was stuck in Uzar's body. Base. The silver sword flew back as if summoned and was held in his palm. What else do you have? Huh? Is this all you learned from Freya? There was cruelty in the blonde man's eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed Rebecca's messy hair that was like seaweed and grabbed her feet off the ground. Click! Her staff fell to the side and rolled away down the swamp slope. I say, a useless trash wizard like you will never become a magician in this lifetime. The blonde man seemed to enjoy the feeling of conquering his dead enemy. You know what? Some people are born to be gods, and some people, throughout their lives, can only be trash that is trampled on by others. As for you, let me tell you from the perspective of the Lord God. You, no matter how hard you struggle, no matter how hard you try, keep working hard in school. It won't change your fate in the slightest. You will die here in my hands. You should be grateful to me for not having to face a terrible future at such a young age. The blonde man laughed wildly. At this moment, 2 lines of tears rolled down the girl student's cheeks. She was strangled by the neck and pressed against a tree. She couldn't make a sound or utter a single word in rebuttal. Despair and dejection surged into Rebecca's heart. Yeah, isn't that what he's talking about, my failed life? I have indeed worked very hard. I have completed all my homework properly and use my sleeping time to work part-time to earn tuition fees and support myself. But in the end, I am still the worst student in the class. I am probably just like what he said, weak, incompetent, and unbearable. Rebecca's eyes dimmed, and she slowly closed them. Then the game is over. The blond man's shrill, morbid laughter still echoed in my ears. He stood in the middle of the land, covered with corpses of bear monsters, and the ground that had changed color due to being soaked in blood, enjoying to the fullest this supreme pleasure that belonged only to him. Let me, the master, personally free you. Remember, your life is nothing more than an experience to pave the way for others, scum. Rolling. The staff rolled to a certain place, but suddenly stopped moving forward. Question mark. In the silence, the blond man who was about to take action noticed the abnormality at the first moment. He turned around and looked at the man who had appeared not far away and was 7 times more handsome than himself. Squinting his eyes, he saw that Rebecca's staff was stuck on the opponent's toes. "It's you." The blond man's pupils shrank slightly, and his originally proud and arrogant expression suddenly turned gloomy. Did they all fail? There was a fierce look in his eyes. He left Rebecca behind and walked over with a sword in his hand. And Zhao's gaze passed over his face and swept across the mess around him inch by inch. Finally, it stopped at her around the waist. "Sorry, I changed my mind." The shock and surprise came from the scabbard, as if saying, "Who is it that just now vowed to rely on his own strength? Moreover, he only fed me 4 drops and took them back before I could swallow them. Is this appropriate? Just treat me as a fickle man, or just owe you a debt and pay it back later, no matter what dash. Now, I want to kill him." And Xiao said no more, and directly grasped the wind-green hilt with exquisite carvings. Suddenly, he drew his sword. Chapter 52, Demon Sword Girly Die. Gil Gash, human male, level 47. Danger level, S luck, a level. Identity, financial sponsor of the Wu Tiao Renoventure team, outside, chosen one, inside. Occupation, great sword master, outside, lord of destiny, inside. Talents, swordsmanship S, heraldry SS, enchanting success rate plus 70%, S, experience bonus A, weapon master, appraisal B, permanent agility plus 1 upon kill, exclusive. Skills, emblem sword system, spiral wind killing sword, triple essence wave break, shuttle sword system, emblem I, pupil technique. Past, born in the daimyofu of the island nation of Pegasus, the 8th son of the ruler. Last year, he was found guilty of killing his brother and was wanted by the whole nation. He had no choice but to flee the Sea of Atlantis and trek to Taliana. This year, Qiu Yue began to cultivate his own level, and with his superb talent, he realized many sword skills. The terrifying panel in front of him, which was no less talented than the protagonists, came from the blond man. The moment and Xiao glanced at him, he could already see that he was extraordinary. The arrogant posture, the sharp sword force, the confidence in fighting many enemies alone, the joy in killing without blinking an eye, all reminded him of a very uncomfortable concept, the arrival of the player. Although it is unlikely that souls from the outside world will appear in the world constructed by Xiao, and such a keyword has never been mentioned in the Eye of God, there are times when great luck will inexplicably gather on the same person. The so-called Son of Destiny refers to someone like Gilgash. And Xiao could see that such terrifying growth-type talents as gaining permanent agility upon killing were, in a sense, as threatening as that of a god like himself. If left unchecked, in a few years this guy would probably become a phantom killer feared by everyone on the continent through endless evil deeds such as killing people for treasure, hiring assassins for power, etc. At this moment, and Zhao's mind was already filled with the words of a saint named Lu. This child must not be kept. Clang! Surrounded by clouds and mist, the long sword was unsheathed. At this moment, Rebecca, who was still awake beside the tree root, and Gilgash, who was running towards them at a sprint pace, both witnessed what might be the most beautiful scene in their lives. Colorful petals fall, the fragrance spreads far away. In a dense forest, flowers rain down, and Zhao's eyes were filled with confusion. I felt that the sword had not yet been fully drawn, and my thoughts were completely lost in this beautiful scenery that suddenly appeared, as if I was in a dream. It was a humanoid woman with a semi-transparent body, who emerged from the scabbard into the air like a ghost. Looking from behind, she had long hair cut in a 3-cut princess style, which was unprecedented on the continent of Wayne, and the hair color was a strange and deep crimson purple. She wore an exquisite haori with a painting of summer fireworks on her upper body, and the wide cuffs fluttered in the wind as she moved backwards. Her lower body is a perfect match of a black dress and large checkered fishnet stockings. Her plump, snow-white thighs, even in a slightly transparent form, are enough to make the viewer salivate. From a positive perspective, she can be described as beyond poetry and literature in the eyes of Rebecca and Gilgash. There seemed to be a cold winter spring in the beautiful green pupils of the wind. Under the perfect and beautiful facial features like a work of art, the lazy and sleepy expression is very tempting. The ball of coconut flakes on her chest, which was big enough to bury her entire face, seemed to have great magical power, grabbing the eyes of all living beings and drawing their gazes to the loose and casual skirt. Idairu walked out of the painting. She hovered in the air, slightly tilted her head, and glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "I really can't do anything about you." The ethereal and pleasant female voice caresses my ears, lingering like clear water. And Xiao came back to his senses and realized that this was a rare time when he could communicate with her directly. I think. I know." Before he could finish what he was about to say, he heard her smile softly, stretched out a slender index finger, and gently waved it in front of his eyes. 1,000 times. Huh? And Xiao was slightly stunned. 1,000 what? Soul. Edai glanced at him and said, "One strike, 1,000 souls. What do you think it is?" She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and Zhao's face flushed, and he couldn't help but take another quick look at her. It can be said that she has a tall figure and almost no flaws on her body. Her seductive and heart-wrenching image is like a demon sister that only appears in dreams. Of course, the way of speaking is also very consistent with this characteristic. "Okay, leave it to me first, and I'll make it up to you." Faced with a powerful enemy, and Xiao nodded in agreement. After getting the answer, Edai hummed lightly and said no more. She turned her head and looked at Gilgash, who was already standing there in shock. At this moment, Gilgash, who had intended to kill her with one blow but stopped immediately after seeing her figure, and Rebecca, who was standing beside the old tree roots with a dazed look on her face and staring wide-eyed as petals fell from the sky, had not yet recovered from the appearance of this peerless beauty. What on earth are you?" Although Gilgash wanted to move forward, he could vaguely sense the danger she was in. After all, the panel displayed by the Eye of Emblem was so horrifying. Edai, Ghost Spirit, LV. Skills: Unknown. Occupation: Demon Sword Princess. Levels with 3 question marks, unreadable skills, unheard of professions, and races that I have never come into contact with. Gilgash knew nothing else, but as the master, he understood only one thing. That is the unknown great terror that exists between. And the difference of promotion. Generally speaking, most identification techniques on the market have one characteristic, which is that it is difficult to identify enemies that are dozens of levels higher than oneself. There are usually 2 reasons for this situation. One is that the other party has activated anti-identification or attribute disguise, which can prevent the observer from accurately obtaining the original information. The second type is when one's hard power is too overwhelming, and the word unknown will be replaced by question mark on one's own identification panel. As the son of destiny, Gilgash naturally knew a lot of secrets. He knew very well that if the opponent's level was question mark, then the upper limit of its real number was 99, which was the Demon Emperor, Sword Emperor, and Hidden One levels at the top of the pyramid on the Wayne continent. But if it is? Gilgash's heart was beating wildly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There is no way that someone on this continent can have a danger level higher than 100. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, grasped the hilt of the silver sword tightly with both hands, and his expression returned to its original ferocious and fierce expression. There must be something wrong. I want to take a closer look at what kind of evil things are hidden in this vile body of yours. Embroidered sword, exploding cross slash. His aura suddenly reached its highest point. At the same time, he slashed out a cross-shaped silver sword energy with all his might, and rushed towards Edai, who was floating in front of Xiao with an unavoidable force. A crisis that is enough to kill all enemies of the same level is coming. The sword energy is so powerful that ordinary people will be killed instantly if touched by it. However, watch carefully. But Edai said something to Xiao lightly, and then slowly stretched out his white right arm, put his palm flat on the air in front of his chest, and lightly clenched it. Do the sword-drawing pose. The next breath. Fu! And Xiao was shocked to see a wind-green large sword that was twice as long as his body and exuded an aura of eternity. Just like this in a rain of flowers falling all over the sky. In this blooming of brilliant skylight. Inch by inch, it turns from virtual to real and gradually reveals its true form. He stared at her beautiful figure with his eyes wide open, without blinking. I'll only demonstrate it once. Whether you can learn it or not is up to you. I only heard Idai smile sweetly. My dear Lord Kami. Chapter 53. Broken Seconds and Flower Explosion. If it wasn't an illusion, then Xiao could be sure that the sky must have suddenly darkened just now. Monteverde Cloud Forest at dusk in the afternoon. In an instant, it was dark. In this tiny moment that could only be captured by consciousness, and Xiao witnessed his right arm slowly rising without the permission of his brain. It was as if some kind of connection had been created between their bodies. With the exact same movements as the girl in front of him, he slowly rotated his body, adjusted his posture, and regulated his breathing under the gentle caress of the flow of time. He pointed the magic sword at a certain angle of nothingness. A light swing and a slash. Form 1. Break seconds. Idina's translucent body danced in the air. One spin, one sword. Like a replica of a universe under a parallel polar night. And Xiao followed her and made the same move. Bang! Time truly stands still here. With the interweaving of light and shadow, the whistling cross, sword energy suddenly stopped in place. It was as if he was crushed by an invisible force of attraction and repulsion in the darkness. In the next breath, it shattered into 3,600 equal pieces of silver powder. And Xiao was not mistaken. That physical sword energy, as I followed Idai in swinging the sword, it turns into particles of dust and falls down piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, it drifts away in this strange, beautiful, and deep night. How is this possible? In Gilgash's eyes, his strongest sword skill was like child's play. It was instantly shattered by the dance of the beautiful sword of the fantasy woman in front of him. He widened his eyes in fear, wanting to confirm again, wanting to figure out what was going on. However, Style 2, Flower Explosion. The dazzling, colorful lights in the sky froze strangely. In the moment when the picture is lost, tens of thousands of petals trembled suddenly, like stars being pulled by a black hole. Suddenly, they rushed towards where he was. Flower green and ultramarine, burnt tea and true ochre. Refined bricks carry cinnamon, ink, and forget-me-not. Furu. The fragrance fills the air, but it is accompanied by a suffocating feeling. Rebecca opened her little mouth, feeling the rain of flowers all over the sky, and looking at the cold streams of color that gathered and shrank towards the same place like a strong wind. Looking at Gilgash, who was wrapped in colorful petals and turned into a mummy. Finally, I heard the ghost sister whisper a word. Disperse. The daylight returns, and I wake up at dusk. The center of the flower cluster seemed to have been heavily erased with a heavy brush. The next breath, the wreath was cut in half. No screams, no vice. Not even a drop of blood seeped out. The flowers scattered and disappeared, carrying with them the flesh that once existed in the world. Bang! A pair of winged boots fell gently to the ground. Also exploded was a medicine box, a secret book, and a silver sword that had melted into silver fragments and was covered in flower stains. Idai's silhouette seemed to become even more blurred. She landed in front of Xiao and walked towards him slowly. Seeing her haggard face, and Zhao's heart sank. Just as he was about to say something to her, he suddenly felt a flash of golden light in his body, and his whole body became hot. My new panel appeared before my eyes. And Xiao, human male, LV, 13. Identity, leader of the Dusk Adventurer Team, outside. Lord of the Palace of Li, inside. Occupation, God. Talents, unity of man and nature, exclusive. Growth multiplication, S. Affinity for all attributes, A. Amplification of comprehension, attraction to the opposite sex, SSS. Identification, S. Creation, S. Mastery of forbidden techniques, SS. Regeneration, A. Chaos, SSS. New talent unlocked. Swordsmanship F. Upgradable. Past. An overly kind God. Now redeemed by an angel. His divine life has begun anew. With unremitting efforts, he has successfully cultivated to the power of 2 chickens. New skills: chaos unknown, forbidden elemental summoning, random, unlocking the eye of God, skill proficiency reading, skill level reading, equipment identification, primary, combined skill comprehension, demon sword break seconds, SS, proficiency, 0, demon sword, Hanaboku. Since Shirkiaichi has not unlocked it, it cannot be used. Just now, after killing 4 mercenaries, he had already leveled up from level 8 to level 9. He didn't expect that after wiping out this son of luck, he could level up several more times. This means that the experience gained from killing enemies with Idai's hands will not be reduced at all. Is it because I joined her in the fight? And Xiao couldn't figure it out for the time being. He just ran towards her, who was gradually disappearing with worry, and asked, "Are you okay? About the soul?" "It's okay. I know what you're worried about." Idai came towards and Xiao lightly. And, "Open your arms!" Exclamation point. And Zhao's pupils suddenly condensed. However, the expression on his face changed from shy to surprised and suspicious. The girl in front of me was clearly hugging me. However, the moment he raised his hand and touched her, through her body, "Ow, how could it be?" And Xiao frowned, looking increasingly frustrated. But Idai maintained the gentle embrace, as if she had already put his head into her proud chest that could heal everything. She seemed a little taller than him, like an older sister comforting her younger brother. She leaned over to his ear and said softly, "Don't worry, master. You know, in this world, many encounters happen before destiny." Idai's voice is like a sweet spring at just the right temperature. The emotion contained in the tone is just like the white mist in the forest. And Xiao stared at her long crimson-purple hair that exuded a sweet fragrance and asked in a daze, "Are you my sword spirit?" "No." She smiled gently, as if she cherished the beautiful memories of the moment. "I am a ghost, the demon sword princess who lives in this soul box." Soul box? Demon sword princess? She held up his face and looked straight into his eyes, as if she wanted to deeply engrave his features into her mind during this rare face-to-face encounter. "I am different from some angels who are not honest enough to face their inner feelings." And Xiao blinked. Some people have clearly ascended to become gods or fallen into demons, but they still try their best to retain the heart of the little girl they were at the beginning, waiting foolishly for something. She tilted her head slightly, and her smile made all the flowers pale in comparison. "And we ghosts, who do you like, will silently turn into spiritual silk, always around him. I don't want to be apart from you for the rest of my life." And Xiao opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but her figure suddenly became more blurred and no longer clear. "How can I help you regain your form?" He knew that time was limited, so his face darkened and he got straight to the point. However, this sentence made her, who was gradually disappearing, burst into laughter. Her spirit dissipated into smoke, and wisps of it were drawn towards the wind-green scabbard. "What do you mean?" And Xiao was puzzled. "What you owe me will only grow, and you will never be able to repay it. But even so, I don't care." Before disappearing, Idai left one last sentence. "All I want is for you not to abandon me like you did last time." Chapter 54, William's Blackhand. It was like a dream. Her scent still lingered on his fingertips, but that illusory beauty floated back to the soul box, with wisps of white mist, without a sound. And Xiao stared blankly at the exquisite sword in his hand, his thoughts tangled. Unexpectedly, at the last moment when the white mist dissipated, the scabbard began to emit green light. He stared briefly. I saw that this spiritual object began to change its shape right under my eyes, becoming thinner and longer little by little. The scabbard gradually turned into a brand new, double-length long sword that matched her eye color. At the same time, it exuded a fragrance similar to hers. "Idai." He gripped the sword tightly. The familiar shape brings a sense of security. A soothing feeling came from it, as if to say, "I'm still here." "Very good." After getting a clear response, and Xiao could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He never wanted to experience the unforgettable separation again. "This time, I will hold you tightly and take you wherever I want to go," he murmured quietly, gently tracing her outline with his other hand. It was as if he wanted to engrave every inch of her in his heart through touch. Idai sounded satisfied. However, there's also a layer of meaning mixed in. "My Lord God, you should think of a way to feed me first, right? My suggestion is that when you feel lonely, you can go find your lovers first. When you really have no one to accompany you and the loneliness becomes unbearable, then come to me. I will try my best to cheer up and listen to your pitiful crying." This frivolous and lazy tone successfully and accurately dispelled the haze in Zhao's heart, and even made him feel a little offended. "Wait, explain it to me clearly, little lover or something." "Huh, hello." She didn't respond again, and Xiao pursed her lips unconvinced and wanted to argue further, but there was nothing she could do. I had no choice but to put away my sword and sighed softly. At this moment, leaves are falling in the forest and the flower rain is dissipating. He took a deep breath and took a moment to sort out his thoughts. Then, he bent down and picked up the wooden staff lying quietly beside him. This F-level broken wooden staff comes from Rebecca. At this moment, the little girl was half squatting on the ground, holding gauze in her hand, trying to bandage the wound of the unconscious Williams. Seeing Xiao coming, he immediately stood up, bowed at almost a 90-degree angle, and said loudly, "Benefactor, big brother, thank you for saving us. I must thank you on behalf of our class and the Baishan class. Although I can't represent it because it's too big, but Williams and I's lives were indeed saved by you and that beautiful sister just now. She is so beautiful. Is she your girlfriend? Oh, by the way, my name is Rebecca, and I am a student in Class C of the Tsanglu grade of Freya Academy. If possible, please leave me your contact information. I will spend the rest of my life working to make money to repay you for saving my life. Thank you. Thank you." This strong and lively little girl seems to be born with a familiar aura. Phoenix. And Xiao shook his head slightly, handed the staff back to her, and turned his eyes to Williams, who was leaning against the tree roots and dying. "He's seriously injured," he said. Rebecca took over her own broken wooden staff, feeling deeply moved. "Yeah, it's all my fault. I dragged him to this damn place to do the mission, which resulted in his arm being taken away by that perverted murderer just now. Alas." Her voice dropped, her face full of remorse. After listening to this, and Xiao looked back at the place where Gilgash was erased, pointed at the wooden box quietly placed on the swamp slope, and gestured to Rebecca. "Help me pick up those things. I plan to try to treat him. Also, tell me the details of what happened." "Oh, brother, do you know how to perform healing spells? That's awesome. I'll go right away." Rebecca leaped to the side with a whoosh and ran towards the pile of spoils as fast as her legs could. It was only a dozen steps away, but I still fell while running. "Ouch! Slow down, don't rush." And Xiao said calmly, "If it can be cured, it can be cured a few seconds later. If it can't be cured, it can't be cured a few seconds earlier." "Brother, you are right." Although she vaguely felt that she had heard some nonsense, Rebecca still nodded in cooperation, climbed up, carefully sorted out the potions, a pair of boots, and a booklet, and brought them back. If Xiao hadn't stopped her, she would have even planned to collect the fragments of Gilgash's silver sword that had been turned into scrap metal. "Look, brother, they are all treasures." Rebecca's eyes sparkled. She had never come into such close contact with such precious things in her life. At this moment, when she held them in her arms and presented them to Xiao, she actually felt reluctant to part with them. And Xiao only put the booklet with the big words heraldry written on the cover into Xia, and then directly opened the medicine box that looked very good. After a brief distinction, he took out one red and one purple medicine dropper and opened their stoppers with one hand using his fingernails. Bang! He held the bottle steady. Gulu, 2 bottles of medicine were poured down William's throat one after another. "What the hell, brother? Those are intermediate physical strength potions and intermediate endurance potions. You just fed such precious potions to me like that. These are all your spoils of war. Very, very expensive." Rebecca blinked, her face full of shock. Although she also wanted to make Williams feel better, the cost was something she couldn't imagine. However, Zhao's expression was calm, and he shook his head slightly and said, "I know, but human life is obviously more important, isn't it? She opened her eyes wide. "Rather, saving a life is far more meaningful to me than spending a few more coins. What's more, you are students." And Xiao said these words calmly, but there was actually another thing in his mind. When you are away from home, the friendship between alumni is almost equivalent to the friendship between fellow students, so you should naturally help if you can. This is completely different from meddling in other people's affairs or excessive sympathy. Rebecca could see that in Zhao's expression was normal, and it didn't seem like he was pretending at all. He really didn't seem to want anything in return and just gave the potion away. "That's more than just a few gold coins." Rebecca muttered quietly, turning her gaze to Williams, who had swallowed the potion. Soon, cough, 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 cough. Under the effect of this extremely effective and fast-acting medicine, Williams slowly woke up. What's wrong? He opened his eyes. The first thing he saw beneath his furrowed brows was in Zhao's stunningly handsome face. Euro, the guy Rebecca keeps talking about. Hey, the little girl was a little embarrassed and reminded him in a low voice. Don't say these nonsense. This guy just saved our lives. He defeated that weird blonde guy. The monk whose arm was cut off seemed to have completely abandoned his previous self-discipline and reserve, and in his excitement, he no longer cared about so many rules and regulations. Yes, he also fed you a big dose of medicine. He also wanted to treat you. Rebecca nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice, stretched out her little hand, bent her index finger, and pointed in Shao, flattering. I guess this brother's behavior is probably the reincarnation of the Lord God. Faced with these words, and Shao was speechless. But he didn't refute anything, just stretched out his hand and placed it in front of William's broken arm, slightly emphasizing. Let me make it clear in advance that this is my first time using a healing technique. I am not sure of its effectiveness, nor do I know whether it can alleviate your pain. Moreover, I cannot say for sure whether there will be any side effects after using it. Are you willing to accept it? He looked Williams in the eyes. When Williams heard this, he felt a little scared. After all, no one wants to be a guinea pig for an unreliable doctor. However, his arm was already broken anyway. If it weren't for this powerful benefactor who gave him medicine, he would have died from excessive blood loss. If you accept, I will treat you. If you don't want to, that's okay. I will leave immediately. And Shao said in a calm tone. Hey, just try it. At this time, Rebecca also began to urge. The worst that can happen is that it will just rot. What else can we do? Anyway, your broken arm is incomplete. Even if you take it back to school to see Professor Cinderifa, it will definitely not be reattached. Williams frowned, thinking that there was some truth in it. So I made up my mind. Okay, just give it a try. He gritted his teeth, turned his head like a warrior from Langya Mountain who was about to die, and powerfully put the upper half of his right arm in front of Shao. Don't be nervous, you'll be fine. In fact, facing Williams' trust, and Shao also felt quite pressured. After all, he had been looking for an opportunity to test his newly learned recovery skills, and now that he had finally come across one, he naturally didn't want to miss it. He took a deep breath and silently gathered the magic power in his body into his palms. Under Rebecca's unblinking gaze and William's fearless expression, he aimed at the cut on the broken arm and whispered softly. Shadow reply. A dark purple halo suddenly lit up in Zhao's palm, gradually wrapping William's broken arm like an ant colony. Williams was sweating profusely. Oh my God, what an ominous color, no. Such a rare healing technique. Rebecca spent a long time organizing her words, nodding and scratching her head, and Xiaozi was fully focused and attentive. The huge pool of magic power in the body is being consumed madly. Every time the dark halo flickered and disappeared, dozens or even hundreds of magical powers would evaporate into thin air. He frowned slightly, realizing that this treatment seemed not as simple as he had imagined. He then pointed with his other hand to a bottle of azure blue potion in the box that was emitting an alluring glow. Rebecca immediately understood. She quickly took it out, opened the lid, and handed it to Xiao with both hands. Gulu. And Xiao drank the bottle of intermediate fast-acting magic potion in one gulp. It's hot. The silky potion flowed down the throat into the stomach and turned into rolling magic energy. He could clearly feel that the magic power pool in his body, which was originally depleted, had almost skyrocketed to nearly half of its original amount. The effect is very significant. Is this the effect of the intermediate potion? And Xiao thought, it seems pretty good. Logically speaking, the current upper limit of his magic power is around 1500. For a normal magician with average talent, at level 13, this value is about 50. Even Rebecca, the magician who has joined the Tsanglu class of Freya Academy, has only 150 magic points at level 22. This means that in Zhao's current magic limit is at least 10 or 20 times higher than that of ordinary people. Therefore, every time his mana is exhausted, he needs to rest for a long time before it can be fully replenished. Of course, what he didn't expect was that in the Wayne continent, upgrading couldn't be done directly to full health and full mana, like in many games he had seen in his previous life. After all, The level increase is based on the acquisition of experience. In this real and pure world, it is impossible to be like in the game, where I am about to run out of magic and I happen to be about to level up, so I have to kill a nearby monster in desperation and replenish my status on the spot. This situation does not exist in the cruel reality. Only a completely digitized plane can present such an incongruous virtuality. Now, with his 500 MP magic recovery, and Xiao almost made up for all the magic he had consumed previously using the Chaos Stone and Devouring Fawn. You know, shadow spells consume a lot of mana compared to elemental magic and nature magic of the same level. The shadow recovery he is using now is of course also a type of this system, and it is a continuous consumption that will not end until the treatment stops. As the black light flickered, and Zhao's mental strength and concentration were also burning rapidly. He looked at William's expression, which gradually changed from nervousness to confusion and now full of puzzlement and doubt, and asked, "How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" On the side, Rebecca was also listening with her ears perked up, curiously waiting for the answer. I feel. Williams hesitated to speak, as if he was searching for the right adjective in his mind. What do you feel? It's just the incision site. It's itchy and numb. He frowned and hesitated. It doesn't hurt. It's just. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yes, it's like something is about to grow. He finally captured the most appropriate feeling of the moment. Huh. Rebecca next to him was stunned when she heard this, and then she said in disbelief, "Don't make it sound so scary. The healing spell can only relieve your pain. How can it make you grow?" The voice stopped here. Sizzle. Under Zhao's extremely serious expression and tightly squinted eyes, a dark light flashed at the broken arm of Williams. A black, brand new arm that seemed to be made entirely of shadow particles. Just like that, suddenly and strangely from that smooth gap, burst out, "I'm super." The scene before made Rebecca cover her mouth tightly. Williams also widened his eyes, turned his head in horror, and stared at his brand new right arm that had just been connected to his brain. At dusk, the severed hand that was cut off by the blonde man was still lying quietly on the ground not far from him. He looked at his broken arm, then at the new black arm. Then he tried to move his 5 fingers. Fits naturally. He tried again, clenching his fist. The consciousness is still there, and the blue veins are obvious. Not only that, the part made purely of shadow particles seemed to be more powerful than his original arm. After some attempts and activities, finally, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide and raise his pure black arm high. The sound of his cry once again startled the feathers of birds in the forest. I've grown arms. Chapter 55, God's Rebirth. After the echo faded, Monteverde Cloud Forest, Cabbage Swamp. Rebecca clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, tilted her head, and murmured with great certainty. I understand now. Brother, your true identity is actually the one in the rumors. The world's best healing wizard. This must be the case. I completely understand. And Xiao wanted to deny it, but he saw Williams also kneeling on one knee, holding the Zen stick tightly with both hands, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Benefactor, such a great favor will be unforgettable to me, Williams." He took out a white business card from his pocket and presented it to Xiao earnestly. "This is my student card and contact information. If you need any help in the future, as long as you are in Taliana, just give me a call, and I will be there at your beck and call." Faced with such a solemn promise, and Xiaoben intended to refuse tactfully. But on second thought, if you don't expect a return for your kindness, it might lead to a deviation in the law of reincarnation. Moreover, it will not have a good effect on the other person's mentality. After all, if you give people a new life, you also give them the opportunity to repay the favor, which is a kind intention. Even if you don't really ask for it at that time, you should still have the thought that you should have. Thinking of this, and Xiao nodded slightly. He took the name tag and took out his own bag. Brother, me too. Seeing this, how could Rebecca not seize the opportunity? She took out her business card from under the short skirt and handed it over. And Xiao had no choice but to take it. Good. After a while, he set his sights on the 2 cards of the same style, but different colors. It can be seen that the pattern above is obviously completely different from the nameplate of the owner association. The adventurer's identity card was of mediocre workmanship, and its quality would only be upgraded and changed after the level was raised. In contrast, the 2 student cards seemed to have been made of specially made, fine-looking thin jade from the beginning. Hey, Brother, this is the 7-color jade that is exclusive to Freya Academy. Each class has a different printed color. His is white jade, and mine is blue jade. How about it? Doesn't it look good? Seeing his confusion, Rebecca explained with a smile. Can I get this as long as I join the academy and become a student? And Xiao asked curiously. Yes, each grade has its own color. Of course, teachers, professors, and principals should also have other colors. Rebecca knows everything. I see. And Xiao nodded slightly and became more interested in the details of Freya Academy. According to the records on a business card, he quickly wrote down the two people's account numbers and sent email invitations and friend invitations. Williams and Rebecca approved the request on the spot. Wow, so my brother's name isn't Xiao. Does it mean to appease the morning light? It sounds nice. The little girl's ability to brag has already been maximized. It seems that no matter from what angle, she can quickly find a topic to start with that can only bring up the person in front of her. Williams was more serious. My benefactor, we originally planned to do some simple tasks here. I wonder if you have any needs here. If so, we are willing to obey your orders at any time. Yeah, Rebecca nodded repeatedly in agreement. But at this moment, and Xiao still looked at William's arm with some concern. After all, it was his first time casting the spell, and he couldn't be sure whether the arm breaking or sudden disappearance would occur afterwards. So he asked, is your body still strong enough to continue the mission? Or should you return to the city and rest for a while? No need, benefactor. If you need me, I can follow you right away. I'm full of energy now. I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. Williams moved his black right arm, his expression full of excitement as he was eager to try. That's not necessary. I still hope that you could go back to the city and wait and see. If you encounter any discomfort, please contact me immediately. This is of course no problem. Faced with the request of his benefactor, Williams nodded in agreement. Afterwards, and Xiao pulled out the panel of the Eye of God, and his eyes rested on the talent, Regeneration. He discovered that in the skill column, a piece of data that had not been there before suddenly appeared behind Shadow Recovery. Proficiency, 1/20th, and Xiao seemed to be thinking about something. Obviously, after unlocking the proficiency function in the Eye of God, the proficiency progress of all of your skills will be clearly distinguished. For example, Devouring Fong 1/10th, Elemental Invocation 0/30, Chaos Stone January 99, etc. Several conclusions can be drawn from these data. The first is that the more powerful the skill, the more practice it requires. Then take Shadow Recovery as an example. It seems that every time it is used successfully, the proficiency will increase a little. That is to say, after using it 20 times, it will reach the level of slightly successful. As for whether it will produce functional changes by then, he is not sure yet. All right, Rebecca Williams, when you were studying in the academy, have you ever heard of the talent of regeneration? To confirm his guess, he turned his gaze to the two of them. Regeneration. The two looked at each other. Williams frowned, and Rebecca shook her head quickly like a rattle. No, absolutely not. They reached an agreement. Well, you must have seen normal healing spells before, right? I want to know what the effects of other people's healing spells are usually like, and whether they can produce something similar to the growth of limbs that I just saw. And Xiao asked seriously. He believes that if you want to fully understand your own abilities, comparing them with other people's knowledge is also a good way. Brother, you are joking again. Rebecca smiled and waved her little hand. Let alone growing a new hand, just reattaching a broken hand is difficult to achieve once the best opportunity is missed. Even if we take a step back and assume that the pastor is right next to us and happens to know clinical medical skills, and he really connects the damaged tissue, it is impossible for the damaged tissue to be glued together as it was at the beginning. At least. She glanced at Williams, who was swinging his arms in circles, and shrugged. It's impossible for him to act like nothing happened. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Williams also nodded. There are many monks, priests, and paladins in my class at White Falcon. When everyone casts healing spells and healing spells, the effects are basically limited to erasing pain and healing wounds. And the very powerful one, like Professor Granny, can achieve the effects similar to blessings, such as instant full physical strength, enhanced endurance, spirited, and improved will. He explained in detail. After all, humans are made of flesh, and the flesh is not invincible. Once it is dismantled and crushed by external forces, it is impossible to restore it simply through recovery and treatment. Is that so? It must be said that their answers gave Xiao a lot of clues. If I'm not mistaken, my regeneration talent must be unique. At the same time, it will make the recovery magic I cast become extremely terrifying. As for whether there is other potential, it remains to be discovered. Understand. Thank you for your answer. After getting the answer he wanted, he nodded politely to the two of them. Oh, brother, you are too polite. Just, if you have any problem, you can always call us. It's completely fine in the middle of the night or in the early morning. Just say the word and I will get up and come to you immediately. Rebecca gestured to what she was carrying in her hands and spoke seriously. Me too. The monk looked determined. That's fine. Having said this, and Xiao was no longer polite and just smiled gently. Feeling that it was getting late, he raised his head and looked at the sky. It was long past dusk, and the light in the forest was growing dimmer. He planned to say goodbye to the two and leave alone. After all, the mission had not yet started properly, and he had to return to the flight tower before dark. Otherwise, he would miss the last airship. So, seeing that he was about to leave, Rebecca quickly reminded him, Hey, brother, don't forget your things. Thing. Yes. She presented the glittering pair of flying boots in her arms. The magic particles emitted from it are extremely amazing, and the person who put it on just now moved as fast as a phantom. It's outrageous. It must be a super high-end treasure. How could you just leave like that? Ah, this one. And Xiao set his sights on the boots. Top-grade magic pattern wind boots, level C. Effect, agility plus 45, movement speed plus 20%. When activated, temporarily gains phantom amplification, allowing you to squeeze through a narrow space. This is the effect of the latest ability unlocked after the upgrade of the Eye of God. Equipment identification, primary, which seems to be very practical at the moment. The quality is really good. And Xiao retracted his gaze and said calmly, But I have a habit. I never wear someone else's shoes. Ah, this. Rebecca and Williams looked at each other and seemed to understand something. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond to this. Well, then it's good to sell it. Just based on its quality, I guess it will sell for at least 1,000 gold dragon coins. Yes, Mr. and Xiao, it may be more than that. The two of them continued to give him kind reminders. However, and Xiao seemed to have his own ideas. He looked at Rebecca and said, Then why don't you help me sell it? Of the settlement price, 50% will be your hard work fee, and the rest can be directly transferred to my account. 50%. Now, both Rebecca and Williams were completely shocked when they heard this. Even though they had not done many big deals like the goblins, they could more or less feel that this share was almost equivalent to giving it away for free. Just take half of the seam or something. Brother, this is too much. Really, I can find a way to help you sell it for free. Rebecca was ecstatic in her heart, but on the surface, she was still pretending to be sincere. No need. Just do as I say. After all, my time is limited, and I can't go to the pawn shop or auction house to deal with those troublesome people and things for the time being. And Xiao has made up his mind. Considering the short-term plans, he really needs to give top priority to completing the tasks and improving his own level. Moreover, the Demon Hunter Festival is a rare time, and combined with the various activities of the Belongers Association, there is really not even a minute of extra time. At this stage, in addition to the fixed plan to go to the academy to meet Dean Fury tomorrow afternoon, he actually also plans to spend his free time with Lisa going shopping, buying some nice dresses and clothes, and treating her to a big meal. Lisa has helped me with all her heart and soul. I can't just be blind and not show any appreciation. He still has a clear idea in this regard. On the other side, Rebecca saw that he was determined to leave, so she could not keep him any longer. She nodded and put the items in her magic bag. The two were about to wave goodbye to Xiao when they suddenly heard the crisp sound of armor shaking coming from the entrance of Zitsai Swamp. Question mark. And Xiao looked back. I saw several people in silver armor walking towards this side one after another. Before they arrived, a pleasant voice came from afar. Rebecca, Williams, are you okay? I just heard a fierce fight here. Did you encounter a monster? Leading the group was a familiar-looking female knight who looked very heroic. She held the knight's sword in one hand and had the other hand on the hilt, and it seemed that she was ready to fight at any time. Behind her, 6 fully armed spearmen also surrounded Xiao with extreme caution, surrounding her in the center. Sister Beryl. Rebecca pounced over like a little chicken. Woo woo woo. If you had come a little later, we would have almost been killed by a yellow-haired guy. Beryl was shocked. Yellow hair, Yes, if it weren't for this brother's help, we would really be finished. I wouldn't be able to go to your house for a free meal anymore. Meeting such a friendly face, the little girl was finally able to let down her guard and burst into tears in the arms of the female knight. The emotions that had been tense for a long time were finally released completely at this moment. Beryl patted her back in confusion and turned her gaze toward Williams, as if to confirm whether what she said was true. However, the next second, her eyes were immediately attracted by the dark arm. She opened her eyes wide, as if she was looking at a huge thing that she had never seen in her life. It is just as Rebecca said. Mr. Shao is our benefactor. Moreover, he knows the unique shadow recovery technique in the world today. Williams looked calm, raised his right arm slightly, and proudly showed it. My hand was cut off by a surprise attack by Huang Mao. Mr. Shao gave me a new limb, which is almost like giving me a new life. Beryl stared at the ominous black arm for a long time, and finally raised her hand, signaling the soldiers around her to raise their weapons. She turned her gaze to Shao. You are the adventurer just now. Yes, Your Honor. And Shao certainly remembered the meeting at the forest entrance not long ago. But he had limited time, so he just said calmly, I won't say anything more. If there's nothing else, I'm in a hurry to complete a mission. Please escort them back to the city. Okay. Feeling the coldness in his words, Beryl, as a sheriff, naturally would not delay him any longer. After all, if he wanted to know the whole process of the incident, he could just ask Rebecca on the way back. So she nodded to him tactfully and said seriously, Although I don't know where you came from or what your true identity is, I'm grateful to you for saving the children of the Academy and helping the Knights get rid of the villains this time. She helped Rebecca to her side and saluted Shao neatly. You're welcome. And Shao responded with a gentle smile. In his eyes, there's something more important to do, and it is more urgent. Now that the matter is over, we will not stay any longer. Please take care of yourself. After the soldiers conducted a brief investigation of the scene, Beryl turned around and led everyone back to the team. Good. My benefactor, please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Williams picked up the Zen stick and followed the knight out of the forest. Brother, I will help you sell the boots for a high price as soon as possible. I know a goblin who specializes in these. I will call you as soon as I make money. Rebecca wiped away her tears and waved vigorously at Shao. Well, take care of yourself. And Shao watched them leave, until the sun fades and the birds are silent. And Shao looked around at the quiet scene and finally took a deep breath. Then, he took a step and came to an open space on the right. He glanced down at his body. Yuzar, leader of the Black Bear clan, LV, 31, status, seriously injured. Tumorback Shaman, elder of the Black Bear clan, LV, 27, status, dying. As if sensing his presence, Yuzul raised his head with difficulty and looked at the extremely powerful human in front of him. Roar. The emotions of unwillingness and fear were clearly conveyed in her eyes. It was as if he had already determined that what awaited his clan was inevitable destruction. But the next moment, and Shao bent down slightly, half crouching in front of Yuzar. Place your warm palm on her forehead, he said softly. Shadow reply. Chapter 56. The Queen's Imprisonment in the Palace Dungeon. The clear and melodious sound of the harp rang out in the forest. At this moment, there was laughter and joy in the Black Bear clan's camp. Beside the burning fire, several humpback bear warriors were wrestling vigorously. By the gurgling stream, the old bear monster shaman held a basket of freshly washed fruits and handed it to Shao. Under the towering purple cabbage, the Black Bear leader Yuzar listened attentively, closing his eyes and playing the harp in his arms with all his concentration, as if he wanted to put all his emotions into it. In this harmonious scene, Shao sat on the only broken wooden block in the camp that could be called a chair, which had been shaved smooth and clean, and helplessly admired the thank you party that the Black Bear clan had dragged him to attend. The treasure chest containing rot root grass, ground root grass, and moon white flower was placed next to him with the lid open. The dropper bottles filled with moon water were also placed horizontally in 3 or 4 places. He felt that the kindness of the members of the Black Bear lineage was hard to refuse. Here's what happened. Half a moment ago, when communicating with Beryl of the Knights and Zhao's divine, I suddenly realized that not all the nearby bear monsters were dead. On the contrary, most bear monsters are born with copper skin and have extremely strong defense. Even if they are hit by Gilgash's sword, they can still keep a breath. This directly led Shao to come up with the idea of treating them. In order to improve his proficiency in shadow recovery, he first rescued the leader Yuzar and the dying old shaman. Facing intact limbs, the magic he needed to consume was greatly reduced. In just a few breaths, their wounds were completely healed under the shadow particles, and they regained vitality. This surprised the bear monsters at that time, and their eyes were filled with gratitude and kindness. Coincidentally, it was relatively easy to communicate with them. Although Xiao did not understand the orc language, Wuzzle could understand some human words for some reason. This was very strange. So, he learned a lot of information he wanted to know by asking questions. Wuzzer is a female bear who knows almost all the questions her benefactor asks. If Xiao hadn't dodged, she would have rushed up and given him a big bear hug. The conversation at that time was like this. Will you kill any humans who come here? Yuzar shook his head repeatedly. You'll chase them away then, won't you? User nodded slightly. Will you get out of this forest? User waved his hand. So, is there anyone in this forest more powerful than you? Yuzel nodded heavily and pointed in the direction of the forbidden forest. I see. Actually, I came here to complete a mission. I'm searching for some herbs, and I want to fill a bottle of moonlight water. When Yuzar heard this, she patted her chest, as if to indicate that she could definitely help resolve the situation. Oh, why one is rot root grass, ground grass, and moon white flower? Do you really have them? Roar. When Yuzar heard his request, he was even eager to pull him back to the camp. Okay, if you can provide me with these things, I will also help treat your other kind. I don't like taking advantage of others. Roar. Yuzar clapped his bare paws excitedly. And just like that, and Xiao reached an agreement with her. After consuming all the blue medicines in the potion set given by the Banxiao Town branch president, he successfully rescued the other 16 injured bear monsters. Although a few of them had indeed died, Yuzar said that she was already content. After all, being able to do this and not being exterminated was the greatest blessing for their tribe. Finally, the proficiency of shadow recovery successfully reached 19 out of 20, and the magic pool in Zhao's body was exhausted again. During this process, he discovered that if he drank small blue pills of different specifications continuously within a short time interval, the recovery effect that could be achieved would be reduced. This made him think of the two concepts of drug resistance and potion cooling. However, non-fast-acting mixtures do not have this problem. For example, the purple potion that can slowly restore health and mana at the same time will not conflict with the small blue potion, nor will it reduce its effectiveness. This phenomenon made him realize more clearly the hidden rules in actual combat. That is, fast-acting medicines cannot be taken indefinitely, but combat potions and recovery potions can be prepared before the battle. The obvious lack of magic power in his body forced Xiao to change his plans temporarily. After all, it would be unwise to kill dozens of inferior demons in this state. It would be better to do it tomorrow morning. So, at the strong invitation of the bears who had stood up again, he agreed to visit their camp. At this moment, after the song ended, Xiao clapped his hands gently to show encouragement. I didn't expect you to know music. He could probably tell that this sad and gentle tune seemed to be expressing mourning for several of his fellow tribesmen who had just passed away, and for a moment he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Roar! Wizard came to him with the zither in his arms, and looked in good condition. Under the effect of shadow recovery, the wounds on her body have healed, and even a faint dark fluorescence is emitted from her body. I don't know if it has been strengthened or what. And Xiao tried to ask her how she felt, but the only answer she gave was a nod to show that she was comfortable. At this time, as he got closer, he stared at the harp in User's hand, and suddenly something came to his mind. Xiaoza, I have a question. Roar. Her ears pricked up, and she immediately moved closer. Yarpierno. He organized his words. Wasn't it stolen from a human passing by here some time ago? Roar. When Yuzar heard this, he first shook his head, then nodded. And Xiao frowned and guessed intuitively. You mean, the piano is his, but it wasn't completely stolen? Roar. Yuzar nodded repeatedly, stretched out his bear claws, and called a bear monster cub over. Oh. After their communication, the little bear seemed to understand something. Then, he took the harp from Yuzar, ran a few meters away, and came back with a proud look on his face. And Xiao observed the whole process and suddenly realized, I understand. He wants to reconstruct the whole process for me. At this time, the other bear monsters also stopped what they were doing, came over with great interest, and sat in a circle to watch their performance. The little bear was seen carrying a harp to an open field and began fiddling with his fingers, producing such beautiful sounds that the listeners covered their ears. Then, Yuzar entered the scene, looking very unhappy. She raised her bare arm and pointed at the harp, as if to indicate that the other party's noise was too disturbing. The little bear snorted with disdain and continued to play. Yuzar was angry and called the shaman of his tribe to scold the little bear. The shaman danced on the spot, probably meaning that the music played by the little bear didn't sound as good as the witchcraft music. The little bear was angry and handed the piano over. It seems to be saying, "If you can do it, come on." Of course, Yuzar refused to accept the offer, and he walked over to take the harp, his expression seeming to be asking, "What if it sounds better than yours?" The little bear shook his head disdainfully, apparently thinking that it was impossible. Immediately, Yuzar pointed at Chin, indicating that if he won, he would have to keep Chin. The little bear nodded immediately and put his hands on his hips. Thus, under the witness of the old shaman, a strange competition began. I saw Yuzar gently stroking the strings of his zither, showing his extraordinary musical talent. At least, the music played has rhythm and rules. The little bear listened to the whole thing, his expression gradually becoming solemn, until he could no longer hold it in and became anxious. Soon, the old shaman raised his hand to indicate that the winner was Yuzar. The little bear refused and pointed at the shaman, saying that they were in the same group, and it was unfair. Then he demanded to take the harp back. Wuzzle refused to give it to the little bear, and the little bear tried to snatch it. In desperation, Wuzzle asked the bear monsters to invite the little bear out of the camp. He was carried out by two big bears. The show ends here. Roar, roar, roar. The perfect reproduction won the applause and dance of the bear monsters. Wizard took a short breath and presented the harp to Xiao, as if to let the benefactor decide its destination. I think I understand. And Zhao's appreciation of drama is basically perfect. Faced with the truth of the matter, he still chooses to believe more in the simple-minded black bear tribe. After pondering for a moment, he made a suggestion. Look, I originally received the task from the owner of the zither. At that time, he made up a long paragraph in order to take back the zither. Now it seems that he was angry out of shame. I was thinking that if we don't return the zither to him, given his personality, he will definitely continue to look for adventurers to attack us, which will be very unsafe for you. After all, not all the people who come here are adventurers below level 30. If a lucky kid like the one just now appears again, it will be a devastating blow to the camp. Roar. After hearing this, Yuzar thought it made sense and nodded solemnly. So, I plan to take the zither back to him first, so that I can erase the mission and eliminate the threat facing the camp. Also, if you like music, I will buy you a new one next time I come. We don't argue with humans who can't afford to lose, nor do we take things from petty people. What do you think? Roar. After Zhao's persuasion, Wizard nodded on the spot and gladly accepted his proposal. She had originally planned to return the piano directly, but she didn't expect that her benefactor would actually agree to give her a new piano to play. Enjoy. She called the little bear over and whispered a few words to him. Under Zhao's curious gaze, the little bear immediately ran to the tent and brought back something. He looked closely and found that it was actually a shabby human device. Roar, roar. Yuzel fumbled with the carry open and pointed at the white eye icon on the carry with his bare claw. This is... And Xiao took it and was surprised to find that there was no registered email account or any other newly downloaded programs in the device. Only secret apps are those that have been opened recently. The registered nickname in secret was Intus, and the profile picture was changed to a selfie of a cute little bear. And Xiao finally understood why she could understand human language. It turns out that she's been playing with human mobile phones for a long time. Even though she can't type, she can learn a lot of word definitions in the square. This also shows that her IQ is far beyond that of ordinary bears. Xiaoza, did you snatch this from humans? Woo! She shook her head. Then, and Xiao pondered, was it picked up from the pocket of a dead adventurer? Roar. She nodded. I see. And Xiao nodded slightly. It has to be said that this situation is indeed very likely to happen. Are you going to give this to me? He asked. Roar. She nodded. And Xiao thought about it, and felt that the bear monsters had already provided twice the amount of herbs as the quest items and 4 portions of moonwater. It would be too rude to ask for more. Even though he was short of money, he was not willing to be as greedy as some despicable heroes who would take advantage of anyone they saw. especially when facing this group of relatively kind and harmless black bears. I won't take this. You can keep it. Also, I'll help you change your nickname to Xiao Sa. Add me as your friend later. If you need help with anything, feel free to tell me. And Xiao made this decision after careful consideration. Exclamation point. It can be seen that Yuzar's eyes are filled with shock at this moment. She seemed to have never expected that the benefactor in front of her was so broad-minded and didn't mind at all that she was a foreigner. In fact, Yuzar had tried to add friend before, but the people who added her saw that she could only send bear emojis, couldn't type or send voice messages, so they either called her dumb or called her a liar. Some even reported her and blocked her. So in the end, she never tried to communicate with humans again. He just silently brushed the square, admiring the beautiful and prosperous human world outside the forest alone, and often told the little bear and the old shaman about it. Now, not only did the benefactor save his entire family, he was also willing to let him be his friend as an equal, and even promised to buy him a new harp to play, and said he was willing to provide help. Roar. This made the simple-minded Yuzar burst into tears. She sat down on the spot and wiped her tears. Roar. Woohoo. Seeing this, the little bear and the big bears immediately surrounded them and tried to comfort them. And Xiao was a little confused, not knowing why she had made her cry. It was not until the sunset that he finally comforted the sentimental Yuzar, and with a large box of specialties she had given him, such as herbs, fruits, and sweet water, he was escorted to the entrance of the Monteverde Cloud Forest with the bear warriors paving the way. The soldiers at the entrance were startled, thinking that there was a riot among the wild beasts in the forest. Fortunately, the bear monsters watched and Xiao leave and then returned to their camps without stepping out of the forest. At this moment, Sheriff Beryl had already gone off work, and Xiao walked along the path towards the flight tower. Looking from a distance, I saw that the cloud forest was still floating in the air and had not yet left. Although there were many unexpected incidents, today was still going smoothly. And Xiao sighed softly and counted the mission items in the big box. After confirming that everything was there, he suddenly remembered what a certain female thief had said. If we want to collect so many herbs at once, besides searching everywhere, there is a better way. That is to go directly to the camp of the black bear monsters and open the boxes where they have collected and stored the herbs. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He thought this was too mysterious. Why did she know everything? No, I must find an opportunity to meet her. You are obviously a female thief, but how can you be so knowledgeable? I want to see what your true face is. Driven by curiosity, he took out his pocket and sent a secret message. Ms. Vera, the information you shared with me last time really helped me a lot. I want to express my gratitude in person. Is it convenient for you this month? In addition, I have heard that the elves are very good at archery and never miss a shot. I also happen to be practicing archery recently, but I still can't get the hang of it. I was thinking if you could give me some guidance. If it's inconvenient, forget it. It's okay. After Xiao edited the message, he made several minor adjustments until he smiled with satisfaction, then clicked send. At the same time, Inley Palace basement floor. The cold and gloomy iron prison door was opened. Vera looked at the bag in her hand expressionlessly, suppressed the surging waves in her heart, and replied with a line of small words. Okay, I'll take the initiative to ask you out after the demon hunting festival. I look forward to meeting you. Call out. Secret sent. The emotion monitoring module has detected that the host's positive emotions have exceeded the limit, which has affected the operation of the superpowered thinking module. Please calm down immediately. I remind you again, please calm down immediately. A moment later, Vera put away her belongings, raised a white hand, and faced the depths of the gloomy and empty dungeon. Woo! Unknown magical energy suddenly condensed. A black and red crack, like a space portal, was torn apart to both sides by the power originating from her body. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, a humanoid creature of standard build was released from the distorted space by her. The woman hidden in the phantom was breathing heavily, with extreme fear in her eyes. Her first reaction was to crawl deeper into the dungeon. Then, as if she was looking at a being 1,000 times more terrifying than the demons, she turned around and looked at Vera, her body trembling. The suffocating space and the desperate unknown made her dare not recall anything. Vera locked the cell door with a cold look in her eyes and left a message before leaving. I am in a good mood today, so I will reduce your sentence of eternal exile to eternal imprisonment. Thank the gods. Okay, thank you, God. As the dark shadow knelt and bowed his head, Vera turned around indifferently and continued walking towards the third underground floor. There is the deepest level of the Lee Palace. Those imprisoned were all brought back by Oliver himself. Tick, tick, tick. The echo of footsteps seemed a little eerie in the complete silence. She passed through the barrier and unlocked the seal of the secret room. Walk into it. The center was confined by the 17-ring dark-colored magic circle. A long-haired woman with light pink skin and a faint glow all over her body was sitting weakly at the core of the magic circle. From a distance, she seemed to be on the verge of death. 5 black chains locked her hands, feet, and her slender waist from 4 directions. Her long moon-blue hair covered her confusing face, and her jade-like legs were slender and perfect. One can guess her nobility from these works of art on her body without seeing her face. Hearing Vera's footsteps approaching, she woke up as if from a nightmare. The pairs of white wings drooping behind him trembled. Vera came to her, stretched out her slender fingers, and gently lifted her chin, looking at the stunning face. Cecilia, I remember that before you were promoted, you were the queen of the High Elves. I've been very interested in the etiquette and history of your tribe recently. Can you share some with me? Chapter 57, She is Mine. The view of Taliana at dusk is amazing. At the end of the site, the sky is covered with fiery clouds that seem to gently ignite the horizon. The bleak wind blows by your ears, and a slight chill touches your cheeks, making you feel refreshed and no longer tired. At this moment, Xiao was sitting on the return airship, with one arm resting on the guardrail, holding a bag in the other hand, and looking at the beautiful scenery in the distance. There were not many passengers on the last boat, and the rare quietness made one's thoughts wander. The pain of separation was slightly relieved by Edai's gentle embrace. Rebecca and Williams, who were rescued, also became the newest friends on the social network. The simple and honest Black Bear Uzar provided a lot of help and almost directly helped him complete 3 tasks. The level in the panel also soared to 13, and the admission goal of level 18 was no longer far away. If there is one flaw, it is that I didn't complete the Lesser Demon quest due to insufficient remaining mana, thus making it impossible to claim today's Demon Hunter Festival Lucky Bag reward. But this is not a big problem. As long as I can get it done tomorrow, I can still win a prize. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are about to reach our final destination. The airship is about to descend. Oh my God, young man, you are still intact. The dwarf captain's announcement suddenly stopped, bringing in Zhao's thoughts back to reality. She had just walked out of the central cabin slowly, and when she saw him, she almost dropped the fashionable goggles on her nose. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Facing the kind-hearted captain with a pink bun, and Xiao smiled gently. Sure, you have something, kid. The dwarf adjusted his glasses. The person returning to the city in front of the lens was him, not the other 5 guys, so how could she not guess what happened? He nodded to him meaningfully, and without further ado, he just walked aside and continued the manual broadcast that he had not yet finished. The airship slowly descended, and Xiao used the spare time to open this secret program he was carrying with him. Your friend request has been approved. You received a secret. He opened the message list. It was the information added by the receptionist after coming out of the Belongers Association during the day. Brother Xiao, I just got off work. Great, I finally added you. If you have time, please be sure to reply to me. I just happen to have something important to tell you. Important? It seems to be a serious matter. And Xiao tried to figure out the tone of the words and replied casually. I'm here. What's wrong? Not long after the message was sent, the words the other party is typing quickly lit up. Mira, oh, that's right. Didn't the guild receive an S-rank commission recently? Although the reward is very tempting, no one can meet the requirements. So the client lowered the threshold and asked us to find a suitable candidate. I thought of you first. I wonder if you're free to sign up in the next 2 days. And Xiao, S level. You mean Miss Jessica's mission? Mira, that's right. That's a reward of 10,000 gold dragon coins. And now the sponsor has clearly stated that the price will be raised to 20,000. This number is roughly equivalent to what an ordinary adventurer can achieve by completing more than 100 D-level missions. Such an opportunity should not be missed. I think you can definitely do it if you give it a try. The airship slowly docked, and Xiao walked towards the exit while staring at the words on the screen with a strange expression. Why do I always feel like she's in a hurry? Is it an illusion? After showing the coupon to a goblin attendant guarding the door, He walked around the spiral stone steps of the flying tower and walked towards the bottom of the tower step by step. But Miss Mira, the standard for accepting S-rank missions is usually level 60, right? With my current abilities, I'm afraid I'm not qualified for this job. As soon as I type this, the other party sent me a no emoji, and the other party is typing sign flashed wildly. And Xiao didn't know that at this moment, the atmosphere inside the headquarters office of the Belongers Association was extremely tense. Mira was seen sitting in the middle of the sofa with cold sweat on her face, holding the bag in her hands, not daring to even breathe. Because on her left, a short and fat man with a big belly was looking at her seriously. This person is the general president of the guild. On the right side, the lobby manager, the reception director, the person in charge of the task receiving and sending department, the human resources director, and other staff members above the supervisor level were standing in a row, their eyes focused on the bag in Myra's hand, as if they were all waiting for her news. And in the boss chair that originally belonged to the guild president, a woman with short hair and a capable maid's uniform was sitting with her long legs crossed, looking over at him with eyes like a hawk. This woman has an amazing aura. Just by staying here, the temperature in the air can be reduced by a few degrees. What was even more terrifying was that, to her left and right, stood two heavily armored knights from the Paygrid Empire, wearing heavy armor, helmets, and holding enchanted halberds. Ms. Beth, don't worry. We will solve all the difficulties Mr. Xiao is facing and will definitely allow him to come for the interview. The short and fat guild leader gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke carefully to the lady. Oh, I hope so. Beth leaned forward slightly, resting her arms on the desk, crossing her fingers under her chin, and said, After all, you should know my young lady's temper. Yes. The president of the association secretly took back his identification skills. The terrifying values of LV-57, LV-68, LV-69 put him under a lot of pressure. He quickly turned to look at Mira and commanded, Just say that the association's current policies have been upgraded and improved, and the level restrictions have been removed. Moreover, Miss Jessica's mission has now been upgraded to an internal special mission, and adventurers who have not received an interview invitation are not eligible to participate. Mr. Xiao fully met all the criteria, so he was fortunately selected. Oh, okay. Even though this explanation was quite suspicious, Mira had no choice but to do it immediately. Just after get off work, she was planning to go out to buy some fruit and then go home to cook, but before she could finish packing, she saw her supervisor rushing over and saying, The president wants to see you. Please go to the office immediately. Myra's first reaction was, It's only my first day here. Why am I summoned? Could it be that the fat, lecherous guy wants to take advantage of me? But when she arrived here in a panic, she found that there were already a room full of people. Everyone focused their attention on her. The president got straight to the point and asked her to contact Xiao as a friend and try to get him to come for a special interview right now. I'm not familiar with that brother. She naively tried to refuse at that time. Oh, forget it. The surveillance camera has seen all the little movements you made at work. It's inappropriate to pretend anymore. After all, the president is an old and shrewd person, and her words made her blush immediately. After all, it's not appropriate to secretly hand out business cards to your handsome brother during work hours. So, things turned out like this now. Did he come back? What did he say? Well, he said, Of course I can, but I have a few tasks that I just finished, so I have to hand them in first before I can be free. Mira nervously repeated what Xiao had sent her. Hand in the task. But the short and fat man waved his sleeves. Tell him that these are not a problem. Let him come directly. We will send people to help him connect with us. We will complete the task item identification process within an hour and provide item delivery service. At the same time, his task bonuses and activity rewards can also be paid in advance. The department heads opened their mouths, wanting to say something but stopping themselves. Okay, Mira did, as she was told with a cold sweat on her face. She had worked in the Belongers Association for so long, but she had never seen such a grand ceremony. For a moment, she couldn't help but become more curious about Zhao's situation. Ms. Beth on the opposite side just stared at this side without saying a word. It seemed that she had no intention of leaving before Xiao arrived here. Of course, this means that Mira can't escape this sudden overtime. You sent a secret message. Okay, I'll think about it. And Xiao walked out of the flying tower and walked down the steps along the high platform of the city wall. In fact, he could vaguely feel that Myra's invitation was not normal. After all, The two of them had just added each other as friends, so how could they be so proactive in pushing the so-called super confidential mission within the guild to them? And they also said something like no level restrictions, chosen one, and so on. It's strange, but she's a staff member, so it's unlikely that she would lie to me or introduce false job information. And Xiao pondered over it, feeling full of doubts. In the end, he decided to put the matter aside for the time being and at least go back to Tana Hotel to see Lisa. In his mind, having dinner with the girl took far greater priority than this interview opportunity. Let's not talk about whether you can get the money. Even if you successfully pass Ms. Beth's test, there is still Miss Jessica herself waiting. And it's not easy to earn 20,000 gold. It's not like other tasks where you can just exchange money after killing monsters or getting things. Instead, you have to go through a long period of time, a month, and only if there are no accidents in the process can you get the final profit. Actually, it's a bit like a part-time job. Forget it. Let's think carefully before making a decision. Practicing with her is stressful without even thinking about it. Recalling the violent nights around Jessica, and Xiao shook his head and took out his weapon again. Call out. You accepted a friend request. Who is this? The secret reminder sound drew his attention again. Taking a brief review, in addition to Lisa, his previous list also included female thief, Rebecca, Williams, receptionist Mira, and Xiaosa, a total of 6 new friends. Lisa's avatar was a close-up of a dragon's tail, Rebecca's avatar was a black wizard's hat, and William's avatar was originally a muscular body, but for some reason it was changed to a black arm just now. The female thief's profile picture is a beautiful high elf selfie, full of fairy spirit. Myra's profile picture is quite standard, smiling and making a heart shape. Xiaosa's avatar is the cutest, it's a little bear paw. Looking at everyone lying quietly on the list, and Xiao couldn't help but smile, as if he felt very familiar with this long-lost feeling. He swiped his thumb and clicked on the New Friends column. I saw that the avatar of this newly added account was a wretched, wealthy businessman with 10 jewel rings on his hands, and the ID nickname was Wan Yao. Such an image reminded in Xiao of the slave trader he had added earlier, Wharton. As expected, the other party sent a message immediately. Hello, and Xiao. I'm Wharton, the person in charge of the Ma Quinn Street of Wan Miao Trading Company. Nice to meet you. By the way, Beth has already bought a new bag. If nothing goes wrong, he should add you tonight. And Xiao did not reply directly, but frowned and clicked on his information card. Because Old Walton's social media accounts are so extraordinary, his secret level has reached an astonishing 3 crowns, 2 suns, and 1 moon, and he can be completely described as a social media expert. It seems that many people patronize his business on weekdays. And Xiao walked while scanning his eyes at his spatial dynamics. Since the streets in the royal city of Taliana were mostly pedestrian streets, with no horses or other types of mounts whizzing by, he dared to look at his phone while walking. Of course, this would never have happened in his previous life. A series of information came into Zhao's eyes. Lizard man, coolie male, middle-aged, healthy, 1,700 gold dragon coins each. It is hardworking and can work continuously for 18 hours. It is very suitable for mining bosses. The quantity is large, so hurry up if you want to buy it. Ice werewolf assassin, male, young, uninjured, 3,500 gold dragon coins each. His combat power exceeds that of ordinary Taliana city defense soldiers. He is agile, efficient, and proficient in ice-based combat skills. Can be trained as a killer. There are only 5 of them, and they will be sold out while stocks last. Minotaur Berserker, male, middle-aged, seriously injured, 6,800 gold dragon coins each. The chieftain of a certain tribe of orcs, with amazing strength, can split a royal knight in half with 1 hand. But because it was too difficult to capture him, we had to cripple him, and he has already lost an eye, so we are temporarily selling him at a low price. And Xiao frowned the more he read until he saw the column at the bottom. You know, a female civet cat, young and healthy. 20,000 gold coins per cat. SSS level rare. Captured in the suburbs of Banxiao Town, a virgin everyone knows. She is better than all the sex dolls recommended before, with pictures here. You know, character concept map. When Xiao saw this photo, a sense of familiarity suddenly came over him. Wait, she is. The image of the cute girl who personally handed the cat Xiaohua to her emerged in my mind. Xiao Yuan. He kept muttering this name. My eyes scanned this content several times. Suddenly, it got stuck on the name, you know. See you in, you know. The palm of my hand trembled and fell to the ground. and Xiao stopped, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 58, Cat Girl Reservation. Little brother, the demi-human girl behind you is pretty good, isn't she? As you can see, I have just received a batch of valuable goods. Among them are super rare Eldar cat girls that are hard to find in decades. The price is very fair, and they're only sold to experienced owners. If you miss it, you will never have another chance. How about it? Do you want to come in and take a look? Yuan Nuo, a cat girl, is an ordinary member of the Asian Mutual Aid Association. She is soft, sticky, and petite, but has a rare talent. She is weak and cute, sweet and attractive. If you meet her during your adventure, you can take her back as a shadow energy princess. The words that old Wharton once said echoed in my ears, and the contents of the maid's handbook also emerged in my mind. At this moment, and Xiao felt very confused. Obviously, if he had not clicked on Wharton space information, or had not added the other party as a friend and missed this information, what would have been waiting for him was the eternal departure of this important source of energy who could restore Oliver's energy. This truth made Xiao terrified. Fortunately, there is still a chance. He immediately bent down to pick it up and typed in as quickly as possible. Wharton, may I ask where is Yuanua now? How is she doing? I want to buy it. Can I make an appointment in advance? You sent a secret. The other party quickly replied. Huh? Well, Mr. and Xiao, you know the price of 20,000 gold coins is no joke. Are you sure you're not just asking out of curiosity? And Xiao frowned. Of course not. I'm sure I want to buy her. So I have to understand her current condition. Walton, in that case, fine. For Beth's sake, I choose to trust you temporarily. But Mr. and Xiao, even if we have a relationship, you will need to prove your personal financial resources later to avoid unnecessary trouble. And Xiao, okay, you received a secret picture, sender Wharton. He clicked it immediately. In the photo, a young girl with fear in her eyes is holding the iron railing in front of her with her delicate white hands, and her little face is full of traces of tears. She has cherry pink shoulder-length hair, beautiful lapis lazuli eyes, a pure, lovely and delicate face, and skin as silky and smooth as milk. Her cat ears and tail drooped limply, and on her slightly red neck, an iron chain collar was tying her up. Her space for movement seemed to be limited to the confines of the cage. These damn human traffickers. And Xiao stared at the various instruments on a torture table in the background of the photo and cursed through gritted teeth. But even so, he still tried his best to stay rational and asked calmly. You didn't touch her, did you? I don't want to see any injuries on her body. Walton, of course. Mr. and Xiao, we are all professionals and will never harm SSS-level super rare goods. As you can see, the cages where she is imprisoned are all separate from other beastmen and are very safe. At the same time, it is impossible for Wan Miao's staff to touch her body at all. After reading these words, and Xiao finally took a deep breath, he calmed down his almost collapsed state of mind and replied, I see. I won't buy her. Give me a few days, and I'll find you on McCousin Street. Walton, Mr. and Xiao, you may not understand that Yino's value has already exceeded your imagination. Apart from anything else, her figure alone has already made her the envy of nobles from all sides. And Xiao frowned. What do you mean? Walton, I mean the only reason she's been around until today is because there are so many buyers that we don't know who to sell her to. So we have no choice but to hold a small auction in 3 days to bid on her. Do you understand what I mean? In other words, if you can't prepare an account with more than 20,000 gold to conduct a capital verification within 3 days, I'm afraid you won't even be eligible to be invited to this auction. Walton patiently revealed this information to him and added, I suggested that you come to the studio, but you left. If you had chosen her at the front of the room, I'm afraid she would have been taken home by now, Mr. and Xiao. Kill someone and don't forget to destroy his heart. These words seemed to pierce in Zhao's body fiercely, stirring it back and forth and twisting it repeatedly. However, and Xiao knew that even if he went in at that time, the money he had on hand would not be enough to buy Yuan Nuo, unless you rob it. On second thought, if I had achieved my temporary goal with the help of Edai or Lucifer, the subsequent outcome would have been completely chaotic. Not only will he be wanted by the royal family of Taliana, but he will also attract the attention of one of the largest industries on the continent of Wayne, the Wan Yao Trading Company. From then on, he will live a miserable life of endless escape and even being hunted down and detained. Only a foolish and naive time traveler would be so reckless as to give away all his cards and end up with nowhere to go. And Xiao knew in his heart that if he wanted to compete with such a large organization, it would be wise to first try to infiltrate the inside in accordance with the other party's rules and in a reasonable and legal manner. For example, when facing Walton, it is certainly better to solve the problem with money than to tear the relationship apart right away. In his plan, raising money, verifying capital, bidding, winning the bid, taking Yuanhua away, and at the same time not being remembered by Wang Miao, this is the best result. If you don't make money, or fail to make money, the time will expire, and you'll have to take action and face countless opponents who are dozens of levels higher than you. Then use the Lucifer summoning stone to use up the last chance to rescue Yuanhua, then flee, give up the chance to contact Freya, give up the chance to contact other energy princesses, and even have to separate from Lisa. This is the next choice for people with intellectual disabilities. Edai has been a long-term cooldown, and he doesn't want to use Lucifer's summoning stone anymore. After all, after experiencing a series of events in Monteverdi, and Xiao had a terrifying idea that was like an Arabian Nights fantasy. That is, to resurrect Lucifer. That's right. He wanted to wait until the regeneration, a talent, and all the corresponding system skills reached SSS level. Try to use a stronger recovery spell on Lucifer's heroic spirit. Before that, he will not give up this last chance. Olafeel, is this the trial that the gods have to face? A feeling of suffocation came over me, as if everything would collapse if I took a wrong step. At this moment, even breathing seemed to become tense. The invisible pressure was like a mountain, suddenly and without any escape, falling on Zhao's shoulders. He took a precious deep breath and adjusted his mindset again. Then he looked at the person carrying him and replied with a cold gaze. I understand. Thank you for the information, Walton. I will prepare 20,000 gold coins to verify your capital within 3 days. Please be sure to protect Yuanhua. If there are any changes, I hope you can inform me in time. I swear in the name of the Lord that I will buy her. Please do not take this promise lightly. Oh my God, that's too harsh. Okay, Mr. and Xiao, I understand. We will do our job well. Please rest assured. After reading Wharton's reply, and Xiao stood at the intersection and looked at the Tana Hotel, which was right in front of him. Well, Riza, I have something urgent to do here, so I'll be back to accompany you later. Take care of your dinner first, and I'll bring you a small gift when I'm done. After editing this paragraph, he sighed and turned towards the headquarters of the Belongers Association. Run away. Chapter 59. The Young Lady's Personal Bodyguard. Time flies. In the evening, in a quiet and deserted tavern on Maquen Street, the innermost side of the second floor, two figures, one short and one small, sat opposite each other, creating a weird atmosphere. There's no one else here. At this moment, on the broken wooden table between the two of them, there was a pair of shiny boots that looked out of place in the environment. Delicate feathers fluttered slightly on the top of the boots, and layers of magic energy particles diffused out. The green-skinned goblin sitting inside spoke first. The quality of the item is good, but I can only give you 500 gold dragon coins. Are you kidding me? It has to be worth at least 2,000 gold. The female magician on the other side put her arms on the edge of the table and almost gasped when she heard the number. She took a deep breath, then stretched out a finger and said in disbelief, 1,500, 500. The goblin had a calm expression. 1,000. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out the number. 500. 750. Don't force me to turn against you. 500. You. Rebecca stood up suddenly and almost reached for the broken wooden staff that was sticking beside her. Tisk, sit down first. Xiaoli, why don't you understand? The goblin patiently explained. Our business is not easy to do. This is called recycling, not selling at the original price. But you can't go too far. Be quiet first and listen to me. Goblin straightened up and gestured. The service we provide is to immediately purchase the second-hand goods in your hands at a reasonable price. Be careful. The words immediately and second-hand alone are enough to cut the original price of your item in half. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, Rebecca's face frowned, as if she had never expected things to turn out like this. She thought that the boots could be sold for at least 1,000 gold. So she vowed that she would win the negotiation and even rejected William's request to accompany her. As a result now, Old Beth, let's discuss this. Rebecca suppressed her dissatisfaction and decided to think of a solution. Look, there's a bay in your name, right? Old Beth. And there's also a bay in my name, Rebecca said with a serious face. So, to round it off, you and my ancestors must have had some kind of fate in our previous life. right? Hearing this, old Bet was speechless. Xiaoli, in order to sell these boots, have you gone so far as to establish kinship with our goblin clan? Ah, you know, humans look down on us goblins the most. Old Bet waved his hand. All right, 500 gold. If you think it's too little, go to the pawn shop and ask. If they can give you an extra copper, I'll chop off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Hearing old Beth's affirmative words, Rebecca knew that there was no hope at all. Then he sat back in his chair dejectedly, sighing. Alas, this time I'm going to disappoint brother and Xiao. He then grabbed the wooden cup and took a big gulp of the cheap rum. Ahem, ahem. As she coughed, old Beth thought he was hallucinating. He snatched her cup and put it aside, frowning and saying, What, brother? Huh? What are you doing? Give me back my wine. Rebecca snatched the cup back, and her originally sweet mood was now tinged with bitterness. You, Rebecca, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're still young. Why are you running out to recognize this, and that instead of studying hard in school? As an uncle, I am old, and I would like to advise you from the perspective of someone who has experienced it that you should focus on studying in school. Even if you fall in love prematurely, it is better than running out and making friends with those people in society. Those are all bastards. In our goblin dialect, they are called little wobblers, you know? They are not good for your studies at all. If you get caught up in them, you will definitely lose control. Old Bet spoke earnestly, and his attitude was unusually serious. However, Rebecca said, Huh, and said dissatisfiedly, What are you talking about? Brother and Xiao saved my life. He's not a bad person. If you dare to say bad things about him again, don't blame me for freezing you into ice. Wait a minute. What did you just say, brother? Old Beth could be sure that his ears were definitely not wrong this time. Brother and Xiao. His name isn't Xiao. He is the one who saved me and Williams this afternoon. His real identity should be the world's #1 healing wizard. It has been on the news, don't you know? Rebecca tilted her head, seeming to question old Beth's ability to gather intelligence. What? But the goblin quickly took out his phone and showed her an account that he was about to send a friend invitation to, and asked with bated breath, Xiaoli, the one you're talking about, could it be him? Rebecca glanced at it lightly, then snorted complacently. Who else? She fished out her belongings from under her skirt, pointed at the friend on the screen who was being specially noticed, and said, I've already added him. You can't do this, uncle. At the same time, in front of the headquarters of the Belongers Association, accompanied by Miss Mira and a lady with a strong aura, and Xiao slowly walked out of the door. Congratulations on passing the interview, Mr. and Xiao. As agreed, I look forward to your meeting with the eldest lady of our family tomorrow. Lady Beth turned aside, held out her hand, and waited gracefully for his handshake. Good. And Xiao cooperated with lifeless eyes, as if he was reaching a deal that was not his subjective intention. In fact, he could no longer remember the entire interview process. I only vaguely remember coming here and simply answering a few questions from the woman in front of me in the president's office, and somehow I passed this so-called interview. There is no test of strength or investigation of identity background. Yes, it was just her own face, which Miss Beth had observed carefully for a long time. It was as if, in her eyes, appearance was the undisputed first priority. Now, all the completed mission items have been submitted under the arrangement of the association president, and the process has been unexpectedly smooth. According to them, they had to arrange their time tomorrow morning and arrive at the entrance of Monteverde Cloud Forest on time to wait for Miss Jessica to arrive in advance. This was the most critical meeting before the formal signing of the agreement, and the specific content was to temporarily protect the young lady's personal safety on behalf of Knight Lancelot. Once the goal is successfully completed, it will be considered that you have completely accepted this S-level commission. It also means that out of the 20,000 gold coins reward, half of the deposit will be directly deposited into the account. And Xiao specifically asked Ms. Beth about the deposit, and she said without hesitation, follow the normal process. I believe that with Miss Jessica's wealth, she would definitely not falsify this. Then, assuming everything goes well, I still have 2 full days to prepare the remaining 10,000 gold. And Xiao pondered in his heart and decided to take a good inventory of all the property in his pocket after returning so that he could make plans in advance. See you tomorrow, Mr. and Xiao. Okowo. As the sky gradually darkened, the group watched and Xiao leave. Before he had gone far, a pleasant reminder sound suddenly rang out from the phone in Zhao's hand. Crack, similar to the collision of gold coins. He suddenly stopped and looked over. There are only two prompts that come into view. You received a transfer. Amount: 3,000 gold dragon coins. Rebecca. Chapter 60. Miss Dragon Girl Won't Cry. Brother, this is the money I made from helping you sell your flying boots. Hey, it took me a lot of effort to negotiate with the treacherous goblins. But finally, God helps those who work hard. I succeeded. And Shao, didn't we agree on a 50-50 split? Why did you give me so much? Besides, those boots can't be worth 3,000 gold. Rebecca, well, I only sold 2,000 gold coins. The remaining 1,000 gold coins were my tuition money from working part-time this semester. I thought I'd give it to you as a way to repay you for saving me. After seeing this, and Zhao's face froze, and he wanted to transfer the money back on the spot. No, I absolutely cannot accept anymore. Saving lives is saving lives. I'm not after any monetary gain. Besides, tuition is too important to you. Even if I'm really short of money, I can't take your share. He knew what earning 1,000 gold meant to Rebecca, who was only in her 20s. Ordinary level tasks might become extremely difficult to complete in her hands, not to mention D-level tasks that cost more than 100 gold each time. If I'm not mistaken, this might have been accumulated bit by doing odd jobs that paid her a few dozen dollars a day. Thinking of this, he immediately opened his bank account and made the operation. You initiated a transfer. Input amount: 2,000 gold coins. The next breath, the other party rejected your transfer. Rebecca, brother, there is no reason to take back something you have given away. Just take it, really. This is my heart. I can make more money, but brother, I must hold on to your thighs tightly. You won't stop me, will you? Or is it because your sister is beside you and you won't let me hug you? And Shao, you kid. Rebecca, okay, I'm gonna work now. Brother, you should get some rest. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Yeah. An indescribable feeling came over me through the screen, looking at the large amount of extra money in the account, and Shao shook his head with mixed feelings. Really? Of course, he needed to collect 20,000 gold in the shortest possible time to buy Yuan Na. However, even so, he didn't want Rebecca to spend her family's wealth to cling to her in this way. This kid's behavior shows that she has suffered a lot. Oh, if we are lucky enough to be in the same grade in the future, I will help her more. Having made up his mind, he slowly walked towards the Tana Hotel. After a moment, click, the sound of the door card swiping open was unusually crisp. When he entered the room, he found Lisa lying alone on the bed, playing with her cell phone. The girl's hair was wet, and she looked like she had just taken a bath, filling the room with the scent of her own bath gel. Oh, you're back. Seeing Shao come into the room, her originally lonely face immediately turned into a lively smile. She jumped off the bed and threw herself towards him. The fragrant and soft life-size pillow came to him, and Shao put down the basket in his hand, opened his arms, and welcomed her into his arms. Have you eaten yet? Of course I didn't eat. I couldn't eat it myself without you here. Sniffing the reassuring scent, Lisa rubbed her little face against his chest. Where have you been? It's so late, she complained, then turned her gaze to the basket on the table beside her and asked curiously, And what is this? I bought you a strawberry cake and some fruits on the way. Didn't you promise to bring back a gift? So I went to the bakery next door and thought of bringing you some desserts. So good. The girl's eyes lit up, and Shao ruffled her long hair and said lovingly, But if you're still hungry, I'll take you downstairs for a midnight snack. I just happened to have something to tell you. When she heard about having dinner together, Lisa's smile suddenly brightened. Just as she was about to agree, she caught a glimpse of the fatigue on his face that was hard to hide from the corner of her eye. Seeing this, she hesitated and shook her head obediently. No need for midnight snack. I'll just eat this. She pointed to the basket of flowers. Real. Soon, Lisa took the triangular strawberry mousse cake out of the basket, then took his hand and sat back on the bed. She opened the exquisite package and asked, What's going on? You look tired. Did you go on a mission today? Yeah, did a few, but ran into something tougher. And Shao took off his coat and thin armor and was about to speak, but when his eyes swept across the heroic spirit battle armor, he saw a prompt message suddenly flash on the panel. Durability, 0.5/3. This content caught his high attention. In his guess, it was probably because the armor had withstood too many fatal attacks, resulting in a low amount of protective energy left. The time he fell from a great height, the time he blocked a surprise attack for Lisa, and the half-time he was stabbed in the back by Matt in the forest today. In any case, this means that I must always pay attention to my own protection in the rest of the journey. If I were to be hit by the enemy's special move again, I am afraid that real death would be waiting for me. Lisha, do you still remember the missions we did in Banqiao Town? He withdrew his gaze from the heroic spirit armor and looked at the girl. Remember the slime mission, the cat finding mission, and the ghost screaming mission? What's up? The girl nodded, holding the plate in one hand and picking up the small fork with the other. She forked off the pointed triangular part that she thought was the most delicious and twisted her waist to put it into his mouth. It's like this. When we were doing the cat finding mission, there were two cat girls next to the soldier Guang at the city gate. Do you remember them? And Xiao swallowed the sweet drink the girl fed him and asked seriously. Of course. You looked at them straight in the eyes and said you would treat them to a meal if you had the chance. How could I forget such a serious matter? Lisa bit into the cake and glanced at him. Cough. And Xiao smiled awkwardly and continued tentatively. Actually, I learned today that the cat girl who handed over Little Flower is in danger. When the girl heard this, she blinked and asked, what's going on? She was captured by those bad guys from Wanmiao Trading Company. In fact, and Xiao was not sure how the girl would react when he mentioned other women. However, seeing that she did not show any disgust, he took out his belongings with confidence, opened the photo album, and presented the photo of Yuan Noir and Wharton's words that he had saved in advance to her. Lisa turned her gaze towards the picture curiously. Immediately, he exclaimed on the spot, how could this happen? Didn't we just leave Banqiao Town for 2 or 3 days? She frowned at the helpless eyes in the photo and the cold iron bars, and put down the pastry in her hand. Could it be that right after we left that night, she was killed by bad guys? That's the only possibility. Even if she wasn't captured by the Wanmiao Trading Company, it's possible that she was captured by those guys who specialize in hunting subhumans, and then immediately sold to the slave trader closest to the village at a high price. And Xiao analyzed calmly. After all, this afternoon, I encountered humans in the wild who wanted to kill people and steal treasures. This kind of thing should not be an exception. Now, Lisa couldn't sit still any longer. She quickly reached out her hand and touched his body and asked anxiously, Are you okay? I told you to wait for me to come back before you go on a mission. What should I do if something goes wrong? The worry on the girl's face was not false, and her voice was slightly trembling. On the other hand, and Xiao shook her head slightly and said, It's okay, I'm fine. I just want to discuss with you about Yuan Nu. Yuan Nu? Yeah, her name. And Xiao decided to tell the truth. I want to save her from the bad guys. Hearing this, Lisa was slightly startled. Then, he nodded subconsciously. But, sure, I don't object. She looked away, took back her small hand, and gently put it behind her back, pinching the bedsheet between her thumb and index finger. He whispered, But how do you want to save them? You can't just rob Wanmiao's people. Well, I plan to prepare 20,000 gold and buy her. The girl opened her eyes wide and looked at his face in surprise. However, and Zhao's expression did not seem like he was joking at all. Such a firm attitude made her take a deep breath, and her mood became a little complicated. And Xiao, of course I support you in raising money to do what you want to do, but the academy still has 5,000 gold coins to pay, and I feel like she will be bought by someone soon. So there may not be enough time to raise the money. She asked politely, Have you really thought about making this a priority? She watched his expression without blinking. Well, don't worry too much about the money. I have already arranged the college's share. And Xiao said, Lisa was shocked. Where did you get so many gold coins? What did you do today? I accepted an S-rank mission with a very high reward. If nothing goes wrong, the tuition fee will be paid for. I can even raise half of the money for purchasing Yuan Noir immediately. Lisa was a little confused. What she was thinking about now was not how to raise the remaining money, but what price and Xiao paid today to get so many glittering gold coins. He just said calmly, Of the 20,000 miles of Yuan Noir, I am now confident that I can raise about 15,000. As for the remaining 5,000, I still have 2 days to find a way. He had already calculated in his mind that with the 10,000 deposit he would receive tomorrow, the 3,000 transfer just sent by Rebecca, and the 2,000 savings in his card and pocket, he would need exactly 5,000 gold coins. In this part of the gap, today's mission rewards and the spoils obtained from killing the Wu Qiaoren team have not been counted. To be more precise, Laboratory Materials Collection, D, has a reward of 180 gold, which doubles to 360. The reward for a bottle of Moonlight Water, D, is 170. Double it is 340. Take back my harp, C, is not ordinary. This task not only has a basic reward of 500 gold, but also has an additional 10% due to the urgent recruitment status, making it 550 gold. After triggering the double, it was a direct critical hit, reaching an excess reward of 1,100 gold. The total of 1,800 gold has already been transferred to the account under the guild leader's promotion. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be deposited into the account tonight. In addition, the mercenaries in the forest also carried small coins ranging from 200 to 500 gold each, which added up to about 1,500 gold. It's a pity that Gilgash was melted by Edai without even his purse exploding under the touch of the demon's sword, broken seconds. Otherwise, the final shortfall of more than 1,700 gold would definitely be made up based on his wealth. And Xiao thought to himself, the portion for Freya Academy can be settled with the balance of the S-level mission. To avoid any accidents, I cannot use a single cent of the money I have on hand. In terms of careful budgeting, although he is not as good as professional profiteers like Old Beth, he is definitely far superior to ordinary people. I can get another 300 from the Lesser Demon Quest, and then I can trigger a chance to draw a lottery. No matter what I draw, I will find a way to turn it into money. This way, I should be able to get 20,000 within reach. As for what preparations need to be made after the capital verification is completed, we will have to wait until Wharton approves it and then act accordingly. In the meantime, prepare as much as you can. After all, 20,000 is just the beginning. And Xiao, you're not going to sell yourself, are you? At this moment, Lisa moved closer to him with a serious expression. She lowered her face slightly, tilted her head, and studied his expression from bottom to top, trying to see some clues from it. No, but there is. Huh? What? What's going on? You need to explain it to me clearly. I am your... The girl's pretty face turned red from holding back her words, and she couldn't utter the last two words. She just puffed up her cheeks and stared at him, as if she had to give him an explanation. I accepted a sparring assignment that will take a month to complete. Sparring mission? Facing the girl, and Xiao did not intend to hide anything. The person who issued the task is Ms. Beth. She is Miss Jessica's maid. Lisa opened her mouth and seemed to think about it for a few rounds in her mind before finally realizing some big problems. I only heard her asking with a somewhat disordered breathing. What you mean is, you're going to be Jessica's personal bodyguard, right? That's not entirely true. Ms. Beth told me that I only need to spend 2 hours a day, 5 days a week on this part-time job. However, during those 2 hours, I need to try my best to meet any request Jessica made. These are her original words, so I understand. Hearing this, Lisa forced a smile and nodded to him. I respect your choice. After all, we are teammates. Real. And Xiao took a closer look at her cute little face and vaguely felt that the girl seemed to be saying one thing and thinking another. He wanted to do something, but suddenly saw her put the half-eaten cake on the bedside table and then got into the quilt. Really? I hope you can rescue the cat successfully. Just let me know if you need me to do anything. After all, Yuanua saved us the trouble of finding the cat, and also allowed me to get a precious gift from the boss lady Nanami, so I will try my best to help you. Lisa turned around and said with her back to him. Looking at her back, within Zhao's emotional intelligence, he had of course caught a hint of reluctance from her actions that was difficult to deal with. But he knew in his heart that at a time like this, just coaxing and persuading with empty words would be meaningless and would not help the outcome in any way. Faced with the obstacles before him, he had to find a way to put Yuanua's matter first. For this, even if Lisa had to suffer some grievances, it was better than deceiving her and doing those things without telling her. After all, it was impossible to hide the 1-month-long sparring mission. Besides, he didn't like lying. As for how to remedy the situation in the end, and Xiao has always believed in one truth, that is, actions speak louder than promises. He planned to give Lisa a surprise after this incident was resolved to completely heal her fragile heart that seemed to be strong on the surface but was actually full of jealousy. Well, go to bed early. With this in mind, he said no more and went straight to the bathroom, ready to gather his energy to face the many tests of the next day. At the same time, somewhere outside the city of Taliana, in a dark dungeon, reporting to the princess, a super weird incident has occurred recently. You know, the soul lamp of Sister Yokoe was extinguished before, but not long ago it lit up again. It's true. We were just about to investigate. Call out. Suddenly, a barely perceptible reminder sounded. You received a secret. Wait a moment. In the center of the dungeon, A beautiful girl with long black hair raised her hand slightly to stop a large group of demon minions lying on the ground nearby from reporting. She slowly fixed her gaze on the screen, looking at the lonely, only jumping dragon tail avatar in her friend list. Move your slender fingers lightly and click on the message. Wow, Cecilia, I feel so bad. I want to cry, but I don't have any other friends to talk to. Can you chat with me? In his amethyst eyes that were enough to captivate people, he read the message word by word. Then, she pressed a few keys expressionlessly and replied. Okay. Chapter 61, Angelic Best Friend. The next morning, as soon as the sky was getting light, and Xiao got up and began to prepare to go out. The girl was still sleeping. In order not to wake her up, he washed and dressed carefully, trying not to make any disturbing noises. According to the arrangement, the two of them didn't need to go together for the morning trip. After all, it was a part-time job, so Xiao couldn't take her with him. However, after returning, during the afternoon's trip to the academy, I must be led by Lisa to meet Dean Fury. He did a quick search last night and accidentally discovered that the headmaster of the Fury Academy was said to be the youngest and the first LV90 genius among all the magicians in Taliana. So much so that the previous dean confidently handed over the university campus to her to manage. Thinking back to the photo of the little girl with canine teeth, twin ponytails, and holding a staff that was half her height, and Xiao let out a light hiss and murmured, "Is this really reasonable?" Although puzzling, it is not particularly surprising. After all, the possibility of a rare genius existing in another world is not necessarily lower than that in this world. Then let's get ready to go. He took a deep breath and began to get dressed. Obviously, today's schedule has been fully booked. If I want to do other tasks, there's not enough time. Especially under the influence of part-time job and auctions, even his fragmented time has become extremely precious. At this moment, he was wiping his weapons, packing his luggage, and opening his bag, and began to deal with several notification messages that had accumulated overnight. You received a transfer, 1,800 gold dragon coins, Belanger Association headquarters, task payment. You received a secret, Good Morning Bear expression pack from Xiaosa. Your friend request has been approved, Ms. Beth. You received a secret. Beth, hello, Mr. Xiao. I am Beth. I'd like to remind you that our daughter will get up at dawn. Please leave within an hour and arrive at the entrance of Monteverde Cloud Forest in advance to wait. Sent. Half a minute ago. And Xiao confirmed the time and replied, Okay, we're off. Then he put away his things and walked to the side of Lisa's bed. He bent down slightly and gently kissed the girl on the forehead. After staring at the girl's sleeping face for a few breaths, he sighed silently, then turned and walked towards the door. He paused briefly at the table in front of the door, took out a basket of bright and fragrant flowers and fruits from Xie's ring, and placed it on the table. This fresh fruit came from the forest. It was a small gift that Xiao Sa and her friends prepared for him yesterday. It included raspberries, purple cabbage, ginkgo, crystal grapes, etc. It was colorful and mouth-watering, and Xiao decided to leave it for Lisa to enjoy. Finally, after confirming that nothing else was missing, he unlocked the door and left quietly. Click! The sound of the door locking automatically closed, and the sudden silence flooded into the room. The girl's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then she opened her eyes. A hint of aftertaste appeared on her face, and she immediately reached out to grab it, opened the secret, and shared it with an unknown woman with a heart-shaped mark avatar in the list. Cheshire-san, he just kissed me. He gave me a good morning kiss. Does this mean that he still has me in his heart? He hasn't been completely seduced by other women. This must be the case, right? At this moment, in the chat box marked as Little Angel Cecilia, there were 200 or 300 messages in the whole night, all of which were Lisa's crying and the other party's comfort. The two have completely opposite styles. Lisa is like a chatterbox, telling all her grievances to this best friend, whom she just met, while Cecilia speaks very little and does not show too much emotion even when comforting her. Most of her previous replies were like this. Yeah. Oh, is he your boyfriend? I see. Don't be too sad. He is indeed very handsome. Even I feel moved. No wonder you're crying. It's okay. Maybe he really had his own reasons for making this choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told you. You should treasure this honesty. I really envy you. Although it was just simple comfort, it brought great healing to Lisa in this helpless night. This directly led to the girl regarding Cecilia as her best friend other than in Xiao. No one else. At this moment, the other party should still be resting and did not reply to the secret. But even so, Lisa's face was still full of joy, as if the scars from last night had been mostly healed under her comfort. What Cecilia said is absolutely right. If he wanted to do something behind my back, he could just keep it to himself. The fact that he told me so formally shows that he thinks highly of me. Next, I just need to prove that he hasn't changed his mind. She murmured quietly, "Hey, he's out, so I can't just sit there doing nothing. Since I've already agreed to help him, I should also take on some tasks to lighten his burden. I can't just waste this morning." Thinking of this, the girl got out of bed and trotted to the bathroom. In her heart, although it was annoying that Xiao insisted on buying a cat, if she thought about it carefully, from his perspective, there seemed to be nothing wrong in saving Yuan Nuo. The reason why I feel uncomfortable is that I've already regarded him as my exclusive one, and I can't bear to see him spending time and energy that he shouldn't spend on any other sex. Although our relationship is more than friends, we have not yet crossed the line of lovers. I heard from the elders that among humans, you have to be in love before you can be considered a true lover. I don't know if they are lying to me. If he continues to be nice to me after rescuing Yuanhua, then there won't be much of a problem with this matter. I'm just worried that he will be fascinated by the cat, or that the cat will not leave after being rescued and will rely on him. Lisa's analysis makes sense. In fact, from a third-party perspective, saving the cat is an absolutely necessary condition in Zhao's eyes. But in Lisa's mind, it is not completely necessary, or even completely unnecessary. At least it is not her or his turn to save it. However, since the truth concerns Oliver, and Xiao cannot tell the girl about the maid's handbook for the time being. After all, his plan was to infiltrate this matter bit by bit after helping the girl complete a major transformation, or at least after completely fulfilling her initial demands. Therefore, this information gap will lead to a series of misunderstandings, causing Lisa to unilaterally believe that Xiao is interested in the cat girl. Fortunately, after listening to Cecilia's words, she finally realized that if someone really changed his heart, he would not be so honest. At this moment, the girl frowned and looked at herself in the mirror. Damn it, Jessica's skin is so well maintained that it looks as smooth as milk. And that Yuan Nuo, she's no less lovely than me. Even I have the urge to hug her and caress her. No way. This is absolutely not okay. She murmured solemnly, "We have to think of a way. If you hesitate, you will fail. And if you don't improve yourself, you will lose to the vixen out there." The girl is simple-minded and decides to take a series of actions from the perspective of winning his heart. Unknowingly, their respective plans have entered parallel tracks, and it is unknown when the first wave of intersection will suddenly break out. The dawn is approaching. In front of the Paygrid embassy in the central district of Taliana, Jessica was wearing an elegant dress, holding a mobile phone in her hand, and seemed to be talking to someone. "Well, you did a great job. This incident has made me look at your organization's execution ability with new eyes. Don't worry, I will tell my father. I'm sure he wouldn't mind opening 10 more branches of the Belanger Association in the Paygrid Empire." Her words caused a sound similar to kneeling to be heard from the person carrying the bag. "You are indeed a broad-minded person. Miss Jessica, please remember that our Belangers Association is always happy to serve you wholeheartedly. If you have any needs in the future, you can contact me at any time, and I will definitely cooperate with you to complete it." The trembling voice of the association president clearly could not conceal her inner excitement. Apparently, the green channel they provided for this S-level commission made this young lady very satisfied. Jessica showed a cold smile, hummed lightly, and hung up the phone. And a pleasant animal cry was heard, drawing her attention to the scene in front of her. At this moment, parked in front of her was a unicorn falcon carriage used exclusively by the royal family of Taliana. The so-called Unicon refers to a gorgeous unicorn waiting quietly in front of the carriage. It has a single horn on its head, its entire body is snow white, its body is like a horse, but it has wings. Unicorn is its name. Of course, it also has another well-known nickname. White Falcon. You know, one of the classes at Freya First Magic Academy is named after this. There are not many adult White Falcons in the entire Wayne continent, but Taliana accounts for half of them. Of course, this refers to the hybrids. Some learned scholars know that the White Falcon is famous for its flying speed. As long as they are not carrying heavy objects, every time they flap their wings, they will fly very far like a gust of wind. It is said that the White Falcon with the purest bloodline can penetrate the void with its innate power and fly in space cracks that are unimaginable to the world. Such ability is something that all adventurers and rulers are jealous of. However, According to the current information, no creature has ever been known to ride a pure-blooded white falcon. It's time to go, Mississippi. The voice of Beth, the maid, came from the front of the carriage. Good. Jessica clenched the crystal silver staff in her hand and moved closer to the edge of the carriage. The carriage was of average size, and judging from the outside, it could accommodate about 3 to 4 people at the same time. There was a long magical rope on its hook, connecting it to the saddle tied to the white falcon. At this time, Beth made way and helped Jessica step onto the steps that the soldiers had placed on the ground in advance. Miss Jessica! Miss Jessica! Suddenly, not far to the side, a knight in armor rushed out of the embassy eagerly, shouting as he ran towards us. Why didn't you inform me before you decided to go to that forest for the trial? There are monsters everywhere and many bandits there. How could you dismiss your people and go there alone? Question mark. Amid the noise, Jessica's originally good mood was immediately broken by this sudden interruption. She frowned slightly and said softly, "That's enough. Lancelot, who gave you permission to yell at me like this?" Her voice was like a basin of ice water, splashing onto the face of the unconscious knight. "I think you are really crazy." Faced with the eldest lady's anger, Lancelot finally realized his rudeness. He stopped in panic, knelt on one knee, and tried to make up for his gaffe in public. However, Jessica did not give him any chance, and even showed an extremely disgusted expression, saying contemptuously, "Lancelot, first of all, your recklessness a few times before has caused me great dissatisfaction. This makes me not intend to take you out again. At least outside of school. I don't want to see a face like yours that makes me annoyed following me when I go anywhere. Do you understand? Secondly, Beth will be in charge of my safety. Not only can she take care of my daily life, but she can also completely replace your self-righteous guarding ability. But you just emphasized that I went to the forest alone, ignoring Beth's existence. How rude is that? Don't you realize it? I'm sorry, Mississippi. I'm sorry, Miss Beth." Lancelot bowed his head deeply. "Don't apologize to me. I hate it the most when people apologize to me. What were you thinking about just now?" Jessica sneered and continued to sarcastically say, "Finally, I have let the new person I found replace you. The trial arrangement given to me by Freya Academy prohibits me from bringing accompanying knights to complete it, and at the same time, I need to record the entire casting process. I believe in Shao can do this part of the job. So, you're no longer useful, Lancelot. I don't want to see you again before school starts." "Miss," the knight almost squeezed out these 3 words from between his teeth. However, Jessica did not look back. "Oh, you make me feel sick. If it weren't for my brother recommending you to the Emperor, how do you think you could be by my side?" After she said this, she lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. Unicorn spread his wings and raised his feet to move. Lady Bess sat on its saddle and glanced coldly at the gloomy expression on Lancelot's face that seemed to be dripping with blood. Then, she patted the falcon's back and drove the carriage into the air. Call! White feathers fell and a cold wind blew. In front of the embassy, the only one left was the knight kneeling on the ground, who was unable to stand up. "Why do you treat me like this?" The darkness in my heart has gradually grown due to this unwillingness and turned into a heavy shadow. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you. I'm willing to do anything for you. Lancelot clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. "Miss, you will regret this." Chapter 62, The Young Lady's Initiative. The sky is clear and the air is fresh, with gentle wind and bright clouds. There is a fire burning on the airship in the morning light, providing minimal warmth for the first batch of passengers in the morning. There were many more people on the deck than yesterday, a bit like the familiar morning rush hour. At this moment, Shao stood at his usual spot beside the guardrail, staring intently at the screen on his portable device. "I have already prepared half of the money, Wharton. Once I prepare the other part, I will go to Muchian Street to find you to verify the capital. I hope you can fulfill your previous promise and not let Xiao Yuan get hurt." "Walton, no problem, Mr. Shao. But next time, let's try not to send messages so early in the morning. I was awakened by your message." "Okay, you received a secret photo." And Shao clicked on the photo. After staring for a long time, he sighed and exited the chat window again. The image remaining on the screen was still that dark iron prison. Yuan sat quietly in a corner of the cell, his eyes dull. It is worth noting that her dress was intact and did not seem to have been torn violently. On the stone platform next to her, there was a cup of water and a bowl of hot rice topped with vegetables and chopped fish. It seems that these guys really won't mistreat the so-called SSS level lots. and Xiao murmured as he put the things away, feeling mixed emotions. A cool breeze blew on his face, and the white clouds moved back. He looked towards the flight tower that was gradually approaching. The familiar voice of the dwarf captain was heard again, and the passengers around him began to pack up and prepare to get off the boat. For most travelers, this was just an ordinary day in Taliana. But for Xiao, every step forward must be done with care. Otherwise, you and Elisa, Olivier, everything will turn into a dream bubble. The airship descended smoothly. The dwarf captain read out the arrival notice, as usual, and walked out of the central cabin. At the same time, he saw Xiao waiting to disembark as if the scene was replayed. "Hey, young man, it's quite early today." She held a small speaker in her hand, adjusted her pink goggles with some surprise, and asked, "Catch the first boat to do the mission." "It's not really a mission. I just have an important meeting." And Xiao had no aversion to the captain, so he was willing to exchange a few simple words with him as he did in the past. "Meeting? That's great. You young people seem to be living a fulfilling life every day. You are full of energy." She unlocked the airship's gate, leaned on the edge of the guardrail, and said, "But you still have to take care of your body. Don't overwork yourself when you're young and overdraw your energy without realizing it. Then you won't be able to get hard when you're old." The captain said earnestly, "Yeah, thanks for the advice." Faced with this strange concern, and Xiao nodded, then held the long sword tightly, put on the bow and arrow, and followed the crowd to the anchor point. "Well, see you later." "Okay, be safe." The dwarf captain waved his hand and looked up at the sky. At the end of the sight, a gorgeous white falcon flapped its wings and flew past, pulling an exquisite carriage. Its speed was no less than any land mount. In the blink of an eye, it began to slowly descend in the air towards the forest entrance. "Oh my, unicorn is so beautiful. I guess only that person can deserve it." Encore. Several royal guards lined up here, holding their spears tightly. The leading sheriff, Knight Beryl, puffed out his chest and nodded, solemnly waiting for the coming big shot. At this moment, the temporary tents nearby had already been driven out and cleared out by the soldiers, and the passage that the adventurers had verified to enter the forest was temporarily changed from the original most spacious one to a deep path on the side, and it would not be open until the afternoon. The soldiers all knew that today was the day that Miss Jessica would take part in the trial at Freya First Magic Academy. For this reason, the royal family specially blocked the forest for half a day to provide a clean and comfortable trial environment for the young lady. Not far from where Beryl was guarding, reporters from Taliana Media had gathered aside with their recording equipment, and their cameras were flashing click, click, click at the royal carriage slowly descending from the sky. At the same time, there's also a sound of running wildly. The sound source comes from Xiao. At this moment, he was running from the bottom of the flying tower at a speed of almost 50 meters. He never expected that Jessica would arrive so much earlier than the estimated time mentioned by Ms. Beth. After all, Unicorn's flying speed is not as fixed as the airship we just took. Its specific speed depends entirely on its current mood. Report. A figure appeared ahead. It seems to be the warlock. A sharp-eyed soldier asked, "Captain, do you want to stop him?" "Yes. I'll go myself." Beryl thought for a moment, then stepped forward. "Morning, Mr. Warlock. Nice to see you." She walked towards Xiao slowly and stretched out her right arm to the side. "However, I regret to inform you that the Misty Forest is temporarily closed to the public today. If you want to do the mission, please come back in the afternoon. I hope you can cooperate." Even from a distance, her voice was still audible, and Xiao stopped immediately after seeing this. He took a few breaths to calm down the turbulent heartbeat caused by running. "I understand, Miss Knight. However, I'm here on a promise, not waiting here to do a mission alone." "Accept the appointment." And Xiao said calmly, "Also, I'm not a warlock. My profession is a magic swordsman." He stroked Edai's body with his thumb, feeling the interest coming from it, adding a little emphasis. Is that so?" Beryl looked at the large sword in his hand in confusion and hesitated to speak. It happened so quickly that in the blink of an eye, the falcon carriage had landed on the ground. "Welcome, Miss Jessica. Welcome, Miss Jessica." Soldiers and nearby reporters all greeted Unicorn. Beryl had no choice but to step aside, signaling his men to bring up the wooden steps and quickly clear a path into the forest. "You are very punctual, Mr. Xiao." The first voice that came from the carriage was Ms. Beth's praise. She was the first to jump off the saddle, looked over here in a calm tone, and said this. And Xiao nodded in response, thinking that if he didn't come out half an hour earlier, he would definitely be late. Beth smiled, turned around, and gently lifted the curtain of the carriage. On the side, Beryl and the soldiers heard this conversation and looked at Xiao in surprise. Everyone could vaguely guess that the promise he just mentioned was most likely. Snap, snap! The flashing lights interrupted everyone's guesses. The camera produced by Beta's technology was spitting out pictures one after another, recording this important moment with certain diplomatic significance. As everyone stared and held their breath, Miss Jessica finally slowly stepped out of the carriage. She walked down the steps gracefully, holding the staff in her left hand and holding Miss Beth's arm with the other hand. You can see that she shines especially brightly today. The long sea blue hair exudes the scent of flowers, casually draped behind her, leaving only two thin strands hanging in front of her body, fixed with delicate hair accessories. The long skirt, which is made of pink and white, is exquisitely designed with a sense of design exclusive to top aristocrats, which perfectly highlights her pure and elegant aura. The bow tie on the chest sways lightly in the wind, and the shoulders exposed to the air are as smooth as snow. She was wearing nothing under her skirt, and her straight, smooth legs were wearing a pair of expensive-looking high-heeled crystal shoes. After stepping on the ground, walk step by step in a certain direction. Tick, tick, tick. Her goal is clear. She swept her eyes across the people around her who had been unable to look away, and finally, her eyes stopped on the face of a calm man. Good morning, Mississippi. Jessica nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, take out your own belongings from the side of the skirt. In full view of everyone, he just threw it to Xiao. Here, enter your account number and send a friend invitation. Then follow me. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the forest entrance amid the astonishment of everyone present and the constant sounds of the camera and phonograph. Chapter 63, Preparing for Filming. It is extremely quiet inside Monteverde today. The crows, birds, and animals' howls seem to become the main colors in the forest. Following the eldest lady's instructions, and Xiao followed her into the woods. At this moment, Miss Beth had already stayed at the entrance, waiting outside with Beryl and other knights. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be no other humans entering the forest through formal channels except in Xiao and Jessica. You sent a friend invitation. You received a friend invitation. And Xiao took the rare cherry color bag that belonged to the eldest lady and did what she had said before. At the same time, the thing in his pocket vibrated as the invitation was sent out. He quickly took it out and clicked the pass option in secret. Her voice came from the front. I thought your sweetheart would not agree to you taking this job. Jessica walked slowly forward with her back to him. Work is work and life is life. They are different, young lady. And Xiao responded, Really? Then do you know what the specific content of this job is? Jessica asked. Yes. Miss Beth told me that she wanted me to follow you in the trial today and record the whole process of you casting spells against the inferior demons. Also, I want to protect you when it is absolutely necessary. And Xiao recalled the information he obtained at the headquarters of the Belongers Association last night and said seriously, protect me? Jessica just smiled softly as if she heard a funny joke and stopped and asked, So, and Xiao, do you know magic? And Xiao pondered for a moment. I know a thing or two. Hearing this, Jessica stood in front of the intersection and looked back at him. Her pupils flashed blue. But are you only level 13? Yes, miss. Do you really think that I hired you to replace Lancelot and specifically protect my safety? Suddenly, she turned around and approached him little by little. Miss, I don't understand what you mean. And Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. The current situation is somewhat familiar, but this usually only happens in companies where senior leaders harass junior new employees, and it's usually male leaders who prey on female new employees. But now, Jessica stood in front of him, holding a magic wand in one hand and reaching for Zhao's sleeve with the other hand, and slightly tiptoed. I see. You really don't understand anything at all? Cold and pleasant words poured out from her crystal pink mouth. Miss, what are you doing? She leaned forward slightly and was about to press her plump, pink lips against his in a predatory manner. A fragrant breeze blew on his face, and Zhao's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately felt like retreating and wanting to avoid it. However, what he didn't expect was that when Jessica's proud and flawless face was less than half an inch away from his nose, suddenly, she stopped there without any warning and decisively turned around and withdrew her demand. Then, as if nothing had happened, She continued to walk to the side of the intersection, and Xiao was shocked. She bit her lip and said, "Never mind. I'll have plenty of time to train you after the trial. It doesn't matter if I wait a little longer." She made such harsh words that his heart started pounding. "No, miss, didn't we agree that I only need to spend 2 hours a day practicing magic with you?" He tried to confirm the job content again. The answer I got was, "You don't really think that the money I carry is easy to make, do you? That's 20,000 gold dragon coins." Jessica glanced at him, raised her delicate chin, and seemed to be gradually losing patience. "Okay, turn on the camera. We're almost there." "Good." With mixed feelings, he followed her in the direction marked Forbidden Forest. In fact, and Xiao didn't know that the one who was more nervous than him was Jessica, who was hiding under that calm appearance and had completely opposite feelings inside. Over the years, Jessica has had to wear a mask to protect herself in the royal life, which has taught her how to not show her true emotional fluctuations in front of others. That was the first time she took the initiative to get close to a man of the same age. The first time I smelled a man, the first time I tried to kiss a man, although I chickened out halfway. But it was not a big problem. She was sure that her appearance and figure would not disgust Xiao. Perhaps what he was afraid of was just her extremely powerful identity and status. This made Jessica secretly happy. In that case, let's wait until the trial is over. I'll make good use of our current relationship and experience with you the things that ordinary couples can do on a daily basis. Exciting thoughts suddenly emerged in my mind, and my restless mood became increasingly difficult to calm down. After all, my money can't be wasted. Just like that, she made up her mind, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Half a minute later, it was already dawn. The fog at the entrance to the Monteverde Forbidden Forest seems to be thicker than in other areas. This place is called the Forbidden Forest because there's a towering tree in it. Few people know that the fog in the entire forest is exhaled by this tree. Therefore, it was named Mist by the nearby monsters, which means mist. And Xiao followed Jessica into the Forbidden Forest. We're almost there. You can see that 100 meters away from the center of the line of sight, a giant tree with twisted branches that can only be hugged by dozens of people is piercing the sky. Its roots are black, and the leaves are a shimmering dark gray, similar to haze. Around it, large tracts of land seem to have been touched by evil spirits, becoming bare and dark. Among the cracked folds, there are many caves and simple tents scattered around, and there are even campfires in front of some of the tents. Be careful, they're monsters. And Xiao held the knife in one hand and carried it with the other, his eyes slightly narrowed. Around each campfire, there were several yellow, pointy-jawed monsters surrounding it. They are taller than goblins and shorter than dwarves, with long arms and pointed ears that slant out to the sides. Their bodies are in the shape of an inverted triangle, with naked upper bodies and only a few wisps of loincloth on their lower bodies. Some of them wear several iron earrings, and some even wear a nose ring. Overall, the inferior demons look a bit like mutated goblins, as they have two black horns on their heads, representing their demonic identity. As if they smelled the fragrant scent of humans, several old demons wearing robes and with wrinkles on their faces turned their eyes at the same time and slowly picked up the broken wooden staffs lying on the ground. The other little demons climbed up with a smile, twisting their bodies a little bit, as if they were doing warm-up exercises. The atmosphere in the forest suddenly became strange and solemn, and Xiao quickly opened the eye of divine investigation and scanned the few evil demons in robes. Little inferior demon, low-level monster, LV, 14. Talents, Fire F, Fear Resistance E. Skills, Impact, Burning Arrow. Bad Magician, Alienated Monster, LV, 19. Talents, Staff Skill F, Dark Word C, Curse F. Skills, Shadow Arrow, Pain Added. Well, there shouldn't be any problem. After confirming the threat level, he turned his attention to the figure of the young lady. Jessica, human female, LV, 20. Identity, the third princess of the Pagrid Empire. Occupation, junior magician. Talents, Frost D, Fire F, Arcane E, Identification D, Magic Resistance F, Physical Resistance E, Beauty Energy Drain SSS. Skills, Staff Strike F, Frost Arrow, Proficiency 1/10. Arcane Orb, Proficiency 0/15. Past. A young lady who has no talent for magic, but deeply loves magic mythology, now comes to her favorite academy with her wealthy family background. and Xiao was stunned. He wanted to say something, but he saw Jessica holding up the crystal silver staff with great confidence and giving him an order. Get ready to shoot. Chapter 64. The Eldest Lady's Special Performance. Eh, eh, eh. In the eerie central dungeon, an old inferior demon was leaning on a staff and gesturing frantically to a human man dressed as a wizard. The man was facing away from the cave entrance, surrounded by a circle of rough wooden tables. From a back, he looked like a middle-aged man. The environment he was in was cold and dim, and the space was not very large. There were only a few torches hanging on the uneven walls, which were considered important props to provide both warmth and light here. The tables around the man were filled with bottles and jars, some of which still had green concentrated juice left in them. Under his feet, there were many green-patterned blood arrays, some of which had dimmed, while some were still glowing. What was a little scary was that the inferior demon's organs of various sizes, such as fingers, toes, arms, calves, etc., were hung on several wire ropes beside him, just like a scholar in a laboratory or a butcher selling meat in the market, ready to take them down and use them at any time. At this moment, hearing the old demon's cry for help, the man slowly turned around, frowned, and asked, "What? You said someone is attacking us outside? Hey, are these the same bounty hunters who don't know their own limits again?" Eh, eh, eh. The old demon shook his head repeatedly. Oh, a new face. The man seemed to fully understand the words of the inferior demons and nodded slightly. Interesting. He narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, then carefully and cautiously took out 2 living eyeballs from his arms and threw one of them out of the cave entrance. Whoosh! The white eyeball shot out. Under the control of magic, it quickly came outside and rotated towards the center of the forbidden forest. At the same time, the other eyeball in the man's palm was like a recorder gradually displaying the real-time images outside the door. The eyeballs have no sound transmission function, so they can only see the images. In the picture, a magician girl with elegant figure and extraordinary appearance is fighting with many small inferior demons and inferior magicians with the amazing magic staff in her hand. Behind her, there was a young man holding a device, seemingly filming something, and he seemed to have no intention of going on stage. Strange, isn't this girl the 3rd princess of the Pagrid Empire? The man frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. However, he observed again and found that apart from the young man, there seemed to be no night guard nearby. This made him feel a little surprised, and his mind gradually became active. Oh, I remember now. I think we did report something about her before. In other words, she was defenseless today. The man glanced at the magic sound machine on the nearby table, stroked the few short wisps of beard on his chin with one hand, and fell into deep thought. His name is Valens, a truly evil warlock from a foreign country. At the same time, he is also a fugitive wanted by the entire territory of Taliana. The charges against him are numerous. The most serious of these are the 2 projects, the Lesser Demon Gene Cloning Experiment and research on the recombination of human discarded limbs grafted into demon's body. However, what is incredible is that Valens actually pushed these projects to completion on his own. Moreover, the content currently under development has been upgraded to the study of the inferior demon totem and the relevant arguments of whether the inferior demon ancient god really exists. In fact, if he could focus his attention on the right path, with his incredible talent in scientific research, perhaps in a few years he would be discovered by the teacher recruitment department of Freya First Magic Academy and Offernala branch. Unfortunately, Valens was not interested in this. He did not like being a teacher, and was even less willing to spend the most precious scientific research time in his life with children. All he wanted was to carry out the experiment that interested him to the extreme, and by the way, seize the title of the world's #1 evil sorcerer. Few people know that in the inner circle of the Wizards Association, warlocks with various specializations will be listed on a list with extremely clear special rankings. For example, Restoration Warlock List, Evil Warlock List, Pain Warlock List, Curse Warlock List, Summoning Warlock List, etc. Every warlock will inevitably be listed when taking the assessment for his professional skill certificate and may be seen by his peers at any time. That's why Valens takes this very seriously. After all, a genius who works in isolation is not really a genius. Not only does he want to use his sorcery to its fullest potential, he also wants to make his name famous so that he can be looked up to and admired by the younger generations in the sorcerer world. Speaking of which, the research funds are a bit tight lately. If we can capture her and extort a large sum of money from her father, then perhaps the experiment can proceed. Since he was already a wanted criminal, Valens was extremely bold and didn't care at all about adding another highlight to his colorful life. Although doing this will scare that girl, but since she has come to my door, don't blame me for not knowing how to entertain guests. He made a quick decision, then stretched out his hand and grabbed a nearby staff leaning against the table. This staff is slender and seems to be made of porcelain jade, and its magic conducting ability is obviously good. There is an emerald bead on the top. The color is dark, giving people a sense of depth. Tell the children to stay quiet and don't go out. Wait until I deal with the threat outside before they can go out for a walk. He instructed the old demon. The old demon nodded repeatedly and bent his hunchback deeply. Valens held the staff with one arm and spun on the spot. Buzz! Green magic patterns gradually lit up under his feet and spread to the surrounding area. His figure became increasingly transparent, gradually becoming blurrier and dimmer until it disappeared. Exterior of the cave. And Xiao held up his camera and observed the movements in the field with his divine eyes, while he was amazed at Jessica's situation. This is incredible, as expected of a person with the ability to make money. It can be seen that with Jessica's level 20 magic power and attributes, it is impossible for her to continuously fight with those inferior magicians for such a long time. Of course, it is even more impossible to withstand a dozen scorching arrow spells released by the little demons at the same time. But now, her condition was completely opposite to what Xiao had predicted, and she didn't seem to be under any pressure at all. She was seen waving her staff lightly, and every time she swung it, a crystal-thin ice arrow would be hurled out, freezing an inferior magician and the group of monsters into an ice cube with irresistible force. As for the spells that flew towards her, they would inexplicably break and disappear within a few meters of her body. When Xiao first saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. He thought Jessica had some undetectable talent. But after he used the ability of weapon identification, this shock turned into sighing. Crystal Frost, custom magic wand, durability, 98/99. Effect, Ice Element Energy Storage, 1865/2000. Accelerated Chanting, Ice Spells. Instant Attack, Frost Arrows. Intermediate Spell Enhancement, Elegance +50. Water Lotus Skirt, custom magic item, durability 1920. Effect, spell counters below E. Immunity to frost skills below D. Automatic activation of water defense shield. Energy consumption 1690/2000. Intermediate magic resistance. Keep the body hydrated at all times. This should be the work of the royal weapon master of the Paygrid Empire, right? And Xiao could probably tell that within the scope of what could be customized, A-level weapons and props were probably the ceiling. As for the S-level or even SS-level ones, probably only the inherited treasures or the holy artifacts that had not yet been born were worthy of that. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Jessica's graceful figure danced in front of his eyes, and she shot out one frost arrow after another, and soon completely froze the 5 inferior magicians. The burning arrows shot by other lesser demons could not cause any harm to her due to the defensive effect of the Water Lotus Skirt. Seeing this, they decided to get close and attack her at close range with their arms and claws. Apparently, the new tactic was very effective. The constant influx of inferior demons immediately threw Jessica off balance. Because her equipment cannot provide her with area of effect killing spells, she can only repel the little demons by chanting and casting spells herself. Miss, you have already met the mission requirements of defeating 5 inferior magicians. How about I record the video here and we retreat? Forget about these guys. I think this is all the material the Academy needs. For her personal safety, and Xiao gave his advice in time. After hearing this, Jessica frowned slightly and fell into thought. Indeed, after throwing out several frost arrows in succession, she was a little tired. After all, she usually lived a life of luxury in the palace or the embassy. So how could she possibly go out in person like this and actually fight against monsters? However, with Xiao watching, Jessica thought that even if she had to leave, she had to end it in a glamorous way, so as not to make it seem like she knew nothing and make him feel like a vase. Well, Xiao, what you said does make some sense. But this is a rare opportunity, so I plan to try out the latest spell I have mastered before I leave. This is what I learned from the highest-ranking magician in the Empire, Ms. Margaret. She gripped her staff tightly, glanced at him confidently, and added, "Although I'm not very proficient yet, I'm sure you will be amazed." "Really? Then I'll be looking forward to it. If there are special circumstances, I will take action." Vaguely sensing her desire to perform, and Xiao decided to take precautions in advance to avoid any unbearable scenes that might occur later. After many verifications, he already believed the information given by the Eye of God, and he also gradually understood why his identification skill required SSS level talent to learn. Weapon identification, attribute identification, real name identification, identity identification, occupation identification, talent identification, skill identification, durability identification, past identification. Maybe there will be present identification and future identification in the future. How could this be as miraculous as the identification techniques available on the market? Therefore, since the Eye of God said that Jessica has no magical talent, then she definitely cannot perform any earth-shattering and soul-stirring spells. There is no doubt about it. At this moment, the little demons were already approaching her. Jessica silently chanted the spell and poured all the magic power in her body into the crystal frost wand in her hand. Whoosh! With the amplification effect of the A-level staff's accelerated chanting and the backup energy storage supply, she can instantly cast the frost spell she wants to release without any effort. The fourth level of ice, wind, and snow. For layers of magic rings gathered under her skirt, and a cold wind gradually rose upwards. After all, it is magic power that has been stored in advance and can be used at any time. This is fundamentally different from the normal level 20 magicians who have to chant spells hard. With the bonus of Crystal Frost, Jessica crossed the 2-level casting threshold and successfully released this classic ice element skill in front of Xiao. Pa! The panicked and fearful howls of the little demons were completely drowned out by the sudden snowstorm. Their bodies were strongly invaded by the ice element and quickly solidified into ice and were fixed in place. The monsters in the distance who saw the situation was not good and chose to turn around and flee were also affected by the cold. Their feet became extremely heavy, and they were obviously suffering from severe slowdown. What do you think? And Xiao, are you already stunned? Jessica was very pleased with her performance. Even though the spell was still being cast, she couldn't help but turn her head and look at Xiao, trying to get his praise. And Xiao certainly wasn't stingy with his praise for his employer. "Yes, my lady, your spells are very beautiful, just like you." Exclamation point. Although it was just a face-saving project and not even particularly heartfelt, it was enough for Jessica's ears. It was as if she had heard some great praise, causing her current spell-casting movements to become unstable and even messy for a moment. Ahem. She turned around as expressionlessly as possible, suppressed the surging satisfaction in her heart, and snorted softly. "You have some foresight. After all, my attainments in frost magic are no joke. I'm determined to get the Golden Lion rank." With Zhao's encouragement, her originally insufficient academic confidence seemed to be rekindled. She immediately increased the output of magic power in her body and imprisoned all the escaping demons in place. Just then, a huge change occurred. Fula? Question mark. There was an inexplicable ominous sound. A green light silently lit up in the center of the venue. The eldest lady's powerful wind and snow spell seemed to disappear suddenly after the slight flash of light, as if it was extinguished by some terrifying undercurrent. What's going on?" She cried out in surprise and stumbled backwards. At this time, Xiao had already put away his belongings, stood by her side, and helped her stand steadily. "Jessica, back off." His voice was more solemn than ever before. Looking at the man walking out of the green fog in front of her, she seemed to have realized something, and a trace of fear and panic appeared on her delicate and noble face. At this time, she was no longer willful and arrogant, but inexplicably obedient, and nodded to him. And Xiao held the long knife in his hand and fully activated the Eye of God. Valence, human male, LV. Occupation, Grandmaster, evil specialization. Identity, Taliana, wanted fugitive. Talents, lesser demon tongue, exclusive, shadow research SS, pain S, curse A, destruction A, evil A, fear resistance S. Skills, unknown, past, unable to detect, level difference greater than 50. And Zhao's heart skipped a beat. "Hello, the distinguished Miss Jessica, and this young man with a resolute gaze." The man was wearing a standard wizard robe that looked very familiar to Jessica, with a flying dragon embroidered on it. He held his staff at an angle politely and gracefully, crossed his arms, and bowed slightly in the direction of the two of them. "I'm Valens, a former classmate of Dean Fury. I am very happy to be here and meet the future rising stars of Freya Academy." Chapter 65, God's Summoning Spell. When Xiao heard the words, Dean Fury's classmate, his head buzzed, and his first reaction was that it was impossible to win. Without using Lucifer's summoning stone and Ida, it would be almost impossible for him to confront the great magician in front of him head-on. Based on my current strength, the level that the Eye of God cannot identify means that he is at least above level 64. But obviously, for someone who is a classmate of Dean Fury, it is not surprising at all even if he is over level 70. And Xiao specifically looked up information about this. It is clearly recorded in the Taliana Encyclopedia that Fury has been the Dean of Freya Academy for 8 years. It is said that 8 years ago, Freya had a special 4th grade, but it was later abolished because it could not gather enough students to meet the requirements. At that time, to become a student of this class, one's identity, beliefs, and character were not considered. Only one thing was required. That is to be judged as a genius. That's right, the 4th grade only accepts geniuses, monstrous geniuses. And obviously, Dean Fury and the great magician in front of him should be from the same class. Staring at the bright green magic circle flashing under Valen's feet, and Xiao could tell that it should be the teleportation technique that drove countless magicians crazy, because the opponent just suddenly appeared from an unknown place. In order to do this, apart from using the extremely expensive short-distance displacement powder, it seems that the only way to do this is to cast space spells. You know, once any spell involves the word space, its threshold will instantly be raised to a level that will discourage magicians below level 60. Therefore, high-end professions like Space Mage have never been heard of in the market. After all, just using the most basic short-distance teleportation has eliminated more than 99% of high-level players. With this in mind, and Xiao took advantage of the moment of physical contact with Jessica to quickly put her belongings into the secret compartment on the side of her skirt. When she was stunned, he whispered in her ear in a very small voice, "Run away." Immediately, he turned his back to her and stood in front of her. At this moment, Jessica was pale and confused. How could she not understand what Xiao meant? If I'm not mistaken, he's planning to risk his life to buy time for himself. I can't watch you being killed by the bad guys. The dean said that he is a wanted criminal. I can't just leave you here. Jessica gritted her teeth and looked at him. It was clearly just a trial companion. It was clearly the first time I had real contact with him, and everything had been going very smoothly before. But now, for some reason, I have encountered such a crisis, and even my life's safety cannot be completely guaranteed. And Xiao put one hand behind his waist while holding the bow and still pointed in the direction of the forest. Jessica's chest heaved, and her face looked so ugly that she was about to cry. Her emotions kept reminding her that she couldn't just leave him alone and choose to protect herself indifferently. However, reason told her that even if she didn't leave, she would become a burden if she stayed here, and in Zhao's kindness would be in vain. Jessica was extremely conflicted. Yes, as long as I can leave here, I can ask Beth and the others to contact Dean Fury for rescue. In other words, if everything goes well, there is still some chance. She had a flash of inspiration and naively thought that Valens was not the kind of unreasonable wanted criminal. She felt that it would be better to be rational at this time. At least she could think of a solution after getting out. So he turned around and wanted to run towards the path outside the forest. Hey, don't ignore me. A grown man who is about to become the world's #1 sorcerer. Valens twitched the corner of his mouth with a forced smile, then gently grasped the wand in his arms and pointed the emerald gem on the tip of the wand in the direction of Jessica's escape. Dark word spell, Imp Blast. A huge amount of magic power gathered at the top of his staff. At this moment, there is no need to guess. Just by looking at the howling black wind nearby, one can know how terrifying the power will be once his spell is cast. How could Xiao let him finish this spell smoothly? He then held the bow in one hand and pulled out a feathered arrow from the quiver with the other hand. He bent the bow and put the arrow on it at an extremely fast speed and used all his arm strength to pull the bowstring to its full length. Bang! Whoosh! The bowstring vibrates and the arrow flies out. And Xiao had a clear idea. Even though there was a big difference in level between the two of them, if he wanted to interrupt Valen's spellcasting, he could still do it through physical means. However, the idea is great. Puff. Valens didn't even move or dodge, and just watched the arrow fly past his ear and hit the huge tree behind him. Totally miss. And Xiao was embarrassed, and Valens shook his head slightly with a strange look on his face, expressing sympathy for his clumsy attack. Young man, your proficiency still needs practice, he said in a mentor's tone. This was the first time that Xiao had made a fool of himself. He felt a little helpless and thought to himself, it's time to schedule a meeting with the female thief. Maybe she really knows archery and can teach me, provided I can survive. After all, real archery is completely different from long-range general attacks in the data world. If he hadn't signed up for a membership card at the archery center near his home, he wouldn't have been able to shoot the arrow successfully, and he might not even have been able to hold the bow correctly. As for being able to hit the target every time like the elves, that is simply a fantasy. At this time, Valens' spell had been chanted to completion. Whoosh! Bang, 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 bang. There were about 8 loud bangs, and 8 clouds of thick green smoke suddenly rose at the entrance in front of Jessica. Ehehe. A horrifying scene appeared. The originally unobstructed woodland, due to the formation of the green smoke, turned into 8 large clumps of body tissue that looked like meatballs being kneaded together. And Xiao looked back and found that it was actually a group of demons formed by a large number of purple inferior demons gathered together and compressed. With a bang, they exploded under the impact of the spell, screaming and scattering around Jessica. What kind of spell is this? Summoning? No. Teleportation. Just by visual estimation, and Xiao could probably tell that their number was no less than 400. However, it is worth noting that they seemed to be the same as the inferior demons Jessica had fought before, just spirits that have been proliferated, not real bodies. For a moment, a huge number of summoned inferior demons danced and surrounded the exit of the Forbidden Forest, under the control of Valens' magic. Although they did not rush over like the previous inferior demons, Jessica was already frightened to the point of turning pale. She stood there trembling, helpless. Your Excellency, Miss Jessica, I don't have a lot of research funds recently, which is a headache for me who loves to study cutting-edge magic. Valens gracefully retracted his Emerald Warlock staff, his movements as polite as a gentleman. So, can you lend me 100,000 gold coins temporarily? Once I get the patent payment, I will definitely pay you back on time. Huh? You dare to threaten me? When Jessica heard what he said, she almost cursed it out loud. You are already a wanted criminal, and you still want to talk about whether to lend it or not. Besides, even if I were the princess of the empire, it is impossible for me to carry so much pocket money with me. In fact, she was not wrong. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the Paygrid Empire seems to be richer than Taliana. Countries that rely mainly on military development usually choose to rely on plunder to bring in new resources. They are not like Taliana, which can rely on magic, education, and tourism industries to bring about a multi-dimensional economic snowball and quickly accumulate resources. Therefore, even Jessica would not store hundreds of thousands of gold coins in her luggage like the royal princesses of other countries. Besides, she only appears to be spoiled on the surface, but actually knows how to save money for the empire and will not spend money recklessly easily. Oh, that's a pity, Miss Jessica. Since you have entered my territory without permission and interrupted my experiment, there is nothing I can do. I may need to have a good talk with your father to pave the way for my next experiment. Valens no longer hesitated and signaled the inferior demons to take Jessica back to the cave. Then, while muttering, he threw a slow shadow arrow at Xiao. I'm a man of principle, young man. You shot me with an arrow, so I'll shoot you back. Whether you can catch it or not, that's up to fate. You know, considering that you didn't hit me, I was already merciful. After all, those rude people who came to attack me before were already used as experiments by me. He had planned to turn around confidently and stroll back in the direction he came from. However, as if he sensed something wrong, he narrowed his eyes and stopped. Time seemed to slow down, looking at the ball of filth that was floating over, and Xiao knew that it was definitely a magic ball attack of a level greater than 70. If you force yourself to eat, you will die. Avoiding is impossible. The only option is to fight against it, consume its magic energy, and reduce the damage you suffer. In this situation, Xiao was unusually calm. As a shadow spell, Devouring Fang cannot block shadow arrows above level 70, and may even be assimilated and devoured by them. The chanting time of the Chaos Stone was too long. Whether it was amethyst or the newly learned amethyst, they would not have time to use it within a few breaths and would definitely be hit by the opponent first. With this premise in front of me, my only choice may be it. In line with the principle of never using Lucifer's summoning stone and E-die, and Xiao gently grasped the scabbard and comforted the her, who had suddenly awakened and was living inside. Believe me, at this moment, there seemed to be an ancient and time-honored magic scroll in his mind, which was slowly stretched out to both sides by an invisible force. Various colors never seen before float on it. They are palm-sized circles, and each emits a different light. And Xiao knew that they were the magic groups from the third spell system he had just mastered, elemental summoning. Unlike other magicians in the world, most people only learn one skill when they level up. Even a genius like Ryza can only learn multiple skills at the same time. As for Xiao, since he skipped a grade last time, his ability to comprehend has been based on the system. For example, the Chaos Stone, learned for the first time, is a unique and unrepeatable spell system, also known as Chaos Magic. The Amethyst, move at that time, can also be called the Crystal Spell. Later, the Shadow Recovery skill that he tried repeatedly was actually a regeneration system. After all, Williams sent him the information in time after returning to the Academy, which once again confirmed that there was no spell in the Shadow system that could restore limbs. Of course, there is no such thing in holy spells either. Now, the set of scrolls in my mind is the third system in my life, called the Summoning Spell. Looking at the colorful balls of light representing arcane, frost, thunder, earth, hurricane, quicksand, darkness, snow fog, and rainstorm, and Xiao quickly gathered 3 of them together with his mental power and silently chanted, "The blazing flame of flame, divine grace of divine, the fierce radiance of light grow. In the name of God, answer my call. Summoning spell, falling sun flame." Whoosh! In the morning light, a ray of sunshine, suddenly abnormal. It was a light that gradually became hotter and more dazzling. It came from directly above the sun, shining at a speed that instantly fell on all the targets that Xiao was thinking about. Halala! All the evil demons standing in Jessica's way spontaneously combusted in an instant. Hey, you! Amid the wailing, in the blink of an eye, the light in the sky gathered and dispersed. The shadow arrow that was floating over also paused slightly under the shining light. Soon, half of its color faded, and only 1/3 remained, which powerlessly hit in Zhao's dull and thin armor. Bang! The heroic spirit's armor suddenly exploded and turned into pieces. But the good news is that due to the terrifying energy of the summoning spell that transcends levels, the pain did not cause a fatal blow to Xiao. At this moment, his body shook violently for a few breaths. At the same time, he stuck the E-die scabbard into the ground, using all his strength to keep his whole body balanced and not fall to the ground. The huge backlash caused extreme pain to his nerves. The first time Xiao used elemental summoning, he had completely understood its principle, borrowing the power of heaven to bring down the power of elements. This forbidden technique that spans all types and systems of magic in the current history of magic is obviously impossible to use at will. The dimmed cooling indicator in the Eye of God alone showed 30 days. The mana pool in the body, which was instantly depleted, represented the maximum power limit consumed by this summoning, which corresponded to about 15 to 2,000 magic points, which is almost the same as the 6-ring spell released by a normal A-level magician with all his strength. At this moment, not only Jessica opened her mouth and was stunned, even Valen's eyes widened suddenly, and a light, as if he saw a treasure, suddenly lit up in his eyes that had originally shown no interest. He just said with a trembling voice, as if he had made great progress in scientific research, "I've changed my mind, Miss Jessica. You can go now." Jessica didn't hear what he said clearly, because at this moment, her mind was still endlessly echoing the conversation with Xiao not long ago. "Xiao, do you know magic?" "I know a thing or two." Chapter 66. A very nice mage sister. In the royal city of Terriana, inside Alice's magical prop shop, Lisa was bored and playing with some glass vessels filled with dark liquid with her little hands, but her eyes were attracted by the streak of fire that had just ignited in the sky. "Miss Alice, did you see that?" That just now." The sun seemed to suddenly brighten. At this moment, the girl pointed to the sky outside the window and excitedly spoke to a mage sister next to her who had a mature look, a hot body, and long fiery red hair. If Xiao were here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this mage was the beautiful woman who was whizzing across the sky when he and Lisa first came to Taliana and looked up at Muchin Street. At that time, she was riding on a unique fiery red owl mount, looking extremely cool, and even threw a wink at Xiao. However, Lisa had a very bad memory and had long forgotten such details. She thought it was the first time she met her. Here's what happened. In order to raise funds for Xiao to buy a cat, the girl is currently working in a magic prop store. Miss Alice is the manager of the store and also the client of the task. This commission was registered on the bulletin board at the headquarters of the Belongers Association, and the specific name was Purify Shadow Particles and Synthesize Combat Potion. The bonus is about 140 gold dragon coins. The activity benefits are doubled, and it can be repeated 2 or 3 times. It is a kind of cyclical task. Riza had been searching for a long time in the association and was planning to accept the mission. Found traces of demons outside the city, searched for caves, and killed demons, but she was hesitant and sent a text message to Cecilia for consultation and received this reply. Demons? No, that's too dangerous. If you go alone, it's easy for something to go wrong, and your boyfriend might worry. I guess he doesn't want to see you contacting demons alone, right? I suggest you take on some missions in the city, such as part-time work at a prop shop or letter delivery missions. Although the rewards are not high, there will be no accidents. What do you think? Cecilia's words were well-founded and immediately convinced Lisa. So, the girl decisively accepted the advice of her best friend, chose this task which was good in all aspects with a clear goal, and came here not long ago. The client, Miss Alice, is warm and gentle. At this moment, she is lazily lying in a rocking chair, basking in the sun, drinking black tea, and reading an ancient book. Her requirements for Lisa's work were also very casual. She only needed to simply purify the shadow particles and inject them into the pre-made potion test dish, and that was enough. At this time, hearing the girl's words, Alice moved her lazy and attractive body slightly, changed the position of her slender legs folded together on the recliner, and looked out the window. The strange phenomenon on the horizon had dissipated, and the sun was warm and gentle. Only a golden line remained, which could only be seen clearly with squinting eyes, representing the abnormality that had occurred before. That is the mark of flowing flames, the glory of the scorching sun. Oh, interesting. Alice put the introduction to advanced elements in her hand aside and sniffed gently with her tall, white nose. It seems to smell like a forbidden technique. A hint of red flashed in her eyes, and then she looked at Lisa with interest and asked, "Little cutie, are you usually interested in magic?" "Yes, Miss Alice. I want to learn more super powerful and super rare spells." When this was mentioned, Lisa was as excited as a child seeing a picture book. "I want to be as good as you." She said this because her dragon eyes were showing information about Miss Alice. Alice, identity, owner of Taliana Magical Item Shop. Level, 76, danger level, assess. Occupation, Grand Mage, Fire Specialization. Strength, 124, Agility, 272, Durability, 535. Intelligence, 998. Magic Power, 3875. Magic Defense, 666. Talents, Fire Player SS, Exclusive, Fire Resistance A, Magic Knowledge A, Elemental Affinity B, Magic Guidance S, Frost Resistance F-. Lisa's current level is 36, and her identification skill can only identify objects within 40 levels of hers. In other words, if Ms. Alice's level is 1 level higher, this information will become a lot of question mark and unknown in her eyes. All of this is based on her A-level Dragon Eye talent. Don't be impatient, little cutie. You have mastered shadow magic, which is already very rare. Alice crossed her fingers and placed them under the back of her head, changing to a more comfortable position. She rocked the rocking chair with her buttocks and said to the girl leisurely, "You've seen it, right? Even though I've reached my current level, I can't do what you can do so easily. So, you have to learn to cherish your own talents." She glanced at the pure black magic liquid swirling in the slender glass tube in Lisa's hand, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. But, others say that I'm very depressed and that this is a bad omen." The girl pouted her lips and lowered her head slightly, with an obviously inferior look on her face. "Depressing? Ominous?" Alice sighed softly and shook her head. The long red hair that fell down was particularly eye-catching. You take other people's opinions too seriously. Speaking of which, an old classmate of mine, although also isolated and criticized by others, was able to turn this loneliness into motivation and kept moving forward. By the time he came to his senses, he had already left the others far behind. She smiled and said, "That person also has the talent of shadow, and the spells he masters are more evil and terrifying than yours. Of course, he looks too serious and not as cute as you." Hearing this, Lisa opened her eyes wide with curiosity. By the way, was Miss Alice also a student at Freya Academy? Yes, it happened many years ago. She pointed to the most conspicuous temperature-controlled display cabinet in the prop store, where a set of school uniforms embroidered with the Flying Dragon logo were displayed, and smiled. "I was once called the Flame Queen by my classmates. Hee hee. Now that I think about it, it really makes me nostalgic." "Wow, that's amazing." The girl looked at the display case with envy, her eyes shining. "I think Miss Alice is so beautiful. She must have been the school belle of the academy." "Haha, you have such a sweet mouth." Based on the favorability that the girl had inadvertently given her, Alice took a sip of her afternoon tea, then turned over, lying on her side with her arm supporting her cheek, and chose to continue comforting the girl. "By the way, have you heard of the legend of the crow god? The raven god?" She pointed to the built-in bookshelf that took up the entire wall behind the counter. "A short story that is only recorded in the latest version of the Epic of Van." "I've never heard of it, Miss Alice." Lisa looked confused. "Well, it actually tells the story of an angel. It's a fable, but I like it very much. I recommend it to you." "Oh, okay. I will definitely buy it and have a look." Lisa quickly accepted the recommendation. Alice smiled with satisfaction and continued. "Well, it is mentioned that there are many gods and places we cannot see. Among them, the crow god, who can gather all the ominousness and disasters in one body, is one of the most powerful gods. God of crows. On the contrary, those who always talk about justice and glory often become cowards when they are really in a situation where they need to stand up." "Is that so?" "Yeah, I usually like reading books, especially masterpieces related to theology. I have always believed that the laws of this world are always balanced. A person, or a god, will gain as much happiness and joy as he or she endures pain and disaster. It's like alchemy. Do you understand?" Alice's philosophical words made Lisa open her mouth and become stunned. Hey. The girl scratched her head and frowned, as if she was deep in thought, apparently thinking about something over and over again. However, with her experience, it seemed that no matter what she did, she could not understand the meaning of what the magician's sister had just said. "Oh my, it seems like he's not very smart when it comes to life." "Well, that's completely the opposite of his magical talent." Alice looked at the cute girl and shook her head with a smile. Sure enough, talent is also conserved. At the same time, inside the Monteverdi cloud forest, on the path, Jessica wiped her tears and stumbled towards the entrance. She held the phone in her hand and dialed the maid Beth's personal number with trembling hands. "Beep beep. Hello? Miss, did you successfully complete the trial?" The calm and steady voice of the maid came from the phone. Whoa. Beth was horrified to hear her sobbing and almost unable to speak. "Miss, what happened? Could it be that boy did something to you in the woods when no one was around?" She could feel that Knight Beryl, who was near her, also tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. "Miss Jessica, do you need us to rush in and rescue you immediately? My soldiers and I can quickly capture the thief." No. Help me contact Dean Fury." Jessica tried to calm her violently surging emotions and spoke to the person she carried with her hands in a discontinuous manner. "In order to save me," and Shao was captured by the wanted criminal and used for evil experiments. Wow, he did it for me. Wow. "Miss, calm down first and don't cry. I will arrange for a diplomat to contact Dean Fury. Also, who is the wanted criminal you were talking about?" Ms. Beth's calm voice calmed Jessica's panic. She gritted her teeth and described as best as she could. "Yes, it's an evil sorcerer. He's so powerful that he can summon hundreds of inferior demons at once. He also knows how to teleport and can speak demon language. He was gonna catch me, but Shao risked his life to protect me and took his attack, and then I accidentally aroused his interest. Then he kicked me out and told me not to disturb his academic research, and brought in Shao into the cave. When Jessica thought of the scene just now, tears began to flow out uncontrollably again. Outside the woods, Ms. Beth's expression, which had always been calm and cold, became increasingly solemn. Similarly, After hearing this, Knight Barrel next to him seemed to associate it with some terrifying existence, and his expression gradually became ugly. Ms. Beth, I know who the young lady is talking about. His name is Valens, a wanted criminal in Taliana. He was listed as an SS-level super elite target in the Belongers Association, and the reward was many tens of thousands of gold dragon coins. Because he was too powerful, all the adventurers who came to defeat him died or were injured. Later, the association had no choice but to tear up the mission, and it became a matter that only insiders knew about. Knight Barrel looked troubled. So, even if all of our knights rushed in, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to defeat that guy. Beth frowned. Doesn't it mean that this guy can do whatever he wants in the forest? Isn't there a more powerful magician in Taliana who can take care of him? Well, actually, the royal family sent someone to ask Dean Fury to come and deal with it. But the dean just came to talk to Valens, and the matter was left unresolved. Beth looked puzzled. Beryl explained. It is said that they seem to have reached some kind of agreement. Valens accepted the rule of never leaving the forest, and Dean Fury promised to designate the area where he lives as a forbidden forest to prevent interference from the outside world. Of course, those who take the initiative to go to the forbidden forest to cause trouble Beryl hissed softly and stopped talking. I see. I understand. Beth's mind raced, and she quickly came to the conclusion. In theory, the trial to defeat the inferior demons arranged by Dean Fury can actually be completed outside the Forbidden Forest. But due to the Demon Hunting Festival, all the inferior demons on the outermost side were killed by adventurers, driven by the needs of merchants and the interests within the association. Even if Valens continued to conduct experiments in the forest and spawned a large number of new inferior demon spirits, they were not enough for these people to fight and complete missions. Therefore, Miss Jessica had to go deep into the forbidden area to kill the evil magician, which led to a complete encounter with the wanted criminal. And judging from the fact that Valens was able to release her, it was obvious that he had taken into consideration the diplomatic relations between the countries and the agreement he had made with Dean Fury. As for Xiao, Beth frowned and comforted Jessica in her arms. Don't worry, young lady. I will handle this matter right away. I believe that Dean Fury will be willing to help you to the best of his ability for the sake of Pagrid. Well, okay. You go and do it. I don't care about anything else. I just want him to be alive. Do you hear me? No matter what the price is, I just want him to be alive. Jessica gritted her teeth, her eyes blurred with tears. After saying this, she hung up the phone. Chapter 67, The Kidnapped God. May I have your name? And Xiao, a student of Freya Academy. Yes, but no. Ow! I was supposed to report in later, but unfortunately, Mr. Warlock caught me here. Oh, in the silent and eerie cave, and Xiao sat in the reception room where green light flashed, answering question after question raised by Valens. Beep, beep. Beside him, there was an old demon leaning on a cane, with 3 or 5 little demons scratching their heads. They were looking at him chatteringly, as if they were watching some rare species. Mr. Valens pulled out a chair from the darkness and sat down opposite him. So, you're a transfer student this year? He threw the emerald staff back onto the pedestal, a sharp light flashing in his bright little eyes. The two continued with the previous topic, and Xiao knew that at this time, some things could be said and some things could not be said. So, he subconsciously chose the part that he could talk about and said, It hasn't been finalized yet. I just managed to get a spot to take the test with great difficulty. His heart was still beating violently. After all, under the eyes of this great magician, if he said something wrong or made him unhappy, he, as a trespasser, could still die on the spot. Fortunately, Jessica has left safely. If she is kind-hearted, she will surely think of a way to arrange for someone to find me. In this way, I only need to delay time to gain a higher chance of survival. Well, I'll ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I may let you go safely. Valens folded his arms, pointed at the nearby dark green magic circle with his chin, and said, You know forbidden techniques, don't you? After hearing his words, and Xiao frowned slightly. Since he has not yet joined Freya's first magic academy for systematic study, in his understanding, forbidden techniques probably refer to powerful spells that ordinary people cannot use. His own crystal spell, regeneration spell, and summoning spell obviously fall into this category. He hesitated and nodded slightly. A little bit. How many points? If my guess is correct, What you just used was not a fire spell, nor a holy spell. Valens narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "It's a fusion spell, right?" "Yes, Mr. Warlock. It also incorporates a ray of light." And Shao believes there is no need to hide this relatively obvious problem. As expected, Valens nodded and said, "You are very honest." He pulled his chair and sat forward. "Then do you know the maximum number of elemental attributes a normal magician can master?" This. And Shao thought about it, then shook his head slightly. "I haven't seen the answer anywhere, but I guess it's about 3. Apart from the enemies he had roughly scanned with the Eye of Divine Detection, the only 2 people around him who could serve as references were Lisa and Jessica, who had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. It is certain that Lisa has the talent of Curse and is a shadow-specialized dragon spirit user, and does not know other types of elements. Jessica is completely the opposite. She has 3 elemental talents at the same time, including Fire, Frost, and Arcane. She is a typical junior magician, although her level is not very high. As for myself, I am omnipotent. From elements to nature, light and darkness, chaos and holiness. They all lie quietly in the summoning scroll in the mind and can be used again as long as the cooling time limit is exceeded. At this time, after hearing his answer, Valens smiled meaningfully and raised a finger. You mean one kind? But the people around me." And Shao hesitated to speak. "When I say mastery, I mean proficiency," Valens said lightly. "You know, most magicians on the market can only have affinity with 3 attributes at most. Some of them are even in conflict with each other, such as ice and fire. Under this premise, if one wants to cultivate one of them to specialization, the other attributes will inevitably be weakened or even abandoned. This is why the current magic world is full of people who have their own strengths and specialties." His voice was gentle and clear, and every word was powerful. After all, human energy and time are limited. Even a guy as talented as Fury would still choose to focus more on thunder magic. "I see," and Shao suddenly realized. But Valens smiled and changed the subject. "But the forbidden technique just now has already applied flame, glow, and holiness to the extreme. Therefore, there is a huge secret hidden in your body. And Shao, am I wrong? You have mastered more than just these 3 elements, right?" Looking at Valens' increasingly strange and fiery gaze, and Shao panicked. "Yes, Mr. Warlock, I also know a little bit about shadow-based healing techniques." Oh, when he heard the word shadow, a dark light flashed in Valens' eyes. At this moment, and Shao and his eyes looked like this. Human male, LV, 14. Occupation, chaos. Talent level, SSS. Attribute type, brilliant. Mana, 1490. Magic purity, SSS. This is the panel reading brought by his C-level identification technique, Inferior Demon Vision, which can clearly see the magic purity option that cannot be queried in other identification techniques. Of course, identity identification and other heaven-defying peeping are impossible. But it doesn't matter. In Valens' eyes, just based on Zhao's magic power limit of nearly 1,500, he can guess how deep and terrifying his magic power pool is. As a master who graduated from a professional school, Valens is extremely sensitive to the data of magic. Generally speaking, the magic power of a magician of average talent at this level is capped at about 50. However, Zhao's magic power is 30 times that of them. This not only means that Zhao can use stronger spells and more spells in a battle, but also indirectly indicates that his growth multiplier is far greater than that of others. In other words, he is a genius among geniuses, just like his old classmates. "And Shao, you interest me a lot." Valens stretched out his hand and took a bloody skull from the laboratory table next to him. This is the skull of the lesser demon king, Shaculus. He pointed to a hole on the upper side of the skull and said to Shao, "See, due to long-term decay in the air, an important piece of tissue is missing at this location. I've been wondering if there is any way to make up for this key part. If I can do that, then I will have a chance to summon the soul of the ancient inferior demon through special means and achieve a dialogue with it across time." He stared into Zhao's eyes and got straight to the point. "So, if you can show me your recovery technique, even if it's just to restore one of the tiny fragments, it could be of great help to the progress of my experiment. When the time comes, I will fulfill my promise and let you leave here. On the other hand, if what you just said is just bragging, or if you not only fail to restore it, but even cause damage to the skull, then I will also turn your head into a skull. Do you understand what I mean?" Valens looked at the magic genius in front of him with a forced smile and lightly made a request that was almost certain to lead to his death. Now, I need you to try. Chapter 68 Good, Evil, and Truth. The death order had been issued. At this moment, and Xiao felt a little uncertain. He stared at the dark yellow skull that was slowly rotating on Valens' palm, and a feeling of helplessness came over him. What is certain at the moment is that relying on the regeneration talent can achieve special effects, such as restoring physical strength, healing wounds, and limb regeneration, and there is nothing wrong with this. However, the outrageous requirement of repairing the skull has completely involved restoration. If Xiao uses the words in his mind to describe it, its difficulty is probably a bit similar to repairing cultural relics. How was it possible to do something of this magnitude? Thinking this in his heart, he seemed a little embarrassed and tried to find other excuses to delay. Mr. Warlock, although you may not believe this, the spell I just cast has indeed consumed all of my mana. I have no more magic power, so I can't show you other spells right away. That's not a problem. After hearing his words, Valens shrugged his shoulders almost immediately and ordered the surrounding inferior demons. Go, bring in my special potion. Ee. The old demon obeyed the order and tremblingly walked towards a secluded path in the secret passage, leaning on his crutches. Horrible echoes continued to emanate from it, and Xiao heard that there seemed to be a corrosive sound similar to sulfuric acid being poured on the ground. I will provide you with a mana potion that I developed myself, which is far more effective than those bottles and jars of mana potions on the market. And Xiao, I only want to see your ability. So, I don't recommend you to do anything tricky under my nose. I think you should understand. And Xiao sighed and thought that he had no chance of escaping today. This shadow recovery technique must be tried no matter what. In this case, he was not as nervous as before. For a moment, the feeling of entanglement and uneasiness was invisibly eliminated a lot. While waiting, he asked Valens, Mr. Warlock, there is something I don't understand. Well, Valens glanced at him. You go ahead. Excuse me, why are you so obsessed with magic and research related to inferior demons? There was nothing to do after waiting around. In order to avoid embarrassment, and Xiao asked the question that concerned him the most, thinking that it would not matter if the other party did not answer. However, when Valens heard his doubts, he immediately became more interested. No one has asked me this question for many years. Well, let me ask you a few questions first, and see if you can find the answers yourself. Valens adjusted from a sitting position with his arms folded to leaning forward. He looked directly into Zhao's eyes, as if trying to judge by his expression whether his next words came from his heart. Who do you think is more evil, the lemurs or the devils? And Xiao was a little confused when he heard this. I always thought that the inferior demons and the demons were one family. Then let me ask you, if they're from the same family, why were these inferior demons driven to live in the deserted forest instead of living with those powerful thorn demons, gluttony demons, and fear demons? And Xiao hissed softly, a little dazed. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, Mr. Warlock, I don't understand. That's normal. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. After all, few people know the truth. Valens just smiled and explained calmly. Lesser demons are lower creatures excluded from the demon race. In a sense, their status among the demon race is even lower than that of goblins among humans. And Xiao became curious when he heard about the area of knowledge beyond his cognition. You know what? Lesser demons are dull by nature, but loyal. They don't know any advanced spells, and they only follow all the instructions of the superior demons. Therefore, in many demon pharmacists, they often have their fingers and toes cut off as bait for various basic experiments. This habit has even spread to humans, causing many alchemists to believe that they have great power. Little do they know that this is simply because they do not understand betrayal. In the ancient times, among the 72 demon gods, there was one named Lu Rid, who evolved from the most powerful inferior magician among the inferior demons. There is only one such evil demon among billions. At that time, it had already mastered the shadow magic. With just one shadow spell, it could make the wings of the saints who came to attack it turn black, their faces twisted, and reveal the truest hideousness in their bodies. Valens looked longingly and smiled comfortingly. In my eyes, the inferior demons represent the true of many emotions. Based on this, I have conducted many experiments. I want to explore what the most authentic magic is in this world. If possible, I would like to have a dialogue with the true self and see what the true self looks like with my own eyes. After all living beings live in layers of falsehood. If you want to see the true face of mountains and seas, you need to break through the 9 layers of heaven. This is the Tao that I have always wanted to pursue. Do you understand? It seemed like he hadn't spoken so much in a long time. When Valençon Xiao was deeply influenced by his profound speech, he shook his head in self-mockery and muttered, "Alas, I'm afraid that a junior like you won't be able to fully understand these words. I'm too serious about them. That's all. Time flies." It has to be said that Valen's persistence was something in Xiao had never expected. And in Zhao's eyes, it was incredible and difficult for others to understand that a wanted evil sorcerer would hide deep in the forest to conduct scientific research. Unexpectedly, he has such clear life goals and extremely clear personal plans. You know, the only ones who can keep him company here are a few chirping little demons. The monsters that appeared in the battle outside were all illusions controlled by Valence. Therefore, Mr. Warlock's real friends are probably only these demons who depend on each other for survival. Suddenly, and Xiao seemed to think of something important and asked, "Sir, do you think there is absolute goodness among the demons?" Valens, who originally had no hope of understanding him, frowned when he heard this. Of course, he held a little inferior demon on his lap, pointed at its ears, and said, "These children around me have never shed blood, and they have never told lies. But their own kind were massacred by the so-called brave men, so they had no choice but to go deep into the jungle and even come to me, a hermit, for help. What is good? What is evil? These are propositions that require relative consideration. From different perspectives, the answers are different." Valens looked into Zhao's eyes and spoke in the tone of a mentor. "What your teachers instill in you is goodness from the perspective of universal human morality. That is the goodness of the human race, the goodness of positive values. And at certain times, they will become absolute evil in the eyes of those dead souls and the corpses of foreign races harvested by the good, driven by interests. Precisely because the boundary between good and evil has become so blurred and distorted, I no longer believe what others say, I no longer believe the history recorded in books, and I no longer believe in any values imposed on others by those in power. I only believe my own eyes. I only seek my true self." Chapter 69, The Sweet-Spoken Principle. When the old demon held up a bottle of bubbling, green concentrated juice in front of Xiao, and Xiao touched his Adam's apple with difficulty, unsure whether he could really swallow this thing. "Don't be afraid, child." Seeing his resistance, Valens said amiably, "This is a concentrated mana recovery potion made from substances extracted from the body tissues of dead lesser demons. I named it Lesser Demon C. Mr. Warlock seems to have his own unique romance, and his naming method is closer to the popular special drinks in the tavern. Normally, a bottle of intermediate magic potion that can quickly restore 500 mana points costs 600 gold dragon coins on the market. And my sea of lesser demons can instantly restore you to 800. Valens raised his hand proudly, made a pleased gesture, and emphasized the sentence. "Of course, I won't charge you a penny." At this moment, Zhao's forehead was covered with sweat. He thought, "Yes, if I waste the effect of this bottle of green juice after drinking it, I will be dead, and I won't get paid." But in desperation, he could only reach out and carefully take the slender potion bottle from the old demon's hand. Hey. The old demon cooperated with him happily, and a strange laugh came from its crescent-shaped mouth that looked like it had been mended with needle and thread. Mr. Valens, it's not that I don't trust you. I just want to ask, does this have any side effects?" And Xiao stared at the medicine bottle, carefully listening to the sizzling sound of the medicine. The heart also beats more impatiently with its rhythm. Good question. You asked a good question." Valens stroked his palms twice and admired Zhao's cautious character very much. "As a good pharmacist, you must be honest and inform the patient of all the risks of the drug before trying it. So in Xiao, you don't have to worry. Since I can give you such a valuable medicine, it means that I want to see with my own eyes how much potential you have in the shadow way. As you can see, this sea of lesser demons has an extraordinary shape. It is impossible that there are no side effects. However, it is definitely not as terrible as you think." Seeing in Zhao's right expression, Valens pointed at the vial with a stern face and said seriously, The user will occasionally speak out what's on their mind within the next few hours. Hearing this, and Xiao was stunned. What kind of side effect is this? After a few careful reflections, he tried to ask. So, similar to the effect of a lie detector drug? Looking at the shape of this sea of lesser demons, he thought that it would have abdominal pain, dizziness, and even stomach burning, gastroperforation, and other sequelae that were in line with his imagination, just like strong potions. Unexpectedly, it was actually speaking the truth. If this is true, wouldn't it become an extremely expensive lie detector drug if used in reverse? As expected, Valens laughed loudly twice, with a smug look on his face. You do have some understanding of pharmacy, but it's not that mysterious. He explained, because inferior demons never lie and have simple minds, they often tell their own thoughts to their own kind. This is their unique, true nature. Based on this purity, the energy extracted from their structures will of course also have this characteristic. However, it should be distinguished from the lie detector potion that the side effect of the sea of lesser demons is only occasional truth-telling, the frequency of which is about 1 in 10 sentences, and it can be completely avoided as long as you don't let her mind wander. The lie detector potion is different. It is a potion made by priests and bishops using concentrated divine power. It is extremely expensive, has a more significant effect, and, of course, lasts for a shorter time. The two cannot be compared. I see. Yes. You can understand it this way. With my continuous optimization, the side effects of the lesser demon sea are almost negligible. If you have nothing to hide and what you said before was the truth, then you don't need to care about anything else. Just drink it. Valens patiently explained the precautions. Then, he watched with satisfaction as Xiao slowly brought the slender medicine bottle to his mouth. Okay, then It was useless to delay any further, and Xiao frowned, and with a look of a warrior ready to die, he put the bottle mouth to his lips. The green, scalding potion flowed down the throat into the stomach without hindrance. The strange thing is that the taste is not what I imagined. Why, it tastes pretty good. Feeling the rising tide of magic power in his body, he smacked his lips and savored it. It seems to taste like green apple. Haha, sure, and Xiao. After hearing his feedback, Valen's serious face broke into a smile again. Yes, I did add the ingredient lime grass to the formula in order to improve the taste of the potion. Of course, it's not too different from the green apple you guessed. And Xiao was speechless. After all, this feeling of drinking a beverage was completely different from the several astringent and hard-to-swallow potions he had drunk before. It was quite interesting in its own way. It seems that Mr. Warlock is really different. He sighed slightly. Haha, it's just a hobby. Medicine is part of scientific research, and the taste often determines the experience of the person taking it. As an excellent pharmacist, magic researcher, and evil history enthusiast, I absolutely cannot be careless about these details. I hope you understand what I mean. Valens taught by example, and Xiao seemed to be thinking about something. A moment later. Okay, the effect of the medicine should have appeared. Next, please start your performance. Valens leaned back and placed the skull on a stone platform next to Xiao, letting it float in the air automatically. Well, I'll try. And Xiao took a deep breath, slowly raised his hands towards the defect in the skull, and said attentively. Shadow reply. Buzz. The dark light flickered and demonic energy surged. It can be clearly felt that the hundreds of magic points that have just been replenished through this sea of inferior demons are losing rapidly. Under the current recovery task, it seems to be extremely difficult to complete it as before. Unlike when it was used on Uzar and Williams, the regeneration being done now, both in terms of the speed of burning magic power and the frequency of consuming mental power and concentration, is far greater than the previous two. Cold sweat oozed down in Zhao's forehead. Mr. Warlock, it seems that the request to repair the skull is indeed a bit. Hold on a little longer. Valens seemed to see his reluctance, but his expression was not surprised at all. Of course, he could also feel the extraordinary nature of Zhao's shadow recovery technique through the terrifying purity of the magic particles around him. Go, bring him some more potions. Bring him a few more bottles. He ordered the inferior demons. Eehee. This time, the two little demons followed the old demon and ran towards the dark cave passage. Valens narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze to the skull in front of Xiao. Crack, crack, crack. A subtle rustling sound came from inside it. He subconsciously moved his face closer to the black light. Looking at Zhao's focused and serious expression, Valens seemed to have a strong premonition in his heart. No way could it be that he... Valens held his breath. But at this critical moment, there was a sudden and continuous vibration sound coming from the table not far behind him. Eh. A little inferior demon who was accompanying him walked over, stood on tiptoe, and took the things on the table to him. It is a dark green carrying. He took it over. Crooked. Valens, I really fuck you. You've been hiding in the woods instead of studying and just causing trouble for me. If you don't let him go, I'll teleport over right now and electrocute you to death. Chapter 70 God belongs to the 4th grade. Hey, little ancestor Fury, don't scold me. Don't scold me yet. Valens suddenly grabbed the weapon half a meter away from his ear and moved away from Xiao, who was concentrating on casting the spell. He lowered his voice and spoke to the inside with an embarrassed look. You mean Jessica? I've already let her go. I know she's a student at your college, so I cancel my original plan to make money from her. Bullshit. Of course it's not about Jessica. It's about that pretty boy next to her, you know? Her new bodyguard. And Xiao? I don't know what to call him, but hurry up and release him. I don't care about these trivial matters between countries. If Margaret hadn't wasted a huge amount of magic power to use the 1,000-mile sound transmission to disturb me, I would still be sleeping now. Okay? Margaret, how do we alarm her? Wasn't she in Pagret? Yes, it must be that little princess who, regardless of the cost, had someone use the imperial treasure to file a complaint. If you don't let her go, I don't even need to do anything. She might come to visit, okay? Have you forgotten how you and your little darlings were frozen into ice sculptures on the duel stage, without even a chance to admit defeat? No, you should be more polite. I was young and rebellious at the time, and I underestimated her. Valens blushed and lowered his voice even more. All right, you old bastard. I'll give you a quarter of an hour to get that pretty boy into the secret portal. I suggest you not to be ungrateful. Otherwise, next month and the month after, no one will send you food, clothes, ancient books, potion bottles, and spellcasting materials. Fury on the other end of the phone gradually lost his patience. I'm wrong. I get it, little ancestor. At this moment, Valens was hesitant and looked embarrassed. Oh yes, there's one more thing. This guy just told me that he wants to go to your place for an interview this afternoon. It's perfect. I'll let him go after I see him perform the shadow spell. An interview? Hearing this, Fury on the phone hesitated and muttered. Wait, come to think of it, I do have an appointment later. Could it be the child that little Riza wanted to introduce to me? This shouldn't be the case. Jessica's personal bodyguard. Little Riza's a gifted, handsome, and very, very good friend. Are the student circles nowadays so chaotic? Okay, I get it. Just do as I say. Fury emphasized again. Also, don't hurt him at all. Okay, little ancestor. Valens let out a breath. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, he caught a glimpse of Xiao, who had been casting spells and concentrating not far away, when suddenly an abnormal light burst out in front of him. The dark yellow skull actually began to tremble a little bit in the air due to his continuous reply. Woo! The originally broken teeth in his lower jaw gradually blocked the gap. The small sunken hole on the upper side also seemed to be growing some tissue crazily. Oh my god! Valens' eyes widened. At this time, the old demon had already run back with 2 little demons chattering. In their hands, they held test tubes one after another, and every hole was filled with sea of lesser demons. Ehehe. They held the potions and came to Xiao. Thank you very much. While casting a spell, Xiao freed up one arm with difficulty and clamped 4 slender potion droppers between his 5 fingers at the same time, 2 at a time, intending to finish 4 cups instantly. The old demon and the young demons looked at each other, immediately understood, and laughed hee-hee as they pulled the cork out of the bottle for him. The next moment, under the slightly painful gaze of Mr. Warlock, Xiao drank up a row of sea of inferior demons. Gum, mem. See ya. The sweet medicine passed down my throat. For some reason, compared to the mana recovery potion he had drunk before, the instant mana recovery debuff, limitation of the lesser demon C, did not seem to be very obvious. Even if he drank it all at once, it would not reduce the mana recovery effect to more than 50%. So, after 4 bottles, Xiao felt full of energy. Of course, he also had the urge to tell the truth. Oh my god, this stuff tastes so good. If possible, I want to empty Mr. Warlock's potion storehouse. I thought about this in my head, but for some reason, I couldn't control myself and said it out loud. Hello. Valens looked very unhappy and reminded, "Young man, pay attention. If you can restore the skull, I will give you all the stock you see right under your nose, okay?" "No, wait, did I just say that?" And Xiao was shocked. "Yes, you did. You're saying it now." And Xiao panicked. Only then did I realize how terrible the side effects of the Sea of Lesser Demons were. Damn, I'm really honest. Is this the authenticity of words? According to the probability standard of 1 in 10 or 2 in 10, since I drank 5 bottles of potion, it means that there's more than a 50% probability that my inner thoughts will be synchronized. After all, the side effects will also be cumulative. Thinking of this, and Xiao quickly closed his mouth. With the help of the special medicine, the subsequent recovery spell was performed extremely smoothly. The only drawback is that his mental energy and concentration have been greatly depleted, and his face has turned pale. Fortunately, God rewards those who work hard. With his gritted teeth and persistence, the dark yellow skull in front of him finally developed a complete skeletal outline bit by bit and gradually closed. "Oh my God, and Xiao, you kid, I clearly gave you a question that was beyond the syllabus, but you want to push forward my research project that has been stuck for many years." Valens dropped his bag and grasped his carefully groomed, center-parted hair with both hands, his horror no longer concealed. Originally, Valens wanted to scare this kid by testing the recovery technique. After seeing his inevitable failure, he could openly extract the forbidden knowledge about other elements from him, thereby expanding his own knowledge reserves and making a lot of money. Although the skull was crucial, it was already a stuck, experimental direction, and Valens had long since given up on researching it, and even planned to change direction to break through it. Who knew that this guy in Xiao? Buzz. The moment the last piece of bone fragments was restored by the shadow particles of astonishing purity, a new panel prompt burst out in Zhao's mind. Eye of God. Shadow Recovery. Proficiency 2020. Advanced to Slight Success. Unlock the next level of proficiency. 20/50ths. Easy to use. In fact, before this, when he took the level 70 shadow arrow thrown by Valens, he was directly promoted from level 13 to level 14. At the same time, he obtained a new incredible skill, Spell Concentration, basic level, the effect of which is the spell hit rate, success rate, increases by 20%. By the way, a new weapon talent, Archery F, is also unlocked. So, if it weren't for Mr. Warlock's encouragement, he might have missed the opportunity to upgrade Shadow Recovery, and of course he would not have been able to get any closer to the level 18 threshold required by the Academy. Call. The skull slowly fell off, and the dark yellow color turned into white. At this moment, he presented the complete, brand new inferior demon skull to Valens, panted slightly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Thank you for fulfilling your mission, Mr. Warlock. I think you can now fulfill your promise and let me go without any hesitation. I believe that you are a great scholar who always keeps his word." Valens picked up the complete skull that was emitting a shadowy glow and could play a key role in the progress of the experiment, but put it aside, because his eyes had already been completely focused on Xiao in front of him. After a long silence, he picked up the phone again and murmured to Dean Fury, who had not hung up the phone because of the strange sound. "My dear little ancestor, I found an extremely precious treasure for you. Believe me, within 2 years, the Flying Dragon Academy you've been dreaming of should be able to reopen." Chapter 71. The senior is kind, but urges you to get married. Just after noon, the sun gradually dimmed. In the mailroom at the entrance of Freya First Magic Academy, an old man was lying leisurely on an old wooden chair with his legs resting on the edge of the table, listening to the content being played on the magic music machine with his eyes closed. Terrian Information Center is reporting to you. Today, the third princess of the Pagrid Empire, Miss Jessica, encountered an accident during the trial in the Monteverde Cloud Forest. According to Knight Barrel, spokesman for the City Defense Department, the perpetrator was an evil sorcerer named Valens who had been accused of numerous crimes and had been wanted by the royal family many times throughout the country. This man is extremely powerful, and many warriors and adventurers who want to fight him rarely returned. We have just learned that he kidnapped a young guard of Miss Jessica, and his motive is still unclear. Fortunately, Miss Jessica herself is safe and sound, but she is quite frightened. Currently, the Royal Knights have sent people to investigate, and the Empire's chief mage, Ms. Margaret, has also stepped in to resolve the issue. I hope the people of all parties will not worry too much. Another piece of news comes from the Voice of Magic. According to reliable sources, the national idol of the Holy Kingdom of Justin, Miss Aisha, has confirmed the time for her first tour next year. As we all know, Fenghayu is the time of year with the most pleasant climate in my country. Therefore, in order to consolidate the friendly diplomatic relations with Justin, the royal family of Taliana had the honor of inviting Miss Aisha to perform in our country that month. The venue was chosen to be the Cathedral of Notre Dame Joan of Arc, funded and built by Freya Academy. Dear listeners, this is the first time that Miss Aisha is going on tour outside the country. This is a rare opportunity, and it is not easy to get tickets. If you are interested, please be sure to make an appointment in advance. After all, fanatical fans from other countries will flock to our country at all costs to watch the performances. Well, that's all for today's Current Affairs Report. I'm the host, I'm the host, Dean. Let's meet again tomorrow at the same time. The background music, representing the end of the show, gradually sounded. The old man listened with great interest and nodded along with the tune. Until the end of the song, when a disordered and piercing hissing sound appeared, he reluctantly raised a twisted and knotted dark golden cane beside him and pointed the tip of the cane at the magic sound machine on the table. Click! The switch button seemed to be flipped down by an invisible hand, and peace returned to the room. It is not difficult to see that listening to the program on time every day is one of the greatest pleasures of this old man in his later life. Well, he just sighed lightly, put down his crutches, looked at the scattered students returning to school on the playground outside the window, and a relieved smile appeared on his wrinkled face. As if searching for memories, he kept mumbling. Day after day, year after year, I wonder if this campus can ever recreate the glory of the past when 100 schools of thought contended with each other. The children have all grown up, and those who are capable have become prominent figures and have become pillars of the country. Those who are incapable don't live in such a miserable state that they can barely make ends meet. But since that incident, there is no more genius above Taliana. No, there is no more genius above Wayne. The class I once missed so much. I don't know when it will be reopened. Oh, can my old bones wait until then? The old man sat dejectedly on the chair, patted his stiff legs, and sighed for a while. This old man is called Benedictus, and he is the only night watchman in Freya Academy. He lives in this small, seemingly small, but unique house all year round, performing the first level of screening for every new face entering the school, day after day, for decades. At this moment, he was in a state of emotion and had mixed feelings. Just as he was about to put aside his worries and take a nap, he suddenly heard a rustling, humming sound of magic coming from the dark room with the door closed behind him. Oh, he knew that this movement was of great significance. Surprised, the old man turned his wooden chair and looked towards the door. The next breath, boom, 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 boom. Excuse me, is there anyone there? A questioning voice came from the secret room. The old man did not answer. After waiting for a while, there was another creaking sound, and a handsome young man gently pushed open the door of the secret room and appeared in front of the old man. The extraordinary aura that came towards him made the old man's eyes suddenly focus, and in an instant he used the S-level identification technique, fortune reading. And Shao, human male, LV, 14. Status, admission student of Freya First Magic Academy. List, occupation, warlock, repair expertise. A/swordsman F/archer F/summoner SSS/magician, unverified. Skills, forbidden technique. Amethyst, forbidden technique. Ametrine, forbidden spell. Falling sun flame, forbidden spell. Shadow regeneration, ghostly inheritance. Demon sword, breaks seconds. Talents, unity of nature and man, exclusive. Multiplication of growths, affinity of all attributes, amplification of comprehension. A stunning panel appeared in the old man's mind. Those talents with the word forbidden, and a long list of talents that he had never seen before and needed several breaths to read, were like thunderbolts streaking across the dark sky, striking his already rotten heart with precision. This is... He dragged his trembling body and stood up from the chair at an unreasonable speed. He stuck the dark golden staff on the ground and asked slowly, "Where are you from, young man?" "From the Forbidden Forest of Monteverde." And Shao pondered. "Valen sent you?" "Yes, senior. He opened a portal for me. I walked in and appeared here." And Shao pointed to the dark room behind him. In fact, he still felt a little dizzy. After all, Valen's lesser demon portal is a space teleportation array under development, and its development progress is the same as that of the sea of lesser demons, with mixed advantages and disadvantages and not very stable. However, under the premise that Mr. Warlock had repeatedly emphasized that safety is absolutely guaranteed, and Xiao took a huge risk and experienced the entire process of medium-distance teleportation. It even adds a small amount of experience. What he felt now was a bit like the moment he stepped onto the ground after riding a roller coaster and a pendulum. The feeling of weightlessness was quite obvious. "Senior, may I ask?" At this moment, he could tell from the old man's vigorous state that he had been scanned. Although I want to give him a taste of his own medicine, considering that he might be an important figure, it might not be polite to do so. So he chose to settle for the next best thing, lowering his gaze and simply glancing at the old man's staff. He knew that if he wanted to know a person's identity, he could get a glimpse of him from his weapon. This was a two birds with one stone move, both polite and satisfying. Panlong Staff S. Unique Durability 12/999. Past. Crafted from the sinews of a fallen dragon, the roots of an ancient pine tree, the water of the eternal well, and the light of light grow. This ancient staff carries the legacy of many deceased deans of Freya Academy. Effects. Amplification of all attributes, advanced. Instant casting of elemental spells, below 6th ring. Special effects on subhumans and beasts, bloodline suppression. Special spell hit rate, 90%. The information given by the equipment identification panel made Xiao feel a little scared. After all, for someone who can use S-level weapons, his identity and status are definitely not as simple as they seem. So, the student that Little Fury is going to interview this afternoon should be you? Benedictus stroked his white beard, and there seemed to be a gleam of light in his cloudy old eyes. "Yes, senior. My name is Xiao." And Xiao politely introduced himself. Just as he was about to ask something else, he saw the old man pointing at the gate on the lower side with the tip of his stick, seemingly very satisfied. "Very good. Very good." The door to the mailroom opened without any wind. "Go ahead. I'll find a little guy to lead the way for you." The old man said this as he hunched over and walked towards the door. Senior, no need. In fact, I have already contacted a friend. She will be here to pick me up soon." And Xiao wanted to decline politely. After all, he had contacted Lisa before teleporting and learned that the girl had just finished her part-time job and seemed to be in a good mood. So, the two of them agreed to meet at the gate, and after meeting up, they went to find Dean Fury together. However, that'll take a while, right? Little Furyk can't wait any longer. The senior's tone seemed unquestionable, and Xiao wanted to refuse again, but he saw Benedetto glance at him. At the same time, invisible pressure suddenly descended. It was a feeling of being swallowed by countless dark blue demonic waves. In just a moment, and Xiao broke out in a cold sweat, and even the feeling of weightlessness brought by the previous space array was completely wiped out. Exclamation point. There is no doubt that the pressure emanating from the old man is no less than that of Mr. Valens, whom he had met before. He couldn't understand why there was such a terrifying door god in the mailroom of Freya College. Okay. When Xiao came to his senses again, the old man had already arrived at the door. He took a deep breath. In desperation, he decided to send another text message to Lisa, telling her to go directly to the principal's office to find him. He still understands the principle of adapting to local customs. At this moment, the old man swept his eyes over several girls on the playground and quickly locked onto the one with the best appearance and the best posture. "Hey, you Xiaoqina, come here and take this new student to the principal's office." Are you the new student?" "Hello, senior." On the playground, a woman with long dark brown hair, holding a book, was walking forward. When she heard the voice, she stopped immediately and looked over here in a friendly manner. Her manners were elegant and graceful, and her pretty figure attracted many students nearby. She has pure and noble facial features and a gentle and quiet temperament, which makes people feel comfortable just by looking at her. It is worth noting that she was wearing a gorgeous long dress embroidered with golden lion heads, not the wizard robe that Rebecca wore, nor the monk light armor like Williams wore. It seems that different grades in Freya Academy have designed various uniforms of different styles and suitable for different occasions according to different seasons. And Xiao thought so. After the woman responded, she smiled and looked at him curiously. At this point, he had no choice but to follow his senior's instructions and walked out of the mailroom. "Then thank you for your help, senior. I will leave first." He said goodbye to Benedetto first. "Well, go ahead." The old man said no more, but chose to watch him and the girl walk out of his sight little by little. After that, he nodded repeatedly and took out his phone as if looking for a number. The dean's office on the top floor of the main building of Freya First Magic Academy. Several women were talking very intensely. What? You said that Valens threatened to reopen the Phylon class because of a so-called genius student who was about to arrive? No, Fury. First of all, I'm not sure if this so-called genius can meet my standards. Secondly, Valens is a wanted criminal now. Do you believe in wanted criminals? You let the wanted criminal recommend your talented student to my class. Are you still asleep? Please wake up. What's wrong with a wanted criminal? As long as he has no problem looking at people, I think I can still listen to a word or two. It seemed that it was because he was talking to an extremely strong woman. One could hear a hint of helplessness in Fury's voice at this moment. Don't do it, I don't care. Although I taught there for a short period of time, it was already the end of the period. Moreover, there are a lot of things happening within my clan recently, and we also need to observe the stars and predict our fortunes. I don't want to go through so much trouble and trouble myself just because you're bewitched by others. Restarting the school is a serious matter, and just one student seedling is definitely not enough. I think you understand that. To put it another way, you should at least gather a class of candidate members before talking to me, right? Anyway, I don't want to be the priest. If you want to be the priest, you should be the priest. Aren't you almost crossing that line? The woman's voice was sharp, crisp, and clear, and her words were well-reasoned, leaving Fury unable to refute. All right. Fury had no choice but to give up his original hope. She sighed and decided to change her target for lobbying. How about Miss Sando? Don't. Dean Fury, you know. Miss Jessica has already joined the Golden Lion class as a transfer student this year. Moreover, even if I agree, the identity of that genius may not necessarily be a noble, right? If you force your way through or take advantage of every opportunity, you will inevitably be criticized by the students. If that's the case, the reputation of the academy will be greatly damaged, right? Fury pursed her lips and continued to turn her head. M.S. Glenny. Huh, Master Dean, have you lost your memory? I have already accepted Lisa for you, as well as a knight named Lanza Methinglet who I don't want to accept at all. You know, last time I used the identification technique to look at the knight, I found that the concentration of resentment on his body was simply terrifying, and it was so dirty. I'd done my best, okay? I'm not even sure if he will contaminate my White Falcon class after school starts. Anyway, now that we have come this far, I hope you won't make things difficult for me anymore. Okay. Ms. Granny, I'm really sorry for putting you in such a difficult position. Fury took a deep breath and suddenly felt that the position of Dean was more difficult than ever before. After a moment of silence, she placed her hope on the last short girl in the room. Well, Professor Alambina, there's nothing I can do. They all have special skills. I can only rely on you here. Well, fine. By the wine, I'll take it. The little girl named Alambina has a childish voice and speaks slowly. It sounds like she is not older than Fury, and she may not even be taller than Fury. Wine is no problem. I'll buy you as much as you want. I knew you were the kindest person. Totally different from them. After getting the promise, Fury smiled happily. I can't help it. I'm just a substitute teacher. If I don't agree, you will bully me. Sure. Besides Songlu, that's all. Ahem. Don't tell me everything. Before the other teachers in the room could start laughing, they heard a vibrating sound coming from the desk, interrupting their conversation. Hello. Fury answered the phone. Benedictus Senpai? I'm here. Little Frue, the boy's identity and background have been verified by me. There is no need for you to check it again. I will inform you. Senior, is it so magical? Is it really as Valens boasted? Oh, you will know it yourself later. In addition, I have to remind you. Hey, you say, this opportunity is quite rare. The person is also very good. Is unprecedented. If you ask me, you're not young anymore. You must grasp what you should grasp. Hearing this, Fury's face turned pink. She immediately stretched out her little hand and covered most of the microphone she was carrying and looked around furtively at the several instructors and professors around her. Seeing that they all looked normal and pursed their lips as if they were enduring something, he bit his lower lip and replied softly to the old man in the bag. Got it. Fury's Future Concept Map. Chapter 72. Senior Chanana's Initiative. Every step on Freya's playground was filled with beautiful scenery, giving Xiao the feeling that he had traveled to a familiar wizarding academy in his mind. A gentle and fragrant breeze kept blowing, and the quiet senior schoolmate walked in front with light steps. At this moment, and Xiao had sent a text message to Lisa about the temporary change of plan and received a reply. Okay, then I'll wait for you outside the dean's office. After all, we should listen to our seniors. The girl's attitude surprised him, as if there had never been a conflict. His heart moved slightly, and he was a little surprised by this sudden change. You know, sometimes the rift in a relationship can be cleared away by a positive response. As they were thinking, the two had already walked a long way. At this time, he and the senior student in front of him were several meters apart, one in front and one behind. As if she had noticed the distance he was deliberately keeping, she suddenly asked, "Junior, are you a transfer student this year? What's your name?" She slowed down her pace and took the initiative to talk to him. My name isn't Xiao. I was recommended for an interview, but I'm not sure if I can pass the assessment." He looked at her back and responded politely. "I see. My name is Rika China. I'm from the island nation of Pegasus, and I'm currently a student in Class A of the Golden Line Academy." And Xiao vaguely felt that the name sounded familiar, but when he thought about it carefully, it didn't seem to be completely the same as the name he had in mind. However, the island nation of Pegasus, he thought to himself, if I remember correctly, Gilgash should be one of the direct descendants of the country's daimyofu. You know my brother? Rika Chinana suddenly stopped and turned to look at Xiao in a hurried voice. "Junior, have you seen him in Taliana?" And Xiao was shocked and suddenly realized that he was still under the side effects of the sea of inferior demons. If he wasn't careful, he would speak out his inner thoughts. Looking at the senior sister's extremely solemn gaze, and then looking at the golden lion statue on her chest shining in the sun, it doesn't take much thought to guess that she is one of Gilgash's sisters. "So, I killed her brother to save Rebecca and Williams." He decided to tell the truth. "I met him in the Monteverde forest." "He didn't attack you?" Unlike when Xiao imagined, Rika Chinera actually looked worried and said, "My brother has become a different person since a few years ago. Not only is he a murderer, but he also has a monstrous desire." She slowly told the story of Gilgash. "Last holiday, he took some wrong medicine and came to my bedroom and tried to rape me. My sixth brother discovered this and rushed to stop it in time. As a result, during their fight, my sixth brother's life was taken away by Gilgash. That night, his father was furious and decided to hang Gilgash. However, he escaped from the Daming Mansion overnight and killed many servants who tried to stop him on the way." Rika China sighed slightly. "There are a total of 10 brothers and sisters in our Pegasus daimyofu. We originally had a harmonious relationship without any conflicts. Who knew that at a certain point in time, he was like a demon, and his heart was devoured by desire. I know he has smuggled into Taliana, and given his personality, he will never show mercy if he encounters an opportunity to kill people and rob goods to increase his rank." She said a little anxiously. "I see." And Xiao was a little confused, not knowing whether he should tell her the truth. But if she didn't tell him, she might live in worry all the time. After all, Gilgash once wanted to get involved with her. No matter what, this crisis could not be erased from her heart. With this in mind, he decided to tell her the truth. In fact, he is already. And Xiao took out the book Heraldry from Xie's ring and handed it to senior sister Qianai. This is his personal belongings. After reading this book, how could she not guess what happened? For a moment, she was in a complicated mood, raised her hand and dropped it, and failed to catch it. "Well," and Xiao sighed softly, then slowly told her what happened to the Wu Tiao Ren team, recreating the scene at that time as simply as possible. The two slowed down and stopped at an empty green rattan bench. Time passes by little. When Rika Chinana heard in Zhao's story, she couldn't help but sigh. "I never thought that he would be so cruel as to kill the students of Freya Academy. Fortunately, you were not injured. Otherwise, those students would have met with the same fate." In contrast, she seemed to care more about Zhao's safety. It was obvious that Gilgash's impression in her heart had fallen to the bottom. Yes, sometimes sudden power can indeed change a person's character. If one cannot control it, he will suffer unexpected backlash. And Xiao handed the book to her again. "Senior, you can actually take this back and give it to your country's daimyo as proof that Gilgash has been defeated. I don't need his treasure here. Can you really give it to me? You have to know that he became what he was after he got this book." Rika China had a worried look on her face, knowing that this item was of great value. It contained not only rare knowledge, such as enchantment, but also many high-grade martial arts and swordsmanship. "Well, take it." and Xiao stuffed the book directly into her hands. In his mind, although Gilgash was already convicted of fratricide in Pegasus, he also attempted to rape the senior schoolmate in front of him, which was a heinous crime. But no matter what, the fact is that I killed her brother. If I don't express anything, I'm afraid it will be very embarrassing when I meet my senior sister in this campus, where we meet each other every day. I will feel bad just from the psychological barrier. Then I won't refuse anymore. Rika China looked at him gratefully, put the heraldry in her pocket, and said with emotion, "But, junior brother, it's hard for me to imagine that you could defeat him alone. My sixth brother had a strength of over 40 levels, but he was killed by him in just a few encounters. But you were able to... it was just luck, just luck." Of course, and Xiao would not mention anything about Edai. If there was no Edai at that time, it would be a sheer pipe dream to kill Gilgash by overcoming the 40-level gap. During this exchange, Rika Chanana was obviously more curious about him. She looked at the exquisite wind-green long sword on Zhao's waist and couldn't help but praise him. It's really a top-quality weapon. Sister Chanana knows Tachi. Of course, many of the warriors in our country use katana as their weapons. They are not the swords and guns that are popular in the Taliana and Pagrid empires. She took the initiative to change the subject, so that Xiao wouldn't continue thinking about what had just happened. "I see. Can you use a katana too, senpai?" That's not the case. After all, I'm a psychic by profession, and I'm not good at melee weapons at all. Psychic. Upon hearing this unprecedented profession, whose name sounded very impressive, and Xiao immediately became interested. Well, it can be roughly understood as a magician who fights by summoning creatures. However, unlike a summoner, a psychic summons magical beasts that have signed a contract, while a summoner summons mostly spells. Rika China explained carefully. "The attribute I specialize in is Earth, which is the superior Earth element in elemental magic, so some simple Earth element magic can also be used in combination. So I came to Freya to study. Senior is so amazing." No, hehe. Looking at her shy and modest appearance, and Xiao seemed to be thinking about something. Obviously, unlike Miss Jessica's admission method, this senior student joined the Golden Lion class entirely based on her real ability. And she was in Class A? It is conceivable that beneath her gentle and elegant appearance, she puts in a lot of effort on a daily basis, which is unknown to outsiders. During the conversation with her, he learned that Freya Academy would conduct a final exam every year. When some students' exam scores exceeded the threshold of their class, they would be promoted to a higher class within their original grade, such as C to B and B to A. Of course, if the poor students in Class A do not make any progress, they may be demoted to Class B. This situation would be very embarrassing if they meet old classmates. At this moment, the two of them walked and talked and soon arrived at the main building. "We're almost there. The dean's office is at the very back of the top floor. It's easy to spot." Rika China took Xiao around one spiral staircase after another, through a corridor, and finally arrived at the door of their destination. "Thank you for leading the way. I'll go in first." And Xiao wanted to say goodbye to her, but she took out a brown bag from her skirt, pointed it at him, and said, "Wait a minute, Junior. Why don't you add me as your contact? You can ask me any questions you encounter in school. Of course, you can also arrange dinner with me. After all, I don't have many friends in this school, and I feel lonely sometimes." She lowered her voice and didn't finish the rest of the sentence. Such proactive attitude made it difficult for Xiao to refuse. Ugh. So he exchanged email addresses and secrets with her, and then, as she watched, he opened the office door and walked in. The scene that came into view made Xiao a little dazed. In a huge office, several women looked at him at almost the same time, with different levels of identification skills. This made Xiao experience the feeling of standing on pins and needles for the first time. Fortunately, their identification skills did not seem to be as advanced as that of the old man in the mailroom. Although they all looked puzzled, they should not be able to read out all of their skills and talents. "Hello, teachers. Hello, Dean Fury." He greeted them first. It can be seen that in addition to the relatively recognizable Dean Fury sitting at the desk in front, there are three people who look like mentors standing on her left. A woman wearing academic glasses, short algae green hair, and wearing the Golden Lion academic staff uniform. A royal sister holding a scripture, with a holy face and wearing a nun's uniform embroidered with a white falcon pattern. There was also a short little girl with a stiff facial expression, wearing the uniform of a Tsanglu teacher and a wine gourd hanging around her waist. Of course, The most eye-catching person in the room was an elf lying lazily on the black leather sofa to the right of Dean Fury. Yes, if Xiao was not mistaken, he could almost be sure that the light pink skin, the narrow and soft ears, the moon-white long hair, and the pupils that seemed to be filled with magic must be the rare elves in the world. She was wearing a dress embroidered with green, flying dragons, and upon closer inspection, it was the same design as Mr. Valens' clothes. At this moment, she also noticed his gaze and couldn't help but curl her lips and smile wickedly with interest. Why, little guy, you're also powerless against my noble bloodline. What a coincidence. I also like young, handsome guys. If you have the chance, why don't you come to the teacher's office and talk about life together? The elf lady's frivolous words were obviously in stark contrast to her noble status. Don't bully me, Professor Mia. He is one of the future seedlings of our college. I won't let you succeed. Fury interrupted the elf lady's teasing in time and tried to rescue Xiao. Oh my, okay. Since this is the meat that the dean has set his eyes on, I will of course give him some respect and not fight for it. Mia hinted at something, and Fury blushed slightly. Ahem. So, your name isn't Xiao, right? She turned her head and looked into his eyes. Yes, Dean Fury. Well, I heard from Valens that your talent is unique and far superior to that of others. Senior Benedictus also confirmed this point. Therefore, you have passed the personal ability test, she said lightly. Okay. And Xiao nodded repeatedly. Then, considering your background, we have discussed and decided to place you in Class A of the Tsanglu Academy. This should be no problem, right? No problem. And Xiao knew that he was not a royal relative and had no religious beliefs, so Tsanglu, a school that only accepted common people, was the most suitable for him, so he had no objection. Well, then there's the issue of personal expenses. This year, our Freya Academy charges 5,000 gold dragon coins for transfer students, which includes a full year's tuition, cafeteria meals, extracurricular practical activities, regular magic material distribution fees, and everything else. You need to raise this money before the start of the semester and remit it to the college's official account. Is this okay? Fury had a serious look on his face and was very serious when talking about money. No problem. We can raise enough money within a month. And Xiao nodded. That's fine. As for the test that all transfer students care about the most, I will exempt you from it. After all, Valens has already given the answer, so even if you take the test again, it will be a waste of time and not very meaningful. Fury said calmly, you will pass the test with exemption. Is this really possible? And Xiao never expected that Mr. Warlock would have such a strong say. You know, even someone of Miss Jessica's status couldn't get the exemption from the test directly. It seems that Freya Academy's concern for the word genius has never changed from ancient times to the present. Well, if I say yes, it means yes. Fury said clearly. Okay, finally, if you have any questions, you can ask anything about the academy or the teachers. Not for now. And Xiao shook his head. After all, under the gaze of so many women, he didn't plan to stay any longer and wanted to leave quickly. Okay then, if everything is fine, you can go back first. Remember to go to school on the homecoming day, 2 days before school starts to complete the formalities. Fury said no more and directly ordered them to leave. Okowo. Before leaving, and Xiao inadvertently glanced at Dean Fury's petite body. My eyes unconsciously caught a glimpse of her eye-catching plump breasts beneath her cute face, and a question gradually arose in my heart. This, if I remember correctly, the Dean I saw in the photo before should have a steel plate. Could this one be padded with something? He thought to himself. Puff! Suddenly, the sound of sneers from the elf lady and several instructors nearby came. Click! At the same time, veins popped up on Dean Fury's forehead, and the feather pen in his hand was suddenly broken by some kind of angry force. And Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Sure enough, Fury raised his head with a smile, tilted his head, and said, I've changed my mind, and Xiao, I think you're more suitable to stay in Class C of Sanglu. Chapter 73, Encounter and Peace of Mind. When Lisa arrived at the top floor of the main building of Freya College, and Xiao was leaning against the arched window of the corridor admiring the scenery of the campus. After all, the communication time with Dean Fury was not long, so when he came out, the girl had not arrived yet. At this moment, seeing him whom she hadn't seen for half a day, the girl immediately quickened her pace and trotted towards him. And Xiao, I'm here to take you home. In the blink of an eye, The girl's unique, sweet body fragrance invaded his nose. This feeling of closeness made Zhao's mouth curl up a little, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to rub her smooth long hair and asked, "What happened today? Why are you so happy?" "Hey, I met a really nice older sister, and she's super awesome." "Big sister?" "Yes. She is a very beautiful, great magician." Grand Mage. In other words, he is a character who has surpassed level 70. And Xiao was slightly startled, thinking that this level seemed to have reached the entry threshold for professorship at Freya Academy, which was rare even in the city of Taliana. I only heard the girl nodding repeatedly. "Yeah, but I won't tell you her contact information. After all, she has a good figure and is gentle. I'm afraid you will be fascinated by her accidentally, and then ignore me, which will be terrible." I don't know who the girl learned this from, but her vigilance has become much stronger. At this moment, she was frowning and analyzing seriously. But how could that be? And Xiao shook her head and was about to ask about the mage again, but she suddenly took out her phone from her skirt pocket, opened her friend list with ease, found his profile picture, and initiated a transfer. "Let me show you. I also earned a lot of gold coins working part-time for her. Wait a minute. I'll transfer it to you." "Huh?" Before he could stop her, he saw that she had already transferred all the income in her wallet. "You received a transfer. Amount: 840 gold dragon coins. Lisa, hee. If I hadn't just gone to the bank to handle the account opening procedures, I might have come to see you earlier. I've done that mission 3 times, and almost all of my shadow magic has been drained out. But it's not a loss, as long as I can help you make money." After the girl finished mumbling something, she happily put away the thing and rubbed her little face against his chest, as if she was a cute child asking for a reward from her parents after doing something good. This action deeply moved in Xiao. He never expected that she would actually use actions to prove that what she said before was not perfunctory, but sincere. In fact, if you put yourself in her shoes and think about it, it is impossible for ordinary people to imagine how much courage and how deep the trust it takes to help her lover raise funds to rescue a Catwoman of the opposite sex. Now, what Lisa has done makes everything clear. "Thanks a lot. It's okay after all. That's what we agreed on." Lisa seemed to enjoy being stared at by him. At this time, and Xiao held her soft body tightly and did not pay attention to the tail that quietly wrapped around his arm under her skirt. He just held her little hand and walked towards the spiral staircase. As they walked downstairs, they continued to talk about their experiences. "By the way, how are things going over here? Is everything going well?" As they walked forward, Lisa suppressed a restlessness and stole a glance at his cheek. "It's generally okay, but there were some unexpected things." "What's the surprise? It shouldn't be like that. With your talent, I think you'll have no problem getting into Class A of any grade," the girl said with great certainty. "I was originally assigned to Class A of Ayagashi, but due to my slip of the tongue, I accidentally angered the dean, causing her to temporarily transfer me to Class C." "Huh, there's such a thing." Mentioning this, and Xiao felt a headache. "I didn't expect that Dean Fu Rue, who is so small, would be so decisive when it comes to remembering grudges. Oh my god, what did you say to her?" "I thought she was a very nice person, the type who wouldn't get angry easily." After hearing about his experience, Lisa was obviously more curious about it. But how couldn't Xiao dare to tell all the stories about this sea of inferior demons? Especially to suspect that the dean's chest size is not true. No matter how you look at it, it will give people the feeling of being a hooligan. Fortunately, while he was waiting for the girl, the side effects of the medicine in his body had completely disappeared, so what he was thinking at this moment would no longer be a hidden danger, which made him feel a little relieved. "Nothing, let's not talk about this. Anyway, it's a good thing that I can join the school smoothly." "That's true." The girl walked past the French window of the terrace, and her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a white tall-roofed building outside the main building. She stopped, pointed in that direction, and said excitedly, "Look, that's where the White Falcon class is. Your Tsanglu class should be on the other side. There's a corridor between our 2 buildings. I should be able to visit you often." "Yeah." And Xiao looked in the direction she pointed, and saw a sacred and solemn annex that looked like a church diagonally below his sight, connected to a building made entirely of blue, unknown bricks and jade. It was quite shocking. But it is worth noting that, including the other 2 auxiliary buildings, the tallest one is actually the tower in the north with the green flying dragon logo, followed by the Golden Lion Academy building, which is ranked first in terms of status. As for the White Falcon and Tsanglu Academy buildings, they are arranged in order. By the way, can students of different grades move between buildings at will? And Xiao asked curiously, as if he suddenly thought of something. Theoretically, it's not possible. Lisa seemed to understand this very well. She pointed her finger and said proudly, "But I specifically asked my best friend, and she said that as long as I use the right method, I can not only come play with you often, but I can even use special means to bypass the access control and sneak into your dormitory in the middle of the night." He. And Xiao was shocked. What kind of best friend is this? Why does she only teach you some weird knowledge? Oh, just don't worry about it. She's a very nice person. Oh yeah, she seems to be in the same class as A.O. Liu. Maybe you can become classmates in the future. Yeah. In fact, and Xiao never did anything to stop Lisa from making friends. After all, he believed that a girl's social circle should not be interfered with by herself, and it was her freedom to choose who to be her friends. His point of view is that in a relationship, it is important to give both parties a certain degree of privacy, so that the subtle sense of distance is the most comfortable and not suffocating. Of course, the premise of all this is based on absolute trust. Therefore, he never asked about Lisa's best friend. He just turned a blind eye to it, thinking that a girl who can make her smile must not be bad. After a while, the two of them went around and came downstairs. Speaking of the later arrangements, and Xiao thought about it and decided to take the girl to the headquarters of the Belongers Association. Why are we going there? To take on a mission? But I don't have the strength anymore. Of course not. As for the startup capital, I have almost saved it up. I plan to take you to a lottery. A lucky draw? Great. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately became interested. I only heard Xiao calmly explain. I wanted to go and draw yesterday, but due to an unexpected incident, I was delayed by a small task to meet the lottery qualification and missed the opportunity. It happened that this morning, I met a powerful warlock in the forest. In recognition of my helping him solve the century-old problem, he gave me a large bag of inferior demon fingers and toes. Of course, they were all replica limbs from the psychic remains. So I want to try whether these things can replace the real quest items to exchange for rewards. Oh. Although the girl was confused, she could still understand a little bit. That is to say, if you complete this task, you could draw a prize, right? Right. If your mission doesn't count, can I add my mission progress today to yours and draw a prize together? After all, we are members of the same team. When it comes to helping Xiao make money, Lisa starts to think of some ideas again. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this scene. He shook his head and said, "Of course not. Otherwise, the treasures in the lottery box would have been cleared out by people from various guilds or power levelers." And Xiao, who had suffered from the forced influence of major studios on the gaming experience in his previous life, was deeply impressed by this experience. What? I want to help you draw once too. Lisa's potion synthesis task is cyclical in nature. Even if you complete 3 rings, it cannot be counted as 3 different tasks. So if you want to draw a prize, you have to complete 2 other tasks. Looking at the girl with a look of regret, and Xiao changed the subject and said, "It's okay. If you want to experience the lottery, I'll let you draw for me. Let's go early and try to get back to the hotel before dark." Okay. The two reached a consensus and quickened their pace toward the Belongers Association. Paygrid Embassy, outside the princess's boudoir. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. "Miss, are you okay?" Miss Beth's slightly anxious voice rang out softly. "Miss, you have locked yourself in your room for a long time. Everyone is very worried about you. Just now, the royal family Italiana also sent a prince as a representative to express their condolences to you and brought rich gifts, saying that they wanted to apologize to you in person for what happened today." Not see. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jessica in the room. "Well, if I refuse, it would be like offending the Sorceress Kingdom's royal family. I almost died in this damn place. What does their face mean? Also, recently, I don't want to see any other men. Gokoo." It can be heard that at this moment, the eldest lady's heart has no room for anyone else except in Xiao, who did something to her in the forest. Beth had no choice but to leave, while wondering what she could do to persuade the prince to retreat without hurting his feelings and at the same time putting a little pressure on him. You know, after serving the eldest lady for so many years, she knew Jessica's temper and personality almost like the back of her hand. It was obvious that the many outstanding knights in the Paygrid Empire were completely out of the young lady's sight. But now, and Xiao had only been with her for 1 morning and had already charmed her completely. If that kid survived unharmed, considering the continuous part-time job arrangement for the next month, I'm afraid the young lady is going to fall into it completely. Beth murmured. Well, but on second thought, she sighed softly again. After all, others didn't know. But she, who was extremely good at observing people's words and expressions, had already figured out from years of confidential work that the elderly king had always intended to interfere in the princess's marriage. Although Knight Lancelot can only be regarded as a chess piece of the moment, the truth behind it is that sooner or later Jessica will be unable to escape the shackles of political marriage and the moral kidnapping under the great responsibility of the country. Perhaps the only free time left for the young lady is these 3 carefree years at Freya Academy. I don't know if this sudden breeze from the outside world can really change the lady's fate. The pressure in her heart became more and more oppressive. Beth shook her head and walked quickly towards the living room. The other side of the door, on the soft and luxurious princess bed, Jessica lay on her side, curled up in a quilt, with tears on her face that had not yet dried. At this moment, she was holding a pillow in her arms to cover up the emptiness in her body. And in those fair and beautiful hands, there was a delicate and small music box. The music box was dark gold in color, with a clear and pleasant melody faintly emitted from it, while also emitting a rich and pure magic. Right above a row of black and white miniature piano keys, there's an imaginary image of a sexy and enchanting woman, which appears like a wisp of green smoke and gradually condenses into a relatively real illusion. This is one of the 3 great treasures from the Pagrid Empire, the Wanley voice transmitter. It can achieve real-time communication across regions, ignoring all the interconnected networks in modern technology. In general, it is much better than the portable device invented by the Beta's commercial state. The only drawback is that the user has to spend more than 1,000 magic points in an instant. This alone has eliminated most players below level 55. Earlier, Beth had used up a huge amount of magic power to trigger the noble phantasm for the young lady and contacted the Empire's chief mage, Ms. Margaret. Now, Margaret called back from the other side of the world just to tell Jessica the news she wanted to hear most at this moment. Teacher, what's wrong? I'm so worried. Seeing the beautiful and kind illusion, Jessica immediately sat up and used the back of one hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Don't worry, little darling. Fury just sent me a message confirming that the boy is still alive and well, and he will join the Tsanglu class of Freya Academy. Is that true? Jessica was suddenly startled, and her originally dim eyes seemed to light up again. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Darling, from now on, you can ask him out to play as much as you want at school, but you have to be careful to avoid those evil-minded people around you. In addition, based on the experience I learned from books, I suggest that when you're in doubt, you can make things right first. This will never go wrong. W, what are you talking about? Jessica's pretty face turned red, but when she calmed down and thought about it, what the teacher said seemed to make a lot of sense. Margaret just laughed and said, It's rare for someone to make you so sad. You know, the more you care about someone, the more you need to take the initiative to fight for them. Well, baby, let's leave it at that for now. If there's anything, just let Beth contact me. Well, okay. Thank you, teacher. You have worked hard. See you later. Chapter 74 Reward you well tonight. Ms. Hina, congratulations on successfully completing the mission. This is your mission bonus and event reward. Please be sure to keep it safe. Okay, thanks. At dusk, in the lobby of the Belongers Association headquarters, a dazed blonde female knight slowly left the noisy mission submission area under the watchful eyes of receptionist Miss Mira. At the same time, Xiao and Lisa, who walked in together from the other side, passed each other. Lisa, who was always curious about the things around her, nudged Xiao with her elbow and asked in a low voice, Look, that sister just now. Doesn't she look familiar? Which one? That one. That one over there. The girl quietly pointed to one side with her tail. And Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and vaguely saw a lonely figure gradually walking away from the door. She remained in sight for only a few seconds before disappearing among the people coming and going outside the door. It is worth noting that above the ground where she walked, phantoms like flowers would bloom. These phantoms were like some kind of halo and would disappear after a few breaths. It does look familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. It's a pity that I couldn't see his face. And Xiao pondered for a few breaths, but could not come to any conclusion. After all, the female knight I had the most contact with recently was Miss Beryl, the sheriff of the Royal Knights. As for the others, I really didn't have much impression of them. Well, okay. Anyway, there are so many familiar faces in Taliana. Lisa didn't care about it. She just sighed like this. The two of them quickly looked away, and in order to finish the business faster, and Xiao took the girl and continued to move towards the counter. Good afternoon, brother and Xiao. And this one. The receptionist Mira looked at the girl next to him, with whom he was obviously very close, and blinked with some curiosity for a moment. Good afternoon, Miss Mira. Her name is Riza, and she is in the same team as me. Seeing that she was confused, and Xiao gave a brief introduction. He knew that for the real Miss Mira, all the previous meetings in Banqiao Town were actually the same as if they had never happened, because her image at that time was all disguised by the shapeshifter, and her real body had long been imprisoned in a secret room, suffering extremely. Lisa obviously understood this, so she sensibly stopped sticking to Xiao for the time being and just greeted the receptionist again. Good afternoon, Sister Mira. We are here to draw a lottery. When she came alone to take the task, it was in the morning and Mira had not yet gone to work, so she had no chance to see her in advance. Now, the two of them told their intentions, and Mira understood and decided to help Xiao submit the task of his inferior demon finger first. It turns out that even with the components from the Lemure replica summoned by Valens, it is still possible to complete the task of clearing the lemurs in the Forest D. Not only that, he also successfully won a reward of 300 gold dragon coins, double, and at the same time triggered the conditions for the lottery. After completing the registration, Mira personally walked out from behind the counter and took them to the activity lottery area on the other side of the hall. Please follow me, both of you. She took out her notebook and flipped through something in it while introducing it to them. Regarding the lottery, I need to explain it to you two in detail. First of all, our lucky bag prize pool is currently divided into 4 levels according to the grade of the prizes, namely first prize, second prize, third prize, and consolation prize. The so-called consolation prize refers to the guaranteed reward, which includes spellcasting materials and potions worth 200 gold dragon coins and other small items. Of course, you can also choose to pay directly in cash. The third prize is 500 gold dragon coins, and there's a high probability that you'll get a good quality weapon. As for whether it is suitable for you, it depends on luck. The second prize is worth more than 1,000 gold coins, and at the very least, you'll get a magic item of grade D or higher. This level of item is something that any adventurer can only come across once in a while, so if you get it, you will win. The first prize is even more special. The probability of winning this is less than 1%. Its value is about 2,000 gold dragon coins, and it contains very rare magic copies of the 5 elemental spells, such as Wind Blade, Water Arrow, Lightning Spear, Fire Charge, etc. You know, if you can learn any of these spells, the adventurer's strength will increase significantly, and it is definitely a top-grade treasure. Wow! After listening to her introduction, Lisa could no longer hold back her restless hands and began to imagine the scene of herself winning the super gift pack. And Xiao was relatively calm. After all, he knew that in most cases, no matter how good the prizes were, they were just gimmicks. One had to look at the lower limit. As for the upper limit, it often did not depend on the luck of the lottery winners, but on other things. The group walked around the rotating screen and came to the center of the lottery area. Here is a special counter with a lobby manager sitting in front of it and a large number of gifts piled up behind him. These gifts were covered by a big red curtain, and it was impossible to tell what was inside. At first glance, they looked extremely mysterious. At this moment, seeing Xiao coming, the manager squinted at him for a few times and suddenly seemed to remember something. He immediately stood up, took out a white handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped his palms, then shook hands with a flattering look on his face. Brother and Xiao, it's been a long time since we last met. Nice to meet you. Are you here to draw the lottery today? The sudden enthusiasm made Xiao feel a little unnatural. In fact, he didn't know that ever since the news of him becoming Miss Jessica's personal bodyguard spread, the president of the Belongers Association had already regarded him as the highest level client. Once he enters the association's headquarters, someone will immediately go to inform them and follow him throughout the process to meet all his needs. Miss Mira was not clear about this order, but those of them who were lobby managers and above knew it well. At this time, a follower behind the manager had already run to the association president's office upstairs at the instruction of his eyes, and Xiao had no choice but to respond to the manager politely. Yes, I just finished 3 tasks of the same level, so I thought I'd try my luck. Haha, no problem, no problem. In my opinion, your luck must be just like you, a blessing from heaven. The manager is a middle-aged man in his 30s, and he is very knowledgeable about chatting. He asked Mira to take out a large, opaque, cube-shaped box from the backstage and placed it on the table in front of Xiao. He pointed at the small opening on it and said, "This is a lottery box. There are more than 200 small balls in it, with more than 200 different numbers written on them, corresponding to our 5 prizes. You can redeem the prize for the ball you draw." 5? Shouldn't it be 4? Lisa, who was standing by, stretched out her hand and muttered, "First prize, second prize, third prize, and consolation prize. For kinds. Hee hee. Although what this lady said is correct, we also have a special prize here. I guess Mira didn't explain it to you clearly before." Mira hesitated to speak, thinking that it was impossible to win that thing in the first place. So was there any need for me to say anything? But she didn't dare to talk back, so she nodded awkwardly and said nothing more. The manager laughed and pointed directly above his head, saying proudly, "See that? What's that?" And Xiao and Lisa looked in the direction he pointed and saw a huge round sphere hanging from the ceiling of the lottery area. The ball is silver in color and is about the same size as a crystal chandelier that can provide light for the entire hall. It seems to contain something. That's the special prize pool. The entire event is only available once, and if someone draws it, it's gone. It includes all the prizes from first prize to consolation prize, and winners can choose 2 of each tier. Not only that, but there's also an additional cash prize of 3,000 gold dragon coins. How about it? Are you tempted? The manager looked at Xiao and the other person with a smile. Obviously, Lisa was eager to try it out with shining eyes. But for some reason, Zhao's expression was calm, and the word "not tempted" was almost written on his face. "Brother Xiao, you seem to be having some reaction, right? We are about to start drawing. You have to understand one thing. Those who have never expected to win the special prize will never get it." "Yes, I know." And Xiao just nodded calmly, then turned around and signaled to her beside him. "Lisha, go ahead and smoke." Okay. Seeing that he really intended to fulfill her little wish, the girl happily ran to the lottery table and looked at the square box for a long time, as if she was thinking about which angle would be more auspicious to start from. At this moment, Xiao had no hope for her luck. After all, the girl had a talent called Misfortune D on her faceplate, which was not very safe no matter how she thought about it. "Well, let me start." Seeing Lisa confidently put her little hand into the dark box, Xiao and others focused their attention. Thump, thump, thump. Just as she put her little hand into the bottom of the box, the staff member who had gone to report the news earlier ran down the stairs in a hurry and whispered a few words to the lobby manager, causing the manager to change color on the spot. It happened so quickly that by the time everyone came to their senses, Lisa had already grabbed a small ball out of the box. "Hey, I'm done smoking." She turned the ball to the front, and the number on it seemed to say 151. She handed the ball to Miss Mira beside her. "How about this? What prize is it? Wait a moment. Let me check for you." Miss Mira took the ball, took out a notebook, and looked up the numbers on it one by one. And Xiao waited by the side the whole time without saying anything. He had a hunch that if we calculated based on the gradient of 1 special prize, 3 to 5 first prizes, 10 second prizes, and 20 to 50 third prizes, the number 151 would obviously fall into the category of consolation prize, and at most he would be able to exchange it for 200 gold dragon coins. However, just as Miss Mira looked at Xiao with regret, the lobby manager next to her seemed to kick a button onto the desk. Bang! There was a loud bang. The huge silver ball on top of the lottery table exploded without any warning. Countless colorful ribbons fell from above, instantly attracting the attention of all adventurers in the venue. Clang, 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 clang. Let's give a warm round of applause. Congratulations to this young friend who has won the only special prize in our demon hunting festival. A loud notification sounded. At this moment, the lobby manager took out a magic loudspeaker from under the table and announced the good news to everyone. What the hell? Isn't it impossible to win that? Our team members have drawn dozens of times. Let alone the special prize, we haven't even won the second prize. That's right, what's going on? There are 7 of us in the team, and all the prizes we drew are consolation prizes. Our team is the same. Also, I remember the number 152 I drew before was also a consolation prize. This doesn't make sense. The special prize is gone, so the best prize left is only the first prize, although it's impossible to win the first prize. For a moment, the adventurers complained, and their jealous and dissatisfied eyes drowned out Xiao and the other person in the center of the field. To be honest, not only Xiao was a little confused at this time, But even Lisa stretched out her little hand to rub her eyes, muttering in disbelief. Did I win a special prize? Well, Mira hesitated to speak. Yes, Miss Lisa, you won the special prize for your team. The lobby manager congratulated loudly. Great. And Xiao, I won the special prize for you. The girl was simple-minded and quickly faced her success. She turned around and rushed towards Xiao, threw herself into his arms, and wrapped her arms around his neck. And Xiao, am I good to you? I helped you win a lot of treasures and a lot of money. Do you love me more now? In public, such an intimate gesture really made him feel a little embarrassed. But in order to satisfy the girl's little thoughts, he still chose to give her a firm response in person. Yes, Lisa is the best. I love you so much. Hey. Hearing what she wanted to hear, the girl smiled brightly on the spot, and the tail hidden under her skirt also stood up high. Let's go. Let's go get the award. After a moment, two people walked out of the prize, receiving window, holding a bunch of things of different sizes. Apart from the 3,000 gold dragon coins that went directly into their accounts, their prizes also included 2 magic secret books, namely Windblade and Water Arrow, which came from the first prize pool. In addition, there is also a female scent bag magic weapon that can hold 5 cubic meters of space, and a pair of brand new Phantom Noble boots from the second prize pool. A handy green elven longbow and an exquisite standard psychic staff from the third prize pool. A set of special mithril arrows, 100 pieces, and 2 bottles of primary shadow magic potions from the consolation prize pool. And Xiao directly gave the sachet magic weapon, psychic staff, and shadow magic potion to Lisa, and selected 3 items, the elven longbow, mithril arrows, and noble boots as equipment updates. As for the spell book, he decided to go back and give it to the girl to see if she could learn it. If not, he would keep it for himself so that he could use it in the future when needed. As the sun set, neither of them had expected that they would inexplicably make a fortune just by completing a task and drawing a prize. In order to prevent people from getting jealous, they put all the treasures into the space props and left the association under the personal supervision of the hall manager. We have gained a lot today, and we still have plenty of time. And Xiao decided to take Lisa out for a big meal and visit lingerie and women's clothing stores on the way to buy her some beautiful and exquisite dresses. On the way, he thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Was it the girl's little red hand that played a role? Or was it that her misfortune D was temporarily ineffective? Or can your own Lucky 99 also work remotely? And Xiao was not sure, but he knew that he had to give the girl a big reward tonight. Chapter 75. Paying for a chat doesn't count as stealing. Late at night, Tana Magic Inn, in a small room filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. At this moment, the boy and girl finished bathing together, shed the fatigue of the whole day, and snuggled into the soft and white quilt. They both had their fill of meals. Previously, due to the important schedule the next day, when Lisa heard that Xiao wanted to buy a dress for her, even though she was very touched, she still politely declined. In her words, the money you have now should be spent wisely. Even if you win the jackpot, the basic funds for purchasing Yuan Nua should just be enough to get you through the line. So if you want to reward her through shopping, you should wait until you bring the cat back before going shopping together. And Xiao was deeply moved after hearing this, and was impressed by how well-behaved the girl was. He didn't know why she had become a completely different person and obeyed him in just one day. There seemed to be some mystery hidden in it, but it was not something he could easily guess. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea, and fickleness is just one of the normal conditions. At this time, all the purple wall lamps in the room were turned off. In the pitch darkness, they could hear each other's breathing. Lisa leaned against his chest with her back, wrapping her tail around his waist and legs, as if she wanted to melt him into her body. There was no need to say more. In fact, both of them knew very well that this kind of relationship was already on the verge of a firefight. If they were not careful, they would lose control and make a big mistake. Hey, and Xiao. In the darkness, he suddenly heard her whisper, "Sometimes, I'm not that excited about school starting." Why? He held her tighter. Because we have to live in the dormitory at the beginning of the school year. I heard that the male and female dormitories are separated, and we can only leave school on weekends. Lisa said distressfully, "Although school is great, if you're not by my side at night, I don't know how I'm going to fall asleep." Haha, so that's why. And Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The academy has its own rules. Since we are going there, we must abide by all the rules. If you miss me, Let me finish my work these days and try to save some money. Then we can rent a bigger house and spend the weekends together. How about that? Wow, is this really possible? When Lisa heard this, she stopped being depressed. She turned her head and blinked. Isn't this considered a waste of money? Of course not. As long as you are happy, the money is worth spending. And Xiao said, gently and affirmatively. You are so nice. Influenced by his doting, the girl couldn't help herself and kissed him on the lips. Wait, the sweet and soft touch touches the heart. She was just thinking of taking this opportunity to push a little further, like prying open his lips and teeth, but she suddenly realized that no one seemed to have taught her how to do it. It was not until she realized that her body temperature and his were becoming hot again that she shrank her face as if she had been electrocuted and turned her head away shyly, as if nothing had just happened, turning on the ostrich mode. Lisa, all right, go to bed early. At this moment, and Xiao also felt a fire burning in his belly and was very unbearable. But he knew that the time was not yet ripe and his strength was not enough to completely protect her. He had to wait until he brought her back to the Li Palace before he could consider this matter. Moreover, it is best to communicate with Olafil in advance to determine whether it will work, in order to avoid any erroneous operations due to deviations in imagination and cognition. On the other hand, under the influence of the tail-adapting state, the girl had actually already made unilateral psychological preparations. No matter what his Xiao did to her, she was willing to let down her guard and accept and include it. After all, she was pure-minded and just wanted to stay with him forever. It seemed that this could completely dispel the uneasiness in her heart and bring her a satisfying sense of solidity and warmth. But this little wish may no longer be easily realized after school starts. Lisa had heard from Cixia that Freya's boarding school rules were mandatory. During the school term, every student must stay in the pre-assigned dormitory on 4 nights of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday every week. On Friday night, they can go home early and live outside, like on Saturday and Sunday. In other words, unless there are special circumstances, we have to live on campus 4 days a week, and no one is allowed to skip the dormitory. As for roommates, each dormitory for each grade is a double room, with males in one room and females in one room, which are separated and not allowed to mix with each other. Therefore, there are not many times left for the girl to stay in the arms of her lover like now, so she naturally cherishes it very much. The intense heartbeat caused by her excessive behavior began to slow down after she calmed down. As her breathing gradually became steady, she fell asleep little by little while she was lost in thought. I don't know how much time passed, and Xiao freed up one hand, took out his phone from under the pillow, and prepared to reply to the messages that had accumulated throughout the afternoon. You have a pending friend request. You have 4 unread messages. I turned on the screen and opened the secret and saw a long string of message prompts. The first friend request came from Old Bet, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. Your kind Beth has purchased a new bag and hopes to reconnect with you, a handsome and talented person. What a silver-tongued goblin. And Xiao casually clicked pass. Among the other 4 unread messages, the first one was from Xiao Sa, posted 2 hours ago, and was an emoticon package of a little bear covering himself with a quilt. So cute. And Xiao replied, good night. The second message came from Rebecca, who seemed to be expressing her longing for him after not seeing him for a few days. Brother, are you okay? I saw the news that you were kidnapped by bad guys in the woods. Oh my God, I hope you're okay. But then again, with that beautiful big sister here, I'm sure the bad guys can't do anything to you. If you see me, please remember to report that you're safe. I'm worried about you. And Xiao thought about it and typed, I'm home safely, don't worry. When a message is sent, the other party will immediately show read. Good guy, it seems you're also a night owl. He continued to look at the third message. Message from Ms. Beth. Mr. and Xiao, I received a notification that you are safe. If you have time, please contact the young lady. She is very worried about your condition and has not eaten or drunk anything for the whole day. And Xiao, okay, Miss Beth, I understand. Although it was the middle of the night, and Xiao still chose to reply to the message in time to avoid delaying important matters. He decided to contact Jessica. Sure enough, the last message was from her. And Xiao, how are you? Seeing the eldest lady's hesitant tone, and Xiao recalled the first time he met her on Muqian Street. The initial dominance and current concern seemed to have undergone a subtle change from a certain point. Although the two were nominally just a master-servant relationship at work, he could clearly feel the concern and anxiety through the screen. I'm fine. I'm back at the hotel. He responded to the young lady. Unexpectedly, As soon as the message was sent, the words the other party is typing lit up. Obviously, in the silent and cold night, Jessica, who was alone, needed company more than he, who had Xiang Ruan in his arms. Thank you for this morning. She replied to the message immediately, and Xiao thought about it and decided to comfort him to a certain extent. It's okay. That's what I should do within my job scope. I'm glad you're not hurt. Also, don't refuse to eat. Jessica's profile picture flashed, and she kept typing, but after a long time, she only sent out one word. It was obvious that she seemed to be repeatedly deleting the edited words, and her inner struggle was evident. At this moment, Lisa beside him was already soundly asleep, with the hot air from her nose spraying on Zhao's fingertips, and her steady breathing seemed to indicate that she was sleeping soundly. Because so many things happened today, and Xiao couldn't fall asleep immediately. Out of boredom, he clicked on Jessica's personal profile. This is the eldest lady's personal account, with only a few recent photos and some random thoughts in the space. For example, one of the photos shows the unicorn spreading its wings and raising its hooves with the caption, "She is so beautiful. When can I be as free as she is?" There's also a selfie of her holding a music box, in which she looks lonely and her eyes are lifeless. Even when listening to music, she seems unable to cheer up. The caption reads, "I miss Teacher Margaret, but I can't disturb her just because I miss her." And Xiao continued to read on. The next one was posted today at dusk. "He stopped the invincible sorcerer for me. I wanted to do something, but I felt deeply hopeless about my own powerlessness and insignificance. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever made me feel this kind of pain. His back standing in front of me is like a god, and the warmth he passed on to me through his body is still warm. If something happens to him, I think I may never find the last ray of light again in my life." When Xiao finished reading this post, he refreshed the page again, only to find that the post had inexplicably disappeared. He repeated the operation several times in surprise, and sure enough, he was sure that the post had been deleted by the eldest lady. Is she afraid that I might see her by accident? He thought calmly. That shouldn't be the case. Could she be shy too? All along, the eldest lady's superficial disguise seems to still be working to a certain extent. However, a closer look reveals that almost all of the dynamics and pictures above are Jessica's soliloquy, and no one has liked or commented on her. The coldness that came towards him made Xiao, who was lying in bed, feel a little difficult to face. She doesn't have any friends, usually? Recalling some of the eldest lady's actions, and Xiao frowned slightly, vaguely grasping something that involved the key to her core demands. Before I could think about it, Jessica sent another message. "And Xiao, I can't sleep. I can't sleep." And Xiao felt helpless, thinking, do I have to temporarily play the role of a caring big brother? However, considering that she was indeed frightened today, she still gave her some gentle advice. "Miss, if you can't sleep, you can count sheep or something. Count until you forget the exact number, and then you will fall asleep." Jessica, "No, I don't want to count sheep. I just want to ask you one thing. This is not good." And Xiao had a vague sense of foreboding, so he could only tentatively reply, "What is it? If it is within my ability, I can consider helping you." He emphasized the words "to the best of my ability" to avoid receiving any unreasonable requests in the middle of the night. After all, she is a young lady, so it is not surprising that she does something incredible. As expected, "Jessica, I want to go see you." When Xiao saw this sentence, his eyes almost popped out. He confirmed again and again. "Miss, are you crazy? It's already midnight, and I've already washed up and laid down at the hotel. It's really inconvenient. Can I come to you tomorrow afternoon after I finish my work? Don't worry, I can't run away. I will definitely come to you on time. You received a transfer. Transfer amount, 10,000 gold dragon coins from Jessica." "No, miss, is this the deposit for today?" "Oh, what I mean is it's not about the money. It's really inconvenient for me. You received a transfer. Transfer amount, 5,000 gold dragon coins from Jessica." "Jessica, is it okay?" And Zhao's breathing became more rapid. He knew that his total commission was 20,000 gold coins. If the previous 10,000 gold coins was the first payment after the other party expressed his approval of him, then what were these 5,000 gold dragon coins? Could it be? He thought about it and replied cautiously, "Miss, I don't know what kind of money this is. I don't dare to accept it carelessly. Besides, you will be able to see me tomorrow, so there is really no need to be so anxious." "Jessica, she's lying next to you, isn't she?" And Xiao, "Jessica, I won't bother you for long. I just want to see your face. Otherwise, I really can't fall asleep. Don't worry, I will still give you the balance of 10,000 gold coins after the mission is completed. So this money is extra payment. Don't feel any psychological pressure. And Xiao, but even so, you received a transfer. Transfer amount, 5,000 gold dragon coins from Jessica. No, what's going on? Money is not money anymore. It's only 10,000 gold. Hey, miss, wake up. The huge amount made in Xiao almost cry out. You know, compared to the special prize she won in the Belongers Association, the total amount of money she just transferred is already several times more than the former. In other words, if he had been able to win the young lady's heart earlier, many of the previous trips would have been unnecessary. Of course, if what happened this morning hadn't happened, she probably wouldn't have fallen so deeply into it. And Xiao sighed softly, thinking that this was going to be troublesome. A girl's heart is one of the most difficult things to grasp in the world. He doesn't want to hurt her, but he can't reject her harshly either. So there seems to be only one option left. Jessica, is this okay? And Xiao, okay, Mississippi. I'll get up right away. Chapter 76, Renting a Boyfriend. That night, the black fog obscured the full moon. The cold wind was lonely, and the streets were deserted in the middle of the night. Inside the room, and Xiao took great pains to finally untie the dragon tail that was tightly wrapped around his waist without waking the girl. Then he tucked the girl's quilt in, tiptoed out of bed, put on casual clothes, and walked towards the entrance in the dark. Just think of it as overtime. Talking to himself like this, he walked towards the door as quietly as possible. Click. The door is closed. Downstairs, Miss Jessica was wearing a tight nightgown, standing thin in the cold wind, waiting for something. Not far from her, Miss Beth had a stabbing sword on her waist and looked around vigilantly from time to time. It can be seen that not many people knew about this sudden night trip, and the only person escorting the young lady was Miss Beth. And Xiao walked down the hotel stairs, passed through the reception lobby on the first floor, and headed towards the door. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the night watchman at the Magic Inn was already drowsy. After all, in the second half of the night in Taliana, all the rooms in the inn were full, and there was no need to receive any new guests. And Xiao walked alone to the magic sensing door and watched the mirror-smooth double-leaf glazed doors slide open to both sides. Laughed. He walked out of the store, and his sight instantly fell on the most conspicuous thin figure. "Miss, you are here!" Exclamation point. Finally seeing the figure she had been thinking about, Jessica's expression froze slightly, and then her body seemed to run towards him uncontrollably. "And Xiao, Miss? Hey, wait a minute, hey!" Seeing her throw herself into his arms and press her delicate little face full of nobility against his chest, and Xiao raised his arms, which had nowhere to put, and was completely confused. "No, miss, I didn't mention this requirement in the message just now." The scent of high-end, girlish perfume came over me instantly, probably a light, sweet scent like the blooming cherry blossoms. And Xiao looked around, confused, fearing that this scene on the street would be seen and recorded by someone. Obviously, the development of things was a little beyond his expectations. I only heard her softly say in my arms, "Hold me, huh? Hold me," Jessica said in a small voice. "It will only take a moment." "No, miss, our relationship." Please, and Xiao. You can tell that she is extremely vulnerable at this moment. If I remember correctly, this was the first time the young lady humbled herself to make a request. Well, and Xiao sighed softly. Things have come to this point. He would not be cruel enough to say something to hurt her. He looked conflicted and hesitated for several breaths. Finally, he slowly put his arms around her delicate and pitiful back, giving the young lady the warmth from a man of the same age. "All right, and Xiao." At this moment, an indescribable, complex emotion attacked Jessica from all directions. It was as if in my mind and in the deepest part of my heart, the care that I had most wanted to feel for many years, the thoughtfulness that I had most wanted to experience, the comfort that I had most wanted to truly obtain from my loved one. At this moment, a corner of the tightly closed door was finally pried open, ushering in a faint ray of light. Even if all this is short-lived, even if it is as fleeting as fireworks, even if it needs to be exchanged and maintained with other things. Jessica, hiding in Zhao's arms, didn't know what she was thinking of. She felt a sudden pain in her nose for no reason. The mood that had finally calmed down today collapsed again like waves hitting rocks, and her tears kept flowing like a broken dam. "Hey, Mississippi, I hugged you. Why are you still crying?" and Xiao was completely confused by this scene. He thought to himself that he was clearly doing what she asked, so how could he make her cry? In the distance, Ms. Beth watched this scene silently, and an inexplicable sense of helplessness and heartache emerged on her cold expression. Unfortunately, she knows what it means to be hard to keep the good and get deeper and deeper into trouble. What's heartbreaking is that Miss Jessica is like a moth that flies into a flame, and she doesn't care what kind of pain she will face in the future. Sometimes, the deeper the new emotions that arise, the more turbulent and terrifying the tide of loneliness that will follow failure. As the eldest lady's personal maid, she didn't want to see her young lady living in pain and crying every day. She wanted her to be happy, if that were possible, of course. Jessica cried for a long time. Nothing else was done to him, and nothing more was said. Just lying in his arms, experiencing all this that was hard-earned. The cold wind on a winter night was biting, and Xiao wanted to invite her to the lounge area in the hotel lobby to sit down and chat, but she shook her head and said she would leave soon. It was as if, after experiencing the separation of life and death in the morning, being able to hug each other like this was the greatest satisfaction for her. At a certain point in the memory, Jessica's petite and fragile expression gave people the illusion of meeting his girlfriend late at night, which made Xiao feel a little confused. "Don't cry, miss. I'm still here. I'll come and see you on time tomorrow afternoon after I finish my work." He patted her back gently, then stretched out his thumb and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Jessica hummed softly and raised her head from his arms reluctantly. Then stand on tiptoe! Exclamation point. When Xiao came to her senses, Jessica had already made up for the second half of what she had not had the courage to do during the day. At this moment, escorted by Ms. Beth, her figure gradually disappeared at the end of the street corner, and Xiao stroked her right cheek, which was still warm, and breathed in the scent of the young lady that filled the air around her. Well, the money has been raised and the enrollment has gone smoothly. Perhaps the next thing he should consider most is how to properly handle the change in his identity in this part-time job. After all, it is quite difficult to transform from a personal bodyguard into a role that has a hint of rental boyfriend and needs to constantly provide emotional value to the young lady. In any case, there is still a reward of 10,000 gold coins waiting for her. As long as it does not involve issues of principle, even if I treat her better in private, it should be, there's nothing wrong with that. After thinking for a long time in the cold wind, and Xiao finally made up his mind and turned to walk into the hotel. Chapter 77 Meeting Yuanhua. The next morning, at daybreak, and Xiao was awakened by the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. For some reason, Lisa got up very early today. Out of curiosity, and Xiao got up, rolled out of bed, and walked to the bathroom door. "Lisa, what's going on? It's not even completely daylight yet," he asked in confusion as he looked at the girl who had just finished washing and was looking in the mirror. "Ah, nothing. I made an appointment with my bestie to go out for tea today, so I thought I'd get up early and dress up." The girl turned and smiled at him, while unnoticeably putting her belongings into the side of her skirt. "Oh, I see." And Xiao seemed to be thinking about something. His original plan today was to go to Muqian Street in the morning to find Wharton to verify his capital. Since it was a single-person real name system, he could not bring Lisa with him. Therefore, it is understandable for a girl to ask her best friend to go out and play. Currently, and Xiao has about 30,000 gold dragon coins in his card, and the capital verification only requires 20,000. If it passes smoothly, he can obtain the specific information about the next step of the auction so that he can actually buy Yuan Nua. Presumably, this exact day will not be too far away from today. After sorting out his thoughts, he instructed her, "Then please be careful on the road. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions." Good. The two of them communicated only a few words, and then they made their own preparations, planning to go out together after having breakfast. Lisa said she wanted to meet her best friend for tea, but the tea house couldn't be open so early in the morning. It was obvious that she had other things to do, but was not convenient to say. And Xiao and Wharton had agreed to meet at 9 in the morning. Neither of them was in a hurry, so there was still plenty of time left. About half a minute later, he finally got dressed, washed up, and left the room with the girl. The two had breakfast together in the cafeteria on the first floor of the hotel. It can be clearly felt that the girl seems to have something on her mind during this process. And Xiao asked her several times, but she just shook her head and said that he was overthinking and it was nothing. This concerned him greatly. Could it be that she discovered what happened when I went downstairs last night? After the two separated, and Xiao walked towards the outside of the city, thinking in his heart, It seems that only this possibility could cause the girl to react like that. But the problem is, in the past, Lisa would not have been able to accept this. She might even have started a fight. Why is she? He couldn't tell what was wrong, but he felt that she seemed to have become less irritable than at the beginning. It's okay if you don't think about this kind of thing, but once you think about it carefully, you will feel that something is very wrong. Being nitpicky and possessive are common problems among young girls, and it's normal, and it has nothing to do with right or wrong. And Xiao could only temporarily attribute all this to some kind of concession and tolerance from her heart. Unconsciously, the girl's magnanimity and tolerance made him love her even more for some reason. After a moment, it was already bright when he passed through the main city gate and came to the familiar Muqian Street. The vendors at the morning market on Ma Quen Street still gathered here, shouting and selling all kinds of goods. Terriana magic pancake, 30 copper coins each. Freshly baked, very fragrant. Would you like to try some, young man? The same morning tea set as Freya Academy. 6 silver coins per set, enough for 2 people. Don't miss it if you pass by. Newly hunted wild wolf meat, 20 silver coins for 1 wolf leg. Can be roasted or eaten raw. Only 1. He walked around the vendors, soliciting customers at the morning market, and came to the slave pen building with a clear goal. At this moment, Wharton was not there. A green-skinned lizard man guarding the door saw him coming and immediately stood up to greet him, saying, "Hello, customer. Would you like to see the goods?" The lizardman's voice was a little hoarse, and his appearance was a combination of a lizard head and a human body. He held a standard long sword in his hand, and the muscles in his forearms were quite obvious. "Yes, I have an appointment with Wharton." And Xiao responded indifferently. "Understood. Please follow me." The lizard man led him to the entrance of the fence and first pulled open the heavy door curtain. "The boss has been waiting inside for a long time. Please come in." He tightened the Ida around his waist, feeling the familiar reaction coming from inside the scabbard. Then he withdrew his gaze with relief and stepped into the door curtain. Roar! Ouch! What came towards me were all kinds of roars and cries of pain. It can be seen that inside the slave pen, the first thing that comes into view is a circle of black iron cages. These cages vary in size and contain a wide variety of goods. They were placed in a circle in every corner of the huge tent, with a narrow passage between each cage for guests to walk through and admire. To be more specific, this place is like a weird and twisted circus, with a ceiling lamp in the center constantly emitting a dim and cold light. The eyes passed over some small wooden partitions and could see that in an open space in the center, Wharton was constantly looking at something in a special iron cage in front of him. Behind him, on his left and right stood a tall, strong, and agile male ice werewolf. Of course, they had chains on their feet. Noticing in Xiao coming in, the short and fat Wharton immediately put on a profiteer's smile and greeted them loudly. "Come here, brother and Xiao." Hearing this, and Xiao nodded, walked around the tent half a circle clockwise, and then entered the inner ring from a special passage. On the way, in some cages he passed by, various Asian slaves were clinging to the iron bars, howling and looking at him. He glanced at them and could roughly distinguish several categories: ice werewolves, lizard men, minotaurs, horse-faced men, etc. Of course, there were also some foxes that I had never seen before, who even put their plump buttocks against the feeding port of the iron cage, trying to physically seduce this young and handsome human guest. Although these are in vain. I was a bit busy this morning and was unable to come to meet you. I hope you don't mind, and Xiao. When he reached the center, Wharton came up to him warmly with his signature smile. "It doesn't matter. I just want to quickly complete the capital verification process today." And Xiao didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Of course, brother and Xiao. Since you can come to me, it means that you have prepared the money, right?" Walton didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. He raised his hand to indicate the high-quality iron cage covered with soundproof and light-proof cloth behind him, and said with a smile, "Have you seen this, brother and Xiao? The good stuff you've been dreaming of is right here. As the saying goes, it is better to come today than to wait for a day. It is better to come at the right time than to come early. I just happen to be planning to move her to the underground auction table to make some preparations for tonight's auction. How about I give you a heads up and let you check out the goods here first when no one else is around?" Exclamation point. After hearing what he said, and Xiao suddenly became alert. If you follow the normal auction process, it is absolutely impossible to allow you to inspect the goods in advance. After all, other guests have not arrived yet, and no one is qualified to touch the goods in any way. This is a rule in the auction circle, and it is not a joke. I don't know why Wharton was willing to give me such a privilege. I guess old Beth's face is not that great. And Xiao thought about it, but to no avail. But he obviously had to accept this kindness, because he also wanted to confirm Yuan Nua's health and mental state. Okay, thank you very much, Wharton. I'll obey your command. He expressed his gratitude. Haha, you're so polite. We're old customers from now on, so I'll naturally give them face. Wharton laughed. After a moment, and Xiao came to the front of the iron cage under his guidance. Then, a crackling sound was heard. I saw the heavy and thick blackout cloth covering the cage being pulled to the ground by two burly lizard men, one on the left and one on the right. Meow. A soft exclamation came from it. The next moment, the petite figure that had been causing Xiao to toss and turn for the past few days appeared before his eyes. Chapter 78. Completely controlled by the young lady. The sudden light hit the inside of the iron cage, causing one of the petite figures to shrink into a ball in fear and cover her extremely cute fair face with her chained hands. Through the gaps between my fingers, I can see a strange yet familiar face walking towards me. It's you. Yuan Nua trembled his limp cat ears slightly and subconsciously lowered his arm, which was as smooth as a bamboo shoot. That human brother I met in Banxiao Town. She looked timidly at Xiao, who was standing right in front of the cage, her indigo eyes covered with a layer of mist that contained endless grievances. And Xiao looked at her quietly, with mixed feelings. Brother, can you buy me? I can do everything, anything for you. It seemed that he was frightened by the obscene looks of the customers who had entered the fence to look at the goods. At this moment, Yuanua rarely saw such a young and handsome customer. In desperation, he wanted to go home with him at all costs. How are you? Are you not hurt? Hearing her desperate words, and Xiao suddenly felt pity for her. Well, I'm healthy and I still have my virginity. As long as you buy me, I will definitely repay you. Please take me away, brother. Yuan Nua stood up with difficulty and turned around in front of him. The smooth and straight calves under her skirt were dazzling, and the virgin fragrance that belonged exclusively to the civet cat family also instantly penetrated the restraints of the iron cage and rushed to his cheek. And Xiao took this opportunity to open the eye of God. Yuan Nua, Eldar Catwoman, LV, 13. Identity, slave of Wan Miao Trading Company. Occupation, shadow dancer. Talents, Cat Lure SSS, exclusive, super sensitivity SS, servant S, dodge B, stealth A, shadow resistance C, flexibility plus 99. Past. All members of the spirit cat demon were brutally massacred by a mysterious force. He and his two best friends fled from the forest country of Aphilas to the Banxiao town of Taliana. Later, due to the betrayal of his relatives and friends, he was hunted by members of the Wan Miao Company and became an unprecedented high-quality auction item. Looking at the information revealed on her panel, and Xiao frowned. Before, he was still wondering where the other cat girl who was with Yuan Nua had gone and why she had not been caught. Could it be that she had some special ability that allowed her to stay out of trouble? Now he understood. It turned out that Yuan Nua had been betrayed by the other party. It was even possible that these hunters were led away by that woman. The truth is confusing. Looking at the pleading and pitiful eyes of the girl in the cage, and Xiao nodded. I know. I'll try my best. Wait for me. He made a promise to her. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, Yuan Nua smiled at him softly. This smile made thousands of flowers pale in comparison, and butterflies and birds linger around. And Xiao was infected by her pure and sweet temperament, and was unable to recover for a while. It was not until Walton behind him reminded him, Brother, it's almost time, that he turned around and proceeded with the next round of negotiations with the businessman. At this moment, the two ice wolves put the heavy curtain back over the iron cage, and then pushed the cage onto the underground track one after the other. And Xiao followed Wharton to a dark staircase on the other side. According to the capital verification process, he showed Wharton the bank card information of his account and confirmed that the balance was greater than 20,000. Wharton just smiled and kindly reminded, Brother and Xiao, you have enough money. But I have to remind you that Yuan Nua has recently been spotted by another powerful buyer. If someone competes with you for the item at the auction tonight, it will be difficult to achieve the desired result with the current amount of money in your card. What's the meaning? Hearing Wharton's words, and Zhao's face darkened, and his first reaction was that the other party might be playing tricks on him. After all, he first asked me to inspect the goods and confirm the safety of the cat girl, and then suddenly said that there was some invisible competitor. He then hinted that I didn't have enough money or something. No matter how you look at it, he had ulterior motives and bad intentions. However, Walton waved his hand and explained, "Don't misunderstand me, brother and Shao. You know, for an item of Yuan Nua's caliber, it wouldn't be surprising if 10 more nobles came to bid against you. I'm talking about this mainly because his identity is rather special. I'm worried that even if you succeed in taking the photo, you'll be targeted by the forces behind him and won't be able to escape unscathed." As he spoke, he took out his belongings with a serious expression, flipped out a photo, and handed it to Shao. "Did you see this guy? Just yesterday, he contacted me and said he wanted to buy the Catwoman. I temporarily rejected it on the grounds that the product can only be sold through the auction process. For old bet's sake, I have to tell you in advance that the other party is an important member of the Taliana royal family, Prince Reventius. If he was the son of a marquis or earl, I would not remind you like this, brother and Shao. I think you should understand my painstaking efforts. This is not a question of money. You know, I also hope that you can get the beauty, enjoy the sweetness you deserve, and then continue to patronize my business next time with satisfaction. But now the problem is here. I can only explain the risks to you in advance. As a businessman, this is all I can do." Walton's words were sincere, and his expression didn't seem like he was lying at all. At this moment, Shao looked at the photo of the extremely handsome and strong young man on the screen and was deeply troubled. He knew that the current situation was unexpected, but also reasonable. With Yuan Nua's appearance, under the publicity of Wan Miao Trading Company, it was normal for anyone to be attracted to him. Although Prince Reventius was a member of the royal family, no one stipulated that royal family members could not indulge in lust, so there was nothing wrong with him attending the auction in a swaggering manner. If I compete with him in the evening auction, I will have little chance of winning with my meager fortune of 30,000 gold coins. Even if I win, it will be a miserable victory that will bankrupt me, and I will probably face a lot of trouble when I leave the auction afterwards. If they did the opposite, not participating in the auction at all, and directly handed Yuan Nua over to someone else, and then raided the place after the auction ended, killing and robbing. No, this is against my style. Besides, the guard around the prince are probably of a high rank. And Shao pondered in his heart. After thinking it over, he couldn't think of a more reasonable solution, so he said to Wharton, "Thank you very much. I will think of a solution as soon as possible." "Good." Walton continued to lead the way. A moment later, Shao followed him to the underground level of the slave pen. This is a relatively hidden internal auction area, where any auction of high-quality goods will be held. And Shao looked around and saw that the space here was completely symmetrical with a huge tent on the ground, forming a huge oval shape. Like a theater set, cages of all colors were covered with thick cloth and placed in sequence on the platform in front of them. Huge curtains were hung on both sides of the platform, which could be opened at any time. Below is the auction seat, made up of many wooden chairs where guests can bid with placards. In the corner of the auction seat, there is also a VIP seat, which seems to indicate the extraordinary status of the bidder. It was not yet time, and there was no one in the auction hall except the staff. Walton briefly introduced, "Our auction will start here on time at 11 p.m. Brother and Shao, I will send you the invitation letter in advance. You can enter through the channel just now with the electronic ticket." "I see." After Wharton took him to familiarize himself with the venue, he quickly operated and soon sent a MMS to Zhao's phone. "Well, that's probably the situation. If there's no problem, we'll meet in the evening. You still have the afternoon to raise more money. You know, it's always good for people who attend auctions to have more money in their pockets." He said this earnestly. And Shao nodded, not intending to stay any longer. Soon, the two said goodbye to each other, and Shao left the slave pen the same way he came. In this case, the only solution he could think of was probably just turn to her for help. Pegrid Embassy, Princess Boudoir. Jessica was sitting in front of the dressing table, dressing herself up in front of a full-length mirror. This afternoon, there is an important meeting which should not be underestimated in the eyes of the eldest lady. At this moment, there was a vibrating sound suddenly coming from the bed. "Buzz, buzz." Instant call? "Hold it for me, Beth." "Yes, Mississippi." Lady Beth, who was braiding her princess's hair, stopped what she was doing and walked slowly to the bedside to fetch her. "It's him, Missy!" Exclamation point. Jessica raised her eyebrows, and the joy written on her face was almost impossible to contain. She took it with a stern face and took a deep breath to prepare herself. Beth wisely moved away from the dressing table and stood in a corner of the room to wipe the glass. She knew that among the eldest lady's people, the only one who was given special attention and pinned to the top was in Xiao. Even she, a personal maid, did not have the honor of being included in the special attention list by the eldest lady. Even her space dynamics were blocked from being seen. At this moment, Jessica answered the phone and said sweetly, "Hello. Jessica, it's me and Xiao." His slightly anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. She was slightly startled. "I know, what's wrong with you? Aren't you coming over soon?" He was hesitant on the phone. "Well, although it's very sudden, I want to ask you to do me a favor." "Huh?" Jessica opened her mouth, as if she was very surprised by his words. For a moment, I immediately became interested. "What help? Tell me now." I know this is very rude and inappropriate, but I need to borrow a large sum of money before tonight." And Xiao hesitated, as if he found it difficult to speak. But Jessica frowned slightly when she heard this, a little confused. "Didn't I just transfer 20,000 gold to you yesterday? What's going on? Isn't it enough for you to spend?" "Well, I have enough to spend myself, but I have to attend an auction, and the item I like is very important to me." And Xiao told the truth. "Oh, I see. Tell me, how much exactly do you need?" "I don't know either. I guess it will cost at least 20,000 gold." And Xiao guessed a number based on his intuition. Yes. If I help you, what will be the benefit?" The conversation entered the next stage. Jessica tapped the dressing table in front of her with the fingertips of one hand and asked with a smile on her lips, "Anything is fine, as long as tonight's thing works out. I can satisfy you in any way you want." And Xiao was determined to go all out, because he knew that if he could use Jessica's money to solve this crisis, then all the knots would be solved perfectly. After all, no matter how wealthy and powerful Prince Reventius is, he can't challenge the eldest lady's status. Of course, if she could be invited to the auction in person. And Zhao's little thoughts started to move. At this time, Jessica asked seriously, "Are you serious about what you just said? Are you not lying to me?" "Well, as long as I can take a picture of the target object, no matter what the young lady wants to do to me, I and Xiao will definitely satisfy her. There will be no excuses or reasons for rejection." Exclamation point. At this moment, Ms. Beth, who was standing in the corner of the room, saw that Miss Jessica smiled very happily. As if she had not encountered such a pleasant thing in many years, she picked it up and whispered to it, "Okay then, I want you to come over now and take a nap with me." "Ah," I said, "I want you to come now and take a nap with me." Jessica repeated with a smile. "And Xiao, you don't even have this much awareness, do you?" She rested her chin on one hand and swung her legs back and forth, kicking the plush slippers hanging lightly on her toes. "I just want to collect some interest from you in advance to see your sincerity. If you think you can't do it, it's not too late to regret it now." "I understand. I'll go right away." In the end, and Xiao couldn't muster up the courage to refuse her request. "It is conceivable what will be waiting for me next." "Okay, then I'll go take a shower first. I hope you won't let me down." Jessica was in a very good mood and was about to hang up the phone when she heard him make another request. "Well, can you accompany me to the auction tonight? I might feel more at ease if you can sit next to me." At this point, and Xiao no longer cared so much. He chose to hug the smooth and slender thighs in front of him. The transaction has already been started anyway, so we might as well get to the point and arrange all the subsequent matters in one go. "Sure, makes me happy." Jessica snorted softly. "As long as you can do with me what couples would do, I can agree to all your requests." "Okay, see you later then." The two hung up the phone. Miss Beth on the side seemed to be hesitant to speak. She finally understood that things are changing. And Xiao, who was still in the lead last night, seemed to have suddenly encountered a huge change in his life today and had to seek help from the resources of the eldest lady. Once he starts exchanging resources with a young lady in the form of a transaction, he will most likely fall into a situation from which he cannot extricate himself. As expected, Jessica called out to this side. "Beth, go get my black card." "Oh, and is that bottle of sensual body lotion that Margaret prepared for me still there? Help me find it. I need to take a shower. Also, the elf doll fragrance I bought from Forest Country should not have been opened yet, right? Also, bring my Tana Superior Ice silk tights and the custom-made black Swan Hollow night dress. I'll need them later." "Okay, Mississippi." Chapter 79, Miss, I am very satisfied with you. Afternoon, somewhere in the city of Taliana. Xia Tea House is a red tea house that recently opened in the city. The owner is a mysterious woman wearing a black veil. This place is sparsely populated and remote. If you don't follow the signs on a map and look for it carefully, you will probably get lost after turning 7 or 8 corners in the alley. Today, Lisa and her best friend Cecilia will have a tea party here. At this moment, inside the tea house, the pleasant sound of porcelain spoons colliding came from the cups. In the only private seat by the window, 2 young girls sat opposite each other. The space inside the store is not big and can only accommodate 3 or 2 tables of guests. Apart from the bar counter used for making refreshments, there are only a few simple and elegant solid wood tables and stools. Hey, classmate Cecilia, I really don't understand why he would go downstairs in the middle of the night without telling me. By the window, Lisa took a sip of the steaming hot special black tea and sighed slightly. It's okay if he just went downstairs, but when he came back, he was still smelling like women's perfume. You know, I'm a dragon. I mean, my nose is not blind. How can he think I can't smell it? Calm down for a moment, rising. Today, Cecilia was wearing a black strapless dress that barely reached her thighs. Her long, smooth black hair casually draped over her shoulders. She was extremely beautiful. Even though Lisa was a woman, she would still be attracted by her bestie's beautiful face from time to time and couldn't easily look away. I think there may still be misunderstandings between you. He may have some difficulties. Cecilia gracefully put down the teacup and, as always, comforted her in the tone of someone who had experienced it. Huh? What's the matter? Lisa looked at her best friend's pure, angelic face, shook her head repeatedly, and stretched out her little hand to gesture. What kind of hardship could there be from meeting another woman behind my back? I don't know what hardship it would take for him to do this. I can't think of it. Don't be anxious. Listen to me. As far as I know, some men, in order not to make their girlfriends sad, will deliberately do some transactions that cannot be made public behind their girlfriend backs. Of course, perhaps all of this is done for the sake of my girlfriend. Cecilia fiddled with her slender fingers, gently stroking her plump and moist red lips, and analyzed the matter clearly. Let me ask you, does he rarely show his vulnerable side in front of you? Well, it seems so. Lisa nodded hesitantly. So, is he used to shouldering everything by himself until he has done it and completed it? He only shares the good news with you and never mentions the tricky or obstructive parts. Indeed, Lisa nodded heavily as she recalled the time when he went on a mission alone in the forest. So, will he always think about taking you out to play and buying you gifts after he has a new discovery? Yes. He said he would buy me a skirt and take me shopping. He also bought me cakes and 4 specialties. At this point, the girl seemed to have realized something. She looked up at the ceiling, her tail swaying slightly, and she was obviously lost in thought. You see, his heart is almost completely occupied by you. All his actions and motives revolve around you. Cecilia stared into Lisa's already shaken orange-red pupils and came to this conclusion. But, the girl still seemed to have some doubts in her heart. After all, and Xiao did meet another woman at night. I heard Cecilia ask again. By the way, he holds you in his arms every night when he sleeps, right? After he came back last night, he still held you tight, didn't he? Yes. So, don't you understand? Even if there were women outside who seduced him, he still firmly chose you. He didn't betray you. He just had no choice. Do you understand, Lisa-san? The girl suddenly opened her eyes wide, as if she suddenly realized something. At this moment, the proprietress who was grinding beans at the bar also cast a knowing smile over here, as if agreeing with what Cecilia said. Elegant and soothing music is playing in the store, and the atmosphere is extremely quiet. As the incense filled the air, Lisa suddenly slapped her head and suddenly realized. Haha, so that's how it is. Under Cecilia's guidance, the girl seemed to finally get it. She clapped her hands excitedly and sighed. Yeah, so, and Xiao really loves me. Otherwise, why would he like sleeping with me so much? Even if my tail is about to strangle him to death, he won't push me away. In fact, what the girl said was true. She knew very well that every night after falling asleep, the tail behind her would wrap around him tightly under the influence of the tail effect, and she wanted to find a hole to drill into his body. Of course, and Xiao remained silent about this and did not blame her in person or anything. She just let this disobedient little tail do whatever it wanted. Thinking about it this way, his tolerance level is indeed beyond the normal range. Otherwise, who would be willing to sleep every night in a hot and tight state? How uncomfortable would that be, right? So you have to learn to cherish him. Your boyfriend is so handsome. If he were in school, I'm afraid he would be eaten up by the female students immediately. Now that he is yours alone, what reason do you have to doubt him or blame him? Shouldn't you enjoy the present relationship? At this time, Cecilia's words were like the prayer of a saint, instantly awakening the confused Lisa. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, you are absolutely right. Cecilia-san, I should have consulted you earlier. If I analyze it randomly, I will probably blame him wrongly again. Oh, I'm still not considered enough for him." There was a gleam of wisdom in the girl's eyes, even with a hint of self-blame. It's okay. It's not too late to think it through now. Boyfriends and girlfriends, of course, need to get used to each other during the relationship. He is willing to give so much for you, which means he still loves you and can bear a lot of pressure from the outside world alone. At this time, you just need to serve him well, take care of him, don't let him worry, be sad, and don't make him embarrassed. That's all. As Cecilia spoke, she took a small box of whipped cream from the table, poured it skillfully into the cup of black drink in front of her, and stirred it with a slender iron spoon. Lisa nodded repeatedly after hearing this, and imitated her best friend's actions, taking a box of white condensed milk and trying to pour it into her own black tea cup. Hey, yours is black tea. If you mix black tea with milk, the taste will definitely be weird. Cecilia stopped him. Her own teacup contained espresso, while Lisa's teacup contained black tea. Although the two girls came to drink tea, their taste preferences were obviously different. Cecilia prefers drinks that are a little bitter, astringent, and have a little more texture. Lisa is not picky. Sweet drinks are best, but non-sweet drinks are also fine. This was the first time for her to have a date like this. Chishia, you are so kind. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how I would get along with him. Lisa thought she had learned a lot of valuable knowledge from her best friend that she couldn't get from the outside world. At the same time, she couldn't help but become curious. By the way, have you ever been in love many times? Why do you know men's hearts so well? I feel like a little kid who knows nothing in front of you. So stupid. Oh, don't say that. Children have their own innocence and cuteness, which cannot be copied and imitated by mature people. Yeah, of course. Besides, I only learned this knowledge for picture books. It's already quite rare that I can help you, as long as you don't mind. Cecilia was very humble, and the process of communicating with her made Lisa feel very comfortable. The girl asked curiously, Then do you have someone you like? I feel that with your conditions, any man would be unable to walk when he sees you, right? It's not that exaggerated. Cecilia smiled and said, I do have a goal. However, due to various reasons, I lost track of the only person who met my aesthetic standards in every aspect, and there's been no follow-up until now. Oh, that's such a pity. Lisa pursed her lips and asked curiously, what does he look like? How about I help you find him? When Cecilia heard this, she hesitated. This is not appropriate. There's nothing wrong. You've always been the one helping me, advising me, and comforting me, so I want to do something for you too. Cecilia, we're already good friends, right? Aren't good friends supposed to share troubles and help each other? Faced with the girl's enthusiasm, Cecilia hesitated. In fact, ever since Yokoi sent the information about the top prey in Banqiao Town, she has been in a state of expectation and entanglement. Logically speaking, as a descendant of Qianhuan, who has the most top demon bloodline, Cecilia can use her own eyes of succubus to instantly judge the quality of every male's energy in her sight and the degree of compatibility with herself. Over the years, of all the men of similar age she met in the human territory, almost none of them could arouse her interest. In most cases, there is no need to use pupil techniques to see. She can ruthlessly screen out the other party based on first impression and intuition alone. After all, her only requirement for the opposite sex is she must be handsome, powerful, have unlimited potential, have a strong yang aura, have a body that can satisfy her constant demands, have a racial identity that is related to God, and have the ability to help her regain the throne. Of course, it would be best if she could hold down that terrible woman Lilith. You know, these requirements are not just spoken casually, but the super precise mate selection criteria that Cecilia summarized after careful consideration. But the problem is that of all the men she has seen in Taliana, not to mention the other 7 or 8 requirements, those who can meet the requirement of must be handsome are almost wiped out. If I had to say, it seems that only Rise's boyfriend seems to be more in line with her aesthetics, judging by the photos. This is also the reason why she is willing to be a tree hole for the girl. She wanted to use this method to determine if there was a possibility that this man could satisfy one more of her needs. If, by any chance, he really meets more than 2 or 3 of my requirements, then I only need to do a little bit of work, and I can easily snatch him away from Lisa. Oh no, there was no need to even snatch it away. Just a few words were enough to break the relationship between him and her apart. Although Lisa is innocent and cute, I have the responsibility of reviving my race on my shoulders. If I really have to, there's nothing I can do even if I want to hurt her, right? After all, I am a succubus. Cecilia thought so in her heart, but on the surface she accepted her kindness with a smile. Sure, actually, the type I'm looking for is similar to your boyfriend. If you have time, why not bring him out so we can play together? In fact, I also want to use him as a benchmark to find the right person of the opposite sex. Eh, eh. Hearing this, the tail behind Lisa suddenly froze and stopped swinging. Her original intention was to help Cecilia find reliable men as pre-selections and to help with matchmaking. But it definitely doesn't mean to pull and shout to play with her or something. Even though the girl seems carefree on weekdays, she would suddenly become extremely alert whenever anything related to Xiao is involved. Even best friends are no exception. It can be said that Xiao has become her treasure. She wants to hide this treasure deeply for her own enjoyment only, and no one else can touch it. However, words are like spilled water. Since Cecilia has already made such a request, it would be a bit embarrassing to refuse it because of my worries. In any case, I have to give a verbal promise. Thinking of this, she nodded generously. No problem. I'll ask for his opinion when I get home tonight. If nothing goes wrong, you'll be able to see him next time. My boyfriend, is super handsome and super gentle. I'm sure even you might fall in love with him at first sight. Lisa avoided her gaze and kept saying the opposite in her heart. No, I absolutely cannot let you run into me. At least not before school starts. Okay, thank you in advance. Cecilia smiled, picked up the cup, and clinked it lightly with Lisa's. Good. At this moment, the two girls, each with their own thoughts, drank up the liquid in the cup which was no longer warm. At the same time, in the Pagrid embassy, inside the locked door of the princess's boudoir, after sweating profusely, the two people leaned against each other tightly, with almost no distance between their bodies. At this moment, Xiao felt dizzy and had difficulty breathing. He didn't know what was going on. Ever since he entered the door and drank a cup of mind-refreshing green tea, specially made by the elves in the Forest Kingdom, offered by Ms. Beth, he began to become confused, and his thinking became muddled. I don't remember what happened afterwards, but I vaguely saw Ms. Beth locked the door before going out, and then Jessica gave me a nap invitation. In my impression, the young lady today was particularly beautiful, and the nightgown and silky tights she wore were exactly the type I liked. The impulses that kept coming out of his head made it impossible for him to use his consciousness to judge right from wrong. It was as if they were embracing each other naturally without any hindrance. After that, they did things that normal couples would do again and again. What is certain now is that the relationship between the two, which was originally in name only, has completely changed direction. It has completely become real and in name only. After regaining consciousness, and Xiao rubbed his head and tried his best to recall every detail of what had happened before. Are you awake? Miss Jessica's contented and happy voice came to my ears. The money has been transferred. And Xiao, I am very satisfied with you. Chapter 80. Don't worry, baby, I will help. When night fell, the inner city of Taliana finally returned to its evening tranquility. A two-person carriage representing the status of royal guests drove out of the main city silently and stopped at the entrance of the slave fence on Muchian Street shortly afterwards. The carriage maid pulled open the curtain, and a young man and woman got out of the carriage one after another. In the eyes of outsiders, the man who stepped off the carriage was extremely handsome and had a great temperament. The woman next to him, who was wearing a luxurious long dress, was also noble, elegant, and beautiful. This pair of handsome man and beautiful woman are Xiao, who arrived at the auction on time, and Miss Jessica, who tasted the sweetness and helped him bid in the auction as promised. At this moment, the relationship between the two is no longer the same as before, and Xiao, who was fully awake, realized that he had indeed been eaten by the eldest lady, and that the method used was thunderous. Of course, he was prepared for this fact. The only person he felt sorry for was the girl who was still waiting at home. On the way here, he was seriously considering whether he should tell Lisa all the facts after returning. But on second thought, saying it out loud would inevitably hurt the girl's innocent and kind heart, and would most likely lead to irreparable consequences. If we take a step back and do not want to break up with Prince Reventious, then asking Jessica for help is the only solution to the current dilemma. The physical price paid for this is indeed inevitable, and there is no problem with it. Compared to handing over Yuanhua to others and making it impossible to save Oliver, he thought that the current decision was not irrational. On the contrary, it was the best solution that could be achieved with the existing resources at hand. And in Zhao's heart, the main plot of saving Yuanhingji is far more important than anything else. If he is bound by love and makes a decision that he will regret, it will be a complete loss. From a third party's perspective, his loss was not a loss, and the eldest lady also got what she wanted. This transaction was a win-win situation. It's just that the god, who has a higher moral level, feels more guilty towards Lisa. As for how to compensate her, it will become a major issue that he will have to focus on in the future. And Xiao, you don't have to be so sad. I won't bother you. As if she could see his inner uneasiness, Jessica took his arm and stepped to the ground, saying, I and Beth know what happened today. From now on, you just need to come to practice magic with me on time as we agreed. I won't make things difficult for you, and no matter what happens tonight, I will help you to the end. She looked at his handsome profile, raised the corners of her mouth, and smiled sweetly. Well, thank you, miss. And Xiao nodded to her. Don't worry, I won't let your sweetheart know about this through any means. When you go back, treat her however you want. I won't stop you, nor will I disturb her daily life. After all, I don't like to use my status to bully others. Jessica emphasized seriously. This speech surprised Xiao and refreshed his understanding of her. Then the two of them tidied themselves up a little, chatted for a few words, and then entered the fence at the same time. A moment passed in a flash. Oh my God, look at this distinguished guest. Miss, please forgive my poor eyesight. I am really sorry for not welcoming you. When old Walton saw Xiao leading Jessica to his own territory, he was so frightened that his blood pressure skyrocketed and blood spurted out of his brain. In a sense, Wamiao Trading Company is one of the industries supported by the Paygrid Empire, and the driving force behind it is none other than Prince Sinden, known as the brain of the empire, Jessica's second brother. Therefore, as the frontline manager of the Taliana branch of the Wamiao Trading Company, for Wharton, seeing Jessica was equivalent to seeing the sister of the big brother was the umbrella behind his boss. And the significance of this is naturally far more than what the word distinguished guest can replace. In fact, before this, he, who was particularly sensitive to intelligence, had already heard news like Xiao became the eldest lady's personal bodyguard on the magic radio. But the personal guards he thought were really just guards, and he never expected that the two of them would develop into what they are now. They are so inseparable, just like a couple. Moreover, no matter how you look at it, Miss Jessica was brought here by Xiao personally. After all, it's impossible for her to like cat girls as much as Reventious. At this moment, Wharton was sweating profusely and kept glancing at Xiao and Jessica from the corner of his eyes, as if he wanted to see more information from their eyes. Do you have masks ready for the auction? Walton. Jessica seemed to be quite familiar with this kind of occasion and got straight to the point. Of course. Miss, don't worry. Your identity will never be exposed. We have optimized the rules here time and again. Moreover, I can immediately arrange for someone to clear the VIP seats for you, and I will ask all the VIPs nearby to move aside. Wharton was all smiles, nodding and bowing as he welcomed Jessica and the other girl to the secret passage in the fence. That's not necessary. Oh, by the way, do I still need to verify my capital? Jessica gave him a meaningful look. This sight frightened old Wharton so much that his whole body trembled. Miss, what are you talking about? Please stop joking with me. Tonight, any slave you like, as long as you ask, we will immediately arrange it for you in advance, and we will never let the goods flow into the hands of anyone else. And Xiao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Wharton could even do something behind the scenes in the name of the young lady. It is completely different from the previous expressions of, I have helped you a lot. This is all I can help with. I have done my best as a businessman. Sure enough, this old guy is just playing tricks. He is not as reliable as old Bet. And Xiao muttered to himself. At this time, Jessica shrugged and directly threw the decision to him. Hey, and Xiao, tell me, if you like any of them, just ask Wharton to pack them for you. We'll just go through the auction process. I'll pay at the end. She took out a shiny black card from her waist bag and handed it to Wharton. I don't think I need to explain how the discount is calculated, right? If I lose too much pocket money, I will have to talk to my second brother when I'm short of money. Miss, I understand everything. Don't worry. The slaves here don't have much money. I'll give you a 10% discount. 10%. On Wharton's chubby face, beads of sweat kept flowing down his forehead. Jessica was very satisfied after hearing this. Taking this opportunity, she signaled and Xiao to make a request. Well, then just do as we said before. Just give me the photo of you and Noah tonight. And Xiao looked at Wharton somewhat embarrassedly. I'll trouble you as well as Reventious. Okay, I'll take the risk. Things have come to this point, and old Wharton is helpless. He can only help Xiao take the responsibility for the sake of the eldest lady. He didn't expect Xiao to be so powerful. He was just a commoner, but he could transcend class and communicate with the top nobles on an equal footing. This has made him decide to conduct a precise customer analysis of Xiao again after the matter is over, so as not to miss out on big deals and opportunities in the future. At this time, Jessica heard the name Reventious, frowned slightly, and asked about the situation. What is Reventious? Why is he involved in the auction? You know, this person is not a complete stranger to Jessica. Previously, the prince sent by the Taliana royal family to express condolences was this Reventious. The maid Beth once tactfully revealed that the royal family of the Magic Kingdom seemed to want the prince to come and build a good relationship with the eldest lady, so they would try every means to find and create opportunities for a meeting. I didn't expect to hear this guy's name at this auction. Jessica naturally cared a lot about this. Well, old Walton briefly recounted the whole story. After hearing this, Jessica suddenly realized something, and then looked at Xiao with a strange look and said in a deep voice, "Oh, I see. In other words, Xiao, you know that you can't defeat that wretched prince with your own financial resources. So you come to me and ask me to use my money to buy you a super rare cat slave, and then live a shameless life every day and night. Is that right?" "No, it's not true, young lady." "No. Well, on the surface it is indeed as you said, but there are many difficulties that I can't express." And Xiao was so embarrassed that he had to use rhetoric to crack it. "I think that since the young lady is so smart, beautiful, noble, lovely, and perfect, she should understand me." "Oomph. All right, you have some good eyesight." As Jessica spoke, she stretched out her slender hand and pinched his crotch inconspicuously, making him grimace, but he dared not make a sound at all. "Then let's go in first." She turned to Walton. "You too, please." When the pendulum of the Terriana mechanical clock tower struck 11 times in a balanced rhythm, the small auction on the basement floor of the slave fence on Muchian Street was finally officially opened. On the stage, the big red curtain slowly opened to both sides. There were also many guests wearing masks sitting scattered in the audience seats below the stage. And Xiao looked around and saw about 40 or 50 bidders. Judging from their clothing, half of them are nobles, while the other half include adventurers, wealthy businessmen, resellers, bargain hunters, and other people of different identities. At this moment, he and Jessica were sitting in the center of the VIP seats, and their surroundings were completely blocked by the dark light array specially arranged by Wharton to hide their identities. This is a set of small barrier equipment. Although it is of low grade and can only be used to block vision, it is surprisingly suitable in this situation. On the stage, Walton had already stood behind the auction table at the side and began his speech to the audience. "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come to our Wanmiao Commercial Bank branch to participate in a new product auction. As everyone knows, I have already written down the highlight of tonight in the official channel. I believe that all the masters who follow and subscribe to Wanmiao should know it in their hearts. After all, everyone is a noble person who has experienced capital verification." Walton raised his hand slightly, signaling several Ice Wolf slaves behind him to push forward the most eye-catching iron cage on the stage. In general, auction officials like to present the most expensive items as the finale to push the atmosphere to a climax. But my chapter is different. I only heard him say proudly, "We will conduct a reverse auction by auctioning the rarest items first and then launching subsequent items according to the downward trend of the reserve price. The advantage of doing this is that it does not waste everyone's time and does not force everyone to hold on to their budget and worry about it. Our new process makes it possible. If you can't get the best, there are always similar ones waiting, so no one will go home empty-handed. I hope everyone can understand my painstaking efforts." Old Walton spoke clearly, and the audience nodded slightly. Beside Xiao, Jessica snorted and muttered, "Okay, let's come up with a special plan to prevent those guys from getting angry and ruining the place, right?" I didn't expect this old guy to be so scheming. With Jessica's analysis, And Xiao also understood that today, no one except himself could get the cat girl's Yuan Nua that he wanted most. For this reason, Wharton had to temporarily add many items and change the auction order. Otherwise, many bidders would wait until the end to save money for the cat girl, and not only would they not get the item, but they would also miss out on all the items that were auctioned before. It's really something. Seeing that Yuan Nua's iron cage had been set up, he was startled and held his breath. Soon, the main auction officially began. Under everyone's gaze, the two ice werewolves once again lifted the curtain covering Yuan Nua, revealing the cute cat girl huddled timidly in the corner. Walton's voice of explanation sounded at the right time. Ino, a super rare cat pet of the SSS level from the Civic clan, with an extremely beautiful appearance, a lovely figure, and a natural talent for serving. In every aspect, it is far superior to the conventional standards of all slave types on the market. Our core item tonight. She can warm the bed, travel with the owner, watch the house, and can be trainable according to the owner's needs. I believe that all the gentlemen present here are semi-experts. If you understand, you will understand, so there is no need for me to say more. Then our starting price is 20,000 gold dragon coins, and each bid increase must not be less than 500. Now, shout! Wharton waved his hand, and the audience immediately became noisy. Looking at her delicate appearance, her body must be very soft, right? If I punch her, she will definitely cry nonstop, right? I must get this cat girl. 20,500. Haha, you're dreaming with this little money? I'll give you 21,000. Lord Grano, please don't fight with me. Even if you are wearing a mask, I can tell from your hoarse voice that it is you, an old pervert, who is causing trouble. 22,000. Damn it, 24,000. I'll give you 25,000. 27,000. For a while, the competition was in full swing, and the price soon reached the range of more than 40,000. Sure enough, it's almost impossible to snatch it with my savings alone. And Xiao, who was sitting in the VIP seat, didn't raise her hand to hold up the sign because Jessica said she would do it. So he just needed to watch the show. With the previous arrangements, he believed that she would not go back on her word. At this moment, in the cage in the center of the field, Yuan was listening to the crazy offers from those wretched men outside, and his heart was filled with panic. She hoped that she would not fall into the hands of some disgusting uncle. Of course, a fat and ugly dude was not a good choice either. It would be great if I could be bought by that brother. Unfortunately, he can't possibly have so much money. Woo! Thinking of this, Yuan lowered his head, feeling extremely desperate. The price in the market soared to 50,000 in the blink of an eye. 51,000. I'm going to fight you. 51,500. You call this fighting? Lord Fallet, you are old, so don't fight with us young people for slaves. If you continue to fight, you will lose the money for your coffin, right? 53,000. I like young girls, regardless of age. Is it your business? 54,000. 54,500. 55,000. The bidding in the audience has entered a white-hot stage. But it was obvious that the further back in time went, the fewer people were bidding. Compared to the time when everyone participated, there were only 3 or 4 famous nobles left competing. Suddenly, a tall man in fancy clothes stood up from his seat and held up the sign in his hand. 60,000! Exclamation point. Everyone at the table paused for a moment. This voice, could it be Prince Reventious? Fuck, how can we grab this? No, even if I were a prince, there's no way I'd let this opportunity go. 61. A thin man reported his final budget in a muffled voice. Haha, 70,000. Prince Ravenous raised the price by 10,000 at a time, without delay. The look he gave Yuan was full of lust and desire. It seemed as if tonight, he had already secured victory. Since I can't get Jessica, it's always right for me to rob Catwoman to satisfy my sexual desire. No one could try to stop me tonight. His eyes were fierce under the mask, and his thoughts were also very determined. Damn it, I really don't have the money to rob him. For a time, all the earls and viscounts were defeated. After all, no one could suddenly come up with so much money to buy a slave without going bankrupt. 70,000 per time. Anyone else want to raise the price? 70,000 times. 70,000 3 times. Old Walton on the stage was sweating profusely. He looked around at all the silent people in the room and slowly raised the gavel in his hand. A smug smile appeared on Ravinius's lips. However, just as he was watching Old Walton about to strike the hammer at the last moment, suddenly, A young girl's plain voice came from the VIP seats. I'll give you 500,000.